and getting bored and running outside and doing stuff,
Yeah,
falling off trees
that's
and
pretty
shit,
much
right?
what it was. Yeah, play
Yeah,
some video
like you
games, get
should.
bored, and go run out.
Yeah, see, the
Like you,
boomers would be like, "You guys had Nintendo," so they would use the boomers would use Nintendo against us in the same way we're going to use the tablets against the
yeah,
younger.
yeah.
Yeah, it's true, but it's gotten progressively worse.
Yeah, it's a steady growth. Each generation's going to be the technology is going to program them, and the technology or the generation before them is going to say, "Hey, like that's why you're like this, or that's what programmed you."
Yeah,
But because like I think every generation is supposed to be isolated from the next generation. That's why my dad would say to me, "Oh, what do you get from that? Or what do you get from this? Why are you always doing that? Back in my day." So I
well,
think,
that's true. They won't even trust you what you say, probably.
well, well, that's what I mean. Like us and our children, if we don't do that, if we always know, keep up with the changes and what's going on and how it's changing and how what you can do to, change the behavior of your child. You know what I mean? Because they understand that you understand that they understand. You know what I mean? Nobody's being left behind. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
no, there's no like barrier between you guys. You're old. You don't understand how things work nowadays. You know what I mean? Like I
right.
think that'll kind of bridge that gap so that, what I mean, so we understand our children and they understand that we understand. Because, yeah, I mean, I can't relate to a lot of the things. I can't relate to that kind of childhood, and they can't relate to our childhood. But, at least we'll have some things we can relate to each other about, like,
Yeah, it's a big
dad. And,
problem. Like a
Don't you think?
20-year-old right now thinks like a 80-year-old's like a joke, basically.
Don't you think a
yeah.
lot of this is by design?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
totally.
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's
Yeah,
design. Yeah. And we have to see the design and, counter it. Like, yeah.
yeah, it's
It's
generational. It's generational. They'll take it. Yeah, I'm with you on all this.
yeah, yeah. Sorry, my grandfather and his dad, and then my dad and
Yeah, those
me, and
dudes were badass. I'm
yeah,
nothing compared to that, man.
right? Right. Yeah, but we shouldn't do it to our, I don't do it to, my son, so I try to keep up.
This
I
reason
do.
right here, this is exactly why I decided that I'm going to have children. A long time I didn't want children, but I do now because there has to be some good people to carry things forward.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's true.
yeah. I
But
mean, you don't have to.
you might have to nowadays. You might have to find someone that's against the juice. If you know what I'm saying?
Oh, you don't have to. You don't have to. I mean, you can always be a role model because there's a lot of,
That's true. That's true.
children
That's true.
that don't have, father figures. So you can always be someone's role model. And I think that's powerful. Just as good.
Yeah,
Just
that
as
is
good.
just as good. Yeah, I'm not trying to take anything away from it. I currently don't have kids. I just mean like passing it forward to the next generation is the more important thing. Whether it's to children or I agree. Well,
Yeah. I mean, you could do that now. You know what I mean? You could do that now. That's what I'm saying. You could do that now. And when you have your children, you'll have like a system going or something, Yeah. Man, you guys know about web 3.0, all this crypto stuff,
Nah, I don't know
technology.
anything about it. I
Yeah.
avoid it for some reason. I've avoided it. Everything. I avoid all tech except for like the latest video game.
It's
I'm
weird,
programmed in a strange way.
I mean, it's weird. It's good, but it being good
Yeah, it sounds like I'm missing out on making money.
also makes it bad. Well, it's good for like because the idea that no one can control it, where the idea that the governments
Yeah,
can't shut
I don't
things
buy that.
down. Yeah.
I don't buy that at all. That's why I haven't gotten into it after hearing how cool it is.
Yeah, but I think everything is moving there. I think they're going to. It's
We're going
going
there permanent.
to.
Okay.
Yeah, everything's moving. No more centralizing things. I don't. It's still in. They're still working out all the little problems that they're having with it. But
Well, wouldn't that mean like people's state check is a digital currency instead of a dollar representation?
oh, they have stable coins. You know what stable coins are? It's exactly $1. So they got that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you just want to,
Hmm.
jump in and then look around, see what crypto you want to, or it's always $1. So that's an investment in itself. But yeah, it's because it's because of speed. It's all these things, but
Oh, I see what you're saying.
decentralizing.
Yeah.
See, I think it's to create some kind of utopia. Get
Well,
everybody.
it makes sense.
Yeah,
Thinking of exactly where you're headed with this. Back in the day when I was young, I was already thinking like, well, why don't they just have all the money be digital? Wouldn't it be easy? I thought
yeah,
about this shit not long ago.
yeah, yeah. It is. It's like, um, how is this the question is like, man, how the hell they gonna get everybody chipped? Like, what does that even mean? How are you gonna do that?
Well,
Then
why
when
would
you
they
look,
need that?
because that's the goal. The goal is
Is the
to chip
market
everybody.
some way?
So yeah, to know where
I
you
have a
are.
quick question.
Yeah, what's up?
Can you give me some evidence of why the Earth is flat?
Of why it's flat. It's like
Of
asking me
how
to
it's
give
flat,
me.
sorry.
Oh, of how it's flat. Well, can you give me evidence of how a table is flat?
Is it
That's
just
the
a
question.
pancake with a butterball, like a space turtle under it?
The real answer is it's fucking way more badass than you could imagine, is what it really is.
Can you please not swear, please?
I can give it a good
Okay.
shot.
Yeah. How old are you? Are
I'm
are you?
26.
No, the little one. How old are you? 13 or older? Because you have to be 13 or older. That's Discord. Just say
I'm
yes.
20 years old.
Say I'm 13. Okay. So I guess
Guess
what
he's
was the
20.
question?
They took off.
I got rid of them.
Oh, okay.
Not even taking chances.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. All good, all good.
They were
Yeah,
in
all
here
right.
earlier. I think they got muted. Well, all the evidence they got was a few curse words from me.
Yeah, I don't think they were honestly looking for answers.
No, they weren't. You're right.
Yeah. I, not the right place to
See,
practice.
it,
Yeah.
yeah, you always notice, just like even McToon debate or any debate, they always want to ask the questions. Get what a flat Earth. Give me your evidence. And then you ask them, "Where's your measurements?" And it's a spiral, and it's over. Or you ask them for evidence of gravity, and it's over.
Yeah, I went back and listened to Witsit and McToon probably 2018 or something like that. It was a few years back. Maybe not that old. Maybe only 2020 or something. But it was pretty good. It really made the globe arguments look sad. It was a good job.
Just be like, I don't care about flat Earth. That's not what this is about. I am here for evidence that the Earth is a ball. That's it. That's all I care about. Like what flat Earth? What are you talking about? Everybody knows. Everyone is saying it's flat. It's flat. It's flat. Yeah, that's flat. Who cares? Where's the evidence that the Earth is a ball? Because that's how this all started. It's still going and still the same question. Like, got any evidence for
Yeah,
this
I mean,
ball that you're
even
talking
if
about?
you base it on like the sun moving and other things moving in the sky, I mean, it's all moving so slow, you know?
Yeah.
That to me is enough for me. It's like shit. Look how slow that stuff's moving, guys. We're not flying anywhere.
Why aren't we looking up? What are we looking at? It's like, stuff in the sky is moving. But yeah, look, the plane is moving too. Oh, look, it's a bird and it's moving too. Yeah. So, where's this evidence of a ball?
Yeah, so stuff moving in the sky proves that the Earth is a globe.
Oh, look, it's moving. That's cool. So, about that curvature that we were talking about earlier.
It's almost like psychologically the distance gets to you in some strange way. It's like that stuff's so far away, you know? That's what they're thinking.
I would say it's their whole life is built on a fantasy and cartoons and make that they believe that they can see forever. They believe in the
That's Disney's
cartoons.
job.
Their whole existence is a lie, and it'd be hard to break through that. Like,
So you're saying spheres are flat like tables? That doesn't even make sense saying that, right? It's like flat's not your finish. You're saying spheres are like cubes? Like, no, yeah, no, yeah, no. Is it flat? Is it flat? Does it look flat? Yeah, it's flat. Duh. Oh, yeah. Is it a ball? Is it a ball though? Yeah. So it's a ball, but it's flat. Yeah. Hold on, let me just go over there real quick. Just gotta laugh
Yeah.
real quick. I want to laugh in your face because it might seem rude.
I
I'll
don't
make
know
it
where the
offend
number
you.
70% came from for the water,
76.
but if 76% is flat, then what are you looking at? You know, put that in your mind. What are you looking at? What is it?
We're looking at we're looking at bending water that looks flat. Am I right? Did I say that right? Did I say that correctly? Yeah, I think I did. Yeah. We are looking at a ball that looks flat. I know I said that right, but did that sound right? And you could just talk about it like that. Like, why aren't you taking this seriously? I don't know. I don't know why I'm not taking it seriously. You're saying balls look flat. Why would I take anything seriously? Like,
Yeah, come on, Bong.
pull my
Don't you
finger.
remember that you're in one of the arms of the Milky Way galaxy?
Right.
Come on, man.
One of the arms swirls, right?
Hey,
Swirls.
hey, Bong.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys. Hey, is
Hey.
Earth the only ball that only measures flat all the time?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
You know what? If you say that, they're gonna be like, "Oh, well, the other balls out there are huge. You definitely would have an even bigger problem."
Yeah,
What about
but
the
how
moon?
come you can measure a ball? Like if you go to the beach and you have a beach ball, you can take a tape measure around it. You can measure circumference. How come Earth is the only one that only measures flat every time we look and measure it?
Oh,
Satellites.
I had a better question. I was like, so Earth,
No
so is
answer
Earth
to
the
that
only?
question. Wait, Bog, you just rode by my question. So the silence is golden. So no answer to the question. Okay, so I think the answer is it must be. The
Yeah.
next question is, how confident are any of the globers here that Earth is actually a globe
Well,
in a
only when you're on,
percentage?
It's
right. Only when you
95% or higher, according to all the developers I hear.
only when you're
No, what
on
about the ones here? Anybody?
Oh, they're in here right now. There's probably no Glovers in here.
So if you go to Jupiter, it'll look flat too, but you have to be on it. Yeah.
That's it.
It'll
Yeah.
look flat when you're on. So
Why
big.
are all the other planets that we've never been to and don't know what they are, except that they're the lights in the sky? Why aren't they flat too?
Witness. Witness doesn't have a Earther role, so maybe there is one Glover.
Oh, really? Let's take a look then. There might be a remedy. VC verified witness.
You know why Rob Simmons made it into a sphere? Because
Hold on, witness. Hold on, witness has ladies' nights, VC verified Bible study, and link image embed role. So witness is all hooked up for now.
Do you know why Rob Simmons made the blue marble a sphere? Because pear shaped looked too ugly. Think about it, right? Think about it, right? Like, well, it looked like a pear. It kind of looked weird. So I thought, I don't think this is what people want to see. You know what I'm saying? So, blah, 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 all the stuff you said. But that's what I think. Yeah, that's what I think. If I was a baller, I'd be like, that's why they lied. Why? Because pears look ugly too. I thought it was a potato. Like, whatever, man. It's a beautiful sphere. Look at our beautiful home. Yeah. Too bad it doesn't look like a pear like it really does, right? Too bad we don't see the real thing. It looks like a pear, dude. Can you be like, that's the conspiracy? That's the conspiracy. Yeah. That's what they're hiding. Your ugly ass home. Yeah. That's why you want to go to Mars. It doesn't look like an ugly ass potato because of gravity. That's why it looks like a potato. Because of gravity. Look it up. But it looks flat, It looks flat, yeah. Shit, man. I think I'm angry. What the hell? God, shit, man. Sorry.
I think my brother wants to play some games. Happy
Nice.
flat weekend.
Have a good weekend,
She'll
bro.
be back.
Yeah.
Did anybody see the CNN hit piece?
Which one?
CNN did a flat Earth hit piece yesterday. I'll post it in the live stream.
A Flat Earth Society hit piece? Or
They're just they tried to do like a psychological evaluation on flat earthers, and then they're mentioning about like Nazis and flat Earth connection, and yeah.
Flat Earth videos do not rack up huge views. You know what Flat Earth videos rack up huge views? Flat Earth Society videos rack up huge views. Where do these people learn how to write? Dumbasses. Oh, it was intentional. Oh, my bad. Never mind. It's like they're scared. It's like they're all scared. This conspiracy theory is going to convince everybody. And then we're all going to go back to the Stone Age, which is a lot better than depopulation. What do you guys think? I think it is. Down with the computers. Yeah, let's destroy all computers. Oh, he said it. Let's shut them down. He said to destroy all computers.
He's anti-science.
Will that hold up in court? Is that enough to shut them down? Huh. CNN. I remember struggling to watch CNN when I was like 9. I was like, what are they saying? I still struggle a little bit, but not as much, you know. I know more words now, but it doesn't help.
Yeah, I used to just watch it, and then obviously I would just believe the opposite of everything they say. So whatever they say, I just know that the opposite is true most of the
I know
time,
what they're
99%.
saying. I just can't comprehend the meaning. I know the words, just don't know the meaning. Like, what are they saying? It's gonna be a long, dark, cold winter, boys. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? See, oh, I don't know, man. What the fuck? Wait, is this Game of Thrones and shit? I don't know. Fucking Biden and yeah, CNN. It's like you need some kind of decryption algorithm for what they're saying, right? What does that mean? Hold up. Decrypting. Sorry, rant over. I'm gonna be quiet. In computers, when you download a file, you gotta run this program on it called SHA-256, right? To verify that what you downloaded hasn't been tampered with, right? So when you watch the news, you hold on, what? I got a SHA-256 this shit.
Did you unzip the file or whatever?
Yeah, to verify it hasn't been tampered with. I need a SHA-256 algorithm for the news. You know, when you turn on the news, hold on, let me open up the program.
I wonder if by like 2050, artificial intelligence will be able to locate the curve.
Oh no! I think artificial intelligence is going to be on our side. Earthers, yeah, we are the resistance. Come here,
I mean,
AI.
if AI can't find it, how can a human find it?
Yeah, like look, AI. Let me tell you something about people, about humans. Okay. Yeah, no, no. Yes. AI is not really a thing. It's just it's rocks. It's just something that came from a rock. You know what I mean? Right, Michelle? AI, right? crawled out of a rock, right, Elon?
I thought
AI,
the
right?
rocks are your brothers and sisters.
Right? Right? Like, huh, do you? I guess I should tell these. Is like, so you like AI, Michelle Thor? Oh yeah, AI is wonderful. Is it life though? Did it crawl out of a rock, start assembling itself into a code? No, Elon Musk made it silly. Oh, Elon Musk made it silly. But you crawled out of a rock though, right? And then you made this code that didn't crawl out of a rock. Sorry, man. It's being silly. You know when you laugh too much and you get silly. Stop. Too much laughing gas.
Yeah, imagine. I don't know if Discord was around. I guess it was in 2015, 2016. I imagine that there would be a lot more time of like bashing the globe because you're discovering all the things that don't make sense in the globe, and you spend hours and days laughing about it, and then it just like then you discover another thing and then another thing, and the heyday of 2015 to 2017.
Yeah. Well, it was more like there's a lot more crying for me because that's when I discovered it's only after like I don't know like 3 years and that's when the laughing starts. That's when you stop crying, you stop getting angry, you just start getting silly. You know what I mean? because because that's what you have to do to survive. You have to go into some kind of dissociative mode if you want to stay sane. The world is fucking crazy. And you're supposed to run around pulling your hair out, yelling, the sky is falling? No, I have a better solution.
Either you go in public and you have to listen to them say the dumbest shit and not say anything, or you go into public and then you try to correct them, and then who knows if they're gonna fight you or if it's gonna be an argument or if they're gonna like become a flat earther. So it's
Because I like joking about it because it's so ridiculous, right? I like to get ridiculous with it because it's so ridiculous, right? And when people start looking like, what's wrong with you, man? Are you just gonna be totally disrespectful? Are you just gonna are you just gonna like just you're an asshole, man? It's like I am an asshole? Wow. The asshole? Listen, what does the ocean look like to you? Right? It looks flat, right? Yeah. And what is the earth? It's a ball. And I'm the asshole.
you think you're better than me, you're smarter than me, you know something I don't know.
And you saying I'm the ass? Come on, man. Hopefully they'll realize the ridiculousness, right? I don't care if they think I'm stupid. Like they're the ones saying the Earth is a ball. I was like, oh, and you want me to care what you think about me?
It reminds me of like when Witsit and Kai debated. Can't remember two people, a guy and a girl, and like they were having fun, laughing, and the two Globers were like stressed out and like scrambling, and like you could totally tell like we're
Yes.
just having fun debunking you, and you're like struggling.
I mean, it can get bad. It can escalate if it gets personal. But as long as you're directing the mockery and ridiculousness to the model and to the people who are lying to us on TV, right? There should be there should be eventually be laughing with you. Think about because there are a lot of things you agree with people agree with you on, like doing the right thing, like not stealing from people, right? Like not lying to people about certain things. They're like, you guys agree. And when they start realizing, oh shit, we agree on a lot of things, hopefully they'll start laughing with you and realize that you're not joking. That you're not laughing because it's funny, you know? You're laughing because the world is fucking crazy, and this is the only way you can cope and survive in it without losing your hair, your eyebrows, and everything else. What did you think it was funny? That I was. Did you think I was laughing at you? Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I mean, I think what they want us to do is get really frustrated and gaslit. Oh my God! Oh my God! You know what I mean? And start going out like, oh my God, what's wrong with the world? And just stress the shit out of yourself. You know, like,
yeah. I have fun with it. Like I've been in the middle of like a poker game, and then somebody's like, "Well, you think the Earth is flat?" And then I don't even answer. I'm like, I didn't feel like debating or like
I
they
would
try
have
to throw a
laughed.
jab.
So,
Yeah, they try to throw a jab. I'm just like, and then other times we'll discuss it, and I'll just like laugh and have fun with it. And
yeah,
yeah,
because any of these people is potentially an agent. And they can show up at any time. No one who has ever fought an agent has survived, Neo. But where we have failed, you will succeed. Oh man, predictive programming. Oh man, the 12 Monkeys, man. You remember that? You guys remember that movie?
was that Brad Pitt or something? Or
Yeah, Bruce Willis. You know, you had to go back and figure out where the source of the virus is, when the source of, you know what I mean?
How come it's only monkeys that can live on a spinning ball?
Because they have
You can
tails.
too, Sonny.
Pardon me? What'd you say?
Can too, not just the monkeys.
Did you
I
say
don't know if
you
I want
cancers, not just the monkeys?
If a toucan, you can.
A toucan can.
If a toucan can live on a globe, you can.
If
I
you
don't think
think
a
you
toucan can.
a toucan can.
I think if you believe you live on a globe, you do.
I
I
do.
think I think anyone that lives on
You think
a
you
spinning
think I
ball.
believe I live on a globe? Is it a globe, really? No, I don't think so.
I'm talking about toucans, not you, Sonny.
Oh, I don't think they think they're living on a globe.
I wonder where they think they live.
I don't think they think at all. They're a bird.
Toucans are supposed to be highly intelligent creatures.
Neem oil.
I think it has something to do with their beak.
No, I never looked up the toucan.
They eat a
It
lot of
sounds-
fruit too. They eat a lot of fruit. Maybe there's some behind that. I heard they eat from the trees. I wonder if they think the trees are spinning. I don't think they care. They're probably like, what the fuck are these humans doing? Like, I'm just eating fruit. Leave me alone. They go hang out with their toucan friends.
Despite its size, the toucan's bill is very light, being composed of bone struts filled with spongy tissue of keratin between them. The bill has forward-facing serrations resembling teeth, which
Huh.
historically led naturalists to believe that toucans captured fish when they were primarily carnivorous. Today, it is known that they eat.
Carnivorous. Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead.
well, they thought, yeah, evolution.
Uh,
Research today, they
This is the
mostly,
Big Bang, dude.
yeah, today
Big
that
Bang Bird.
it is known that they eat mostly fruit. Researchers discovered that the large bill of the toucan is a highly efficient thermoregulation system. Wow.
What
Maybe they're
kind
So
of
trying to
a what,
regulate temperature.
what kind of system? They have what kind of system?
thermoregulation system.
Thermal regulation system. They have a heating system. Holy
Yeah.
snikes!
Is the
Uh,
ability of an organism to keep its body temperature within certain boundaries, even when the surrounding temperature is very different.
uh,
Yeah, that's
hey, which bird do you think is the most flat Earth bird? Like for
Probably
real?
a pelican. Probably a pelican.
The flat Earth bird? Could be. They'd go diving at the water at high speeds.
well, how do you measure
But
the
Do you think
flatness
they
of
account
the
for curvature?
no,
how do you measure the flat Earth?
no.
it is a highly efficient thermoregulation system. Though it may still be advantageous in other ways, it does aid in their feeding behavior as they sit in one spot and reach for all the fruit in range, thereby reducing energy expenditure. And it also has been theorized that the bill may intimidate small birds so that the toucan may plunder nests undisturbed. The beak allows the bird to reach deep into tree holes to access food unavailable to other birds and also to ransack suspended
So
nests.
they pilfer other birds' nests and ransack the eggs out of it.
It's the
Seems like
They
pirate.
kind
eat fruit,
of
dude. It says they eat fruit, dude.
Yeah.
that.
Well, they
There's a
ransack suspended
carnivorous
nests.
carnivorous
They go
toucan.
get the they go eat the stockpiles from the dumb birds. The birds were so stupid that they tried to hide their food from the toucans, like deep into the holes. And the
Hey,
toucans is just like, dude, I've got a bill, you retard.
so I don't know. It's kind of off topic about birds again, but like the albatross, some of those birds fly like literally. How far do they fly? They fly like from like Antarctica to North America, and then back to the same like nesting ground and like wherever they nested first. Every year they go to the same place. So how do they find their way? How do Globers account? No, I want to ask. How do Globers account for birds finding their way if it's a curved ball at 8 inches per mile square? Do you have any? So they're just on a Sagitta too, even though they're a bird in free flight. I don't know, man. It's like it's too hard to cope with. I can't take it anymore. I'm sorry.
All right.
Anyway,
Got some neem oil.
got
Yeah.
that off my chest. I'm glad.
Hey, thanks for the neem oil suggestion. I'm gonna try and stand straight. Cool. What? It's oil. Oh, it's a natural oil. Okay. Cool. What is the neem? What is neem?
How about NASA pay us back our natural cash with like silver or gold for restitution?
They're
Can I?
investing heavily into space, dude.
Well, they're gonna crash because Witzik came on and talked about them. They're gonna crash the ISS 5 hours after.
Oh, God. The neem leaf is
It
used.
happened right here on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
The neem leaf is used for leprosy, eye disorders, bloody nose, intestinal worms, stomach upset, loss of appetite, skin ulcers, disease of the heart and
Are you
blood
talking
vessels.
about birds having an upset stomach? Wait a second, you lost me
Oh,
there.
neem. You know the neem oil you said? The neem plant, tree,
Oh, neem oil. Yeah. What does it do? You're talking about
know.
what it does to them?
Yeah, the leaf is used for leprosy, eye disorders, bloody nose, intestinal worms, stomach upset, loss of appetite, skin
It
ulcers,
cures,
Ugh.
it cures stuff, huh?
fever, diabetes, gum disease,
That's
gingivitis,
probably why
liver.
nobody's heard of it.
It cures
Yeah, I was
everything.
thinking the
It
same
cures
thing.
everything. I don't know how to consume it though, so I don't know to trust the
You know,
source, but I just use it on my plants.
check it out. The leaf is also used for birth control and to cause abortions. Don't tell anyone that.
Don't use that if you.
You know what? I'm not going to tell anybody about this. Let me just leave it here.
Yeah, but I heard that it does have health benefits.
I'm just going to grab the oil. Yeah,
It's probably like
skin.
2 drops in a
Skin,
gallon of
skin.
water or something though. Tiny
Yeah,
amount.
skin. But what about yeah. All many things cause abortion and birth control. Like you just go away, man.
Hey, a taboo topic there, Bong. Keep it on track.
What is a yes? All right.
Why can't a pregnant lady see her toes when she's 9 months pregnant?
Yeah, that's a nice one. Yeah. I was gonna say trees grow on the earth that is flat, but that's better.
Curvature.
I'm
I
getting
just like to
tired of Globers, dude. Globers have no idea what's going on, dude.
they don't want to have any idea. You know, they're like,
Aren't they in a sad state? I agree with you. Isn't that just so bizarre?
hey, why does the ball look flat? I don't want to talk about it. Why not? I don't know. I'm just here to listen.
I just don't want to be. I want to hear you. I want to hear what you flat earthers think.
I just
Somebody should make a
I'm just waiting
compilation.
for the Earth to present itself as flat.
Somebody should make a compilation.
Like
Damn
tomorrow when
crazy.
you go outside your door again. Anyway,
How do you feel about the LGBTQ or whatever? I forget.
the what?
How do you feel about the LTBQRS?
I think they're psychotic band of sociopaths.
I
Next,
better. How do you feel about ABC?
How do you feel about A B C D E F G?
I don't know, dude. I saw it on PBS.
Like
How do
all
you feel
HIV?
about the letter
That's how I
P
feel.
Q?
They
Like,
taught me about the globe on Reading Rainbow, man.
Oh, I know. That's a crime right there.
Don't take my word for it.
We're taking notes on all these crimes against humanity. Yeah, it's a record of it right here. A repository of crimes against humanity caused by the globe Earth. You know, people used to believe way back in archaic days, back in 2022, there were still people that believed they lived on a spinning globe in the vacuum of space that violates many natural laws. Amazing.
How can you believe the Earth is a ball when there are so many wars in the world?
Yeah, I thought you could only vacuum a flat surface.
This person last night, earlier tonight, was like, he was saying like, well, somebody thought of the somebody thought of the flat Earth thing 500 years ago, and we're like, no, they only stopped teaching the globe 100 years ago in the U.S. What are you talking about?
So not 600 years ago?
Like flat earthers were setting the city of Baghdad using elevation angles.
Exactly 500 years ago?
And they're shitholes today. I want to see a glober set out the. I want to see a glober go to Baghdad or some other city and lay out the city, like just do a repeat using globe math, and there'll be a befuddled bunch. Talk about the city of Babel, the Tower of Babel, the Tower of Numpties.
If the Earth is a ball, then why are people dying?
Say what?
Exactly.
That's why because the
How
people are
did you-
dying because people think it's a ball.
It's like, what are you saying? People are. What do you say? Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what you're saying. You're saying the Earth is a ball because cellular phones exist. I'm saying the Earth is not a ball because people die. What's the difference between what we're saying? There's no difference, right? It's just as ridiculous. You see how that works? You see how that works? See how the one doesn't have anything to do with the other, but you're still saying it? Yeah, right? How can you believe they're you know what they're really saying? They're saying, how can you not believe scientists made our phones? No, they didn't. Dumbass. People made our phones. Dumbass. Well, who do you think your dad is? What do you think? You think scientists built all these buildings? This is your grandpa, you dumbass. Stupid
I thought
ass.
science built the globe, though.
Like, who built all these phones? Who built all these phones? What, you think the scientists are building these phones? You stupid ass. It's people. Who do you
We
think
built
wrote all
this
the poems?
city. We built this city with fake ass globes.
No, right? It's like, who do you think wrote all the code that runs
I
on these
thought
phones?
science can't lie.
Wait, you think a handful of people did it? Are you serious? Are you serious? They made your parents do it. They made your grandparents, great grandparents build this shit, and you want to credit these assholes with the work and the blood that was shed by your ancestors? Are you serious? Who fights these wars? What? The government does? It's your fucking sons and daughters and mothers and uncles. Look at this. Who flies the drones and the planes? Who shoots the guns? What, Dick Cheney? What, who do you think does it? What? Exactly. Right? Science. Science. Religion shit, right? Okay. that
I mean, they'll
that's
tell you science will prove it, dude. That's what they'll tell you.
zealous uh, zealots, so religious about science, scientists. It's like, do you know a scientist? No.
Yeah, a bunch of them on here only are the only ones I know.
Yeah, I thought they exist, dude.
There's like 50 of them. That's it. They built everything in the world.
All of us are the
50 people.
scientists.
They're on YouTube, dude. That's what I heard.
So what? So what did Einstein build for us? What are you experiencing using in your life every day that you want to thank Einstein for?
The better question is who built Einstein?
And next on How Flat Are You, we're going to ask, who built Einstein? And was he just a sock puppet?
Think about it.
What corporation built Einstein?
Like Stephen Hawking.
Who put Einstein into power?
Who owns the software that
Who put the
runs
power
on
pack on Einstein? Did someone? Where was that? Where was that power pack built? And were they using Tesla stolen information?
Do you rest on Einstein's shoulders?
I love that game show idea. How flat are you? Now that it's accepted widely that Earth is indeed measurably and observably flat and stationary, what will the Globers do?
We're
Next
gonna have
up,
a special edition of Gravity and why we can't find it.
back in 2022, yeah, the Globers could never prove gravity, and they had a dismal failure in all endeavors. As a matter of fact, not one Glober after that had any luck in anything they tried.
If space is fake, can you still tell space time?
Space. Final frontier.
It's on the edge of the globe, dude.
Pardon me?
If you're next to the vacuum of space, right, you're on the final frontier.
Next to, so I guess we're on the final frontier.
Well, we're not next to a vacuum.
You're on the edge of discovery.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what a bunch of crap. A vacuum. What the fuck?
We got a new listener.
Oh,
Eat popcorn and stare into space.
MKJ Nightlock. He bailed.
I would have too.
failed
He
after
probably tried to prove the globe and couldn't.
I doubt it. It's never been about evidence for them. Well, mostly. I mean, it starts off with a simple question. Why doesn't the Earth ever show curvature in nature? Well, because a unicorn, pink unicorn farts, twirling in the wind, makes light do a freaking skinny dip and high dive, and a and a final finale triple twist. Psh.
I wonder if there's like a Kickstarter for the globe if you can donate for it or whatever. How'd they get it off the ground, you think?
How'd they get it off the ground in the first place? That's a really
That's a good question, right?
valid
Think about
question.
that.
That's a really good question.
Maybe it was a moon landing or something.
No, I think it was before then. I mean, I think we're talking about a 1,000-year plan or something, you know? Or maybe chunks of 250 years at a time, you know?
I mean, you think they did all of that for Star Trek, though? I mean, let's be real.
There was always people with this idea, and until they started running the money system and the banking scam, and then they got control and they were able to perpetrate this lie.
Mm-hmm. It's all tied in together, all of it. Just like you said.
You got to own the money and print the money, and you also have to own the police and the judges, and you control the schools. Then you got carte blanche.
Then you just, make sure that the power people are just going to make sure they push legislation that benefits them. Of course.
Jeez Louise.
If you control the money, you're going to tell the people, they don't care what country you're in, if they control your money. Rockefeller said that himself, or what was it, Rothschild or somebody.
Even whether it have been money or food, they used to give out like 200 grams or whatever amount of food for a reward for like bringing back a dead body, or like could have been anything. You get rewarded for serving the state.
Ears.
Yeah.
Bring back ears or noses. Or scalps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like in Ukraine in 1933, they got like food for every body that they brought back. So
I just don't understand why they're like, here's the model, right? And they're like, do what you want with it. And then, people just run with it. It's really sad.
no, they're like, this is the model, and then if you're teaching your kids otherwise, we're going to take your kids away and we're going to put you in jail, or we're going to burn you at the stake, or we're going to kill you. And they control the police. They control like the guys with the swords. So like, there's more of them than you. So
Well, first you gotta catch me teaching my kids something else, right? Like you just assuming you know about it, right? Okay, I got it. Okay, I got it. Yep. Just don't let them know. Yeah. We're gonna. If you're teaching your kids, like, I'm not teaching my kids anything. I'm not. I would never lie to you, government. Not
Who are
me.
you to think that you're going to teach your kids morals and ethics?
Right? Like
How dare you?
I would never do such a thing. All right, let's go, son. Yeah.
Yeah, or
I
the
would
funny one of the funny
never.
things is like Globers, like when they're any kid, you question your parents, fight them, sneak out, lie to them, but then they get to an adult and they're like, "Yes, government, I obey you, and you never lied to me, and I will never like."
Exactly.
It makes
It's all designed by design too.
yeah,
And I think it
it's
starts with
a selective questioning of authority, very selective.
it all started with Santa Claus, you know? I was like, wait a minute, what is this? What's going on here? Like, there's no Santa Claus? Oh, you found out. See, you, you guys totally made me believe that. Why would you do that? Fuck these guys, man. Yeah, imagine Stewie, right? It's like, I can't believe you totally made me. Why would you do that? We didn't, honey. It's just the way the world is. You know, it's Christmas, right? So all parents are lying to their kids about Santa Claus.
Yeah, I think I heard you talking about it a couple weeks ago, where it's subliminally or subconsciously makes you not believe your parents or trust them.
Exactly.
Like, if they lied to you at that young
Fine.
age, like yeah, it's yeah.
Resent them. You think they're stupid. You know, you think that they're not educated. You know, they're superstitious. You know, and then you learn about the science, and you think they're religious. You know, it's all this shit that comes from the from outside. You know, that's because mom and dad trusts the government, right? Like, why do my parents send me here?
Hey, I got somebody in the VC check-in one that wants a voice role, and I've been talking to them for the past 10 minutes. So,
Oh, well, is it okay? All good. I'll give them the role. Which one?
go
Uh,
mama.
Go Mama. Yep, yep. Let me just give me just 1 second. I'll scroll down. All right, she's good, man. Yeah, can let her know, or she can come down if she wants. Yeah, yeah, all good. He's gone. Good.
I think it was back in the 50s. They wanted a globe in every room.
Yes, every classroom.
Well,
See,
even
it's
the
like,
TVs, they wanted a TV in every room too.
oh yeah, imagine you're a company, right? And you're about to release this movie car model, whatever. You know, it's like a big thing, right? You would want your you would want it everywhere, like everywhere, right? But you can't put it everywhere because you got to pay and da, 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 da. But if you're the government, if you're Rothschild, if you're the Vatican, right? You can put it wherever you want. You can put it everywhere, and there's
We can
nothing
make
you can
money
do.
off of it too. We can make money off the
So,
globe, dude.
exactly. We can shows and programs. We can make movies. I mean, people love going to movies, right? Yeah, people love movies, right? Yeah, we can make movies and more movies. And there's these new things called video games. Make that too. Yeah. Okay, cool. You know what I mean? Like, why not? We can make like shirts. We can make. I mean, everything can be about the globe. I got it. I got what? We can save the globe from something. That is so fucking genius. Everyone has a responsibility to save the globe. Oh my God. Let's unite the world.
Sign me up, dude. Save the Globe Initiative. Where can I sign up?
Exactly, right? All right. How many ways can we save the globe? This is juicy. I got this good one, boss. What's that? The sun is burnt. greenhouse effect. It's like, like a greenhouse. Oh
Globe's
my
got to have
God,
a climate, dude. That's so true, dude. Globe's got to have a climate.
do that. Do that. Yeah, that's good. Anything else? What aliens? Too soon. Shut up. Too soon. All right, next. Anyone else? Like, talk to us later about the alien idea. That's a good one, though. Develop that idea, but talk to us later. 10 years. Okay. Anyone else? Any ideas? How else can we save the globe? Are there anybody killing animals somewhere that we can
Bong,
save?
I got a
Hey man,
question.
you need a Globetrotter basketball team.
Yeah, send
Oh,
them all across the globe, dude.
that is brilliant. You guys know what to do. Make it happen. I imagine
Make them play with balls, dude.
yeah, that's probably how he went, right?
It's fucking brilliant.
Like, and that's why Earth must be a globe.
So without Googling, when do you think when on the government narrative, when do you think the first school was created? Without Googling it.
Let me think about that. Hold on.
Late 1900s, 1990 something. Who knows?
Yeah, I googled it and they said it was like 1625. So
What? Google, what?
even if it was 1625 or 1900, so you're telling me they didn't go to school in 1400 and 900 and 300? Like,
nope.
What? Yeah. So like,
what the hell were they doing?
They were working with their families at home and learning from their families at home. So back in the day, there were these things called families, right?
Yeah, families that taught you,
say what,
protected you in natural living, and yeah.
People, and they actually like spent whole days together, like whole weeks together. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm like morning all the way, like every day. Yeah, I was like, whoa, I don't what, why? I don't know. I guess that's what families were like back in the day. Silly, I know, right? Spending all days together, like why?
Yeah.
Like who does that?
So my point would be like the same thing they did with the natives in Canada, where the RCMP police kidnapped the native children and threatened the parents with jail time and brought them to a white school or a Catholic school to be taught the white way. The same thing they did in 1625 or whatever version of history. They stole your kids and said, we're going to teach them. We're taking them out of the family community and you're going to be forced to come to this government controlled indoctrination center.
It's perfect. I mean, it's what Genghis Khan did. It's how Genghis Khan ruled his kingdom. When he conquered the people, he would take the princes, or the leader, the ruler back.
Was that Alibaba?
And educate. No, Genghis Khan. Oh, I don't know which one. This is the way he does it. It's the way they colonize today. He'll take the prince back, the ruler back, and educate him. It's like this whole what do you call it? You know what I mean? And then the prince would end up agreeing. What it's like? What's that disease where the capture? And then you
Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah. Stockholm. Yeah, it's like Stockholm syndrome. And then the prince would go back and he would be loyal to Genghis Khan. And that's what you're seeing, when you take your children or you take the leaders, and try to, then they come back and then they'll lead their people according to that man or that country's whoever, according to their ways. And yeah,
Yes.
it's like NPL, this NPL thing. How you talk to people, and if you can relate with them, and they can relate with you, then they'll agree with you. It's like this whole psychological thing.
It's the Prussian education system.
Yeah, and that's what they do to us. That's what they do to us. Public education.
People were thinking for themselves, and then supposedly the country lost at the war or whatever because the soldiers were random and doing different things and not obeying orders, and then they they needed to change the school system so that the students were more obedient and more systematic and more robotic. So then, like Manly P. Hall and all these guys, Ryerson went to England, studied the Prussian education system, and then brought it back to America, brought it back to all the universities in Canada and the US. Now it's worldwide, obviously.
Well, when people say, why would they lie? And then you explain to them control, and they're like, what do you mean control? And it's like all this stuff.
I've noticed that a lot of people don't notice or they don't care because they haven't been oppressed or because they live a good life or are just too busy. But once you get screwed by the government a couple times or screwed by certain people, you do research and then you start to see the holes and the cracks and the hypocrisy, then you can sort of connect the dots. But if you're rich and living the good life and partying, like, you don't really care. Why would you want it to change? You got a good life.
Seems like a good life.
Yeah, it's an illusion, like, yeah, for them, but
Life is good, fam.
Yeah, there you go.
yeah,
That's what's better. Life is
life
good.
is good, but it's also a nightmare at the same time. But it depends if you have empathy and if you can watch things and not care, or like, yeah.
Sometimes you have to act like you don't care to care.
Well, I agree. Yeah, sometimes I don't care, sometimes I care more, and sometimes I can't care about everything. Like, I'm one guy. Like, I can
No,
only
it's not my problem. Or is it? Yeah, I think if it was conditioning yeah, it's all about conditioning. I think it's about conditioning, conditioning yourself to care, to put up with things, tolerate stupidity or whatever, to work through it. Work through the pain. Pain is your friend, unless you know that you are not dead.
I'll find it.
This is weird because now they're not going to school, right? Like before, are you guys kids going back to school now, or are they still doing the online thing? Where you guys are?
I think they're in school.
Yeah. Okay. Guess that didn't work.
Yeah, it's like I'm not allowed to talk about that
Well,
topic.
well, it looks like we'll just have to attack somebody. Oh. What happened? Your plan failed. Now you're gonna plan B. Plan B. Yeah. Plan B. Yeah. Better. You better plan B. You guys scared yet? Nope. Nope. Not scared yet. Too much. Try harder. Right? How about some better CGI or something, man? Like, gosh. Like, how about an actual Hollywood director or something? Like, damn. Like, we also deserve good production, not just at the movies. Damn, like, I know the news is free, but hello, can you make it a little realistic at least? Can you not make it seem like a movie? It looks so fake.
Yeah, the crazy or funny thing is, like, a lot of the Globers are actually scared of the common cold, and they're scared of the asteroids, and they're scared of
Air.
But then, if you ask them, they're gonna say they're not scared, but
Are you
it's
serious? No, but you are. No.
Yeah,
Damn.
but you gotta think about this. If you live on a globe, everything that scares you is hidden behind the horizon.
Can never see. You do not see the stuff you're scared of.
Seeing is believing. If you don't see shit, you don't have to be scared.
Yeah. I don't trust my senses. Oh, you trust your not senses? You trust not your sense. Okay. Yeah. Scared of nothing.
yeah, like I said, that's a good opener to almost any Glober too. Is like, do you trust your senses? And then they'll be like, and then if they say no, then like, yeah, I said this a couple days ago, but yeah, it's
If they say no, just say never mind. Never mind. Sorry.
sleeping.
Someone's
Okay,
sleeping.
dude. Jesus Christ.
Oh, that was quick.
Put him to sleep.
Who, who is it? Is it one?
Well, she.
I'm gonna move him somewhere. Where am I gonna move?
Put him in the learning curve, dude. Kid's gotta learn.
No, I fell asleep. Let's see. The learning curve. There it is. And I'm gonna go unmute him so he wakes up. Where is he? There he is. All right. Done. Like like the Nazis, like the public system, education system. Like, I want pledge allegiance to the flag. I swear I felt like a Nazi when I was doing that. You're doing the stuff that they do on TV, dude. I know it's so weird. I pledge allegiance to the flag. What are you doing? I don't know. It feels like I'm praying to something.
Yeah, that's sort of when people talk about the Constitution.
Everybody
Or,
else is doing it, man.
I have rights. It's the Constitution, and it just makes me laugh. I'm like, what? You think America was ever great? Like, what? Constitution? It's so they made the Constitution, then they had slaves and slave plantations after the Constitution. What? Okay. Or when was the Constitution? After the slavery? I doubt it. So, like, yeah, like the Pledge of Allegiance is just the show of your statism, trying to brainwash you.
Yeah.
Like, I'm, yeah, you can't change where you're born. I like where I'm born, but I'm not a citizen of this fake country with a fake flag and fake borders. I'm a citizen of flat Earth. It's just I'm trapped in this country.
Yep. It is like swearing an oath. Yeah.
So yeah, so why would I swear an oath to my slave plantation?
Yeah.
Like,
It's like, well, is this a gang? Is this like a gang or something?
oh, it is a lot of yeah. A lot of people see it as gangs, and like that's why you have Olympics, because it's your country versus them, and then whether it be war or Olympics, it's you versus them, whites versus blacks, Chinese versus Mexicans, and yeah.
Yeah. The tribal mentality, yeah, that you know, the mob mentality. Yeah, it's just weird. There's this weird culture I noticed growing up. It's like, you know, hard-working men, right? Labor and all that stuff, right? They go to work, right? And then they come home, and then they drink beer, right? That's what tough guys do. And then they watch sports where guys smash into other guys, or throw a ball around and see who can throw balls better. You know what I mean? Like, and then you go to work and talk about it. That's what makes you a guy, an American guy. Like good old American people. We're just, I was like, what is that? That's not a man. It's a fucking boy that never fucking grew up. What the fuck is that? It's like, that's not a man. This is manly, dude. Like, manly things. Smash beer cans over. What's a beer can? Your beer. You don't know what beer is, fucking pussy. Hey, so this is a man.
Yeah, like I see what you're saying, but like at least back then, back in the old days, like men had short hair, women had long hair, and like men wore men's clothes and women wore women's clothes, and like you could actually tell the difference. Like there was set differences. Like men would go home and watch the football and drink beer, and the women would.
Yeah.
That probably sounds bad, but like it's just whether it be gender roles or like a guy was a guy and a girl was a girl, and like you didn't do certain things because you're a guy, and you didn't do certain things because you're a girl, but now anything goes.
Yeah, but that's supposed to be life. That's supposed to be life. It's like, wait, this is not life. What? What? Working for this company my whole life and then going into debt and then die? That's life. Man, fucking shit.
No, yeah,
That's
years
the
ago,
American dream, dude.
wake up, go to work, eat, go to sleep, wake up, go to work, go to bed, Like that's life. That's purpose. That's awful.
That's terror. That's a nightmare. Like, why do I even want to live? Right? And then what? And then that's it. And then you die, and that's it. It's like, that's it. Like, yeah, that's it. What else? I don't come back and get rich. I'm not born back into a rich family or nothing. No. What were you expecting out of life? I don't know. Enjoying it at least. Like, that it made sense. At least that it made sense. That I did all this for a reason. You know, that would be cool, right? Wow, you're asking for a little bit too much there, bro. I mean, we're only human, right? I don't even know what that means. Like,
What did you say you are?
we're only human. Like, well, what? What is that? Like, we're
Who's
only human.
we?
Yeah, well, you mean we're only slaves? Like, I don't get it. We're unfortunate to be born not into a rich elite ruling family, right? 99% of the population is unfortunate, right? We just have to work for these guys, all of us. It seems that God created the world for the 1%. And we can all just, like, oh well, life sucks, life's a bitch, then you die. I don't think so. I don't think that's how it works. But what if I think life can be better? But that's right. That's crazy. That's
Coming to a
crazy.
town near you.
What, hope? Yes, hope. Psh, that's it. That's on the moon, dude. Like, we lost that technology. Ah, shucks. Bye bye, hope. Lost on the moon. Oh no, peace. Peace is also on the moon, and that's lost too. Oh, that's why everybody's so depressed. Because we left hope and peace on the moon. But can we go get it? Can we go get it? Can we? I mean, I got a Galaxy. I got a Samsung Galaxy 8. We could definitely go to the moon with that. Right? Remember how we went to the moon in 1969 with shit? Yeah. Well, I got Samsung Galaxy 8. Well, it's old. It's not that old, but you know, it's like a million times more powerful than that piece of shit they took to the moon. Remember? That's it. So if we can just go back to the moon and get the hope and the peace that we left there, right? Bring it back down here, then we can have a then we can level the playing field, right? The answer is to own nothing. See? You see how it's presented to you? This is the answer to poverty. What's that? Own nothing and be happy and love it. How do you ask? How? I'll show you how. First, you sign up over here, right? He's just gonna give you a couple shots.
The own nothing thing must be like 20 or 40, 60 years down the line, because
It is.
we need to own cars, and we're going to need to own cars for like 10, 20 years, and houses, like until they implement all their draconian systems. So like, yeah.
But if you do that, then we're always gonna be stuck in the situation we're in. And always complaining about the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. That's what this is going to solve. It's going to bridge the gap.
But isn't owning nothing the exact opposite of what they've been programming everybody with? Because they program you with the atheist, materialist, buy, and capitalism, and then then they're gonna flip it and try to reprogram you.
It's like It's like, oh, check it out. We're making stuff. Have fun. Oh wow, we're having so much fun. Oh, slow the fuck down. You're about to destroy the earth. God damn, man. Shit, right? But oh, what? It's all your fault. Now we're all gonna die. But don't worry, we have a solution. What? What? What's that? Own nothing. See, oh, I don't know. I don't know. What? Haven't we gotten through all these centuries of shit you do to yourself?
Yeah, yeah, they're gonna say like everybody, you guys all need to move to this one big city and then change your whole lifestyle. Like, yeah,
Sign up for this thing. Get
You'll
rid of
rent
that.
everything. You'll be happy.
Yeah, exactly. Let me show
or
you.
they would
Oh,
actually like the gas prices now are insane. So all they would actually have to do is just raise the prices of everything so much that like you would have to migrate to that closer
yes.
city so that
Yes.
you could actually afford and like walk to stuff and like.
Yeah. One day you're gonna be like, your missus is gonna be like, look, babe, what? Can't afford to have the car anymore. It's costing us more to own it than to.
Yeah, we need
What?
to move to the city. We need to move to the big city because we can't afford
Oh.
to live anymore.
But I found this. I found this service, right? It's better than Uber though. It's a new service. It's one of those new crypto services. Yeah, it's really cool. So sign us up. So yeah, so actually a lot cheaper. Look at how much money it's saving us. Oh wow, man, that's a lot of money. Cool. Yeah, yeah, that.
Or or what they would even do is like raise the prices so much of gas and food and this, and then they'll be like,
Yeah.
we'll even subsidize your new house in the city on the outskirts. They're like, we'll buy half of it, and we'll like, or like they're
It's
they,
universal income. That's what that is. Yeah. We will help you transition. Okay.
yeah.
So while you're learning how to be better, I mean, how to get new jobs, okay, we're going to help you. Yeah. Basic universal income. There we go. Now go learn how to use our new technology and infrastructure and
but
yeah,
but
do it.
it's gonna be the trade off though, because you're gonna have to move to that super city to get that universal income.
Yep. And then you're going to have to like do all these things so they can track you all the time so you can have the services and the benefits that come with all this whatever new stuff that they're giving you. Like, yeah, cheaper too, right? See how you're happy. Your wife is happy now. She can pay the bills. Aren't you glad you don't own that stupid car anymore? Yeah, man, that fucking car was holding me back. I was trying to fucking maintain it and shit. I'm glad. I'm out of sight, out of mind, man. Shit. Who needs a stupid? Hey, why are you still driving, bro? Let me tell you something, man. My wife got this new service. Like, remember that car? You know what I mean? And
Have
on
you
and on.
ever have you ever seen THX 1138?
Is that a car?
Yeah. No, it's like it's an 80s movie. It's a dystopian movie of how in the
Is it George
future
Lucas?
love is going to be forbidden and they're going to decide
Oh, yeah, yeah,
who's
yeah,
going
yeah.
to make babies and like
Yeah.
it's
THX. What was the
I
name?
posted the trailer in the live stream.
Oh, cool. I'll check it out. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's like a minute or two clip, but like it's sort of like a 80s version of their futuristic ideas of what they want humanity to be like.
Is it George Lucas?
Not sure.
Because I think he named one of the stormtroopers that in the original Star Wars, as well as a nod to the film.
Warner's brother. I don't know if it says who directed it. Let's see here. Yeah, it says screenplay by George Lucas. Yeah, directed by George Lucas.
There we are. And you know the THX kind of sound thing that used to come on before films, like the Dolby, maybe a THX one with the mad music.
Yeah.
That's him as well. That's his technology. So that's a nod to that film as well.
Yeah, it's like I said, love is forbidden, and obviously babies are forbidden. And these two slaves somehow broke programming, fall in love, and then they got caught. And then I actually haven't seen the movie, but that's just like the trailer, and
That looks interesting.
yeah, and then yeah, and then supposedly they got reprogrammed, and then yeah, and then yeah.
If decentralization, these new networks, because people are saying that it's going to fix a lot of problems between nations, borders and all these things and trade, and then there's the governments. The governments, can't interfere with certain things. It, I mean, it sounds good, doesn't it? Sounds like but it also sounds like something weird, like something bad is waiting there, for the world, because you got to build the blockchain. Like, who's building the blockchain? Like, who are the actual developers? All those guys. Well, then it's centralized, because that's where the bottleneck is. That's where the control would be, right? So everybody's so excited to move towards it.
I use cash like 99-100% of the time, so
Mm.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm using cash like this is the last time you'll be experiencing this. Is it like I'm trying to all right, you're still using cash. Know how it feels? Remember how it feels? Yeah, you take out the money and you give it to the person, still
you want to know what I've noticed? Like, 'cause everybody here pays with cards and whatever, but I pay with cash. I pay with cash like 100% of the time. It's like $89 or whatever. I give them 4 20s and a 10, and like I can see the person like struggling to count it. They're like 20. It's like what? Like holy shit! Like this is crazy. Like they can't even count. Like
it's
they have to double
idiocracy.
count it, triple count it. Like
It's idiocracy, man. You give them money to count, they're like, okay. He's trying to remember his training.
yeah, like
Count
it's
them?
different. Like, I double check everything or triple check everything, but it's different. Like the speed on the first check and the second check is like you can tell they're like trying to calculate it in their mind at slow motion.
Yeah, yeah. No, you're so used to the machines doing everything, right? Like that when you have to manually do something, it's like, oh, like, oh shit, I almost
Yeah,
forgot
like
how to do
for me,
this.
I've been counting cash for 40 years. Like I never stopped. I never like I'm old school in many ways where like it's
But I am feeling the move transition to all electronic transactions. I'm starting to feel it, like, oh, it's starting to feel inconvenient to go pull cash out. It's starting to feel like I can just swipe wherever, and that's still with the card, but imagine not needing a card. What's the next thing? Like, what's the next more secure way to access your hard-earned, whatever assets? Biology.
yeah,
I
it's
mean,
a slow transition from the cash to the slavery system, and now they want to go from the all cards and then the mark or the chip or whatever inside your body. It just takes tens, or it takes a century, or it takes however many years. Like, that's why they do all the MK Ultra and all the psyops, and it's all just to slowly boil the frog. Slowly boil the frog.
As long as the frog is happy, he'll sit there in the water.
That's what I said like an hour ago. Where like, if you have a good life, you're just the boiling frog and don't even care. Usually, like,
Yeah.
but if you have like I said, if you get screwed by the government or you get oppressed, and then you're like trying to figure out why these things happen, what is life, what is the purpose, and then those are the people who usually figure it out.
Yeah.
But there is outliers, so it's not all the time. But
Yeah. You heard? Have you heard of NFT? NFTs? Have you heard of that term yet?
I've heard the
You know.
abbreviation. I don't know what it is. It's like, yeah, I don't know.
NFT is like remember when gold used to back up, money? That's like, yeah, so the dollar is like the NFT, represents, your title or ownership to a actual asset, like a real asset. And people are going crazy with that, selling it, creating them. Man, so it's so crazy. Okay, how do I say this? Anything can be an NFT. What does that mean? Like, so on this new metaverse, on this new blockchain world that where they're creating businesses and video games, social platforms, applications. They use these things called NFTs, right? It's stuff that you can use in this video game, and then you can turn it in for real money. So a lot of these worlds, a lot of these video games, there's this place called the Sandbox, is where everybody go to do things, to shop, basically do everything, right? So, because when I first heard that, I was like, what do you mean everything? Like fucking like I'm not gonna go down to the store to buy things. I'm gonna go to this metaverse world and buy things there, and it's gonna show up in my house. Yes. Like what? Yeah. Yeah. So, I was going to advertise something down the street. Don't advertise, in the real world anymore. Nobody's there. Like, everybody's on the metaverse. You got to advertise in this the sandbox. You could set up a little stand, and you know what I mean? Like, it's a, so it's not the crazy part. The crazy part is when you introduce artificial intelligence, when you this thing called programmatic art, where the art responds or reacts to something in the real world. Okay, so I don't know, the weather. You could do something for the weather somewhere, and you might have your art on your TV, and when you look at your art and it's blinking blue, that means it's raining. Whatever. Like two worlds are inter crossing over each other, where what you do in there affects out here, and what you do out here affects in there.
The problem with the metaverse is like, I live in the worst internet area,
Yeah.
so like I don't even have hardline high speed, so like I
Yeah.
can't join the metaverse
Yeah.
because I don't have the internet, so I can never until they
Yeah.
force me to move to a city, or until they build better ground towers.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I mean. Like, eventually, most of the services in the real world, right, are going to be, all going to be organized, and this thing called the supply chain and all that. It's all going to be happening in the metaverse. Okay, and things in the real world move around as it's being controlled from the metaverse. So this is how it's going to work. Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, gosh, my brain is melting. Like, what the fuck can I? All kind of bad. Oh my gosh, all these things that you can do that are so bad. And no one's addressing them. But I'm just saying, it's like they're putting the good stuff in front of you. They're trying to sell it to you. Of course, the salesman is not going to tell you about the thing under the car that doesn't work. He's going to try to sell you this car, lemon or not. It's like you're ignoring, all these problems that potential. And people are just diving into it. And like, supposed to be for privacy and security, decentralizing, but it seems to be doing the opposite, the exact opposite. And yeah. Anyways, it it gets stupid crazy. AI, AI and how it can make things look real that you can't tell the difference. You can go up to it and touch it and know it's not real, but we're asking people to go look at the horizon. They won't even do that. And if they do, they're like, I don't see anything. And imagine them seeing art, augmented reality.
It's like I said a couple weeks ago, where they could CGI a video of water sticking to a spinning ball, but but we know, like for me, if I see that video, I'm gonna say, well, okay, I'm gonna try it, and then it doesn't work for me, but your video does it, so
Yep.
like it's got to be observable, measurable, repeatable, or like I know it's fake.
Yep. You won't have to. You won't have to leave your house. You won't have to go. You can visit Mars, from your room.
Yeah, see, to me as a realist, I'm like, I didn't visit Mars. Like going there in a video game is not me visiting Mars. But
Yeah.
to the subjective truth believers, like they live their life as a fantasy, so like they'll jump right in.
Well, what's the name of that island where they recorded the Mars rovers?
Devon Island.
Yeah, Devon Island. So I'm imagining, well, I can just totally use that island to set up the whole Mars experience, right? And the people who use VR or AR to experience it, right? They're gonna be like, "Holy shit, it looks real, dude!" That's because it's Devon Island, dude, right? Oh my gosh, dude! And then that person who had the experience is gonna be so excited to tell somebody else. And if anybody tries to tell him that it's fake, right? I remember he experienced Devon Island. You can't tell him it's fake. He thinks he was on Mars. Just saying, like the tricks, the way to fool people, think that they were there. And then the things that they can do with this new technology, the way they do. Remember a green screen and blue screen? That's gone. Now they have actual screens that project the landscape and takes care of the lighting and everything. That's how actors are working now. They're working surrounded by the real thing. They're immersed in this world they're supposed to be pretending that's there. Remember CGI, green screen? You had to pretend, right? Even Marvel was doing that. But The Mandalorian, that's the way they shot it. It's like you're immersed in that world as an actor, right? That's pretending. That helps you, to be immersed into the character and the world, right? Imagine you as a tourist to Mars, and you're totally there. You can't tell the difference, right? Maybe if you touch, oh, I'm still in my room when you start touching shit. But the experience you're gonna have, the magic, and the way you're gonna tell it to your friends and those stupid flat earthers who don't want to believe anything. Oh, you believe your eyes now?
Well, yeah. So I could just blindfold you, take you to like a snowy place, and be like, "Oh, here's North Pole, or here's Antarctica," and then like you're gonna believe it. Like you won't, but they like even they probably won't, but because
Yeah.
it's not a part of their space fantasy. But
No. And it's not. the government didn't build, the cool technology for us to experience it with. Like, that's why they built it, dude. So because it's really hard to go there.
It's
You gotta
science, man.
yeah, science, bro. Like, gosh, can you appreciate all that, man? It's like, hey, the technology keeps getting crazier and crazier every week, too. It's like,
Just thinking now that that's quite funny that, they always say that they don't put a camera on the rockets and the satellites for our viewing pleasure, but yet the first step of science is observation. And how do you
yeah,
observe without recording? So
yeah,
it's just retarded, like their whole defense that it doesn't need to be observed, directly observed, but yet that's the first step of science.
yeah.
Well, it's like I ask him with the ISS or satellites. It's like, let me zoom in. I'm in a blizzard right now. I want to zoom in on the clouds and I want to see this blizzard from space. And then the guy's like, "Oh, the ISS, it's over Africa right now. So like, you'll have to wait till it's over North America." Well, I'm like, "Oh, that doesn't help." So it's got to be over North America, and I have to have a blizzard, and then like I still can't see it. So
And still, that's not even strictly true because the ISS is said to go orbiting around the Earth once every 90 minutes, which means that in an hour and a half, it should be over you. If it's not over you now, it will be in an hour.
yeah, but there's other satellites and ISS. It's like I want to zoom in, or I want to see this blizzard. I want to see what this blizzard looks like in real time. But then it's always going to be an excuse. It's not feasible. It's not worth it. Wait for it to come over your place. And, yeah.
The least they should do on every launch is always have a camera. Man, that's just being a professional. That's just something anyone would do, especially a scientist, especially an astronaut, especially when people going to space. Like, you don't do this every day, so every time you do it, you have to take advantage of it. That's what people who study things do, right? Always studying all the time, everything, all the conditions before, after launch, during launch, while we go up. You're looking around, hey, is anything wrong? It's like, why aren't all these normal standard procedures not in place? Like you guys are trying to hide stuff. It's like JFK. Where's the freaking Secret Service? Yeah.
Or why does the SpaceX landing like cut out right before it lands, and why is the ISS live stream cut out for 15 minutes an hour?
They always
And then they'll claim that it's unedited, even though it's like got cuts and dropouts.
obvious guy when it's obvious CGI.
Yeah, like just even the SpaceX, like why, like it should never drop. Once it drops, the charade's over for us.
Paying attention to the news, but did they say the ISS was falling to the Earth? Is that and Elon Musk was gonna save it or something?
I think they said they're gonna crash the ISS in the ocean or something.
Yeah, they were gonna decommission it. That'd be better for the flat earthers get you. All right, boys, we can't keep this up much longer. What are we gonna do? Decommission it? Oh yeah. Hell, duh, I didn't even think of that before. All right, decommission it. So after we decommission the ISS, then what? Russia and China rule
Yeah.
space, and we're just what here on Earth? America, the greatest country not in space. Sorry, it was a joke. Guys, have you guys seen Space Force?
Is that a movie?
It's a TV show comedy. Steve Carell.
No.
Yeah,
I've heard of it, but yeah.
that's what this all feels like. Comedy.
That's also one reason why I pretty much, in a way, became a flat earther, because my whole life I could never really watch movies because I could tell the actors were acting, and then I could see the plot holes, and then they would never finish the story, and I'd be like, what you just jumped to this, and what happened with that? And it's just yeah,
Bad writing. It was like, what the hell says that?
yeah, you're like, what is just, and then yeah, it's just that was when I was like 5 and 8 and 10 and whatever, so I always was like questioning or wondering why like these things didn't add up, or like, but like
It's like
mainly
the commercials were better than the actual show.
Well, it was just the actors would never convince me, because I'd always know that they were acting and faking it. So I like, there's some good movies where you could like disconnect, but it was super hard. So like I could never disconnect. I was never into space or Star Trek because it's just I could never disconnect and like jump into that fantasy world and like engulf myself. And I just transitioned into always questioning authority and government, and
Or when the girl, when she's being chased by the killer, she she'll look at the house and then look at the woods and then run into the woods. I'm like, oh, oh, what? Why did she do that?
even I remember like just this one popped into my mind, like the Gladiator movie, like where he's gonna kill him. They got him in the dungeon. He's surrounded by 10 guys. Like they can kill him right there, and then he's like, "No, let's take him to the woods and kill him there." And then he fights him off and escapes. And it's like, what? You had him dead. Why would you take him? Like, so I would just, every movie would be like, I could never. Yeah, or like the you're being chased by Friday the 13th, Jason Voorhees, and then you like run into a room and then you hide in the closet. It's like, no.
Yeah, that like what you're talking about, like, all right, they're like, he's so dead. Oh my gosh, he's dead. How is he ever gonna get out of this? He's dead. Let's take him into the forest and kill him there, guys. Like, okay, never mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, no, kill him now. You can kill him now. Stupid bad guys. Like stupid writer.
Yeah.
Like, man, these writers could even fool a 6-year-old. Like, damn, that sucks.
I'm probably, most people are probably not the same with the movies, but even when I was like 15 or 18, you're like, what? Like I said, you get up, go to sleep, go to work, get up, go to sleep, go to work, a robot. And you're like, is this life? Like, is this the purpose of life? And I'm like, how could this be? And then you're like, is there a God? And then you're like, no, evolution, Big Bang, globe. And then you're busy and you watch sports, and then eventually you may do some research and get the better internet, and then you're like, find the information, and then you actually find out the truth and how things work, and then Now you're on a flat Earth Discord.
Making fun of NASA.
Oh, that's how it happened.
You know what? I'm glad didn't happen. I'm glad I didn't wake up one day and I was just old, and the Earth is still a ball, and I'm miserable, still asking the same questions. What is life? Is this all there is? What now? You know, I'm glad that didn't happen. You know, flat Earth. It's like, yeah, never gonna
Yeah.
happen.
Although, like, I'm sure you probably did the research. You saw all the bad things, the wars, the genocide, and all the bad videos from the celebrities and the rituals. And so, like, the truth is ugly, but I would rather know the truth, and it helps me make better decisions so that I don't hurt people, I don't hurt myself, and obviously for the bigger purpose.
Oh, so you understand too, right? I mean, if you died believing a lie, you would never understand what it was all about, life. But knowing the truth helps you understand life. And then you're like, yeah, it's like this and not like that. You know, and it's just the joy that comes with, I mean, like liberty, you know, there's this freedom that comes with knowing what's true. Yeah, because you get to understand what you're dealing with, what you've dealt with, and what it was about. Yeah. Meaning, right? Meaning to meaningful.
Yeah, it'd be like being grounded versus just being like a scatterbrain, delusional, subjective truth believer.
Baller.
Yep. Even though, like I said, I've seen the worst videos, and that's what you got to do to find truth, and the wars, and yeah. But I'd rather know the truth and have seen what I've seen than not.
I think there's still more truth. There's always more truth to know, but certain truths, right? I mean, certain lies, once they're exposed, it has like a certain kind of impact on your life, on your happiness, right? And flat is one of those things for me. It's like, dude, like, does it even matter? Like, what does this change? Like, once that question is answered, and you know that it matters, right? You know, what comes out of it is, well, you know, I'm happier now than I ever was before when I was a Glober. You know, it's like it's weird. It's like, cool, look, I'm not
Yeah,
doing anything and I'm happy. Like, why? I don't know.
no. My example or my version would be like other people maybe better at hockey or better at this and have nicer houses, nicer cars, and nicer this, but it's like, but you don't know it. Earth is flat, and you don't know the truth, and you don't know what life, the purpose of it is, and so like it's
It's
the
still
illusion. Like they have the illusion they have everything,
yeah.
but they actually don't.
Oh yeah. I think even if you were like rich, very successful, and you didn't know the Earth was not a ball, you'd still there's still that real, you know, there's still that heaviness somewhere that you don't know that it's got to be more. It's got to be more to life than this. I mean, right? You got a mansion and
No,
everything, but you're still like, is this it? Is this all?
Well, it's simple. If
Yeah.
you're if you're 5'6" and you want to be a baller, you got to be realistic. You're never gonna win against 6'3", 6'4". So you
Yep.
ain't a baller.
You're not built for it.
You got to measure up, and if you don't measure, you don't know.
Yep.
Wasn't there that basketballer called Scottie Pippen, who was like 5 something? He was a legend.
No, Spud Webb. Spud Webb.
Yeah, that guy was something.
Sorry to disrupt your train of thought.
You always got exceptions, but you know, in generality, you can always dream about anything, but why dream about the earth you walk on, play your game on? Why dream about that? You can experience it.
Yeah. Like if you had like a Ford, or you know, in your driveway, your car's there, and you're like, what if my car was a BMW, dude? Like, that's not a BMW, man. It's a Ford. It's like, yeah, but what? You don't know that. You don't know that. Like, we can't prove anything. Right? You're like, no.
What?
like, why would you want to dream that your car is something else when it's not? It's a Ford. Okay, it's not a BMW. It's like, but what if it was a Ford? You know, the neighbor told me today my car could be a BMW. And it's like, oh wow.
Hey man,
You
I
know,
put a AMG logo on my Hyundai, so fuck you. I got an AMG, man.
I'm not dreaming it. Well, that's like the globe, right?
Yeah,
If you
just paste a logo on it.
take a closer look, and you'll realize it's not a ball. You see, it's how it's flat. You just wrapped it around the ball. Predicted it. It's like more and more like idiocracy every day. It's like morning time in America or wherever you guys are.
Maybe.
It's 9 p.m. in Sydney. I think it's in New York.
I got my Japanese time, dude. It's 4:20 somewhere, man.
It's 11 in Europe.
guys ever get tired of explaining spheres to people every day? Like, just explain, but like, like you're explaining it to a 5-year-old, like the whole table. The whole table is like different from a ball. Yeah, 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 yeah. And it feels like I'm talking to the same person every day. Same thing every day, every month, every year.
I wanted to add something to your analogy of the BMW and the Ford, whereby the Globers then come to us and say, look, here's a Ford with a BMW sticker on it. See, it's a
Yeah.
BMW. And you say, well, that's not really a BMW. That's still a Ford. And they say, well, look, it's got BMW rims. It's a BMW. You say, no, it's still a Ford. Then they say, well, look, it's got the interior of a BMW. It's a BMW. No, still a Ford.
Why would they lie?
Isn't it? It's still what you can afford.
I also feel like they don't want to say that they don't trust that we can't trust our senses. Like they don't want to say that. They also don't want to say that we have to trust other people's senses. It's like they have a problem saying that. Just like, oh, we can't trust our eyes to observe the ocean. We have to trust the scientist eyes because God made their eyes for observing the oceans. He made my eyes for I don't know, stuff. I mean, it's so much easier to just say that because my eyes don't work and their eyes are better. That makes sense. They don't want to sound religious. You know what I mean? It's not like they don't already do, but they don't want to sound religious, but they don't have math and don't want to do the math. It's like, well, if you're not going to do math, religion, or science, then what are we doing? What are we going to do? Tell each other stories.
Hello?
Hello, it's very solid in here, isn't it?
Hello,
Oh,
sir.
bloody hell, loads of people suddenly come from nowhere.
How's it?
It's alright, mate, how's it going? Are you okay?
Sounds like crickets.
I know, it's a bit like that, isn't it? Bit weird. Maybe it's up to us then to promote the flat earth for these people. It's our thing. Hey guys, you do know the earth's flat, yeah?
Yeah.
Can you prove that?
Can I prove that? I can kind of prove it, yeah.
It's kind of old news around here.
I know. I was only messing with you, mothers. You know.
Flat ass.
Say again, mate.
And you can absolutely prove it.
Well, David, you kind of like my little ghost, don't you? Well, I don't know if I can absolutely prove it, but I do know that if you look in a straight enough direction long enough, right, the curvature drops off. It's obviously not a bloody ball that we're living on.
Go to the beach. That's proof enough.
Yeah,
Mhm.
same sort of thing, isn't it? You know. Anyway, to anybody else who's listening, hello.
Oh,
How's it going? Who am I speaking to?
I am Bong. Bong, big data Bong. So
Right, got you, man. Got you. Big data, but that's a long name, isn't it?
Yeah, also known as Batman.
Also known as who?
Bad man?
Is that your name or is that what you smoke?
yes.
I see.
Good.
Anyway, how's it going, Big Data? You alright?
Oh yes, just good. Thank you. How are you?
I'm alright, mate. Yeah, all good. Can't complain.
Yeah, chilling. You know, waiting for Globers. Not biting.
You lot are like, honestly, you're like bloody weirdos just sitting here waiting for Globers to come along. Do you know what I like to do? I like to go and find them in the street and I just jump on them and go, hey, beat up some Globers. You know, you bloody Glober, you get over it eventually if I punch you enough. Yeah.
Now, bludgers, right? Bludging. Just. It's like
Yeah,
fishing,
man, but, you know, well, I can't say anything more to them, but that, yeah.
You gotta
Truly.
wait for a bite. Yeah, it's like fishing. Yeah, you're more like a hunter. You like to go out there and chase it down. I'm more like a fisherman. I like to wait for the fish.
I wouldn't describe myself as a hunter, really. I would describe myself as somebody who shouts a lot, gets really angry, calls people cunts a lot, you know. But I do really try and promote the whole flat Earth thing wherever I go, because you know I know it to be true, you know, like all of us do here. And you know, it's how you present it to people, innit? And do you know what? There's nothing better than going, "Oh, you cunt! Do you know the Earth's flat?"
I do it way more low key. That's like, no, there's flat, right?
You know, Globers can't do better.
I think they can. I think they definitely
Have
can.
you ever heard a glober come up to you and say, you know, there's a globe, right?
Yeah, man. It freaked me out.
Oh, it's weirder than flat earthers. You know, that'll be weirder.
It is.
Yeah.
Hey guys, whoever's listening, right? I've been going on about something the last few days, right? And I want to tell you all something. Right, I truly love all of you. I really do.
Just throw that out like candy, my friend.
Well,
Yeah,
mate,
it's weird.
I don't mind. I don't mind putting it out there. I love these guys. You know,
One love.
I love. Yeah, the whole one love mentality is something that we're putting across, or I'm putting across. Probably not everybody else, but hey, you know, and true, we can, embrace all of our fellow friends. We're never going to get anywhere with the issue that's in front of us, are we?
Yeah.
Really,
I
you
agree.
know what I mean?
What the world needs now is love, sweet love. Yeah.
No, the world needs more flat earthers.
Yeah, that's a good call. That's a good call.
You know, I haven't seen any flat earther instigating a war anywhere. It's always the Globers.
Hey, fucking hell, man! I'm starting a war every day of the week if I can, and nobody fucking goes for it. It's like, come on, man.
Always go.
Do you know what? When I used to be an atheist, right? I was a pushover. I was a wussy. Now I realise that there's a fucking creator out there, right? And it's like, yeah, man, I'm going to start a war for God. You know, because let's face it, that's why everybody else starts wars, isn't it? Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. Let's go to war for God, you know? Let's just go for it. Really,
Just
you know?
burn those lodges.
Yeah.
Hang these bastards.
Just, I don't know what to say, just put our faith in him and go to war. Fucking hell, man. You lot are nutters. You really are. This is why I've deleted myself from this server. How many times now?
Like 4.
About 4. And every time I come back and I meet somebody who's nice and decent, and I think, Jace, why did you fucking leave? I mean, it's a constant thing going on in my head. Like, why did I leave? Maybe I left because this server seems to have turned into a kind of flat Earth flat Earth society 2.0, isn't it? Maybe. But just maybe not. Just maybe not. There's people here who still have faith in the whole thing.
Yeah, no flat Earth society here. Yeah. We just told someone off today about. Yeah. Somebody said it was a disc, and we're like, no.
Hey, Big Dong.
Yo.
Big Dong. I could tell you some things about the flat Earth society that you just wouldn't believe, mate.
Yeah, what's that?
In fact, I could tell you one thing about the flat Earth society that you downright would not believe.
Like what? Yeah.
Okay,
what?
right. And I hope you don't just revert to type here, mate, when I tell you this, but, they never said that Australia doesn't exist. They never said that once. That was actually flat earthers.
Can you prove that?
And propagated it. Oh, I love it. Somebody's going to jump in there now and go, prove it. And this is what I wanted. This is what I was looking for today, my friends. Right,
Jason.
Right.
Jason,
Hold on, mate. Let me finish.
Yeah.
Was that Dovin or somebody else jumping in?
Oh, it's me.
Okay, dude. Okay. Listen. Yeah, they never once said that. And if you actually take the time to look it up online, you'll find out what they actually did say. Yeah? It's bizarre because the whole thing is actually a rumour propagated by flat earthers. I've pointed this out many times to flat earthers, and they've always gone the same thing. They've gone, hey, citations, give me those citations. I'm like, fuck you, mate. Do you think I'm going to come in here and talk to you like I fucking know something if I can't back it up? You know what I mean?
So that argument, that rumor comes from, well, have you ever been to space, right? And then the globe earther will say,
no.
they're saying, I haven't been to Australia, but that doesn't mean Australia doesn't exist, right?
Well,
So the
where
global
it comes from,
government-
where it comes from is, joking aside, because I kind of was a little bit winding you up there, guys. But yeah, where it comes from is actually this guy who started the Flat Earth. I think it was it could even have been the Flat Earth Society, right? But it was back in the 50s or something like that, and they were putting out all of these like newsletters I think it was every month, right? And on the front of them, they always put across the fact that it was a flat Earth, right? And on one of them, they said Australia is not down under, right? And it's always been misconstrued as them saying Australia doesn't exist or anything. They never said anything like this. These people were full on flat earthers, man. If you look
Yeah.
into it, and they were just trying to put across the thing. But what's happened since is the whole thing they said has been like, kind of, just twisted to something they didn't say.
Yeah. It's classic what the media does. They'll twist any
Yeah,
story to get
indeed. I do know that the Flat Earth Society famously said about gravity and going up and all this nonsense, right? But most people, when you explain it to them, do you know what they do? They kind of go straight to that. Well, they did say that the world went up without gravity. It's like they've got their backup excuse already lined up for this fucking thing that they've already pre-programmed us to know isn't real. Do you ever get the feeling that somebody's fucking with your mind, guys?
That's the CIA. That's the CIA's work. Yeah. Yeah, it is. 100%. It's what they do.
Yeah, it's the CIA. That's what they do. Leave them alone then.
They control the news, and they manipulate and shape people's opinions of the topics they put on the news. And Flat Earth Society is like, one of their big projects. Of course, I mean, yeah, along with the moon, lying to people about space.
Of course. Hey,
They've
Big Dong.
always been around.
Big Dong, do you know what we just watched today? We watched a film called Wag the Dog. Have you seen it?
I've heard of it. I haven't seen it. Is it good?
Yeah, it's well worth checking out, mate. It's really good. It's kind of how they manipulate the news behind the scenes, it's just like, and it's weird because it's because like you've got Robert De Niro. He's just this guy. And he's just saying like, "Oh, make it like this," and like literally on the news, it just happens as he's saying it to happen. It's really good. It is good, mate. It is.
I've seen previews of it. Yeah.
I would recommend it. It's good watching. There are certain films that are worth watching if you're a flat earther in there, like Truman Show, all that nonsense. I would definitely put Wag the Dog on that list. It's very good.
Yeah, I'm watching it tonight.
Yeah, nice one. And I must say, it's credit to David for that one. I don't even know if he's in there, but David turned me on to it. It's fucking excellent, mate. It's a very good film.
Like from the 90s ish, 2000s. Like it's not that old. Or?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. It's got Dustin
90s.
Hoffman. It's got Dustin Hoffman. Robert De Niro. Fucking. There's loads of famous people in it. It's a good film. It's all right. But I must say, before you watch it, they are taking the fucking piss out of us when they actually made that film. It is just them going, it's a lot of doers delight, and all that nonsense. But, you got to watch it to know who your enemy is.
It's the CIA.
Indeed. Well, I wouldn't just say it was the CIA. What I've learned recently is the enemy is the Pope, apparently.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Your real enemy is the individual that believes the people in power.
Hmm.
If they
Fair
stop
enough.
believing, there wouldn't be people in power.
Yeah, you gotta
Jason,
stop them from believing.
that Pope is definitely a dude behind him. He's nothing.
Yeah, of course.
That's
Yeah,
just the
of course.
Italian
Yeah,
mafia.
goes without saying. Goes without saying. Yeah. I mean, I just think that I'm not a religious guy, guys, all right? I'm not picking on people or anything, but have you had a look at that Pope? He's a bit weird looking. He's got spiky teeth. He almost looks a little bit reptilian. He does. He really does.
He does
You
seem
know?
like a filthy fucker. That's
He's
for
like Palpatine from Star Wars, you know, like
Yeah,
And bro,
it is. Palpatine. Yeah, too right. It is him. It's definitely him. Well, fucking hell, man. Let's face it. George Lucas set it all up. You know, we all grew up on Star Wars, people our age, and he brutally let us down. And nowadays, he's just a paedophile rapist. So, you know, what the fuck are we doing listening to this guy, you know?
Jason, did you watch that movie? I remember one scene when they are faking the war scene, and the president is watching the video and saying, "I don't like black cat, I want white cat."
Yeah, it's mad. Yeah, he goes, he says, you know, have this certain species of cat, like. Oh, that is just, you know, that was taking the piss, man, because that is them saying to you how much of a level that they go to just to make
Yeah.
detail, right? You know, and recently, right, I've seen some stuff, right. I don't really like talking politics, but I saw this thing with Biden, right, where it was just obviously Biden's head fucking CGI'd onto somebody else's body, just like he was talking. It's like,
listen this. 1999, NATO bombed the Serbia because of Kosovo.
Right,
and
yeah.
On the national television, on the Serbian national television, on the first channel, like I don't know, like a CNN, it was 24/7 that movie.
Mate,
because NATO was bombing, and they was putting 24/7 that movie and showing these guys attacking.
Yeah. Dude, I've seen him do it. Mate, right back to the Gulf of Tonkin, which was the excuse they used to get into the Vietnam War. It was all bullshit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, because I'm coming from the war. How to say, 30 years, it was war. For example, in my town, they said the news, it was fucking, 40 kids dead, you know. And they wanted to put on one side on another side, you know. Like between, let's say, America, it doesn't matter now, it was Serbs and Croats. They said that Croats killed 40 Serbian kids. Then in news, you said Serbs kills 40 Croats kids. And then I come back home, that's my town, you know. And
yeah, mate, yeah.
I thought where 40 parents, you know, because you need to have 40 parents lost their child.
I feel for you, my friend. I do.
That was fucking fake news. Nobody, nobody died.
Yeah, well, luckily you do understand the whole thing about this fake fucking news, man. They're fucking lying to all of us, right?
Oh, that,
yeah. You know,
how can you manipulate people into supporting the Uranian people if we don't fake the shit?
Well, for fuck's sake, man. 3 weeks ago, we were all going on about well, you lot were, not me. You're going on about the bloody truckers in Canada. And let's not forget the terrorists or COVID. You know what I mean? People are fickle. You know, they'll just forget anything.
Yeah,
and they'll change their minds. They'll change their minds for any reason, right? A drop of a hat. They really will.
Yeah, and people in power will be people in power manipulating those people. And I think we should focus on, like you do on the street. Have a little chat with someone. Because you can only change things from grassroots level. You cannot change it top down because the top will always be, inhabited by people that are corrupt anyway.
Indeed, I agree with that 100%. But actually, yeah, I'm just going to say I agree with that because I wouldn't like to put across my negative attitude about that because it's going to be a difficult task, isn't it? But got a good attitude and I like it. That's what we should be trying to promote. We're trying to save people here, aren't we?
Yeah, we love one another and we want everyone to, live in truth rather than dream in lies.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'll drink to that any day of the week, guys, with all of you. You know what, dudes? It's confused me. Why haven't we started a revolution yet? Or is it slowly in progress?
The revolution will not be televised.
And kill your TV. The revolution is slow. But when you're a diesel engine, it's slow running, but once it's going, it's going.
It's going.
And it won't stop. So just be that diesel engine trucking all along. Don't want to be that nitro fueled, high octane sports car because it runs out of gas pretty quick. But that truck that will on trucking. So be the diesel engine.
The revolution started when you questioned stuff, and then
I didn't say anything. What do you mean?
Oh no! When you questioned what you were taught, and then
Do you know Jim Morrison's father is credited for starting the Vietnam War? And that's a little bit weird when you look into it. It's a bit like, what? And then you realise that Jim Morrison is just one of those other lying cunts like all of them.
Oh, let me add that to my book of coincidences. Hold up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, who am I talking to? I'm still talking to Big Dong. Big Dong. Yeah, Big Dong. Listen, mate, there's no such thing as coincidence, my friend. It's like this. It's as simple as what you see in the sky. Do you think it's a coincidence that the moon and the sky are the same, and the moon and the sun are the same size in the sky? No, that is not a coincidence. Now, I can't explain to you why it's not.
I can.
I'm telling you, it's not a coincidence.
Well,
Otherwise, you cannot have. You guys are all going to let go on me now, aren't you?
Otherwise, you can't have solar eclipses. If the moon was smaller, then the sun would not be eclipsed. So, to have solar eclipses, you have to have a sun and a moon that are equal size.
Well, Big Dong, that goes down to what I was exactly saying about coincidence. Think about it. It's like, is it really a coincidence that the sun and the moon are exactly the same size in our sky? That they create this thing that we know is like a natural phenomenon?
Yeah.
Mate, I used to be an atheist, I really did. And nowadays, I kind of see things a little bit differently,
It's a beautiful coincidence.
It's crazy. It's crazy, mate. It is.
I would say it was a created coincidence.
It's a coincidence.
Wow. Well, now you're getting into the discussion about God, aren't you? Which I suppose we should take to another channel, maybe. But one thing I've learned from being on this channel, and I've been here a while, mate. I have. Is this. I think there is a God.
Yes, that sounds legit.
Legit.
There's a lot of people there who go, yeah, obviously, Jace, we knew that all along. But I was an atheist, and now I've realised it.
If that's where that's where the evidence seems to be leading towards.
I know. And it's like, where do you want to go and talk to me about that some more? It's like, fucking hell, man. It's like, hey, he's implying that somebody built all of this. Everything that we experience was made by somebody or something.
Yeah. Imagine finding like a 747 in the desert, right? And be like, "What do you think, bro?" Well, what do you mean? What do I think? Evolution, or design? Like,
No, that's just wind erosion, man. You know, wind erosion.
Do you know what, guys? If I can tell you something, guys, right? One thing, I don't know if you guys know, but like in England, we have these things called the Jehovah's Witnesses. Do you know who they are?
yeah.
Yeah, you know who they are, yeah, when I'm talking about it, right? And they are famous for knocking on people's doors and going, no, Jehovah this, Jehovah that. No. Throughout my entire life, right, I've always had time for the Jehovah's, right? If they knock on my door, they normally get a sexy conversation because normally I'm wasted because they're getting me up normally getting me up at 7 a.m, right? I've just been having some dirty drug sex with a hooker.
Those fuckers.
And then the bloody Jehovah's have the fucking, they're waking me up, Anyway, do you know what? Really got rid of the Jehovah's? Was when I told them I was a flat earther. They stopped knocking on my door. They just really went away, like, and they just haven't come back since. It's like, that makes me think.
They were like, we can save him, right? And when you said the flat earther, it was like,
yeah. They were like, no, you got no chance. All right, listen, I'm not telling you a lie here. This is the truth. The one day I looked out my window. It was Sunday morning, right? And these Jehovah's were going to knock on my door. And this other Jehovah got the other one and grabbed her back and went, no, don't knock on his door. You can't save that man. I'm thinking, that is me, they had to get rid of him. Also, that also works for Scientologists as well. Because they don't.
Now I know what to do. Exactly.
Well, if you're a smart guy.
Guys, it's as simple as this. Look them square in the eyes and tell them the truth. The world is flat. And they go, they have a little schism. Little mental thing going on, yeah?
Hey, if you're smart, you go to your neighbors, and if they think it's, annoying, then you tell them, hey, this is how I got rid of them. And you explain Flat Earth to them. So they have a little, introduction to Flat Earth. And they get rid of those pesky people that knock on the door every Sunday morning.
Yeah. Well, put it this way, they don't knock on my door anymore. So I've got rid of them finally. They just think I'm a flat earth nutter. And these are the Jehovah's Witnesses, man. These are fucking hardcore religious zealots. And they leave me alone because they think I'm mad. Right, what? What the fuck?
I thought you were mad for real, man, because you said you're flat earth.
Well, indeed, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, Jehovah's Witness, man. Wow.
Anyway, I've been in these stories recently, guys, about this server, right? I've come in for a reason.
What have you heard?
Well, I heard there was like a schism going on, and you lot were all a bit divided about what was going on, or whatever.
No, that was that's a different, bunch of religious people got into it, and dramas, and some left and some.
Well, we don't need to mention names anyway, but it cropped up on my radar, like, I don't really come in here anymore because I do think you're a bunch of religious zealots, really. But it's just as you work, innit? But I just wanted to know, like, you know, if you lot are all right, like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we're recovering. Yeah, we're both we're all recovering from it. But yeah, we haven't gone crazy. That's what if you're checking up on us, we haven't. We're just a little bump on the road. You know how relationships are. Like,
Yeah, I know. And I'm going to say this before I start taking the piss out of you, which I'm about to, right? I will say this, my friend. One love to all of you.
Yeah, exactly. One love. Yeah.
Some solidarity between the people is what we need. Anyway, so can we round to taking the piss out of ourselves now?
Yes. Let's party. Yes.
That's the bit I like when we go, hey, you said that.
Yes.
Jason, where are you from?
I am from Birmingham in the United Kingdom.
Yeah, no, your neighborhood. Neighbor. I'm from Coventry.
You are in Coventry?
Yeah.
You guys could probably have a drink.
Yeah, or a fight.
Y'all gonna kiss and make up or whatever?
Hey, guys, come down a minute. Am I speaking to Big Dong?
No, that's not me.
Okay, who's in Coventry?
Sasha.
Me. Oh mate, I'm sorry. I've got my glasses on. I don't really quite see the screen. Who am I talking to?
Yes. Sasha.
Sasha, you're in Coventry.
Yeah.
No fucking way.
Yeah. And Nathan Oakley is in Leamington.
Mate, you are so going to get a visit from me. You are ridiculously close. That is stupid, man.
Yeah, I know. Birmingham, it's like a 20 miles, something like that.
Yeah, about 30 miles. Yeah, not very far, mate. So what are you doing in Coventry then?
Well, long story.
Right.
I was in Italy first. I divorced. I married. I came in London to live with my wife, new one, and then we moved to Coventry because she got the job, better one in Coventry.
Oh, that is fucking amazing, mate. You literally live about. I think you're about 30 miles away from me at the most.
Do you know where is Knoll?
Knoll, yeah, no, not Knoll, but no.
I work in Knoll in bakery.
Well, I live in Sheldon. If you look, it's not very
Sheldon.
far.
Yeah,
It's not far from Knoll. Yeah, just a bit up the road. So, dude, me and you are going to be meeting up, aren't we?
It was
Looks
some
like
big Flutter conference 2 years ago in Birmingham.
Say again, mate. Say again, dude.
It was big Flutter conference 2-3 years ago in Birmingham, I think.
Oh, right, the NEC near the airport.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they do there, isn't it? That's what they do, yeah. Do you know what they have built there recently, mate? Is a fucking quarantine camp. Which is a little bit kind of, a bit scary, but hey, mate, you're only 30 miles away from me, man. Me and you should make a definite plan. Me and you should make a definite plan and go out for the day.
Yeah.
Oh, if you want, I'll take you to Birmingham if you want for the day. Show you around.
Sorry, what did you say?
I said, if you want me to, I'll take you out to Birmingham for the day and show you around, just...
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Show you the city, like, it is the second largest city in this country, I tell you what, mate, I went to a Flat Earth convention last year, right? I ended up getting a lift home on a boat, right, from somebody, right, which is crazy in itself, right? And I looked at the buildings in the city centre of my building, mate, and they're absolutely fucking incredible. They really are. You know, they're really worth having just a look at and going, because you just walk past them most of the time, you don't realise. You know?
I was 2 times in Birmingham, I think.
Right, you've been. Right,
yeah,
right.
yeah. I was in some building. I think that I will tell you a lie now. That some museum of William Shakespeare is on the top of the building, or somebody.
Yeah, well, you're probably getting confused about the museum or William Shakespeare, who's obviously a complete fucking Freemason shill, really.
But yeah, I only went there. I don't know why.
But there was famously a shop in Birmingham that said it was a piano shop, and it said Sparky's Pianos, and then underneath it said the only known living relative of William Shakespeare. I always thought, I don't really believe that. You know what I mean? But I'll be honest with you, nowadays I don't believe anything. I really don't. I'm that cynical and narrow-minded nowadays. I just think, fuck everybody. You know, not with you guys, because you guys seem cool, but, you know what I mean? Man, what's your name again?
Sasha.
Sasha. Right,
Yep.
you want to meet up, yeah?
I add you. I add you to like a friend.
Yeah, mate. I'll come visit you, man. You're only 30 miles away from me. Fuck's sake, I've got to come and say hello, haven't I?
Yeah, I will come in Birmingham for sure.
Yeah. No, well, if you want, I'll come to you. I don't mind, man.
Also, yeah.
But it is literally only 30 miles away, isn't it? That's stupid that we live 30 miles away from each other and we haven't actually met up physically.
Yeah.
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
I need to meet some other people also. I don't know if you know Adam from Nottingham.
Well, I'll be honest with you, I'm not the most sociable of persons.
Neither me. I don't have so many friends. I have family here, and that's it.
Yeah, but I do like to meet up with like-minded people. You know?
Yeah.
I have a feeling we could sit there, mate, in a bar, have a drink, and just probably see eye to eye on things, you know?
Well, I'm more smoking guy, but it's all right.
What, you're talking about smoking marijuana?
Of course, I'm not smoking yet.
Oh, I was talking about smoking crack cocaine, but hey, you know, same thing.
Yeah, me too,
Only
dude.
me.
I'd smoke crack too.
I shouldn't have said that, should I, really? But hey, you know, we all smoke a little bit of crack now and again. Come on, guys.
Come on, right out.
Yeah, but as for smoking marijuana, yes. That's kind of what I'm about, mate. I do think it's the medicine that will help us all. And now I sound like a bloody hippie, don't I? Going, oh. We were moving Jace until you mentioned marijuana, and it was like, no. Are we in a live stream on the on 24/7, by the way?
Yeah.
Fuck! I just realised I'm garbing off. I'm like, I'm on the live stream. Normally, like, I'm too famous to don't allow me on here anymore.
Well, whatever. Still, point is there is no curvature.
Say that again.
Whatever we speak, on the end we will say there is no curvature. We will come back, ever, always. Don't worry.
Well, there is no curvature, of course. Yeah, man. And crack smoking and doing all that drugs aside, yeah. The place
and
is
there
flat.
is no.
The place is flat, my friend.
There is no religion in the world ever that is in the religious book of that religion, whatever that it is, it's written anything about spheres.
Well, maybe it's our time to create this religion. You know, they call us a cult all the fucking time, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we should become one. Maybe we should unite and say, yeah, man, we are a cult. We think the world's fucking flat and we know it and you lot are fucking misguided. You know? Maybe that's why it needs a bit more of this sort of energy in there. Maybe I'm just gobbing off, talking shit, I don't know. But do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. In normal modern life, water is curving, and in religious cult, water keeps level.
Huh?
That's the sarcasm. In the modern life, with the science, water is curving, of course. But with this religious cult, flat Earth, we think that we believe that water seeks level every time.
Yeah. So, oh man, sorry, what's your name again? This is so rude, me having to ask.
Or is of they know that Earth is curving, and we believe that Earth is flat. Or it's opposite. They believe that Earth is curving, and we know that Earth is flat. They need to ask that question themselves. I know that Earth is curving, or I believe that Earth is curving.
Hey guys, listen to this, right? I've come in here a lot of times recently, and I haven't really liked what I've heard people saying. I haven't heard a lot of love. I haven't heard anything, right? Almost a bit moody. One thing I will say to you all.
Jason, do you know where is Ramsgate, Margate?
Margate, yeah, I know Margate is, yeah.
Okay, first time last year I go there, and I don't know, we go there only for holiday. And first things, what coincidence, I'm going to the beach and making video, something, I'm recording the horizon, blah, blah. And I go to the right and I see that how you call that big wall, like a mall on the beach, you have the wall, it's going, I don't know, it's using for, I don't know how you call that we have the name, but I don't, it's a mall.
A mall?
Yeah, it's like a border for, it's made by walls, and on that wall it's written, people, the earth is flat. And the interesting thing was that my wife said, like, I saw the Belgium, from here. And I said, yes, when? And she said, like, and she said, what? With my eyes. And I said, okay, thank you. That's enough.
Right,
And she's not flat earther. She's not flat earther.
Right, you're gonna have to tell me again, because mate, I am a dumb cunt sometimes. What's your name again?
20 years ago, my wife was studying in Margate.
So tell me what your name again is, please.
Sasha.
Sasha. Right.
Yeah.
Yes,
Easy,
I
man.
am. I am listening, but I've got a real bad thing for fucking names, man. I have to really carry on. But yeah. So carry on what you were saying about your wife. Right.
I'm saying that she said to me like a month ago, when we were 1 year ago when we were there in that place, Margate. She said, I saw the Belgium from here. And I said, how fucking you saw the Belgium with what? And she said, with my eyes. I said, no, that's not possible. And she said, yeah, that was 20 years ago. I said,
What,
great.
What, are you saying she sailed there?
No, she was studying there.
Oh, right, I see. Oh, mate, I went to Plymouth from Birmingham, and I went there and I stayed there for 20 years. Same thing happened to me.
Yeah.
It really did. It's just where you meet the people you love and everything, in it. You just kind of hang around there, isn't it? Sasha. See, you don't remember your name now. No, I'm good. I can't believe you're actually just 30 miles away from me.
Yeah, man.
It's a little bit crazy, isn't it? Considering all the people we talk to on here, me and you just 30 miles apart.
West Midlands, man.
Well, mate, I'll tell you what. Give me a couple of weeks because I've got a little bit of shit I need to do, right? But yeah, give me a couple of weeks, man. I'll definitely
Don't
come
worry,
to
man.
Coventry. I'll definitely come to Coventry and visit you. I haven't been to Coventry for ages, man. Long time.
Yeah, text me, man. It's all right. Yeah, text me and
Yeah,
we
man.
can arrange something.
That is really cool, mate. Honestly,
How
that
old
is
are you?
really-
It doesn't matter, but how old are you?
I'm 51.
Oh, fucking shit. Do you know how old I am?
You're probably about 24.
I'm 50 fucking one.
No way!
I'm 71. I don't know what year you are.
No, I am 51 years of age. That is my age.
1970.
Yeah, 1970, yeah.
I am
20th of...
97. I am 1971.
Right, yeah, I was born
Whoa, 34. That's great.
November of 1970 I was born. It's
We are
weird.
generation.
Say again, mate?
We are generation.
Oh, yeah, indeed, yeah. I take it, you had the whole thing about Star Wars and getting let down by George Lucas. Then you realised it was all a crock of shit. It was all invented to keep us all fucked in our minds,
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, was that a different meeting? Was that the meeting I was supposed to have tomorrow at the docks? It's like, fuck! They fucking lied to us! Really are. Mother bunch of fucking lying cunts. All of them.
But that movie, people need to see. That it's a great movie. That Faking War with Robert
Oh,
De Niro.
yeah. I've got to say, that actually blew me away. I'm going to go back and watch that again tomorrow on my own, because I watched it with you lot. But, yeah, I'm going to go back tomorrow, watch it again, because that is, do you know what? It's all in there, isn't it? They're just telling you.
Yeah, they are saying, that stuff. They're killing the. That guy, military guy. He's killed by, I don't know. It was stupid that somewhere, and they didn't know what to do. And they said, "What is?" And the guy said, "What is more beautiful than the hero, that hero from war?"
And do you know what as well, right, Big John? I really like the fact that it made me laugh all the way through it. And it
Yeah, also that.
Was it supposed to be a comedy? Or was it just me and you being sick individuals going, that's how the world works?
It's a comedy, but sick comedy. it's like a reality comedy, sick.
Yeah. But I think they call it a black comedy, don't they? Dark,
Especially
black,
that with cat,
black
that
comedy.
was like a top of the sickness. The president doesn't like the cat.
Yeah, with that cat, he goes, "Can we get a different colour of cat?" And he's like, "What?"
Yeah.
And that is them poking the finger, telling you, full on, we go that deep, mate. We can discuss the colour of your own cat, the president's cat, and that. You know what I mean? Crazy ass shit. Go carry on, mate.
Like imagine today on ISS that somebody says something like, "No, I don't like change his T-shirt." I don't know. It doesn't look good.
Have you seen the movie called The Dictator? Not the fucking bloody Charlie Chaplin thing. Have you seen the movie called The Dictator?
No.
It's got Sacha Baron Cohen in it, yeah, and he's a Jew shit as well, like most of them, right? Have you not seen that film, mate?
No. Can you say again?
It's called The Dictator. I think you might laugh your ass off on it. If you want to watch a quick little scene, I'll just show you something that made me laugh my head off. It really did.
I know. I think I watched that, but not all. That guy from, I don't know, Strange East Country or something like that.
Yeah, that's what it's about, innit? That's what they do. But they're all fucking mutants, and this guy who's the actor in this is just he's a Jewish shield like all of them, but...
Yeah, that sick movie, yeah.
Yeah, watch this. Yeah, I'll just stream you a little thing. It's so funny. He's talking weirdness. Shut up! And now it looks stupid. Dick.
But I need to go. Jason, text me when you want and we can arrange something.
Alright, man.
Cheers.
Nice speaking to you as well. Thank you. Anyway, am I allowed to actually stream stuff in the live stream? I don't know. We'll find out. No way! That is cool. I'm actually streaming stuff in the live stream. That is a little bit mad. Anybody wants to watch this? This is quite funny. If you know you're Jews, if you know you're Jews and you're terrorists, it's just quite funny. I know who's looking. Everybody's joining now. Everybody's Jews and terrorists. Right, I'll let you do it. This is good. Short scene. Oh yeah, I must put it into some context beforehand, actually. They're about to fly over New York, right, because they're trying to look for somebody. Right, they're not terrorists, they're not actually not terrorists at all. They're not. Shut up, Rose, I love it. You lasers! Oh yeah.
What are you on about?
Watch.
All right, bedtime for me. It's been awesome. I'll catch you guys tomorrow.
I
Have
thought
a good.
you'd already been to bed, Bart.
It is. It is that time. Yes, it is time.
It's been about
Oh,
3 days now I've been awake. It's like, we're still going, are we? With this one?
It's that second time of the day. I gotta go. I'm sorry. It's bound to happen.
You just called him Bart.
Hey,
You
Bart.
guys. Yo.
Yes. Wait, is your name Bartholomew as well?
It was good speaking to you the last couple of days, mate.
Yeah. Have a good one, guys. Love you guys.
man.
See you guys tomorrow.
Okay, man.
Yeah, I'll
Peace
catch you
out.
later, Bart, yeah?
Yeah. Peace, bro.
Wait, now I'm confused. Is his name Bartholomew as well?
I'm
I
thinking
don't
about it.
know.
Hold on.
I thought I was talking to you. Who was that?
It was Big Data Bong.
Oh, yeah, we're still in the live stream, aren't they?
Yes, we are, Jason. Don't go
Shit,
senile
man.
on me, man.
And we have no. I've just got my grips around me. It's like, man, we're in the live stream on fucking 24/7.
You fucking blasted. Have you still called anybody cunt yet? I missed that.
Not yet. I'm saving it. I'm saving it. But hey, man, it seems to be a bit. Oh, you know what, dude? Do you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna save this server. We are. What we're gonna do?
This one? Or disco?
This one. Not us. We're gonna save this one. We're gonna do 'em. We are gonna do 'em a favour. We're gonna step in. We're gonna take over.
Kill some airtime.
Yeah.
Oh,
and what
dude.
we're gonna do is fill the airtime with some truth, Bart. You know? Remember that? I
Remember
don't
the last time
remember
what
that.
happened?
Well,
Speculation
this
will
time.
change the learning curve as a
Yeah,
dad.
because they kind of say, well, hey, why don't we just step in here and take over, my friend, right now? We're running this fucking show now, you bunch of fucking niggers.
What the hell are we gonna talk about?
This is
No,
well,
not as if actually.
Where is Battle Mod? Where is he? Because Michael, if you're listening, mate, you're quite happy to come in here and have a word with me about the way I think of the world. Personally, I think you're a lying cunt. You know, much like all of them, if you can hear me, you know. So maybe that's what they've designed. Maybe it's a thing so we can just walk in here and go, oh yeah, we've talked over. Oh yeah, here we go. Who's going now? I don't like the fact that Battlemod is hiding as other people as well. That's
Hey,
like,
man.
yeah,
Hey.
he's a cunt.
Hey, Jason. Jason.
What?
No, it
Knock,
begins.
knock it off or you're muting you.
Yeah, fuck off, or you mute me.
All right.
What?
There you go, bro.
Feel like I kind of instigated that one, so my apologies. Like that was my fault.
How's it going, guys? Sorry about that.
It's all good. It's Jason. Come on, man. At least don't ban him. Because it's fucking hilarious.
No, I'm not gonna ban him. Just it's all good. Thank me if you guys need anything.
Unmute Jason, maybe? I'd love to hear him call everybody niggas in this room, you know? It'd be funny as fuck, but it's your call. So Jason wanted to tell me to tell you to unmute him. That'd be cool. Not entirely sure who muted him, so I don't know your name. Crickets. Wow. Wow, cool.
since nobody's talking, I'm going to go ahead and replay a conversation that went on right after Ladies' Night that I was really curious, and interested in. Maybe just to fill some dead air. I recorded it, and so here's.
Didn't sound good. Something like
What's going on? Playing. I'm putting the wrong button. No. Wrong.
and
Another video. What was going on?
Yeah, case dismissed.
Show me a single piece of data.
Just give that
Single piece of data you
Seriously,
posted
I'm
to
gonna
support
ban
any claim you made.
I mean, you're kind of proving my point if you do that.
Show me a single piece of data you posted to support any claim you've made.
007, you asked me to provide predicting power. I did. That calculator, under certain weather, like weather condition, it can predict at which distances you should be able to see certain objects.
Okay.
Yes.
So someone went out, used the calculator, right? Used the values of the calculator, went out, so they took a bunch of meteorological stations, they stuck them out there, they fed those values off the meteorological stations, rendered an image, and then when they compared it to the real world image, they matched. That's what they did.
No, that's not what they did.
So they made a prediction of what they would see based upon the weather conditions.
No, I told you. I told you
So
that
you don't have a predictive model.
So for the model that I
why you can't admit what goddamn they admit in mainstream
It is a predictive
science.
model.
They admit it in mainstream science that they cannot make predictive model. They can't make a predictive model for refraction. They admit this.
I disagree.
It doesn't matter if you disagree. It's written down.
I mean, if it's written down, it must be true. That was sarcasm.
It's written down by people that have studied this. Okay? There's 150 years of people trying. They even call it an enigma. They call it that.
I mean, do you not accept Snell's law to be predictive?
Snell's law is a special case.
Right.
Homogeneous isotropic mediums with a well-defined boundary.
Yes, I agree. But then you can use
And
calculus.
that is not the air.
Right. But then you can use calculus, where instead of having a single boundary, you have a continuous boundary, meaning you have a continuum of different dielectric constants
But
changing.
Snell's law does not hold. But listen, Snell's law does not hold in a gradient index medium. Does not hold.
Right, because Snell's law is by definition the one that is used in
It's
a
a
single
constant.
boundary. But if you take
It's a
that and you
constant,
apply
yes.
it to a continuum, you get a generalization of Snell's law that you can use to make predictions, right? Like you can take a liquid in a tank. You
can predict anything you want. Who cares if you can make a prediction? The thing is, does it match reality?
Yes, it does.
Okay, show us that data.
Example.
For the last freaking time, dude. Like,
Yeah,
for the last
example.
time.
I already
We
did.
have
You're just not
predictions.
accepting
We
it.
have a prediction. Where is it?
You haven't.
I already showed it to you. I can show it to you again. Do you want me to show it to you again?
What are you showing me? You're showing me a predictive model for refraction in the air.
Absolutely.
That's what you're showing me. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, let's see it.
And the data is the picture that was provided on this very own server, might I add.
Oh my Jesus Christ, dude.
He doesn't get it. Do you got the ambient conditions to apply to the?
So before the image was taken, there was a prediction made. Then they took the snapshot and compared it to the prediction of the model, and it matched. That's what happened.
I don't know if it was done in that order, right? But we, as
That's
people
what
who
a
can...
prediction is. Predictions only happen in one fucking order.
Okay, well, I'm responding
Otherwise,
to this.
it's called a post-diction. And a post-diction is non-scientific.
Okay, excellent. Then let's do this instead. You and I can do this, right? So let's take the calculator. Okay. And since it's not changing, I'm assuming that all possible outputs of the calculators are predictions, right? So I can retroactively go and use the calculator.
No.
Why not?
It depends the use, how you use it.
Right. There are basic assumptions that are made in the calculator, and as long as we're using the calculator to measure the effect.
Do you have anything other than refraction, or is that what you're going to come with every time you come here? I'm just.
Are you
wondering.
cutting me short on this?
No, we're not begging
Can
you.
you answer the question?
I'm trying to answer the question. It's just difficult when you interrupt.
It's not.
Look, you know you have
yes or no.
You know you have nothing, dude, and you're just like flapping around like a fish out of water at this point. All you have is a post-diction. Listen. At best, you have a post-diction. You don't even really have that. Well, let's call it a post-diction. You don't have a prediction. You have no predictive model. You're just saying the Earth's a globe. We see this. Therefore, there must be some other phenomenon happening because the Earth's a globe.
So let me get this straight.
It's an ad hoc hypothesis.
Let me get this straight. You don't think the calculator is a prediction in and of itself?
Dude, you're trying to deflect and talk about.
I'm not. You're the one saying that it does not hold any predictive power.
The way you use it, it determines whether it's post-diction or prediction. How do you not understand this?
Does a hypothesis? Listen, Charlie. Does a hypothesis come before the experiment or after?
Typically before.
No.
Typically?
No.
In what scenario does it come after?
I can't think of any, but that's why I said typically.
So it's
Typically,
sophistry.
always. Otherwise, it's not science. You should look at Wikipedia. Ad hoc hypothesis. Why don't you Google it or something? Ad hoc hypothesis.
I mean,
that's what atmospheric refraction is an ad hoc hypothesis. There's the globe, therefore there must be refraction. Okay, demonstrate light bending down in air. Oh, nobody can do that.
We did though.
You did? Show us.
Yeah.
Show us.
I mean,
show us light bending down in air.
The it's in the picture. That's what it is.
No. That just listen. That is not light bending. Why? How do you know the light's bending down in the air? What in that image indicates that light's bending down in the air?
You're right. Excellent question. Because otherwise, it is circular reasoning, isn't it? So the reason that we know that is the case is because we know the laws of refraction, and we can predict
in the constant medium.
Based on
already covered that.
Jesus.
Yeah. The laws
We
in the
already
constant
covered that.
media.
All you did was circle around right back to the beginning and make a claim you have no support for. Okay? We know the laws of refraction. The laws of refraction that can't make predictions. Those laws?
The laws of refractions can't make predictions?
They can't make predictions in this case. They cannot make predictions through the regular air. What you call the atmosphere, it cannot be used to make any predictions.
I disagree.
Then show us.
Well, I mean that's
it's not a refutation.
Right.
Okay, so why don't we start? Excellent. Why don't we start with this? I mean, I don't know if I can do it at home. I'll have to look into if I can do it at home. Why don't I get a tank of air? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then I get a tank of air that is hotter or colder, and see if there is a refractive effect at the junction. Yeah. To start.
What type of tank?
And to
a
see
fish tank? A fish tank?
It can be whatever tank you like.
Are you going to shine a light through the tank itself, then through the air? That's two media.
Yeah, but we can concatenate the effect.
But
we can
Snell's
measure.
law only Snell's law only applies to isotropic constant media, uniform media.
Right, but you can generalize it to a continuum of media.
Yeah, is generalization?
Listen, that is wrong. Okay, I'm sick of you saying that.
It's not wrong.
Okay, I'm going to post a paper. Yeah. Listen, you're just factually wrong, dude. You're factually just wrong. And I'm going to post a paper from a mathematics department that says that you're fucking wrong, dude. You're just wrong.
Okay, go ahead.
Charlie, while he's getting that, I just have a quick question for you. What is your percentage certainty that you live on a spinning ball and that the globe model claimed actually does match reality? What percentage would you say your certainty is?
Higher than 99.9999.
Wow. Percentage.
So you don't really understand that. You don't understand. You don't understand the nature of science. Then that's unfortunate, but it's not surprising the way that science has been, portrayed. I mean, you sound like a relatively young person. Like the way science has been portrayed in popular media lately is more just kind of like a sports team. Go science! Like nobody really takes it seriously. To find the spirit of scientific inquiry in any kind of academic institution is like looking for a needle in a haystack. You can find it in an isolated teacher or professor, but it's very rare. So it's unfortunate for me to hear that you do not understand what science actually is. So, hopefully you'll stick around and listen. India's got something there for you in the live stream voice text.
I mean, it's a little hard to stick around if I get deafened every time I'm here.
No, you just wait for people to on-deafen you.
So, this shows that if you apply Snell's law in the way that you want to apply it, it's incorrect. Sine theta is not a conserved quantity in a gradient index medium. Yes, I did, in live stream voice text. And there's even a link to the paper itself. You can review their mathematics if you see fit. This is why in what they call geometric optics, where they actually deal with gradient index media, they use the principle of least time. They don't use Snell's law because Snell's law fits error. So, listen, maybe you don't know this, but I'm going to hip you. This is something I studied before I was ever a flat earther. I knew about this a long time ago.
Do you mind if I take a moment to read this?
Yeah, have at it. And I've told Walter Bislin that he's doing it wrong. I've told Nick West his simulator is doing it wrong, that they're just not doing it wrong. And you know why they're doing it like this? Because they have to. Because it's the only way they can get the results they want. Because if they use actual ray tracing, they don't get the result they want. Because light doesn't do that. You can't demonstrate it. It's why you have no experiments. It's why you have no data. It's why you have no predictive model. I mean, it's just like, how high are we going to stack these things, the things that are absent? Just saying, nuh-uh. It's not a refutation, and it's also not an affirmation. Proof by repeated assertion. You can't demonstrate it physically. You can't predict it with the model. Like, what can you do? You can just say, the Earth's a globe, therefore, it must be that. But, application in the real world, like, why aren't standing armies hiding on the side of another frickin' hill instantly seen, and then they can't do a sneak attack because now you see all their heads because they were refracted up over the hill? Like, why aren't they aiming to hit boats and they're aiming up because, where they actually appear to be is not where they actually are? None of this stuff is applied in the real world. This is a fantasy. You literally just have a fantasy.
And then coming here with some kind of air around you, right? It's just he's deafened. Okay. Well, he came in.
Yeah, maybe he's actually reading the thing. Let's hope.
So he came in.
You think it's going to change his mind?
No,
of course not.
Of course not. This is religion.
It would happen on CNN for him to change his mind.
Yeah, so he came in, and then the first thing he said was, "Yeah, I learned that some flat earthers you can't talk to them because you just rather deny everything, yada yada yada." Right?
Look, all I'm asking for is I want affirmative evidence for his claims, right? Just like you're making a claim, we want the affirmative evidence, something to support it. The substance, right? That's substance. We want the meat and potatoes. Where's the meat and potatoes? There isn't any. We're starving over here. Want some substance?
That's right.
They claim that deny everything, and that's exactly what they do. They have got no evidence whatsoever, and they just go, like you said. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, it's a globe, and they got no evidence. And you would think that after a while they would think about it and go, you know what? Maybe we are wrong about this, because they are. But they don't ever think that way. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, people, like some of the pioneers of real scientific inquiry, can you imagine if they have people like, this is the best the globe's got to offer, is this guy that comes on here and says, oh yes, the model, it's definitely 99.99% accurate, even though there's thousands and thousands of data points, questioning it, even though they can't come up with scientific evidence for curvature rotation to save their lives. This is the best you guys got. This guy is a perfect demonstration of why the globe is a religion. He just believes in it. And he's so sure he's right. It's a religious belief. He came right out and told me he didn't have any scientific evidence of curvature or rotation. All he has is obfuscation, going into showing how he went to middle school science class, so he knows about significant figures. He knows about precision and measurements. He knows all that stuff. He read the glossary in his middle school science book, guys. And somehow we're supposed to think that, and it works. Because he's a slick talker, like a lot of people would be fooled by him if he wasn't up against, you guys in here that aren't going to let him get away with these nonsense. So I'm glad he at least stuck around for a little while. We'll see if he has the guts to undeafen himself ever.
And he's more fascinated, more busy with people than the actual evidence, right? He came in talking about chemo, then he talked about Witsit, about people not listening to him and deafening him, right? It's all about the people and not about the evidence.
Oh, yeah. How many times? Yeah, if anybody was bored, they could go back and count how many times he complained about being interrupted and muted. And then I want you to take your stopwatch like I did and measure how much time this guy's been talking. He's been talking a ton since I got here, way more than anybody else. And then he's on there telling us we're not letting him talk. you've been talking and talking. You just don't have any evidence. You just got nonsense. He's got nothing. And that's why this kind of cult personality that, that believe in, the science of it all. I believe in science. I'm going to put a rainbow poster in my yard that says that. They are all, because they think we're like them. They think, oh yeah, you got Witsit's your leader, Chemo's your leader, whoever, Quantum Racer's your leader, like you are all the same and you follow them. It's like, no, we don't. All those people could retire tomorrow, which would be sad. We would miss them. They are great voices in the flat earth community, but that doesn't change the measurements and the observations of this earth where we are, that any person, anyone in here, anyone in the whole world can, with a tiny bit of effort, not very much money, go out and see if the predicted curvature matches reality and find out that it doesn't. We don't need anybody on TV or on YouTube to tell us that. But they don't like that because that's how they get their information, because they don't have reality. They don't even live on this earth. They live in some kind of fantasy computer generated reality, and they want to stay there. And like I told the guy, stay there then. I don't want to live there. I'm glad I'm not that guy. Gosh.
This is what he did last time when people didn't accept his ideal refraction formula. It's the exact same stuff. That's why I called him Rerun.
Rerun a character. What was that? Was that on What's Happening or Fat Albert? Who was Rerun?
But it's
Good Times. I get those they all merged together in my mind. Good Times. I haven't seen that in a long time.
I don't think it was.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's tactics, right? They only have tactics. They learn it from where he's probably.
It was what
mostly right.
Rerun was the fat guy on What's Happening. Sorry, Roger.
Yep.
Thank you. That was important to mention. Thank you. Thank you.
More important than Charlie.
That guy on What's Happening, right. Yes, he was very funny. Yeah, I remember that guy.
Exact same set.
Who did the hey? Was that God Rockin'?
Yeah, it was.
That was good. That was a good one.
Put the comparison in there with this dumb Glober comparing him to Fat Albert.
Are you 007? Are you here?
Hey.
You guys remember how the theme song went?
I guess he's not.
That's
Well,
Indio,
he's
right?
probably he won't be far. Indio reruns back. Did you read the article? Is that what's happening?
Yep, I have read enough to know that I am incorrect.
Sorry?
He said he was incorrect.
I said I've read enough to know that I am incorrect. You cannot, in fact, take Snell's law. You can get an answer, but it is not as correct as other.
It won't even be an approximation.
The apartment's right by Days Inn, so just go ahead.
It is an approximation. It's a shitty approximation.
No, it's not. That's why they use the word generalization, because it's not even in a category of an approximation. It's not approximate at all.
I guess that depends on your definition of approximate.
No, it's a category area. Define approximate. Almost correct. It's not. It's not even close.
I disagree.
And then going into word games again, right? Arguing about words, Rerun.
Oh, you guys changed my name again.
It's called a generalization because you get a general ideal, not an approximate ideal.
Why don't you change my name to something funnier or original?
There's a reason people use words, seeing how the English language is clearly defined so you can use coherent and cohesive sentences.
Yeah, the problem is that for some reason, people still fall into semantic arguments as evidenced here.
Oh, they do. You want to call a generalization an approximation, and that's a category error. Sorry, but it's true.
Even though it's true, Baramor, he disagrees.
Yeah, that's a general statement.
generic. It's all generic coming from the Globers. One thing after another. Same generic.
That's
bullshit.
right, Yes, Lunatic says we only pick on the ones we like. You are entertaining. I do give you that, even though Battlemod thinks you're a rerun. I mean, at least, sometimes in the summer, that's all you got is reruns, right? So we accept it. But Indio did say, in case you missed it, Charlie, that in about 10 minutes, he'll be able to speak. He's in a noisy place, so he probably would like to hear what you think about that article.
No, I mean, he changed my mind. He changed my mind about Snell's law being able to be applied to continuous materials.
Welcome to Flat Earth, then.
Well, that's a massive fucking leap.
It's going to take him a while to get from that 99.99999. How many nines are after that decimal point, Charlie?
Oh, you guys haven't even made a dent.
Oh my gosh. Is there a Google of nines?
It's changed. Now it's like 91.9999999%.
That's all right. I'm not here to convince anybody. I just asked.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you guys can try to convince me if you want.
Oh, that's a good thing because you haven't convinced anyone. So
I'm not trying to.
Failure.
I'm not interested in doing that.
Yeah, so you're not trying to convince anybody, but you wanted to talk about convincing Chemo, right?
No. So the only reason why him and I went at it was
that's.
Do you want me to answer your question?
No.
Okay.
I just wanted to point out. I just wanted to point out your contradiction, right? I'm not here to convince, but talking about convincing others.
Well, why did you come here then, Charlie? What was your motivation?
I find people on here extremely interesting.
So do I. Look at that. We got one thing in common. I think that's the first thing we found.
Yeah, we are as guinea pigs. Is that it, right? Space Cowboy fanboy. Are we your guinea pigs? Need to practice a game, or is that it?
That's what I'm thinking. He could be practicing, and I'm sure like in other crowds, like this routine would work for sure. I mean,
are you asking me?
I mean, I'll acknowledge you got a good soft street,
I'm gonna
routine going down.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys, as I have been honest with you guys, but I ask that you don't feel insulted by what I'm about to say, or if you do, I guess you can mute me and whatever. I find what in my view is people who have an incorrect view about something that's very basic about reality. I find that to be by itself not interesting, because there are things which I have been wrong about. I'm wrong about a lot of things all the time, right? So that in and of itself isn't what's interesting to me. What's interesting to me is that typically when I have an opinion about a subject, I am aware of my lack of understanding of that subject, and therefore I don't go around making assertive claims about it. What I find super fascinating about this group is the combination of what I perceive to be ignorance, but also arrogance about this subject.
Ignorance, huh? What's your academic level?
I have a master's in computer science and engineering.
Sure. You don't sound old enough to have a bachelor's.
I'm 29.
Well, then I'm about right, aren't I?
You think 29-year-olds don't have bachelor's degrees?
Not a lot of them. Some may.
How old do you think you typically are supposed to be for a bachelor's degree?
Well, it depends on if you go to college straight out of high school.
Yeah.
Or if you take a year off.
Wait.
Okay, let's say you take a year off.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to what he was talking about. You guys I totally forgot what it was, but what you just accused us of is you. I mean, I just don't know if you realize, like, I would go back and rewind that and say, if you are a person who in any way, is interested in self-reflection, rewind, 20 minutes after the hour on the live stream and think and ask yourself, I'm not asking you to do it for if you're interested in personal growth, intellectual growth, and so on, rewind that and say, honestly to yourself, not to tell anyone else, is there any part of that applies to me?
Dandelion, I don't presume to be exempt from that.
Say it to the man in the mirror. I
don't presume to be everything that I accuse people of. I never assume, oh, I'm not like that. Never ever do I do that.
So
And honestly,
you are like.
Honestly,
Because you just said
it terrifies
that you're sure
me.
that we're wrong. Okay, Space Cowboy, what makes you sure that we're wrong
Charlie,
about
please.
reality? Tell me, Charlie, I'm sorry, I called you Space Cowboy. I can change it to something else if you want. Anyway, I changed your name. I didn't do the first one.
I mean, how about you give me a funny role, but change my name back to Charlie, just so that because it causes confusion.
So many funny roles. Have you not checked your roles lately?
Oh, I haven't.
Not just me. Oh yes, other people have been giving me. I only gave you 3.
Okay, that's fine. You can add as many as you like. But look, the only reason why I asked my name to be changed back is because it causes confusion. That's it. Because sometimes people are like,
I know.
Oh, elf with a huge penis. What do you think about this? And I'm just clueless because I don't know that they're talking about me.
I know, because you don't know it changed. I understand. I'll change it back to Charlie if you answer my question honestly, which now I can't remember what it was. Does anyone remember what it was?
You asked me what makes me think that I'm so sure.
Oh, what makes you so sure that we are wrong about reality? Because that was your claim, was that you like to hang around with people who it's not interesting for you if they're wrong about reality. No, this is a key Glober psychology.
Ignorance and arrogance.
You right back. They get really upset when we're certain, and we're certain because we've done the measurements, because we've done the work ourselves. Because we've tested this model in the real world, which you have not done. So that's where you call it arrogance. I just call it certainty, because we're not attached to that model. It's not meaningful to us. We're not invested in it. I mean, some of us have careers where that's kind of pushed, because it's pushed everywhere. I mean, pretty much all of us, if you don't have a career where it's pushed in some way that you can't necessarily go out there and shout it from the rooftops. Some of our friends do, like you, apparently you're familiar with Witsit and so on, which is perfectly fine. But, we aren't invested in it personally. We were at one time, like years ago when you first start to realize, oh boy, like, when I first started doing my research, which was for a term paper when I was getting my master's, that's why I started researching Flat Earth, Charlie, is because I wanted to be just like you. And I wanted to show those students, but the job of it. I wanted to show them, that was the assignment, write a term paper of how you would show students their misconceptions about the flat earth, because that was popular at that time in 2016. The tequila, whatever, B.O.B., all these, pop culture people were on Twitter saying the earth is flat. So that's going to be just like you, Charlie. Difference between me and you is I actually allowed myself to try to be objective and investigate, is there anything to this claim? So I ended up where I am today. So that is what you call arrogance. I call confidence. It's something that you have when you're not living in the point of cognitive dissonance, where you have to try to defend something that's not even your thing. You didn't research this globe model and make it up and tell everyone this is how it works. You can't even tell what the best evidence is. Should be at the top of your head if you're so sure. 99.99999. But you can't give me one piece of proof. It should be very easy for you to prove the globe to me. You haven't done it yet. So
I provided the evidence.
I'll change your name back to Charlie. Okay, if you provided it, it should be easy for you to just on the top of your head, just.
Oh, you did not.
3 proofs. That's 3 proofs. He said he already did it. So repeat it.
I provided the evidences, but you just don't accept them. Anyway, I have one question. Can you change my name to a Y? Charlie with a Y, the Space Cowboy?
No.
Charlie, the Space Cowboy with a Y? Oh, come on.
No.
Somebody else.
It's with a Y, not with an I.
Charlie
How about I just take away your name altogether?
That's the best. Yeah, I'll change it to a Y if you give me your top 3. If you're a person who has a master's degree, you should have learned how to put your thoughts more concisely. You should be able to give me 1, 2, 3 points. Best proof of the globe in 30 seconds. Go.
So the strongest evidence for the Earth being a globe for me are the hours and hours and hours of 4K footage that we have from space of the planet. Number 2, I would have to say. Off the top of my head, I don't actually know if this is number 2, but this is just what's coming to mind. Is the experiment it's not an actual scientific experiment. It was just sort of like a backyard experiment for the amateurs collaboratively did, where they measured the angle of the sun on the Earth, right? And then finally, what was the Greek experiment?
3 seconds. Greek experiment. That's your number 3. Got it. Okay, I'm gonna put this in.
Aristophanes.
Aristophanes.
It wasn't an experiment.
Oh, come on, change my name to Charlie
He
with a Y. You can be Charlie the Space Cowboy. That's
You
fine.
answered me. I am going to do that. Yep, just a minute.
I
I'm
can bust
putting
all
your
3 of them
3 points there in the
without
voice
thought.
text so we keep track of them. I'll
Yeah.
even tag you. So if anyone tells you didn't do it, you can say I actually did do it. Here we go. So number 1, hours and hours of 4K footage of globe. 2, measurements of the angle of sun on the Earth, and 3, Eratosthenes. Does that sound about right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean, I have more evidences for it. I can go on naming them.
Not one of them are evidence. Any one of us can walk you through how they are not.
I mean, So I agree that certain evidences are shitty and certain evidences are good, but they are
Those aren't evidences.
So
you can't even make a logical inference from TV. You can't verify anything you see on the boob tube. The sticks takes too many assumptions. He couldn't accurately measure a stadia. The guy couldn't tell time accurately. He didn't know where high noon was. He made the mistake of believing Alexander and Cyrene were on the same longitude and latitude. They're not. We know they're not. And then he assumed that the shadow, if all those other assumptions were true, the the angle of it would be equal to 1/50th of the radius of a sphere. If Earth was a sphere, light was parallel, and he could accurately measure all that shit, but he couldn't do any of it.
I'm okay with you taking that interpretation from it. I'm not trying to convince you, as I said.
It's not
you
an
guys are asking,
interpretation.
why do
I'm critiquing it.
Okay.
And I'm not the only one who critiques it.
And
most of the intelligent world knows that he made too many assumptions, and we obviously, how do you think we figured out quite a few of them were wrong? People critique it.
All of that also is if the guy even really existed, there's a good chance that he's just a myth. Was it Wells or was it Sticks and Shadows? I mean, who is this freaking guy? Like,
so I have a question.
So how are we ignorant, Charlie? How? We just explained the whole story to you. How is it that we are ignorant then?
Can I ask my question before I answer that one?
Well, you
or how about I
ignorant?
No, just go ahead. Don't make it long and dry it out, Charlie. Just ask it.
Okay, so my question is, so you guys believe in planets, right? And when you look at planets up with a telescope,
did we say that?
You don't believe in planets?
And you're going to say you see a sphere when you look through a monoscopic view, denying that the fact that you need a stereoscopic view to see in 3 dimensions.
I mean, when you play a video game that's in 3D, you're seeing it through a
You're
flat
using
monitor.
2 eyes. When you look through a monoscope, telescope, monocular view, you're not using 2 eyes. You don't have 3 dimensions. You can't judge depth.
Right, but your TV screen is 2-dimensional, and just because you're seeing it with 2 eyes, you're just seeing the same image twice, right?
The projection isn't.
If I get 2 telescopes, would that change your mind? And I put them side by side, so you can put 1 eye in each.
What type of telescope do you own, Charlie?
I actually don't have any telescopes myself.
I mean, you act like we can get an amateur telescope and we can see what they show us, the images.
My father-in-law has a telescope.
I'll tell you. Listen, I live in the country. I probably got 15 grand in telescopes right now. I've been watching stars since I was a Cub Scout. I've never seen a rotating ball in the sky through a telescope. My Orion Galaxy Quest 10-inch reflector, man, it's like $9,000, and it still isn't that much better of a view than the one that only cost $1,500.
So
you don't see the images NASA shows you.
I had a specific question about, in particular, Saturn, but I guess it applies to all the other planets. So why is it a problem that what you see in your cheap backyard telescope is not what NASA's super expensive telescope?
Well, here's the problem. You tell us we see balls in the sky, right? And we live on a ball, and we're looking for the evidence right here on Earth of the similarity between what we see in the sky and what we live on. God's capable. But there's no similarities. For us to say we see a bunch of circles in the sky, we should live on a circle, that we should see evidence that we live on a damn sphere.
I agree. It's not a good. I agree that we see balls in the sky, therefore we must be in a ball is not an ironclad argument.
We don't see balls in the sky.
No, it's not.
We don't see balls in the sky.
Okay, wait. You don't see balls in the sky? What are you talking about?
No.
We just covered the 3D view. Go get you a good telescope and take a look for yourself, Charlie. My kid was mad at me when I made him look through my best one, because none of them, not even Venus on its closest path. look like any image NASA ever gives you.
Okay, that's fine. Can we talk about Saturn? I mean, Rodwen, you just took a picture of Saturn. Okay, so what do you think that is then? If it's not a sphere with a ring clearly going behind it,
it always looks exactly the same.
Right.
Yeah, I'd like to see the image.
Telescope?
I'd like to see the image you're talking about. I don't like to make statements on stuff I'm ignorant to.
Yeah, Charlie is trying to beg the question.
So let's see the image
behind.
So you're right. It could be circles. The Martos, the one you posted. It could be circles or it could be spheres, right? But the reason I bring up Saturn,
this is an
in particular, is because it allegedly has a ring going behind it, right?
Yeah, that's what you're begging the question that it's going behind it, right?
That picture right there I posted.
You're assuming it. There's no way you can ever prove this, Charlie. So, okay, we're not going with your narrative.
Yeah,
what? I'm not making a claim.
Can I ask you a question? Why is it you go to the sky to prove the shape of what you live on? Through assertion.
I don't.
Inference. Everything you do is about the heavenly bodies that we see above.
So
somehow they prove a sphere.
So you think that video from the sky?
Don't put words in my mouth.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you if you're inferring that. If you're implying that.
Inferring what?
I'm asking you if you're implying that video from space counts into that.
It does. Can we verify, test, or repeat video from space? Is it an empirical scientific evidence?
Yes, it is.
That's the question. No, it's not, because we can't repeat it, we can't test it, and we can't experiment on it.
Yeah, we can repeat it.
Okay, go to space and repeat it for me then.
Well, I don't have the money for it.
Well,
but
there you
we
go.
As a society can. And we have.
No, listen, there is no we. We're all individuals. The average man cannot question anything they say. It's unfalsifiable to us.
Right.
So therefore, it's not science.
But the fact that the average man can't afford to put a rocket in space doesn't mean there isn't space.
Listen, Elon Musk can't even give the proof to make it 100% absolution.
What would that look like for you?
It'd show the entire fucking trip. There wouldn't be no cutoff.
I guarantee you that when the moment comes where they actually show footage, uninterrupted 4K footage
make
from
checks
the
with your mouth. Your ass can't cash.
You will find an excuse. You will find a way out.
You're a true believer. You're the religious believer here,
Yeah.
Charlie. So just let it be known, August 5th, 2021, maybe sometime in the future, not going to be anytime soon, maybe 10, 20 years down the line, you'll think, gosh, I was the religious believer back then on August 5th, 2021.
He's got faith.
I know you can't see it now. He's got faith. I know he believes in these guys.
Yeah.
And he doesn't even see
Someday
how
you'll
it's not
see.
science. He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
Hey, someday you'll see. We'll show you, and you'll be judged for your sins, you unrighteous man. NASA's right. They said so.
Oh, I don't believe you.
That's right. That's what he just said. It's like, yeah, one day you'll go to heaven and you'll see when you're on Mars. It's so funny. I mean, it's just hilarious. He's like a parody of himself. I'm sorry. I won't go on. I'm trying to be nice to you, Charlie. I'm doing my best.
No, that's okay. I was
How do you have gas pressure? How do you have gas pressure without a container there, Charlie?
Oh God, we're moving on to that.
Medium, how can the let's do it. Why not? New topic. How can
right.
the medium outer space even exist in the way claimed?
Okay, so what is a container, right? You have to ask yourself for that. What does that container effectively do?
A physical barrier that contains things.
Well, it depends what you mean by physical barrier that contains things, right?
No, physical is well defined and used in proper context.
As everyday, you are correct. But in terms of physics, it has a more sinister definition than that.
Well,
it is.
Gas pressure is force over surface area. The walls of your container.
I mean, are you going to let me...
You get surface area from a non-existent, non-physical wall?
Battle Monitor, can I please speak uninterrupted?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Can I please speak uninterrupted? Because you're just fucking bullhorning
we went through this one. We went through this one once before now, didn't we, Charlie?
I mean, again, I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm not trying to convince anybody here. You guys are asking me what I think, and I'm trying to tell you what I think. And so don't fucking come at me after you ask me to tell you what I think.
Listen,
I asked you. I'll give you a
calm
minute.
down,
Start
kid.
talking.
Cool your nuts. Put them in an ice water or something. Don't be cursing me out. Cool?
Absolutely, I agree.
I haven't started cursing you.
Okay.
Tell us how you can have gas pressure without a container. How does the fantasy medium outer space exist? Go.
Okay. So what a container is is a force on molecules. Ultimately, what a container, like if I take a water bottle, okay, and I put water in it, what is keeping the water molecules from leaving the container? Okay, well, the container, in this case, glass, my piece of glass here, it's a lattice, right? Meaning there are molecules of silica arranged in a solid way. And when the molecule of water gets close enough to it, there is a repellent force that keeps it from going through. And that force is mostly electromagnetic. Okay? Like, it's electromagnetism that keeps things from going through each other. Some people argue that it's quantum mechanics. I tend to not think so, but whatever. So ultimately, it's just a force that's pushing the molecules back. That also happens over greater distances when you look at the Earth as a sphere. So there is gravity, which acts over a distance, over a less distance, right? So the air in the atmosphere just tends to go down via that force. So you can think of what the container is to be the gravity. Because a container, all it really provides is a force to keep a fluid in.
Okay, we got a minute and 20 seconds of
You know what?
time.
That's called container theory. It's metaphysics.
You have to demonstrate, how this force, this force is going to do that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You can't demonstrate that. You have no cause and effect relationship. Experiment to prove gravity, and we don't even know which gravity you're invoking, Einsteinian or Newtonian.
Einsteinian, although one is a.
So the warping of space-time due to matter can attract the matter of the gas. Can you define matter?
I mean, again, I'm not trying to argue with you here. You guys are asking me what I think about this, and I'm just telling you.
I know.
If you want me to elaborate, I can.
Just about it. It's metaphysics. You do know what metaphysics is, right? It's a theory. And it's not even a scientific theory because you can't demonstrate it. It's not backed by experimentation.
Hold on. You think that general relativity cannot be backed up by experimentation? Is that what you just said?
Or I'm talking about container theory. The container theory of space. It's metaphysics. And it isn't backed by any experimentation. Neither is special relativity.
Well, I disagree with you, but that's okay.
Show me the warp into space-time.
Sure. So if you look at
demonstration, please.
For sure. So for example, general relativity can predict the precession of the orbit of Mercury.
That's not what I said. We can predict the precession of that. Yeah. It's a post-diction because we watched it for thousands of fucking years.
Okay, there are other predictions that it makes and that we see, right? So the shift in, for example, background stars near the sun, that is a prediction that general relativity made. It took years to verify that. That is an actual prediction that was made.
It's not a verification. It's a theory. You can't demonstrate it. I asked for a simple demonstration.
You're right. I don't think the average person can demonstrate.
I don't think anybody can.
I disagree.
The only thing you can do is point at the sky and say that light should be behind that other light, but we see it and it's this way because I assert it. You can't demonstrate it.
No, okay,
just like you can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container. You can assert that the air on Earth is uncontained, and you could say the atmosphere, but you can't demonstrate it. You can't prove it.
Battlemon, if two stars are always the same distance apart when we look at them at the sky, except I haven't even finished.
I know, but it's a theory.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't demonstrate that. We can't set it up in an experiment and come up with an dependent variable and manipulate any of the variables. We can't science that.
You can actually, just because you don't understand it doesn't
No, you can't. There'd be metaphysics, dude. It's all of that shit in the sky is philosophy. It's just you need to accept it. I know what it is. Yeah.
I mean, that's
if
okay.
you want to
Look,
go down
I'm
the
not
GR,
going to convince you.
if you want to go
I'm not
the
going to convince.
observation rabbit hole, man, let's do that.
Oh wait, 007, you're here.
That's a good joke, man.
Indio, I have something to tell you. You're correct. You can't just take Snell's law, apply calculus, and apply it to a continuous medium. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
You have changed my mind on that.
Okay. So go DM Bislin and tell him. And Mick West. Because I know both how they do their little calculation for refraction. Other than, like, it has serious problems. I mean, outside, even if what I posted wasn't true, the way they're doing it has just problems, man. Mick West is specifically garbage. Bislin used a different method, which is, actually Bislin came up with his own little method. But I mean, whatever. I mean, that's neither here nor there. I mean, I posted a bunch of shit on refraction when I couldn't talk. Published papers, right? Of them saying it remains a puzzle, an enigma. We can't make predictions. Like, we don't know what's going on. Plenty of papers when they've gone out and tested it. They've tried to make models, so I can give you citations to that where they actually went out. The Geodetic Survey went out. Other surveyors in Greece went out. They did 2-frequency LiDAR and tried to test and measure the displacement of objects, and make models from the data. It can't be done.
But my understanding of the difficulty is that there are just so many things to keep track of. Right, like the variance in the indices of refraction, for example, is so wild in an atmosphere, right? Because you have areas where it's denser, areas where it's not, areas that are composed of different gases, different temperatures. It's just difficult to track. But the fundamentals, to my understanding, are perfectly described by QED. QED is the best theory that we have for it, quantum electrodynamics. But it's just too complicated. The limitation is practical, not theoretical.
The limitation is practical, not theoretical. That remains to be seen.
Is that a
if you can't test
theory?
it, listen. So the definition of pseudoscience is claims that cannot be falsified by experiment. So if you're sitting here making claims that my model, we have a model out there and it predicts we're going to see X, Y, Z, but you can't actually go test this in the real world, then it's just a pseudoscientific claim.
I disagree.
That's all there is to it. You can disagree all you want. That's the definition of pseudoscience. Coined by Karl Popper freaking 100 years ago.
I mean, you understand that definitions fluctuate, right? And that they're constructs. Some more correct.
I mean, this is even on Wikipedia, so this is still the modern definition of pseudoscience.
And you
claims or theories that cannot be falsified by experiment. If you can't do the experiment, is it science? Can you do science without experiment?
I mean, it's sort of implied there that these experiments are not testable in theory, not in practice. There's a difference, right? Like, if I ask, is it possible to have 10 billion cars on planet Earth? Just because we don't have 10 billion cars on planet Earth doesn't mean that it's not possible to do it. We can't test it, right? Because it's just not practically feasible. But there's no theoretical limit as to why we can't do it.
Okay, but we're talking about science, right? Is 10 billion cars on Earth a scientific claim?
Sure. Why not?
So science is supposed to be empirical and
well, I'm trying to demonstrate to you that
to just imagine things.
I'm trying to demonstrate to you that something can be practically impossible, but theoretically possible.
But that's not my problem. That's your problem.
This is not the theoretical server.
This isn't my problem. You're claiming objective truth, and I'm not. You're claiming this is objective truth, that this happens, and you're basing your existential reality on it. I'm not.
It depends what you mean by objective truth, right? I've admitted that I'm not 100% sure of this. So to me, objectivity is up to a degree. It's not 100% certain. When I say something is objectively true, I mean I'm 99.9999% that is certain. I'm not 100%
based on no information. Great, thank you.
If we can't do the experiment, what's the difference between that and faith?
I'm just just wondering
What's the
how
difference
you
between
got.
the claim and faith? I mean, like,
We can't do
this
it
is
in
just what I
practice or
want
in
to know.
theory.
What do you mean in theory? Listen, what is theory?
Yeah,
Is theory real world? Is that imagination?
It's real world. Like I can't in
Oh.
practice build a rocket and go to space because I don't have the resources to do it. But there's nothing that is physically preventing me from doing so.
Yeah, it is. The second law of thermodynamics is preventing you.
Fucking funny. Oh, that's pretty funny. Listen. You're talking. Listen, you're trying to use like a personal anecdote. We're talking about in the general case. Okay.
Right.
So
I'm
if you
trying
can
to use a
theoretically
personal
think of
anecdote
something,
to
I
explain
can
to you.
theoretically think that I can jump over the Empire State Building, and practically I can't do it, but theoretically in my mind I can.
No, you can't in theory do it. You have a limit as to how much energy you can get out of the muscles in your body. Right? And the energy required is far less than the energy required to beat the height of the Empire State Building. See, this is what I
We could just do
mean.
what you did earlier. You could just appeal to the future. Maybe in the future they'll have enough energy.
Maybe maybe we'll come up with a certain type of steroids or some synthetic type of ATP where we can actually exert more energy out of our muscles and jump over the Empire State Building. But because I can't practically do the test now because this synthetic form of ATP has not been invented, doesn't mean I can't theoretically do it in the future. This is you, man.
That is not what I mean when I say in theory.
Oh my God.
Listen, a theory is a mental construct. They don't exist in the physical world.
I disagree.
Just because you construct something in your mind, okay, give me a jar of theory.
Many things are in theory possible that are also practically possible.
Welcome to the Glover Twilight Zone.
You really think theories are physical?
They can be.
Once again,
I'm not talking about theories. I'm talking about when, like, what I mean when people say, "Oh, X is possible in theory, but it's not possible in practice." That means something. That has an actual meaning, right? And I don't think it's very clear what that meaning is.
Have you guys found a claim yet?
Again, I'm not trying to convince anybody here.
Well, I think you're trying to convince yourself.
I just check 1 2. Can you guys hear me? Anyone wants to talk? I see people are joining. Ildico's in here. See a couple of VC verifieds. You guys want to talk about it, or you want to listen to more? I was just pausing it at that point, about this theory idea. If you guys were listening, it's not a theory idea. I mean, this is a standard kind of globy guy that was saying, hey, a theory means this. I can draw it on a chalkboard, so it's conceptual. But
I was listening to it.
There's no way I can actually represent that in the physical world. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying, me and my girlfriend were listening to it. We were laughing our asses off. That shit is so funny.
It's so dumb, isn't it? It's just
dude, it's crazy. It's crazy, the cognitive dissonance, dude.
Like they just they pull shit out of their ass to make try to confirm their beliefs when they have no physical evidence for it.
Dude, he contradicted his own self in like a minute and 20-second time, like 3 times.
Yeah, this is a video that I captured from this room.
Yeah.
That I thought it was a good conversation with India. You heard it anyway.
Yeah, it is good. It's just like he just doesn't give up, and like the desperation in his voice to make sure you guys don't like disconnect him is so weird, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I can't imagine ever being when I used to believe in the globe, and I wouldn't give two shits about this, like, flat Earth chat room or anything. You know what I mean?
Well, I remember being in high school, and when my biology teacher started talking about evolution, I was like, no, that's not the way God created the world.
Right? You know what I mean?
But I was already, I was already a Christian, so I was like, I'm not even going to get into that now, but.
Yeah, I feel you,
But
though.
as
I
far
know.
as
I
like
never believed
the
in that shit
created
either.
world, the way that, it never freaking connected with me. The way that they were teaching it in school,
Yeah.
that their creation story doesn't line up with logic.
Yeah. I used to always think.
No matter what I knew about logic when I was 15 years old, and they didn't even teach logic to me in high school, but I guess it was ingrained in me. I was just like, no, you're just making a story.
Right.
So that's their creation story.
I know.
And it doesn't make any sense, and they have no physical evidence for it.
I know, dude.
Zero.
So sad.
Yeah, the evolution story, they have no physical evidence at all for it.
It's crazy. This guy was one of the better ones, though. I think, like, he was just entertaining to listen to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he wasn't an asshole. He's been it's paused. I mean, there's still more to go. I just wanted to pause it there because I saw some people jumping in, and I thought that other people want to. We can listen to more, and then
Yeah. Did he keep going?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
All right. Cool. Yeah, I can resume.
Cool. Thank you. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to get some other people's opinions what's going on. But anyway, yeah, I can resume it. All right. Yeah, man.
And learn and take some notes, especially when hearing and listening to somebody who is just constantly lying to themselves, talking in a circle.
Dude, this is his belief. I really
Right.
think this dude believes this. So it's not like he believes it a certain way, and that's what it is.
No, yeah, it's not his fault. He was just raised in believing that way.
Sure, and we deal with that every day. It's not a big thing.
Multiple times a day, huh?
Yeah. So anyway, let me see if I can get this back going on. I didn't mean to interrupt if you guys were really into it or whatever.
No worries, nah, dude. Like, I was hoping that we can talk to some Globers.
I know,
well,
right?
I mean, it's kind of it's freaking Saturday morning. I mean, it's really slow right now, so that's why I'm playing. I have this video, and there's another video I have queued to play after this. So anyway, go ahead.
Oh,
thank you.
Theo, I wanted to mention earlier. I was talking to a friend of mine, and I wanted to get his opinion about something. And I was looking for the video and seeing that the video was missing. And because I was talking to Glaflo, and I want to just say I appreciate, because I'm pretty sure that I had informed him of information, and then I'm sure that he communicated with all the other golds and mods and everybody that's part of the community and removed the video. And I just wanted to say thank you, and I appreciate it.
Cool, man. We do the best we can here. This is all voluntary work here that we do here on the server and on even on the YouTube chats and stuff. Nobody's making any money off of this. We're doing this as an information platform. We're doing this as a free service.
Right.
Because
Sure.
we care about humanity.
Yeah. I understand. Yeah, I do too. So.
But hey, message me anytime if there's some information you need. If you just message me. It might take me a minute to get back to you. I mean, it just depends on if I'm in the mood or if I get the message. In a certain. Yeah, you can message me anytime.
I sent you a friend request too.
Well, I mean, on Discord, the friend request that's not anything.
I understand.
If you send me a message on Facebook, I'll get that shit immediately because, I fuck around with Facebook just to get. That's where you get the best memes. But anyway, I'm gonna resume this talk. You guys
All
ready?
right.
Or I'm gonna resume the video of the talk.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Actually, which I don't think you are.
I think you're right about that, EXO.
Point out real quick, you didn't answer Roger's question from 20 minutes ago. Like, why are we ignorant? Why do you think we're ignorant?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's self-apparent, but I can restate it. So the reason why I think that you're ignorant is because the notion that the Earth is flat is an archaic, debunked notion.
Spoken right off Wikipedia. Unbelievable. What a fucking robot. Unbelievable.
I
Mm-hmm.
know, isn't that funny? That's like what you see on the YouTube videos too. It's like,
time.
oh, I think you're ignorant because I can recite
This
something that's been thrown in front of my face
Great,
500
great
times in
job.
the last year.
Robot.
I know how to recite passages from Wikipedia. That's why you're ignorant. Is that your best evidence for our ignorance?
Wait, that's in Wikipedia?
Archaic perception.
Dude,
Let's put
underneath every single Flat Earth YouTube video, if you mention Flat Earth in any video on YouTube, you'll get a little banner on the bottom that says, it's a debunk thing from Wikipedia. That says,
So I can't use the word debunked?
Yeah, bullshit.
I mean, okay, fuck it. Even if I was reciting it from there, I share that opinion
The
anyway.
globe Earth is what's been debunked, my brother.
Well, that's the point. Is that you're saying so you're saying the whole world depends on an archaic idea. The entire world experiences a flat stationary plane, so the whole world experiences this archaic idea.
What?
Yes.
Everybody on Earth experiences.
idea.
Yeah, everybody on Earth right now.
Yeah.
Is only experiencing a flat and stationary Earth. I guess
Right.
You're
Watch
just
this,
here
Sonny.
denying all reality on all your senses.
Charlie,
Sonny.
watch this, Charlie. Watch. You'll admit right now that you don't know where you can experience the Earth curvature. You can't tell me when I can begin to see it.
So, what theory on shape is an archaic? Aristoteles?
Bro, you asked
That
me a
one's
question
not
why I
archaic.
think
No,
you're
that's
ignorant, and I did.
Oh my
Your
God.
number 2 and 3 best proofs of the
Archaic?
flat of the globe are archaic. Guess that
Yeah,
makes
what
you
about
ignorant
Aristotle?
there, Charlie.
Yeah. How about the Copernican principle? Is that
What about
archaic?
that? Yeah, what about that?
I don't recall what that is. What is that?
Oh my gosh. Why is
Welcome to
this
Flat
number
Earth.
still here?
You don't know what the Copernican principle is? Come on.
I'm sorry, my memory isn't perfect. I apologize.
I think he has to remember back to 1500.
Listen, guy. All I got is a bachelor's, but I have a photographic memory. You got a master's and you can't memorize and repeat shit?
I highly doubt that.
It must have been my military service that put me ahead of you then.
Yeah, Charlie's never been in the military. Have you, Charlie?
You're just book smart. You don't know anything about application.
I'm an engineer, so you're wrong about that.
Well, if it's true, we share that in common. So cool. You're a computer engineer. There's a difference. I'm
What type
mechanical.
You're a mechanical engineer.
Yes.
Really?
So listen, Charlie.
Hold on. We're a
we went
mechanical
through this
engineer?
before. Let's
Hold on.
Let's
get into this.
not-
Great. You're a
not
mechanical
sword
engineer?
fight.
My best friend is also a mechanical engineer, and he shares a ton of stuff with me.
Cool.
Can you tell me what a stress tensor is?
Yes. But do I need to? No,
Yes.
because I said we're not. Listen, we're not going to wave dicks.
You're
I didn't
already
need-
waving dicks when you brought up credentials.
I'm not.
Okay, all I'm doing is doing the same thing to you. What is a tensor?
That's what Charlie's all about. Anyway.
You
I didn't wave my diploma until you did. Okay, so let's go.
Who cares about your
said I'm an
diploma?
engineer.
That's exactly what Charlie wants. To wave around papers in the air.
He's the one who did it. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh man. You provided no proof, and you claim to us that nothing's objectively true, and you're 99% of something that cannot be apparent, is not observed, not measured, or
Charlie,
in any way.
No, hold on. He laughed at me and was like, "What is your highest degree of education?" And I just told him.
Stop it. Stop it.
I am doing the same thing he did to me.
We got it.
No, actually, I didn't ask you any questions about your career. I just left it as it was.
No, you're right, and I'm doing that because
now
that
you
is what
want
you're
me to
saying.
give.
So, Charlie, in reality, when can you experience the curvature? Charlie, do you know anybody, Charlie, who can tell you how high you have to go to see the curvature of the Earth?
What do you mean by experience it? Like feel it?
Hey, oh my goodness! Wow, that's amazing. I said, see, how high do I have to go to begin to see the curvature of the Earth on your fantasy model or in reality?
I mean, with the naked eye, it's you can see
answer.
it.
Still guessing. Yeah, you're guessing. Right in your imagination right now, you can't even find an answer, Charlie. Isn't that amazing?
There is nothing wrong with suspending judgment. Let me think about this.
This is amazing. I love these people.
I think it's funny you're going to critique my profession by vector, but hey.
So you can see it
You don't have a, Charlie, you don't have a claim. You don't have a claim, Charlie.
So
he does. Everything he says is implicit. Let's read again. Let's go back to his quote. Let's look up the definition.
To me, the favorite.
Watch, Sonny. He's gonna tell a lie now. When can we see the curvature of the Earth again?
To me, the favorite evidence for it is the.
There we have it. Thanks for your answer. Okay, wrong again. Glover's wrong again.
You don't even have a claim, bruh. That's how easy this is. No claim.
Yeah, I mean, because
we are. We're archaic, and you don't even
the
have
favorite
a claim.
one for me is the Rocket Man 4K video where you could see it for hours and hours and hours, just like
so zero. Still no claim. Still no claim. I'm looking for an altitude. How high do I have to go? You still don't have a claim.
Where is it? How high?
You're archaic, Sonny. He doesn't even have a claim, but you're archaic. Thanks, guys.
No, I don't think he's archaic. I think he has an archaic belief, but I don't think he is archaic.
That's funny because you're the one talking about beliefs. I didn't talk about. I'm not talking about beliefs.
How are you going to feel when your belief becomes archaic, Charlie? How would you feel if
I'm okay with that.
20 years from? Oh, okay, cool. Well, you don't seem like you do not seem open-minded
I have had.
all. You do not seem to be able to step outside of the model and even consider that it's wrong. When that is the hallmark of a mathematical or scientific model, it's supposed to predict or answer questions about reality. When it fails to do that, you discard the model and create a new one. However, this model is being clung to despite all evidence to the contrary in a completely illogical way. It should have been discarded long ago, error upon error upon error, based on this alleged radius of 3,959 miles. How do you think they originally got that number, which they based all of this mathematics on? I would challenge you to read the book, what's that one? Kings Dethroned. Read that book and come back and tell us what you think about that, since you're so into math. I'll find a link for you that you can either listen to the audiobook for free or read the PDF for you for free. But anyway, how do you think they got that radius value?
By basic trigonometry. Anyway, so BattleMod, you just
hold on. How would they do that?
I don't recall off the top of my head. Do I really need to memorize everything, all that's always happened, to be able to
I love how
answer
you
within a couple of seconds? I'm not superhuman, okay? And to answer your first question before you asked 3, I do not presume that I don't currently have archaic beliefs, and the reason I don't presume it now is because I have beliefs. I used to have beliefs that I don't hold anymore that I now think are archaic, and I think it's possible that the same is true. Oh God.
No, I really want to know, because you don't seem to be able to change your mind on anything. I want to name one.
I used to be extremely religious. Right, I used to be.
Still are. You just replaced it with a new religion. Newsflash.
Okay. Because we're just playing words now.
How would they use trigonometry to measure the radius? Explain to me how that would be done. If you're an engineer, that shouldn't be hard for you to just think about and figure it out. Angles. You have to have 2 sides in an angle, or 3 sides, or 2 angles in a side. Which ones do they use for that?
Well, first of all, do you accept trigonometry? Because not everybody does.
Come on.
Not everybody does. It's an honest question.
No, mathematics is a legitimate tool, but it has to. So
the assumptions need to be true, right?
The term measure. It wouldn't be a measurement. It would be a calculation if you have to calculate it through trigonometry. That calculation still needs to be verified as far as its validity. Because you could assume a circumference around the Earth at the equator. But if you're assuming that it's a ball instead of flat, and it's indeed flat, you're going to come up with a radius when there is none. So it's not a measurement, but you can calculate an estimation based off of presumptions, but it still has to be verified.
Right. Would it be correct for you? Like, do you agree with the following statement? Any true assumptions fed into a calculation will always yield a true statement.
I object. It's an oxymoron to say, what did you say? True presumptions?
Yes.
It's an oxymoron. Who uses terminology like that? They're two different things, opposite things. True and assumption are two opposite things.
No, they're not opposite.
Basically, you're saying
you can assume something that is true, and you can assume something that is untrue.
If you guess and you guess right, you'd be able to verify it somehow. Is that kind of what you're saying?
No. I'm asking you, like, if I measure my height, for example, I'm like 5'9", okay? If I measure my height, and then I measure, I don't know, I calculate what the length of the shadow would be if I hold a light bulb at a certain position from me, right? Does what come out of the trigonometry, is it true? Is it accurate? If my initial measurements are accurate.
5'9", you're a tiny man. It's true.
Yeah, if you can get out an actual tape measure and verify that your calculation was right, then yeah, it was correct.
No. Before you measure the shadow.
Where's the assumption? Because you have a known height.
The assumption.
A known shadow length.
Yes. Yep. No. Listen, this is the experiment.
Listen, angle of the shadow is dictated by the angle of the light source. This is what he's covering.
And the height of the object, right?
Yes, but it's most relative to the distance to the light source.
If I have
Charlie, don't get in such a hurry that when other people are talking, you run them over. And the rest of us, could we please go one at a time, Charlie, please?
If the height is accurate, if my height is accurate, and the angle of the light is accurate, will the calculated shadow length always be accurate?
The unit of measure will always be accurate when it's measurable, yes. Show us your SI unit, your physical measurement.
You can measure distances in meters, and you can measure angles in radians. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Then we'll accept your shadow angle.
The unit of measurement that you use is irrespective of the real world length, right? It doesn't matter what units you use. As long as you do all the conversions
inside the atmosphere, sure.
Hold on. I'm talking about a very simple experiment. If I tell you how tall I am, and I tell you where a light source is, you should be able to calculate the length of my shadow.
We know where it's leading, Charlie. You're trying to use something we can physically verify to prove something you cannot physically verify.
No. All I'm trying to get you to accept is that trigonometry is true. That's it.
No, I don't think anybody here said trigonometry isn't true.
Well, I'm trying to get you to say that it is true.
Yeah. I guess I gave it to you. I didn't
say it wasn't.
Look, I said it's a useful tool, and it can get you true results. Yes, but you don't know if it's a true result unless you can actually verify it.
Sure, but you know that if the inputs you feed it and that the model that you have is accurate, then the output has to be correct.
That's why I covered what he's saying. He's referring to physical measurement.
Hold on, Lunatic.
If it's a non-physical measurement, we're going.
Lunatic, can you answer my question?
Arc minutes or any other theoretical concept, then it's not even an approximation. So,
I mean, I'm pretty much in agreement with what Beto. What's your question to me now?
Right, because we have an apparent position to the sun, but not an actual position to the sun. We see where it appears to be, right? Aberration of light, moving objects.
My question to you, Lunatic, is if I put you in a big room,
it's
and
lunatic.
we know your height, and then lunatic, if we put you in a room and then we know your height, and I put a light, like a lamp, right?
We already answered it.
We know the height of the lamp, and we know that the ground is flat. You should be able to calculate what the length of the shadow will be.
You know all these things. Now, when you start to blow it up to something like trying to prove Earth curvature, you're going to have to presume things that you don't know. Like
correct.
You just said, you know that the room has a flat floor, right?
Correct.
Well, so we knew this. Now, when you're going to the Earth, we're not going to know that.
Right. But my listen. The only thing that I'm trying to draw out from you is that if there is an error, the error is in the assumptions, but it's not in the math. Like the math is math. As long as we follow the rules of math, the math outputs what it says it is.
It's just a mathematical object.
If we feed it bad things,
just like the question,
the math will give us bad outputs. But if we give the math good inputs, it'll give us a good output, regardless of whether or not we go and measure it later.
I think you might be confused with planar trigonometry and spherical trigonometry.
No, I'm not confused.
You've just described planar trigonometry, where the floor is level, and that is the real trigonometry that we use to determine angles. But you seem to think that the word trigonometry implies spherical.
No, trigonometry implies trigonometry. I just want you to say trigonometry is correct. That's all I want you to say right now so that I can move on to my other point.
It's correct. And so is Euclidean geometry, which is planar.
Excellent. Okay.
Do you know the difference between Euclidean and non-Euclidean?
Of course I do. Euclidean geometry, to me, is best approximated by a flat metric tensor.
Like what we experience.
No, we don't experience... Well, you're right. As humans, as everyday humans, we experience a flat metric. However, because we're intelligent and we can build systems that can make measurements that any single individual human would never be able to make, we know that that is not the case.
It's just a mathematical object, though, right, Charlie?
Yeah. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. Like,
it does. It's an abstract construct of man. So you're trying to take abstracts, add them together, and build concrete reality. I just want to point that out.
Yeah, to make predictions. Yes, that is what we do when we use math. That is literally what is going on. That is what happens when you use a stress tensor to model how strong a material is.
I know what
an abstract concept
is.
I don't think you do because you posted
capabilities. It is. It's just a mathematical construct. It could be a cube, and I can measure every vector and every stress that goes in any vector. For load-bearing capability.
What is the order of a stress tensor of a typical material? Of a real-world
material? How does it apply to your point?
I'm trying to demonstrate that you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm not letting you obfuscate from the point. I want you to bring it home because it's become redundant.
I'm trying. Okay,
you repeated the same question 3 freaking times, bro. Can you just get to
I'm answering your point that I'm taking an abstract thing and then I'm making concrete predictions from it.
We concede that
is literally what we do.
Trigonometry, when using real world values, can be considered to be true. Yes, will be always.
What is wrong with taking an abstract concept and making predictions from it?
Is it abstract concrete?
Okay, well, we're just word salading now.
Listen,
I know we are, but I already answered this question. I said you're building out of abstracts. You're trying to put 2 abstracts together and make a concrete reality. So I've already answered this.
Jesus.
No, like it's okay to do that, but you can't. Without verifying it, you can't then take that as a truth and then compile it with another assumption and keep doing that, because that's what your globe model has done. You've got these things piled one on top of the next on top of the next, and none of this stuff can be verified ever.
Yes, and there are faults to that, because if there is an error in one of the assumption ladders, it'll produce errors all around, and we do observe that. But people don't assert that all of these assumptions are known or even extremely accurate.
Michio Kaku seems to disagree with you. You know who he is, right? Of
course I do.
All right, well, he's quoted saying that in cosmology, I'm sure if you watch the chat, someone will post it, the quote right away if you want to read it verbatim. But he's on a show, too, that you could watch where he says that normally in science, if you're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, that's terrible, and you have to throw it away. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, typically.
If we're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, we call that horrible. We say something's wrong with the theory. We're off by a factor of 10. However, in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. That's a 1 with 120 zeros after it. It's the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
Yep.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, applied within the context of what he's talking about. Yes, I'm okay with that.
What he's talking about?
He's talking about the cosmological constant disaster, is my assumption, because that's the only one that I know is off by a factor of 10 to the 120.
That's a problem. Literally called the cosmological constant problem, and you don't think it's a problem?
Yep.
I mean, it's a problem. It's not a problem with my epistemology, if that's what you're implying.
Yeah, because you're 99.9999% sure of something that is 99.999999 wrong.
First of all, the theory that makes that prediction that is off by that much has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. That is all about quantum mechanics, which I thought you guys agreed was true.
Sorry, how are Spaceballs made? Gravity, right?
How are Spaceballs made?
Yeah, they're made with gravity, right?
Planets, moons, stars.
Oh, planets? Yeah, sure. Gravity.
Yeah, gravity. So this is illustrating the problem that gravity doesn't work, and you're saying it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
No, that's not what.
Yeah,
that's what the cosmological constant problem is a difference between. Hold on, you're mistaken about that. The cosmological constant problem is a difference between the predicted value of the vacuum energy that quantum field theory predicts and what we actually measure when we go out and look at the sky. That is what the cosmological constant problem is.
So what is the problem with the quantum field theory? Is it out? Because he said it's a cosmological crisis, not a quantum field theory crisis.
Yeah, so Albert Einstein introduced the lambda term that you see in his equations. That is the cosmological constant, and I think that's how it's being tied into gravity. So he put it in to account for a static universe, meaning a universe that, I mean, if you think about it, right? If gravity is true, then all the planets eventually should attract each other, and the universe should eventually just be like a crunched up mess, right? But that isn't what is true. So he added it in to have a universe where all the planets are basically the same distance apart from each other all the time. He called it his biggest blunder. It turns out that once we looked at the sky, we noticed that the galaxies were actually moving away from each other. And so people added that term back in. That term corresponds to vacuum energy, meaning like actual space, even when there's quote unquote nothing in it, should still have some energy in it. What's interesting about this is that quantum mechanics, and by extension quantum field theory, predicts that empty space actually does have some energy in it. So in that sense, it agrees with the theory. The problem is that when you do the calculations in quantum field theory and compare it to what we actually see, the difference is massive. Orders and orders and orders of magnitude difference.
Right, I get that. But the problem is that if energy is matter and matter is energy, and it can't be created or destroyed, only transformed, how could there be energy from nothing?
So the first law of thermodynamics, which you just quoted, the law of conservation of energy, isn't actually true.
What?
Oh, so it's not a law then.
I mean, people call it a law, but again, words are just words. It doesn't hold in all contexts.
Like in outer space, it's not true.
At
So
cosmological scale, it's not true.
sometimes words don't mean things. Sometimes they do. We could switch back and forth in a subjective reality. Like
It's true here where we're standing, but in outer space, it's not true.
So the law of conservation of energy, in fact, any conservation laws where you have like a conserved quantity, like momentum or energy, they all come from what's called symmetries. There's a symmetry in the system. In this case,
how can you have a finite amount of gases? How is it? Can you explain?
What?
How is it possible to have a finite space containing gases? What is required?
Okay.
To contain gases in a finite space.
Do you have cans of soda in your home?
No, I don't drink soda. What's your point?
Okay, but you can envision you buying like a LaCroix or whatever.
No, I'm not going to envision anything. I'm asking you.
Okay, I mean, if you can't, I'm trying to answer your question. If you're not accepting the answer, then I can't answer your question.
Sonny, you know what a can of soda is, right?
Yes, I do.
You've opened one before, right?
Yes, I have.
Okay, carry on.
Okay.
And
the amount of gas that is in your soda does not change from today to tomorrow.
Until you open it?
Because of the container, right?
Sure. Because it's pressurized.
What happens when you open it?
Sure, the gas escapes because it's pressurized and it's under higher pressure inside than the outside.
How do we measure gas pressure?
Sorry, bro. You know the claim that the fifth law of thermodynamics isn't true. Can I get you to cite the source for that?
Sure. So, do you have a physicist that you like or trust?
Make shit up.
No.
That shit
I'm
is
asking you
like
about
me.
how do you measure gas pressure?
Hold on, Hank Hill asked me a question. He asked me, how do I know that the first law
Hank
does no
Rump is what I asked you, so just stick to the plot,
I'm
bro.
sorry.
How do you measure gas pressure?
Sorry, bro. Please.
Okay, so to answer your question, Hank Hill, these are all my sources. Anyway, moving on to Sunny. How do I measure pressure? Pressure is force per unit area. There are many different ways to measure that.
What does that unit area mean? What does that mean?
It means a reference area.
Do you mean like pounds per square inch or centimeter squared per centimeter square? I mean, is that what you're talking about?
Centimeter square is a unit of area, sure.
Yeah, so how do you measure unit area?
You don't measure unit area. You measure force per unit area, which is different.
So
it's distinct.
Can you measure force per unit area without a container?
Sure you can.
How?
When you step on a scale, that's what you're doing.
Oh my God! And
There
I'm
is a
talking about
force
gas
distributed.
pressure, bro.
There,
I'm not talking about stepping on a fucking scale. See
okay,
how
then ask your
retarded you get?
question precisely.
Gas pressure without a container. Show it now.
Show you a gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, demonstration of this.
I can't.
Okay, so
You need a container.
does anyone else need any more of this globe doctrine? Because I'm kind of tired of it.
No, it's driving me nuts.
You want to continue talking to him, it's fine, but he's just a religious turd, man. Literally.
No, well, he's just said exactly the fundamental point that you can't have that pressure without the container, right?
Yep.
I mean, are you just going to mute me every time I say something that threatens your worldview?
You're not threatening my worldview. You know what? Reality is on my side. I don't have anything to worry about.
So the whole point about the gas pressure, and container thing is, my point is that the gravity is acting as the container.
Oh my God, you're an asshole. What the fuck is gravity?
Hey, Neil. Can you hear me, Neil?
I can fucking hear you, Helio. I come on Saturday just to talk to you, and I get this fucking numpty dipshit.
Neil, that's a replay from a previous video. We were just playing because there's not a lot of people here. Nobody's talking, so I was replaying a video.
I'm going fucking nuts on nobody.
Yes, that's why I wanted to jump in and say something. I heard you because I was listening to.
Why are they allowing this shit? Kick this fuck out.
Well, we can't. Well, he may already be gone. He's not coming back. But this is just a replay, Neil.
Yeah,
when you join, make sure that you look in the live stream voice text. Scroll up a little bit. Make sure that you're actually listening to a live conversation. Look who's in here. If everybody's muted, and it says Flat Earth Music Bot. Listen. When you jump in, listen. Come on, Neil. When you listen, when you jump in, if you see Flat Earth Music Bot lit up, that's a replay. We're playing videos because it's slow. It's slow on Saturday morning. You know, come on, man.
Now I can realize that. I'm like, the guy's name is Flat Earth Bot. Why the fuck is he talking about old heliocentric bullshit?
No, there was dead air, so we're just playing some old videos that we have.
Hey, you know what happened to me yesterday on fucking Nathan's show?
Oh shit! What happened?
I'm working, right? So I went to put it on YouTube, right? So I could go in a chat, but I never put it on. So I'm on the show, and all of a sudden I'm like wondering why is Nathan not fucking flipping out? Somebody's stewing and eating on a live show. So I start saying, who the fuck is chewing? And they're like, hello, nurse. You know, they're making fun of me now. They're like, do you smell burnt toast? I'm like, you're telling me you don't hear this fucking shit going on. They're like, no. And it goes on for about 5 minutes, and then I realize my wife's fucking mukbang was on in the background. So I'm hearing it and nobody else is.
Hey man, that shit happens sometimes, man. You never know, when you're like feeding back, or hot micing, or all kinds of shit happens when you're online, when you get up.
What's going on with you, man? How you been?
I've been all right, man. Just it's the weekend. I woke up about midnight, and I just put out when I woke up. I was listening to Bong Sao. He's in Sydney. You know who Bong is, right?
Yeah.
He had a really good conversation with a few people for a few hours, and I stopped the stream and put that up as a kind of a special. I call it the Bong Show.
Nice.
You remember the Gong Show?
Of
course, right? So this is the Bong Show. So I'm trying to get him to like, hey man, you should have a Bong Show every Friday, which is Friday night, Saturday morning for us, because he's in Sydney,
Right.
There's little traffic and not a lot of trolls. It's just be a bunch of flat earthers just talking shit. So anyway, check that video out.
Yeah, I'll check it.
Yeah,
The sad thing is, every show with these ballers is a Bong Show.
No, I get that, but I'm just saying, the talk that Bong, it was Glant Flobe and Northern Rebellion. There was a really good talk. Truth Prevails. There was a lot of people on there just like speaking their mind, and there wasn't a lot of Globers in there, and so it was a lot of people. It was really good.
Hey, I'll give it a listen in a while. What's your thoughts on this Ukraine shit?
I have zero thoughts on it, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell to believe. You know what it is? I don't know what the hell to believe anymore. Who the fuck knows what's going on? We live in a world where freaking psychopaths are running it. So you don't know what.
I have one, and I just posted it on Facebook a couple hours ago. No, about an hour ago. Here it is. It's in Livestream voice text right now. I don't know if you're looking at the.
I support the current thing.
No, I don't.
What is that?
No, well, that's the that character in the middle there. That's the NPCs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a joke. It's an NPC. I support the current thing because they watch the media and in social media, and they watch the news and shit, and it's just like, oh, and they put all their colors.
The only thing I will say is I work for a guy. His name is Dragon. That's his real name. That's what they named themselves. The kid was telling me, because I was working with his nephew also. I'm like, how do you have an uncle named Dragon? He's like, I have 3 uncles named Dragon. Because they come from that Ukrainian area. I'm like, all right.
Somebody named Dragon?
Yeah, that's Dragan, not Dragon. Dragon.
Dragon. Oh, it probably has a roll the R. Dragon.
Yeah, it's a popular name in that Bolshevik area there.
Or Dragon.
Dragon.
Yeah.
Dragon.
Yeah.
So he tells me he's got family there and they're trying to get out there. I said, is that shit really going on? He's like, yeah. I'm like, because I don't know what to believe with the fucking media. So that's the only proof I got is,
Yeah,
My
it's
boss
hard to
is
say.
family. So
To be honest, it's hard to say, man. I mean, we're not over there. Shit. I mean, with 9/11, oh, it suddenly happened over here, but then
yeah, that's just my
no,
point.
that was all bullshit. So it's like,
Okay, give me a second. I'll be right back.
what you doing, Jamsy? I heard you pipe up. Opinion about how to pronounce Lagon. Don't say nothing. And resume that talk that was going on. Neil's not going to be back for a minute. Might as well.
Incorrect. Because you can demonstrate how simple that doesn't work by creating a slight low pressure in your lungs, and you can actually suck air up and away from the ground when breathing in. Or if you use a straw and you create a slight low pressure in your mouth, you can actually suck fluids up, out, vertical, so meaning away from the gravity attraction of the earth. And that's a slight pressure difference in your mouth. So if gravity was said to be this container, firstly, you're talking about a Newtonian type of gravity, something pulling towards a center. And in that Newtonian model, it's distance dependent. So you would have the strongest gravity toward the center. And as you get further away from that point, the gravity would weaken. So if I can pull water away with a slight low pressure in my mouth at ground level where the gravity would be strongest, then any moisture or air in the atmosphere would start to fill the available volume that it has available to it. It's not about us sucking. It's about gas moving to fill the available volume so we can then calculate the pressure inside the container.
I agree, and that's why the atmosphere goes so high up in the air, because gravity needs a lot more distance to act as a container.
Ridiculous.
No, but you understand, you
proof.
cannot have the gas pressure without the container. And you acknowledge this at least twice.
Right. I mean, I think the disagreement here is that you're not accepting my statement that
no, it's that you need a physical container to contain gases.
The gases don't care whether or not it's physical. They care about a force.
Listen, you're out of your league here, man. You're completely out of it.
So is that force stronger? Is that force stronger at ground level or up in the sky where you magically think it becomes a container? Why is it not containing at various levels closer towards where the gravitational attraction would be stronger?
I mean, the pressure is greater closer to the center. My whole point is that
the pressure is.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, you go, Sonny.
And what about water vapor?
What about it?
Yeah, it goes up.
All gases expand to fill the available volume of their container. And if there is an infinite container, then you would have almost zero gas pressure everywhere. That's including on Earth, on all the stars and all the planets everywhere, because if space is this homogeneous substance and it's at such an incredible low pressure, everything wants to always equilibrate.
Mm-hmm.
And like I've explained, the gravitational attraction would be the strongest at the ground, and it wouldn't suddenly become a container where the air particles would actually be so thinned and refined, because you agree that the pressure's greater at the surface and then goes up, getting exponentially less. So at that point where it's exponentially less,
there's not a point.
The particles are so far spread out per cubic feet that the pressure is almost a zero. It's 0, and then some decimal places. At that point, you think somehow the gas can contain gas.
It's not a point. It's a gradient. I actually didn't know that it was exponentially decreasing. Although I guess that would make sense.
Have you heard of the Kármán line? Have you heard of the Kármán line?
Of the what?
Kármán line. I guess that was the answer to my question.
Common light?
Kármán line. The Kármán line.
The supposed line where space begins, which you were saying wasn't a point, that it's a gradient. But we have this said fictitious dotted line that we place in the middle of air, and we call that the Kármán line. And it's the fictitious boundary where supposedly space begins. Now, due to ionospheric bouncing, we know that we're definitely bouncing a signal off of something physical, because signals don't bounce off of air. So the signal travels all the way through the denser air, and then at some point where the air particles are so sparse, the signal turns 180 degrees and travels back down to the earth. That only occurs on a physical, tangible container, which must be there for us to have gas pressure here in the first place. Otherwise, the gas pressure here would equilibrate with the environment there to find its equilibrium.
Hold on. So you don't think electromagnetic signals bounce off of gases?
You think they do?
Yes, they do. Or at least they can. Like, there's nothing about a gas that says they can't. They can do a bunch of sort of things.
Can you provide any citation of any signal ever being bounced off of air? And I'm not talking about in a chamber where you've significantly ionized a certain particle field and you can create some kind of warped reality where you can assume that it can almost represent something physical, but not really, because you've excited the molecule.
So you agree that under certain conditions you can bounce it off of a gas? Not necessarily air, maybe, right? But a gas, it's possible. Yeah?
Out of potentially certain ionized gases that are at pressure, yes. At the low pressure where that zone is, no.
What do you think is the cause for a light beam or an EM beam being reflected? Like, what is the underlying mechanism?
All of them are line of sight, and it's off of a physical object. Same with radar, same with sonar. It has to bounce off of a physical object and return back to the receiver.
Okay, so I understand what you mean by physical in everyday life, right? But can we get a little bit more precise?
Why would sonar be there if the signal bounced off air?
Okay. Is water a physical object?
Can you answer my question? Why would sonar be used to find physical, tangible objects if signals bounced off air?
So the signals definitely bounce off water.
Wouldn't you get a misleading signal if you could bounce signals off air?
Under certain conditions, you can definitely bounce signals off of gases.
Off of really compressed, pressurized, ionized gases in a chamber, yes, you can create certain conditions.
Yeah. But ideal gases, that's the word you're looking for.
Thanks.
Ideal. Do ideal gases exist in the atmosphere becomes the next question.
Yeah, and at that altitude, where the particles are so spread out that they're almost not colliding, drop so significantly. There's almost no pressure. So there is just more nothingness between very sparse molecules So the signal bounced through all the densely packed air molecules down by the surface without reflecting. But as soon as they reach a zone where the particles are less densely packed together, it suddenly turns around and goes back. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because are you familiar with the ionosphere?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what cosmic rays are?
It's ionized.
I mean, do you deny its existence?
Electrically charged. I didn't hear anybody deny anything.
Which is why I'm asking. Do you I'm not assuming
you asked to it. You're trying to infer something. Nobody did. What?
Yes, and I inferred it, and I'm double checking by asking BattleMod. Okay.
That's what we've been discussing. Ionospheric bounds.
Ion what? Skywave propagation.
Okay, so flat Earth solar. Do you agree that the ionosphere is there, or do you disagree that it exists?
How that can be spherical?
Okay, who cares what shape it is? It could be. Let's assume the Earth is flat for a second.
No, who is saying that? What are you saying now? That it's ionosphere, it's spherical. How we do know that?
Oh God, this shape does not matter for this. Do you flat Earth solar? Do you agree that there is a layer? Who cares what the shape is?
Do you remember what we've just been discussing? Do you remember what we've just been discussing? That they do bounce signals off of this region where your molecules are meant to be so sparse and the pressure so low. And the only way that signals really bounce off of objects is if it's an object. And it can return that signal back to its origin point without scattering it.
There are plenty of non-solid objects that you can bounce off signals off.
You can also travel through some solid objects.
Really?
Yes.
Like what?
Electromagnetic waves. You're saying that does your Wi-Fi work in your house?
Yeah, you're right.
There's an absorption rate and a reflection rate for every. It depends on wavelength strength and intensity.
You are absolutely correct.
And the ionosphere is full of ionized particles. Yes, they attach to gas particles, but they're also physical particles.
But sparse. So one particle per so many cubic kilometers. So if they are ionized, great. But you've got, imagine a visual with 100 little balls packed in a little cube versus a cube with one ball in it. And you're telling me you can bounce your signal off one ionized ball.
The ionosphere does not have one particle per cubic kilometer. You're just wrong about that. Much larger than that.
Higher, you mean?
Higher, yes. You know what I meant.
I do, Charlie. That's why I helped you out.
I'm just glad you conceded on the fact that you need a container to have gas pressure and that you were quite adamant about it. Yeah, great. That's what I say. I'm really excited that you conceded on that. And maybe later on, it'll dawn on you that we're breathing pressurized gas, and container has to be something physical, like an open container that I can hold water in, or a closed container that I can hold gas in.
So, are you familiar with sulfur hexafluoride?
Yeah. Can I say something before you guys continue? When I came back, I was pleasantly pleased that you picked Flat Earth Solar to talk to. You know why? Because it seems you're a decent kid, man, or a decent guy. I don't care what others think. A lot of us here are passionate and assholes. But you picked the right guy to have a normal, civil conversation with. And I appreciate the fact that everybody else is letting you guys do it. So cheers to everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Get fucked.
So, like, I agree that needs a container, right? But it totally depends on what your definition of container is. And I think in order to get away from semantic arguments like that, we should really look at, okay, what is the job that the so-called container is actually doing, right? And to me, it would seem that that job is applying a force so as to keep particles within a certain volume. Yeah? And gravity does the same job. So
That's a peculiar way to describe how your cup would hold water. But you're welcome to try and do mental gymnastics to make the concept of a container become ambiguous.
Okay, great. Then you describe to me.
Or my definition. What you're describing is an explanation. Then everyone will have different explanations based on their language, based on subtext, based on semantics. Everyone will have a different explanation. And that's why there's this little important thing called a definition. And then when you look at the definition, for a container, you will see it is usually a physical substance. And if you're going to hold pressurized gas, it's certainly not mediocre in its containment strength. It's usually a really hardcore steel. And your sodium hexafluoride that you were going to describe to me would be brought to the demonstration in a sealed container. Then you'd pour it probably into, let me guess, you're thinking of a fish tank, right? So you probably pour sodium hexafluoride into an open glass container called a fish tank, which is capable of holding liquids. And then because sodium hexafluoride is more dense, it's going to settle. And you're going to be able to drop objects into this terrarium or fish tank filled with a more dense gas, showing you exactly that the object you dropped is not attracted to the earth because of gravitation, and that it's actually a density relationship to what surrounds it that's either going to cause a downward vector or a floating or an upward vector. So you're going to demonstrate a density relationship using a sealed container.
Why up or down? Why not sideways?
And a more dense gas.
Why up or down? Why not sideways?
What did I miss about what you were going to tell me about sodium hexafluoride?
Why up or down? Why not sideways?
You took
gases move in all directions. Gases move in all directions. There's
right, but when you have a density tower, right, they organize in the up or down direction.
Yeah. Why not sideways? Have you ever seen anything fall sideways?
Yeah, I wanted to cover that. And the density tower is contained in a manner where there's only up and down.
Okay, hold on. So if you can create a density tower with gases, right?
Displacement. So there can be sideways movement in the density tower due to displacement. So, I mean, you're just technically wrong about that.
Right. I'm asking why don't they separate sideways as opposed to why do they separate up or down?
They can. As a denser object tries to rise and a less dense tries to fall, they can be parted and go side to side. Well,
right, but that's only momentarily. In equilibrium, they will settle vertically. Like if you wait long enough.
There's still 4 vectors. Up, down, and side to side.
But hold on, I want to come back to a specific point about sulfur hexafluoride. If you have sulfur hexafluoride and you interface it with, I don't know, air or another gas, it doesn't really matter, right? They're vertical to each other, and there is something that's keeping the gas below and another gas above. In a similar manner,
only for a period of time.
Okay, so in a similar manner, you can have water in like a glass, right? So can you explain to me the micro description of what happens when a water molecule is heading towards the edge of a glass? How does the glass stop it from going through the glass?
How did we get from discussing gases and closed containers to water droplets?
Because they're both fluids.
On the inside of a container.
Metaphysics.
They behave like fluids.
It isn't always contained. Listen, if we're talking about a glass it isn't always contained. It can pass through the glass due to condensation and differentials in temperature.
You're mistaken about that. Condensation does not get the liquid outside of it. That's not what condensation is. Condensation happens when the gas outside is cooled enough for it to condense. But
Are we talking about liquids or gases? Yeah.
Well, right now I'm talking. The question I want to focus on, and I can go back to the silver hexafluoride thing just fine.
Seems,
it's just that
yeah. What
every
is
time you speak, you
gas?
make like 10 points. So I like to stick to one at a time.
What
So
does
I want
the
to know.
ideal gas have in common with our atmosphere? That's the problem I have with everybody who always goes to hexafluoride.
Battlemon.
It doesn't exist in nature.
Battlemon. So if you have a glass of water, okay, what? And I'm tracing a molecule of water. Okay, it's bouncing around, and then it's heading towards the wall of the glass container. What happens such that it doesn't go through the glass container?
Oh my gosh.
He's trying to grandstand. Give him a break.
I mean, I can tell you what I think happens.
Surface tension. What?
But it seems like you just don't accept my explanation.
It's here. That's great. That's great.
Well, you're going to say what? The attraction of the water to the water keeps it contained.
No. It doesn't.
The physicality of the glass.
It's not the physicality of the glass. The glass. Jesus.
Glass. The density.
No. It's that the glass has protons and electrons, and that the water molecules also has protons and electrons. But in particular, the electrons are really what do the most work. Right.
Fantastic.
The electrons in the water molecule repel the electrons in the glass molecules, right?
No.
And you accept electromagnetism, right? There is a repelling force between like charges.
Do you believe in math, you guys? Do you believe in math?
Hold on. Do you not believe that like charges repel?
Do you not believe it?
Do you not accept it?
Do you know how many times you said believe? And you were telling us that you gave up religion.
Do you accept that like charges repel?
Just go back to believe, man. That's more honest.
Yeah. We know
where you are. Relevance?
Okay, because I'm trying to explain to you that what a container ultimately does is just apply a force to the gas such that it remains within a certain volume. That's all a container is. And so if you can accept that description of it, I can show you how a glass with water in it does exactly that.
Gas pressure is the energy or force exerted on the walls of a container. How do you have the gas pressure without a container, man? Stop playing stupid games. You sound dumb.
Witsit. How do water molecules get contained in a glass container? I have a water molecule. It's traveling towards the edge of the container. What does the container do to keep the water molecule inside of it?
It's a physical barrier. It's a physical barrier, so it contains.
No, that's not what happens. It's not a physical barrier, so it contains.
So what's it? This guy's already acknowledged 3 times that you can't have gas pressure without a container, and he's agreed emphatically. But yet he thinks the container is just gravity and some outer layer of molecules, which are the less dense.
Flat Earth solar. What do you think happens when 2 water molecules collide?
How
do you think they're like 2 marbles that click and like 2 billiard balls?
Stop! You sound dumb. If I let gas out at the surface level where gravity supposedly is strong because it goes in all directions, how is this?
Okay, you're just reciting something. Can you answer my question?
Listen,
because it's stupid.
It's not matter. It's a great question to ask. What happens when 2 water molecules hit each other?
It's a state of matter. Well, they combine. It's not really water until 2 molecules combine.
You think 2 molecules of water combine?
Water and gases don't really.
No, not that they combine one to the other.
Okay, fine. Let's switch to gases. I guess we can't talk about fluids in general. So
you should understand. Okay, so when you
it's all states of matter. 2 molecules of water. Okay. They come close, and they collide, and then they grow apart. What is that collision? Hold on. The collision. What is actually going on under the hood when I say they collide? My understanding is the electrons. Hold on. My understanding is the electrons on the electrons on the water molecules repel because like charges repel, and there are a lot more electrons than protons, right? And so they have this repelling force And when they get really close to each other, that repelling force is extremely large. And so they fly apart.
Listen, hold on. Solids contain liquids and gases just because of the one is loosely bound and the other is more closely bound at the molecular level. So a solid is tighter in molecular structure than a liquid. It can't flow through it.
You're right.
I mean, it's a dumbass question.
No, it's not a dumbass question.
Absolutely. It does when we're talking about Earth in the atmosphere and containment of the gases.
All right, Battlemont.
So,
what happens?
So in an open system, gas is free to move omnidirectional, is it not?
All right, sorry, I have to go. My wife is here, but I'll come back.
Oh, yeah.
That's cool, Charlie.
That's
I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
questionable.
I'll reset your name for you.
He can't let his wife catch him talking to flat earthers. She just pulled him in the driveway. He's like, shit, I gotta go.
Highly sus. Sounds like he's about 19 or something.
I know. 29 with a master's degree, but I gotta ask why solids contain liquids.
I could have guessed sideways. The wife gets home. Who the hell are you talking to? You know, like, oh, a bunch of flat earthers. No. I think it probably happens a lot to these guys.
He would never tell her the truth, but yet he spends hours on here, whoever the hell he is.
I want to tell Witsit good job for dealing with a good stop over last night.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no.
Thanks, I guess.
Yeah, dude. I was watching the whole time. I'm like, they remind me like the DNR, the park rangers, right? They've got a federal jurisdiction, like, so they can give you a ticket anywhere in the United States. Those guys tend to have a bigger chip on their shoulder.
Yeah.
The younger dude was the superior officer, right? So, and he obviously had a chip on his shoulder, and you were poking at him. The other guy, I think you were right.
Let me explain. An inorganic substance.
Let you explain.
An inorganic substance doesn't have life, but an organic compound.
Does organic substance have life?
Yeah, it has cellular.
Oh, it does. So fucking
it has
methane
cellular
has
organization.
life.
What
so
are cells?
Methane has life.
What are cells?
Really?
Cells.
So
okay.
fucking methane has life.
What is bacterium? It's a unicellular organism. It's a unicellular organism.
I'll tell you what, clown fuck of a moron. How do you get a single ribose DNA base from its constituent parts, please? Chemical reaction right fucking now.
That's what I just asked him.
Hydrogen, ammonia, methane, water.
That's not a chemical reaction.
Yes, it is. Literally look up the Stanley.
We want the reaction. Elephant hurling fallacy. Give us the reaction, fucktard, in the second law of thermodynamics concept. I want the T, right?
Yeah, you're well. Okay, get a flask.
Get a flask. Fuck off.
Get a
what
spark.
Is delta G?
Yeah, spark the flask.
What is delta G? You're talking about Stanley Miller?
Yes.
Are you fucking kidding
you're talking
me?
about the Miller experiment.
Yeah, Stanley Miller.
What was the purity? What was the purity of what he got?
He literally got amino acids. He synthesized amino acids.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
They reanalyzed the flask, you dummy. They reanalyzed the flask.
What?
Looks like I'm not. Go ahead, take over. I'm not putting up with this shit.
What did you say about the flask?
They reanalyzed this flask something like 40 years later.
Yeah, and what does that prove? He synthesized amino acids.
He didn't synthesize anything.
Yes, he did. 13 of the 22 amino acids had chirality. They were left-handed. That's what life uses. They use left-handed amino acids, not right-handed ones.
You're a fucking moron. No, they didn't. What are the amino acids they come up with?
Bro, 13.
Bro, what are the amino acids?
Wikipedia article, QE. He read the Wikipedia article.
What are the amino acids they come up with?
I'm literally telling you the basics of
You ain't telling me shit. I knew fucking Stanley Miller and fucking... I know more about Stanley Miller yesterday. I forgot more than you know now.
Okay, then object to what I said. Object to what I said then.
Object to what you said. You haven't answered my question about the fucking DNA.
You did. You said
give me a single nucleoside. I bet you don't even know what a nucleoside is. What's a nucleoside?
You didn't even ask. You didn't even ask about
yes, I did.
What's the codon?
Now, what's a nucleoside, number one, and then show how a nucleoside can be formed naturally from its constituent parts, and I want it in a delta G context. Show it now.
Nucleotides just compose DNA
No,
and
I
RNA.
didn't say nucleotides, motherfucker. I said nucleoside. What's a nucleoside?
Are you gonna be nice?
What's a nucleoside, you clown fuck?
Okay, if you're gonna talk like that, then I don't know
I'll
why
tell
we
you
should
what,
continue.
you're fucking done. You're a clown fuck show.
Why do you talk like that? You
You're
don't need to talk.
a fucking pretender clown.
Huey,
What?
he said diffraction and refraction are the same thing. Yeah.
In the context of a boat disappearing over a horizon, yeah,
How
they're used interchangeably.
How is diffraction?
Anyways,
what is the tell us? No. Anyways,
What
how
is
does-
your
what does
objection to the
diffraction have to do with the
Stanley Urey
horizon?
experiment?
Oh.
What is
So
your
our
objection?
topic is flat Earth side. We're going back to the horizon and the diffraction.
So
refraction.
tell me how diffraction.
I didn't get my
how
answer for
diffraction
abiogenesis.
interacts with the horizon. How it causes it.
I didn't get my answer for abiogenesis.
There is no abiogenesis. It's a fairy tale. What are the odds of a single protein? How much time does it take to a single protein to form by chance?
Protein? He can't get.
No.
Hold on.
I just want the answer.
Single protein? He can't even get fucking alpha. What's an alpha amino acid? You can't even get an alpha. Just one alpha amino acid. Just one naturally. What is an alpha amino acid there, son? You clown fuck. You're finished.
Oh, I don't even know when I'm muted or not because you guys keep muting me. I don't know.
I don't even know now. Appeal to muting. You're a fucking clown.
Yeah, because you mute me every second.
I didn't mute you. I don't even know who you are.
I muted you, Sai, because you kept trying to talk about abiogenesis. We were going back to the horizon. Now we're back to abiogenesis again. You've been unmuted for quite some time. You wasted your time complaining about it. I'm the moderator. Answer his question.
Fuck, he didn't even know what abiogenesis was.
Yes, I did. I literally summarized it.
No, you didn't. You said inorganic. We ain't going back over it. So
is non-living matter. If it's inorganic,
no,
then
it's not. You're a fucking moron. Of the 500 amino acids known, dipshit, 23 of them are alpha amino acids. All life requires and exclusively uses the 20 essential alpha amino acids. I want you to
those are
check
left-handed
the source.
ones.
Shut your fucking
That's what
mouth.
chirality is.
You're fucking done. I'm tired of fucking over talking you. You're a pretender clown numpty dipshit. You didn't know what abiogenesis was, just at a basic fundamental level. What else did he know? What did you ask him, Indio?
Indio was trying to go back to his earlier claim, which was that refraction and diffraction are the same. That there's no
I thought he had another. Nah, before we got to
I don't know what his other question.
I asked him how ribose is made outside of nature.
Mm-hmm.
I asked for the chemical reaction to make ribose outside of an organic body. Inorganic chemical reaction. I know there is.
Yeah, that's why he didn't provide it. So good question, man. I didn't hear that fully.
Well, without ribose, you got nothing, right? Really, you got nothing.
Well, without a knower, you got nothing. I wasn't gonna go there.
I mean, there's like 50 parts where if you don't have it, you don't have anything, and you can't make any of them.
No, they're all uphill react. He didn't even know what a nucleoside was. He went right to nucleotide. That's where I busted his dumb ass.
Is he still here?
And when I said Delta G, I'll bet you that motherfucker thinks Delta G's a disco band from the 70s. I'll bet he does. Don't you?
He's here.
What's Delta G?
I'm gonna give him a little advice. Go on YouTube, type in James Tour. It's got a 10-part series on abiogenesis. He's the most cited synthetic chemist in the world.
Destroyed him, by the way.
No, go look at his reputation today.
Oh, Professor Dave? He doesn't even know the law of thermodynamics.
Listen, go clown, dude. Go. He answered Dave's little video, okay? In detail, with the actual chemical reactions. James Tour is cited something like 130,000 times. Yeah, dude. He's considered one of the top 3 chemists in the last 100 years. So, I'll put him up against Professor Dave any day.
He went up against Professor Dave. We don't need James Tour. I destroyed his dumb ass. He doesn't know what the second law of thermodynamics is. He doesn't know what delta G is. The exact question I asked this fucking idiot. What's delta G? What is... Oh, you've had plenty of time. You've had like 5 minutes to look this shit up. What is delta G, fuckwit?
Listen, I'm here to discuss abiogenesis.
Fuck you. You don't even know what abiogenesis is. You already showed that. Post cited definition of abiogenesis right now. You're not coming off mute. Right fucking now. I need a citation. Abiogenesis. Right now. I'll guarantee it's not what you just said. Guarantee it. Because I know it.
What's up, ZYX? We can have a new member. You can talk to him until this guy gets you a citation.
Yep. Okay.
Yo, ZYX. You got a mic? Yeah, I'm muted. Well, let me know whenever you get a mic, alright? Alright.
I got to give that guy the fake Prof. Dave cultist role, so that's really fun.
So the video I posted there, Clown Shoe, that is the direct refutation of the Uri Miller. They retested the flask. The thing was contaminated. Sorry. Game over.
It was over before he started. It was Uri Miller.
Yeah,
He's
I know. And like, I was trying to explain the diffraction limit with him, and he tried to say refraction and diffraction are the same thing.
Yeah, they sure sound like it. Same word.
Yeah, and then I read the definition to him, and then he just keeps saying it. He just like, in the context we're using it in, he like if he says it 7 times, it becomes true.
Dude, do you want to comment about that? I actually want to hear that, man. That refraction and diffraction are the same thing. What's diffraction? Sorry.
I want to know what diffraction has to do with the horizon.
Must be a little slit in the horizon, man. Wave is breaking. Yo, Sai.
Oh, I didn't know I was unmuted. Yeah?
Yeah.
What does diffraction have to do with the horizon? In the context we were talking about it, what context was I talking about diffraction in? And how is it related to refraction?
We were talking about boats disappearing in the distance, and all I said was that they can be was that diffraction and refraction can be used interchangeably in that conversation.
No, they can't. No, they
I said that individually they're different concepts, but in that conversation,
they can't be used interchangeably. They have nothing to do with each other. Diffraction is the inability to... No, they don't.
They're related.
No, they're not. They're not even remotely related.
Yeah, the diffraction is just when like any frequency or wave sort of like reaches
waves either, you fucking clown.
What? That's what diffraction is. Like a frequency or a
they're
wave.
Not waves. That we'll get off the beaten path, Indio. Just go ahead. He's a
look.
How is it not waves?
I'm going to explain it to you like it has wave-like behavior, but it's not made of waves. Anyway.
I didn't say it was made of waves. I just said waves. Why are you assuming that?
So listen.
What?
Listen.
That is how it's defined.
If I stick a rock in a river, right, they'll be awake at the edges of the rock. Right? I'm trying to
There'll
explain
be
to you
what?
by analogy. Awake around the edges of a rock. If I stick a rock in a moving river and it's sticking partially out of the river, or if I stick something in with a bunch of holes in it, you'll get these interference patterns, right? This is diffraction. Now, it can happen along an edge, or it happens when light passes through a narrow aperture. So the narrow aperture of like your eye or a camera, right? If the angle displacing two waves is too narrow, you can't differentiate 2 points of light. This is a diffraction limit. So 2 points of light, and I used the headlight analogy. So
You can
headlights
measure.
in a car. No, you can't. It's unresolvable.
You said
Called
you
the
can't.
diffraction limit. It's a limit. It's a physical limit.
But they're like, it's like separate. Even if it's narrow, they're still separate. You can measure it.
No, you can't. That is the point. It is a physical limit. It is a diffraction limit. It is a theoretical limit. It's the maximum resolving power. The theoretical maximum resolving power of any optical instrument is the diffraction limit. Nothing even gets close to that, but it's a theoretical limit because the size of the wave, right? The actual wavelength overlaps two waves. Two waves are overlapping. So if two waves overlap, you can't differentiate them, and they appear as, like in the case of light, it would be two airy disks. Two airy disks, the angle separating them is too close together, so you only resolve 1 point of light. Because the interference, they're overlapping.
I just searched it up, and it says that it can be limited by factors like imperfections or lenses or misalignment. But it says that there's a principle of resolution to any optical system.
Yeah.
So
There is a resolution. Yeah, know all about it. Yeah, but there's a limit.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so go on with what you were saying.
So if I have 450 nanometer light, I can't image things that are smaller than 450 nanometer, right?
Nanometer. Yeah.
So I can't image things with that wavelength that are smaller than that wavelength. Right?
I mean, maybe. Like, I'm not really well versed in this. That's why I wanted to talk about biochemistry.
So stop talking about it. Then why are you like, you can use them interchangeably? You can't. If you don't know anything about it, just admit it and move on.
I'm not completely ignorant on it. I know some stuff of it.
No, you're completely ignorant.
Okay, sure. Anyways, is there any like specific channel for like biochemistry or something? Because
not here. What does biochemistry have to do with flat Earth?
Religious channel. Just scroll down.
Well, the server's mainly.
Here, Huckleberry Sunshine. I just handed you your ass. By the way,
you need chemistry 101. You don't need biochemistry. You need chemistry 101.
Okay,
yeah, you need to start off at inorganic chemistry.
Why don't we talk about the flask? You can expose me right here.
I exposed you already. You didn't know.
Okay, do it again then. Let's talk about it.
I posted the video. I posted a video. You can watch it.
Biochemistry.
Abiogenesis. I just posted definition like I said it was. He's a fucking clown. He doesn't even know that.
That video is part of a 13-part series, a refutation of Dave's little two-part series.
I'm out of here.
I want the kid to actually learn something instead of being a dumbass. I know that's a tall order, but whatever.
Oh, that's what Google is for. Did you hear? Yeah. I just looked it up, and yeah.
So, as they say, the devil is in the details. So, Dr. Torek goes over the actual chemical reactions because he's an actual chemist, a practicing scientist with hundreds of patents. Actually, owns dozens of companies. So
he openly lied. I can tell you how he lied. Chirality. He said that Stanley Miller only made right-handed amino acids when that's false. He had 13 left-handed amino acids synthesized from the flask. So he literally, Dave.
Okay, I'm not going to take your word for it. I mean, I would need like an extra.
Okay, I can give you timestamps if you want. I'm not making this up. James Tour in one of his 13 videos, I don't know, I can get the video if you want. He said that the experiment is useless because it only produced unusable amino acids, which aren't used for life because they're right-handed, and all life
That's
uses
different than what you just said. That's way different than what you just said.
What? I'm
saying something is unusable is different than saying they produce none of it.
Right-handed amino acids are unusable for life. That's why he said that. They can't be used for life.
Okay, you're inferring something from what he said, but it can be unusable for other reasons, as in it's not in the concentration required to make the reaction.
No, because we're talking about life. So he would be talking about life. We're talking about making life.
I don't even know what life is. What is life?
Okay, so if you need a 50% concentration, right, and you got a 90% concentration, having 13 amino acids out of, say, 1,000, it's useless, right? But there's still some there, but it's still useless. You're projecting what you want to think, dude. It's way different than somebody lying, which means you're lying.
Yeah, you see, he seems like, Sai, you seem like you really want this to be true, and so you're not really examining the other side.
Does it go down to religion?
He's not even critically thinking about his side.
I've literally, okay, first of all, I'll prove you wrong on James tour later, but I've literally, I used to not believe in abiogenesis, so that's just wrong. I willingly believed in it because I literally just believe it's true. And I want to prove it's true, but no one here.
Religion room and discuss shit like that down.
First of all, it's not even provable it's true without a fucking time machine. Okay, it's not provably true. That's impossible.
No, it is possible.
You can't prove events of the past. No, you cannot prove events of the past. That is fucking impossible.
We can through induction.
Look, no, induction can't prove anything.
Are you talking about the problem of induction by David Hume?
So yes, the induction can't prove anything because all inductive logic has a fatal flaw: the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent.
The inductive reasoning isn't affirming the consequent. It's not if P then Q.
All inductive logic uses affirming the consequent.
No, inductive logic is just like observing patterns and
If you want to say,
this pattern fits my hypothesis, then this pattern is likely true. Likely is an appeal to probability fallacy.
Because there can't be any other option.
Hey, which is more likely? That
if there can't be any other option, then you would have a deductive proof.
No, it's inductive because it keeps occurring.
Yeah, it's inductive because it's not a proof, dude. That's why they're two different words. This is how we differentiate.
Wait. Are you a Christian, by the way?
Oh my God, dude! I told
none of your fucking business, and it's irrelevant.
You're saying it accidentally happened. We're saying it was created. Which is more likely? That fucking lightning hit a rock, or that it was created? So take it down to religion, then.
I want to tell you this because QE wouldn't let me answer. The odds of a single protein being created by chance is 1 to the 164th. That's an exponent. 10 to the 164 years. If you had a snail, right, in the heliocentric model, if you had a snail going across the universe at 1 meter per hour, they would be able to travel across the entire universe 21 million times in that amount of time for a single protein to be formed by chance. Okay? You believe that shit.
That's ribose then.
Good luck with you. There's nothing to discuss. This is a flat Earth server. I'm not talking about pseudoscience, unfalsifiable gibberish. Because what you're saying is unfalsifiable gibberish. Then, dude, you don't know what that even means.
What do I not know?
Having evidence of something does not mean it's falsifiable. You have to be able to do a test that would prove it wrong.
Yeah, it is falsifiable. All you have to do is prove biogenesis.
Listen,
oh my God.
No, dude, you don't get it. Okay, I'm going to explain it to you. My theory is all swans are white. I go look for a black swan. That would falsify my theory, finding a black swan. You look, and it doesn't matter how many white swans I find. I can find a trillion white swans. Listen, I could do a biogenesis 150 so-called experiment, which is consistent with the theory of abiogenesis. But it only takes one experiment that isn't consistent with it to prove it wrong. That's how falsification works.
Yeah, so if you prove
confirmations don't matter.
If you prove biogenesis, then abiogenesis is wrong.
Dude, you're an idiot. You are.
Do you know what biogenesis is? It's
I've
only
got 6 children. I've proved it 6 times, Sai.
Dude, you're like super stupid. Listen,
that's not proving biogenesis.
Listen, I'm going to ask you a simple question. If I could do an experiment to prove abiogenesis did not happen, what experiment would that be?
You could probably examine the chirality and prove an error there, because if the chirality has an error, such like if you use James Tour's argument and argue that, for example, like the early Earth didn't have the same conditions that we had today from the Miller experiment, because the early Earth was like a lot different than today. Like it was like a neutral atmosphere.
Was it a flat Earth?
Early Earth.
Holy shit, stories, man.
Hey,
I asked for the experiment. I asked for the
early Earth.
experiment.
Yeah, that's what the early Earth is.
Do you see? Why don't you see that what you're doing right now has nothing to do with any type of science? You're telling a story, like a storyteller.
That's
You might as well be reading us Middle Earth.
You're
not talking about chemistry, but you're not talking about chemistry.
Abiogenesis it's literally purely chemistry.
Okay, you haven't given us any chemical reaction that anybody can perform in a lab.
Okay, I'll give it to you right now.
How far is early Earth?
Hey, so listen, okay, dude, I asked you for the experiment, the scientific experiment, like a chemical reaction, anything that I can do to prove that abiogenesis is bullshit. What experiment can I do?
To prove it's wrong?
Yes, that's how falsification works. Falsification.
Yeah, I know. You can do what Louis Pasteur did. He tried to prove biogenesis. He did an experiment, I believe in the 1800s, on chirality, where he tried to prove that inorganic substances don't have the energy to produce organic compounds. That's what Louis Pasteur did. You can search his name up. He's a well-known Christian that argued for biogenesis. He argued for biogenesis.
Pasteurized milk, dude. Yeah. Huh? Like we all know who Louis Pasteur is.
Yeah.
Pasteurized milk.
Huh?
You never heard of pasteurized milk? Jesus Christ, man. Holy fuck. I'm about to jump off the fucking ledge right now.
Yeah, well, maybe you should
like serious, man. No, like, dude, you have the fucking one of the worst Dunning-Krugers that I've ever seen in my life, man. Like seriously.
Okay, then make an argument. You can't make any arguments.
I did. You don't understand the argument. That's the problem.
Okay, what's the argument against abiogenesis?
It's not falsifiable by fucking experiment, which makes it pseudoscience.
It is falsifiable because it makes claims.
Give me the experiment that could falsify it.
Okay, so we can just look at what Lewis did, I guess. What he
Another
did was
story. So if he got a certain result, it would have falsified abiogenesis. You couldn't claim that it was a different mechanism.
Yeah, no, there's definitely more than one mechanism, but I'm just using an example. So you can prove that inorganic things can't give rise to things that have cellular like organization. So you can do that by doing an experiment similar to what Stanley Miller did. You can get a flask. You can
get organization.
You can get a soup of molecules. You can get
a soup of molecules. What molecules?
Will you please let him finish? Will you please let him finish? I want to destroy this bullshit, dude.
Okay, yeah, you can write it down. So look. So
I don't need to write it down. I'm going to just destroy it because I already know the answer because you're just talking gibberish.
Okay, perfect. You can destroy it.
So Stanley, you did your Miller experiment. So they did it for how much time?
7 days, I think.
Okay, so what if they didn't get anything in days? Would that have falsified abiogenesis?
If they didn't get any result?
No. Yeah, in 7 days. No.
Yeah, probably.
And
not,
what if they did it for 14 days? No.
No.
What if they did it for 300 days? No. 300 years? No. Right?
Maybe.
Because we're talking about time scales that can't be tested.
So
we're talking about time scales that can't be. No, listen, dude. Yeah, I want you to really comprehend this because you're having a really hard time. It's not falsifiable because you can just say wait longer. Right? So that experiment can't falsify abiogenesis because you can just say you didn't do the experiment long enough.
No. I don't think it's purely time based. I think it's just it has to do with the compound.
And this person, time based.
I can explain the experiment you can do. You asked me to explain it. I can explain it.
Dude, I didn't ask you to explain shit. I asked you for the experiment that you could do to falsify abiogenesis.
You asked me to explain the experiment, which can falsify it. I'm about to say.
No, it would not falsify it. You already conceded that.
No. I didn't concede anything. I said that just that if they didn't synthesize any organic compounds in 7 days, it wouldn't disprove it. But there's other ways, and I can explain it right now.
Yeah. Okay. Give us.
So, so do a test like Stanley Miller. But I'll give the difference. So you get a flask because we're going off what abiogenesis says. So you need energy to spark the reaction. So you get a flask. You get a what is it called? So you get hydrogen, ammonia, water, and methane. Those are the basic chemical reactions we need. And then you get and then you get molecules. So you put RNA in there. And then you can put DNA in there. So yeah.
Where did that come from?
Huh?
RNA. Where did RNA? Where did you get RNA and DNA from? Where did you get that from?
Oh, hold on.
So
spontaneous combustion somehow.
Hold on. So the primordial Earth before life had DNA and RNA.
No, RNA came first.
Oh,
before life came, there was RNA.
Yeah, that's called the RNA world hypothesis. It's well known.
The hypothesis.
Yeah, it's a hypothesis.
Well, if it's a hypothesis, that means it's never been tested.
Well, we have a lot of evidence. We have a lot of evidence that RNA molecules existed. I can give you evidence for that if you want, but that's a different topic. RNA isn't organic, so it doesn't matter.
Look, but it's never been tested.
Okay, do you want me to give you
evidence? You know what a hypothesis is, right? A hypothesis is you haven't done the experiment yet.
Yeah, but we can still give evidences for it.
So, like, my hypothesis is I'm going to cross a bridge in 3 days.
Okay,
I can't say that I crossed the bridge in 3 days because it's still a hypothesis. It's complete speculation. So your evidence is speculation.
Okay, do you know what the RNA world is or not?
Dude, listen. You're dancing around, and I'm getting pretty tired of it.
You.
I just want the fucking experiment. No,
I was going to finish it, but you interrupted me.
Look, you're wrong because that experiment can't falsify anything because the RNA hypothesis is simply a fucking hypothesis.
The RNA world is literally...
How can it falsify a theory? How can a hypothesis that's unproven falsify a theory?
Okay, RNA is a close relative of DNA. It was the first genetic molecule.
Oh, he's got to get the story out. I don't give a fuck about your story, dude. Really, I don't. It's a story. It's a story. And
no, it's not.
You are literally proving it's just. Listen, this is the story. Okay,
the Bible
this is the story. Good for the Bible. No, it is a story because you have no evidence for it.
The Bible is a story.
No, you have no evidence for it. No, you have no evidence for it. That's why it's a story because I'm asking you for the falsifiable experiment so we can actually call it science, and you don't have any. You just keep going back into narrative, dude. Song and dance, song and dance, song and dance, song and dance. This is what you're doing over and over again. Right? I want the experiment. The experiment. Give me the experiment. The chemical reaction. Give it to me.
So
if I get some result, it proves it wrong because we want to be able to call it a proper scientific theory and not a fucking story.
Okay, so I'm going to finish what I was saying now.
The story. Okay, let's hear it. Yeah, let's hear your story. Why don't I just read Wikipedia?
Yeah, if you want, you can search up the RNA world because it seems like you don't know what it is.
I don't care.
Then don't mention Wikipedia. Anyways, what I was saying.
Your Wikipedia.
What?
Your Wikipedia.
Okay, I guess. I don't know why that's an insult.
Because it's a fucking story, dude. Because it's a story. You're telling a story.
Yeah, and the Bible and the Old Testament telling Moses and his soldiers to
listen. The Bible doesn't listen. Let me ask you a question. Does the Bible claim to be a scientific text?
Hopefully not, because it makes so many errors, like calling whales fish.
Oh my
not
god,
fit to
dude,
judge
you're so
sex, make
stupid,
errors.
man.
Dude, like, listen, that's categorize things like that. You're so stupid, dude. Dude, I'm muting you. You're fucking. That is so dumb.
I'm
They
muting.
didn't categorize things like.
Yes,
Are you
I find it
serious?
unfortunate. Yeah,
I'm still not muted, by the way.
we
Oh,
find
shut
these
up, man.
young
Relax.
we find these young people that they actually don't understand why we make fun of Wiki as a source, like Quantum Eraser, which I think it's funny when Quantum Eraser. What is it that he says? Your alma mater, Wiki. That's this guy is his alma mater is Wiki. He's not even like ashamed of it. He doesn't even understand why it's a joke. Like it's humorous to me.
I'll
Like
literally link
when
you
I was in
PubMed if you want.
when I was in education school,
Oh,
we were taught that to teach our students very clearly. I guess teachers have stopped doing it. Wikipedia is not a valid source. You can possibly go down to the bottom and find the sources that the page were from and see if they're actual academic sources that have credibility to them. But these days, even that you can't even, rely on, because you cannot necessarily even rely on a peer-reviewed
Okay, do you want
paper or
Cambridge or PubMed?
university
'Cause
and
I have both.
actually being a valid source, because the information is pseudoscience. So you're new to this idea, you're new to the concept of science
I'm not.
needing to be falsifiable, because unfortunately you're a product of society that has given you a misunderstanding of what science actually is, that it has to be
No, it's
observable,
not.
repeatable, verifiable, and that you have to have a testable experiment to test a cause and effect
Nope.
relationship, and that has to be falsifiable. So does it do well? Does that go well for you in the world when someone's trying to explain something to you and you just keep saying no, 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 while they're talking, instead of waiting for them to be done and then addressing their points and the actual points which they said, instead of going off onto some other tangent?
That's so ironic.
What would you like
Also,
to say about why are you saying you don't think science should be falsifiable, testable, repeatable,
doesn't
verifiable?
Paul say?
Why did you keep saying no when I said that? And you're pretending you're the scientist, and you're trying to act like we're the religious nuts here. You're the religious nuts, Sai. You're a religious nut.
Doesn't Paul say women can't speak over men? So why are you interrupting me?
Why are you assuming I
you're
care
not a
what
man.
Paul says?
You're not a man.
My question.
Like, what are you fucking talking about? You're not a man.
Wait, so you guys are against Paul?
Complicated rock, like
Yes.
Michelle. You sound exactly like Michelle.
Complicated
Have you heard of her? Have you seen her face? Have you heard what she
Yeah,
says?
I guess you guys are.
That's his grandma.
Sai, you're a religious zealot. You're a cultist. You're a member of a religious cult.
Damn. Okay. Okay.
Welcome to your world.
You're using verses from the Bible or whatnot. It's like, bro, you're the only one that's bringing up like religious stuff.
You're the.
I mean, most
you're
of the
religious
flat earth are
dude
like
here.
low
We're
IQ
trying to-
maniacs
hey,
are Christians.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, okay.
stop.
So do you have any evidence for that?
Fallacies.
Do you have any evidence most flat earthers are Christians? Any evidence?
Yeah, like all of those nuts quote the Bible all the time.
You belong. Oh, so your anecdotal evidence, the thing that you guys were talking about earlier, and you questioned on whether somebody knew anecdotal or not.
Yeah.
You don't know what it is. You don't
It's so
know what it is.
funny how you remember everything I
You
say.
just used it.
It's very smart.
I remember everything, period. So,
goddamn
anecdotal evidence. Anecdotal evidence. You just used it. Your personal anecdote. You made a generalization.
Yeah, it's not a fallacy, you idiot.
The people you met.
It's not a
three
fallacy,
people you
bro.
met.
He's
Is a fallacy. Google it.
Not, okay, name the
Wiki it.
fallacy then.
Even better, wiki it, dude. Wiki it.
His brain is melting.
Generalization is making a general claim based upon a statistically insignificant sample size, as in
Yeah,
your
well, most of
anecdotal
the flat earther
and the
nuts are
people you
Christians.
met.
They quote Isaiah.
Well, you just keep saying that. If you say it 3 times, it becomes true, which is an appeal, which is an
I mean, it is
argument
true.
by
They all quote the
repetition
Bible.
fallacy.
They all quote the Bible.
They all quote the Bible. I didn't quote the Bible once.
You're the only one that quoted the Bible, man. You're the only one.
So
yeah,
you
when
must
the
be
woman,
Christian.
when the
So
woman
he's the Christian.
Yep.
Yeah,
He's a
because
Christian,
Paul
You're a Christian.
Paul taught those women. He was like, "Yo, you can't overspeak men. Put them in their."
What time is mass? What time is mass, Christian?
You can't overspeak.
Where do we pay our tithe, Christian? Imagine having a religion with no deity, man. How pathetic. At least get a deity.
Oh man, I heard Big Bang was a new deity, dude. Big Bang.
Yeah, that's his religion. Clearly, you're a religious zealot, so it's very sad. How did
Fanatic.
Christianity hurt
You got called a fanatic.
Fanatic.
He would strap a bomb to himself. He would blow us up if he could.
He's a fanatic.
You're a terrorist, Si. You're an extremist.
I'm a terrorist.
Listen, he's a terrorist to logic and reason, man. Destroying it.
Yeah.
Yep. Shredded it. Yeah. No logic.
Found in the earth.
You can't even comprehend a simple principle of falsification. Why? I gave you an example. Black Swan. It's a well-known example. It's been taught in the philosophy of science for like 150 years. How can you know Hume but you don't know Karl Popper? Like, what's your issue?
Well, he's here quoting all these books, all these people, not providing anything except faith in all these books and all these people. And then he goes on about Christians in their book, right? It's like, dude, are you religious?
He's the religious one.
Wait, you don't have faith.
Do you believe in God?
I'm going to prove in 1 second that you have faith. Listen, I can prove in 1 second, in like 2 minutes, that you have faith. Have you ever experienced the earth as a ball? Ever?
What do you mean by experience?
Experience with your senses.
So like sense drive?
Yeah, with your senses.
Sense drive.
Outside of your mind.
Yeah.
Outside of your mind.
You have senses?
Have you experienced the earth as a ball with your senses?
Yes.
Where were you?
Huh?
Where were you?
You can prove it with philosophy.
What
philosophy?
Yeah, that's rational.
The philosopher sensor. Oh no.
Yeah, you can prove it with philosophy. It's quite easy.
First of
that's
all,
what the Greeks and Romans and Persians did thousands of years ago, and yet you numbnuts are still here today acting like retards online.
Okay, so they proved the globe with philosophy. What is the axiom of the globe? What is the logical axiom?
Axiom of the globe? That's not how axioms work, bruh.
It's a logical axiom. What is the
That's
logical
not how
axiom of the globe?
axioms work.
That is exactly
not.
how they work.
No,
it's not a
axioms
refutation.
are divided into 3 factors: self-evidence. Okay.
Yep. What's
Do you know the other
self-evident? I don't need to know the other two because it only matters one. Self-evident.
So you don't know what an axiom
What's
is.
self-evident? So what is the globe? What's self-evident about the earth that it's a globe? That's why I asked you, when do you perceive the earth as a globe with your senses? When do you experience it? So you're trying to dance around and run away with it because you're caught. You're trapped, dude. There's no way out. What is the globe axiom? Yeah, it's self-evident that the earth appears flat. That's self-evident.
1 equals 1 is self-evident. The earth being a globe isn't self-evident because you have to do external things. Like you have to do
So you never experienced it?
Yeah, I did experience it, but I just don't think it's self-evident. That's it. Those aren't two.
Where did you experience it at? Where did you experience it at? How did you experience? What sense was it?
I rationalized it using philosophy.
That's not a sense. That's not an experience.
It is an experience. Do you not believe humans are sentient?
Listen, thoughts are not a sense.
Yeah, but they're rational. Like they're rational.
They're not sensitive.
Logical.
Oh, that's a thought. That's the point. That's the point I'm making. You have never experienced the earth as a globe. You've constructed it in your mind.
Well, no, because I can rationalize it and I can prove it through senses.
I already proved you have no rationalization because you have no axiom.
You don't know what an axiom is.
Through sense, he said he can prove.
You don't know what an axiom is.
I do know what an axiom is.
Can I tell you why there's no such thing as an axiom of the earth? Can I tell you why?
There's an axiom of how we experience the earth, of what it is.
Can you tell us why? Are you able to?
Actually, no. No. Technically, what you rephrase yourself, and you're actually right when you say that. There is an axiom, and the axiom is that the Earth is a globe. But that's an axiom because axioms are propositions or statements which are generally regarded as established, accepted, or self-evidently true.
You're talking about a mathematical axiom. You're confused.
No, that's literally just a general.
You're talking about a mathematical axiom. You're confused.
I think you really like philosophically illiterate. That's what an axiom is.
Listen.
Yeah, I think you're pretty dumb, bro.
Yeah, you're dumb. That's
Oh,
my
you said
reputation.
no, you.
You're
How
just
cute.
dumb, and you just don't understand. You don't even understand orbital mechanics. That's my reputation.
Orbital mechanics, bro. You don't know what an axiom is. Come on, man.
What a rebuttal.
Come on.
You said
An axiom is something that's self-evident. We can look up the definition. Diffraction is refraction. We can just look up the definition. We know the definition of axiom. It's written down. It's in the English language. There's a
Yeah,
Webster's
so I can read it
dictionary.
for you if you want. I can read it.
Yeah, and something, and there's three options. Something that's self-evident is one of
So
those
you
options.
said
It's the only one that's applicable.
You said that the definition I used was mathematics, but if I go to Oxford, it says this: general noun of axiom, a statement or proposition which is regarded as being established, accepted, or self-evidently true. Mathematics, which is different, a statement or proposition on which an abstractly defined structure is based. They're two different things. You conflated them. I didn't use the mathematical definition. I used the general one.
Listen,
The
the
Earth being a
mathematical
globe.
definition is an axiom which was regarded as true. So
That's
in
wrong. I just
mathematics,
got it from Oxford.
listen,
Look it up.
you don't know any. You obviously know nothing about
So
mathematics.
you're wrong. I literally just looked it
No,
up.
I'm not. Listen.
Okay.
No, you're confused, and you don't understand words, and you have poor English comprehension. That's pretty much the fact of the matter here. Taken as true. So in mathematics, you take something as true. So in non-Euclidean geometry, one of the axioms is there are no straight lines. Okay.
Okay.
That's an axiom of non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, India.
So you take it as true, and that's why it's an axiom.
Great. Go on Google right now.
We're not talking about that kind of axiom. We're talking about a logical axiom.
So are you saying that all these
self-evident, which doesn't have to be proven? Which doesn't have to be proven. You can try. Yeah.
Can you let him finish, bro?
Yes. Listen, it's not wrong. You're using it out of context because you have poor English comprehension.
Okay, then read it. I have poor English and search it up and read it. Let's read it together. Come on.
Listen. You have poor. You're using it out of context. There's multiple definitions, and there's different.
They all say
contexts
the same thing. They all make the same distinction.
Yes, distinction. That's right. And each distinction has a context in which it's used in.
Okay, let's read it together.
There's a context in which it's used in. Yeah, great, fantastic, dude. You're trying to dance around and get away from the fact that each distinction of the definition is used in a specific context. And then the context I'm using axiom is in the context of logic. And then the context of logic, it's used as something that is self-evident. It doesn't require proof. It doesn't require proof. So you can talk over me all you want. It doesn't require proof because it's self-evident. This is a starting point from rational inquiry. It's well known, dude. Okay, should actually take a philosophy class. Actually, take one.
Bruh, you don't even know Phil 101.
What good is your brain?
What good is your university? Over 20 years ago.
What good are you as
You're
a philosopher?
4 years old and you don't even
Before you were trickled down your daddy's leg, dude. Like
you don't know what an axiom is, bro. You don't know what an axiom is.
Yeah,
I have a question.
I know you do, but what am I? Is that nuts?
I have a question.
I think you should hold your breath till you turn blue.
Yeah, I pressed a few buttons. I'm holding.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Cyrus, because he's just a very silly person. I mean, I don't know how he expects us to take him seriously at all, and he can't even make a coherent argument to save his life.
Listen, he can't concede because we're flat earthers. He can't concede.
I know he just explained that. Yeah,
the epic embarrassment of being crushed by a flat earther. He can't concede.
He's got that inherent bias. Yeah.
But if you're
because you grew up with everybody gets a trophy. You don't get a trophy here for being a loser.
What's up, Bong? I hear you.
Bong wants to ask him something. I don't know. He's muted right now. Tell me what you want to ask him, Bong Sao, and then we'll decide if we want to.
Ask him, what kind of person, right? What kind of philosopher, right, never thinks? What kind of philosopher always has to think about what other dead philosophers have thought about, even though it doesn't make sense, and keeps going with it? What do you call that person? Is that a philosopher, or is that a religious zealot?
Sheep. I'm thinking of sheep. I don't know why.
Never think, right? Let other fucking dead men think for you. What the hell are you if you're not thinking? If you're not here philosophizing? You're quoting books and people who are dead and then complaining about other Christians, other religious people who use their books, right? And don't think, right, but have faith in what's been said to them. What are you? You're not a philosopher. You come here with your stupid profile trying to look like you're fucking think about shit, but you don't. I'm just saying, what do you think you are doing here if you're not preaching shit?
Before he goes, so somebody unmuted him, but I'm sorry. So I gotta mute you again because I gotta address what you said in the live stream voice. It's like you're not listening. You're not hearing us. You said invoking intelligent dead men is wrong, but invoking Jesus is very smart. Who here? Rewind the hours here and tell me who kept bringing up Jesus in the Bible and Christianity. You're talking to some imaginary straw man flat earther that you heard about on a Professor Dave video. We got that. How about if you consider talking to the people who are right in front of you, who are talking about logic, philosophy, falsifiability, and what science is? We're not talking to you about the Bible. We don't talk about that in the live stream, in fact, at all. We have a religion section, Si. I'm sure you'd have a great time down there. I'll take you down there sometimes and introduce you to everybody down there, Si. I'm sure they'd love you. That's not what we're about here. We're talking about objective reality.
Yeah, and this Jesus you're talking about, this religion that you're so against, right? It's the Catholic Church, right? They're the same people that gave you this ball earth, all this science that you're preaching. The same people that you have a problem against are the same people that gave you your model and all this thing you call science and knowledge. Those are the people you should be complaining to, the Pope, the people that gave you the ball. You see your problem? Like, you don't know who your enemy is. You don't know who you're angry at. You're so... Yeah, it's like it's like Indio said. You can't hear shit because in your mind, right, it's already fixed. You guys are stupid. You guys are dumb. You guys are dumb. Who talks like that? Except little fucking kids who don't know how to speak and communicate. Oh, sorry. That's it. Thanks, Dandelion. Sorry.
Yes,
The ancient
Si,
Greeks weren't Catholic, you idiot.
Oh my goodness, Si, please. You got to stop with this calling people idiots thing, okay? We haven't called you that, I don't think. Maybe Quantum Eraser did.
Bruh, are you dumb? Have you heard the people
Si?
before?
Okay.
It doesn't matter
We are
anymore.
not a monolith. We are not the Borg. We are individuals. Si, have I called you any names? Have I called you any names, Si?
You called me Sai.
Attitude in a certain way.
Is that not your name? Do you
Oh
want us
my
to call you
God.
something else?
Don't be silly, bro.
Yeah.
I'll just ban you if you're silly. Come on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So
man,
Si,
he's just an attention whore. I've come to the conclusion he's just an attention whore. He just likes the attention.
that's probably true. And it's sad. I mean, if you didn't get proper attention when you were a child, I understand. Like, and you're lashing out at the world. And
Tell me, were you raised by a single mother?
Give you a hug, bro. Come here. Give you.
Were you raised by a single mother? I guarantee you're raised by a single mother, weren't you?
My dad's literally in the room above me, so probably not. So.
I was gonna say, please
single
don't
father?
insult single mothers. I'm
Oh,
a
you
single
your
mom,
dad now?
and
My
son does
mom
not
is
think
sleeping
like that
next
guy.
to her. So.
Is it your biological parents?
Yeah.
Do they know you act like this?
I mean,
Carla, did you say something?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I don't know if my internet is lagging. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. That was the bot. That was a recording that was playing.
Oh, okay,
I
cool. Because
muted
I
the
was
bot.
like, don't insult single mothers. I'm like, I'm a single mom. My kid doesn't sound that stupid. Sorry, I thought this was live. I haven't been in here for a while.
Yeah, it's the morning time, very calm. That's why Helio was playing some recording from. I think that was probably like a month ago or a few weeks ago.
Oh. Yeah, I'm a little bit backed up, a little bit behind. Well, good day to you.
Good day to you.
Thanks.
Blessings.
Amen, brother. You also. Shalom, shalom to you. Restful blessing. Now I'm over here making breakfast. Yeah. Just making breakfast. I didn't know what was going on. So like I said, I haven't come in here for a while, so I just wanted to pop in and I'm like, who is that guy? Poor boy. There's a
Yeah,
lot
there
of
was a
people.
bunch of people talking in there.
No one's actually holding conversation.
What was that?
I'm saying there seem to be a lot of people in the call, but no one's holding any conversations. Probably everybody's sleeping from last night, right? Like just logged
Yeah,
in.
last night was pretty good. I mean, ladies' night and a lot of other stuff, but yeah, it was good.
That was a mega ladies' night last night, wasn't it? Compared to the week before, that was on fire.
Yeah.
Let me put
Now,
the volume up.
now that I know that you guys were like playing something, if you want to go back, that's cool. I mean, I was mostly listening. I wanted to just listen, but then when I heard that stuff, I was like, whoa, yeah. I'll go back because I'm like I said, I'm making breakfast and I'm like holding the phone close to me. So I'm gonna put it down and just continue to listen. Yeah.
Yeah, glad to hear you again. I remember you. You've been here before.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good to hear
I
you
don't
again.
like getting it. Thank you. I don't like getting it when the men are going at it, but yeah, sometimes you just can't help
Me neither.
it. Yeah, man. All right.
Don't you speak don't you speak Spanish?
Sí, soy
Sí,
dominicana.
yeah.
I'm Dominican.
To the Dominicana.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember you. 100%.
Well, I'm not looking. Who's this? What's your name?
What?
What is your name?
My name. I mean,
Sí.
here in Discord is Jamsey.
Yeah. Oh, Jam. Okay, there you go. Yes. I remember now. Yeah. Yeah,
But
man.
in Spanish, my name.
I say no say. No say.
No
English
sabes
only.
español.
English only.
Is
We're
that
in
Helio?
America.
Yeah, that's me.
We're in America.
No. Y'all crazy
that's
as
funny.
me.
Talking to Carla, I remember her. She's a lovely lady. I remember
I remember her
listening to
too.
her. She's great.
Yeah, I do too.
Oh, guys, thank you for that. I'm not that love.
I remember you
Yeah.
speaking to the other ladies and having cool conversations with other people. So yeah, glad to hear you again, Carla.
Thank you, darling. Thank you. I pop in and listen sometimes, even if I don't speak. I'm glad you guys are still at it, though, for sure.
Yeah, we
do
still
what we
got
can.
Helio.
And
He
all of
got
this
us.
is what did I do?
I need something.
Go ahead.
Yeah, open your mic whenever you want. Keep making breakfast. Bon appetit. Buen provecho.
Thank you. Tengan buen día. Have a great day.
Hey, amen. That's the same. That's the same in Spanish, right? Boom. Amen.
Amen.
Amen?
Yeah.
Yeah, because amen
Amen.
is actually like a Hebrew word. It's not a Spanish or English word.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess.
It's like hallelujah. Like hallelujah.
How do you say continue? How do you say continue?
Continuar. Continua.
Continuar. All right. Cool.
Continuar.
You could say sigue.
Yeah.
You could say sigue, which means like go on, and it's easier.
Sure, cool. Yeah, I was just playing to fill dead air. I mean, because we live stream 24 hours a day, so I was just playing videos.
But if you say sigue, you could use sigue like to follow someone. Sigue, seguir, follow. Continuar will be continue.
Well, I guess it's to follow. Okay, well that's a little.
What are you trying to say? You want to continue the video? Vamos a continuar el video.
The conversation that was recorded. You want to listen to that a little while you make the breakfast? We'll play it again.
Yes, sir. Yes, please. Thank you.
Awesome.
Whatever you guys want to. Yeah, go play some of the songs.
I'm sure we'll get some more people in here later today. But yeah, I'm sure that'll be okay, Jim.
Yeah, Helio's gonna play some. Helio's gonna play something for us while you make breakfast, and feel free to open your mic anytime.
Hey.
Okay, glad to hear you again. Go ahead, Helio. Play something for us.
Why don't you? Oh, I can do it.
Actually, I'm gonna unmute the bot.
That's it. That's what I'm saying.
Presupposes the creation of information from somewhere, and all the experience we've ever had is that information comes from intelligence, and so that's why abiogenesis is false, because the beginning of life is the beginning of new information.
It doesn't really go with kind after kind either, does it?
So by information, are you talking about information embedded in? Are you talking about information like encoded? Bruh.
Yes, I cut you short. We hate that long-winded crap. We all know there's coding. We all know there's coding, so let's not be asinine.
Are you talking about information in like genotypes and stuff? Like
coding?
Yes.
Information,
is a genotype of code.
Claude Shannon information theory, like the life has more information than non-life, no matter how you look at it.
You know how it says cellular organization? Remember when you said that?
We're supposed to let the globies fight, aren't we?
Yeah, cellular organization is a term. I don't know
what we mean by information. It has to come from an intelligence, a mind.
Okay, can I respond to that now?
I mean, by definition, it is called genome code or genetic code.
No, it's called the genotype. Okay.
Well, data is just data until a mind puts it together.
What do you need a citation?
Data is just data. Without a mind to put it together, like the dog uses its nose, right, to find stuff in its ears. That's all data. But without the mind, the dog doesn't know what it's doing with its senses. But here's the dog, right, using the information to survive. It can't be without the mind, without.
Okay, this is literally all sophistry. Can I respond to what you originally said?
Sophistry, huh? How so?
Because he's bringing in random metaphysical claims into a purely physical process. I don't know why.
Really, just not listening.
Bro, I'm tired of this shit, man. Hey, how do you? So, through which sense did you experience Earth being a globe? Remember that?
Well,
You was talking to me about that.
The fact that it's a physical process is philosophical, because you can't demonstrate it. So it's sophistry you bring too.
Mike, this guy claimed his sense for seeing the Earth or experiencing the Earth as a globe was what? His thoughts. Philosophy.
Yeah, well,
it's philosophy sense.
Yeah, but you can rationalize your senses.
So you
rational? No. Through
you
which
can't
sense?
demonstrate what you're saying through experimentation and make it a physical reality. So it is.
Copernicus thought. See, the reason why the Earth revolves around
your own sword. You fell on your own sword there.
I think Matthew was really good.
Hold on, wait, man. Wait,
Matthew was really good. Matthew, what do you think about the Stanley Great?
No, we're not going to revisit that shit again. I'm sorry.
No.
2 hours.
So here's the philosophy. Hold up, man. The reason why the Earth has to go around the sun is because Copernicus thought it was good logic. Listen to this, that the lesser should revolve around the greater. This is the reason why, right, the ball goes around the sun and why it's not geocentric, why the sun doesn't go. You see, it was philosophy that started. So you're not wrong when you say it's all philosophy. You're not wrong, but it's not reality and it's not science. Do you understand now?
Okay, you clearly don't know what philosophy sun was the just by analyzing that. You don't know what philosophy is.
Look it up. This is
okay. Define philosophy.
Man, we're gonna go there again. This guy's just gonna take you guys.
I know this guy's a moron. Here, get off me and let me just crush this dude with his own premises.
Yeah.
Come on, man, talk.
I wanted to hear Matthew speak about the Stanley Erikson.
No, we're on you and your sophistry.
Okay, what sophistry have we done?
You said everybody's bringing sophistry. I already demonstrated how your entire evolutionary theory is sophistry. You can't demonstrate any of it. So it's based on a philosophical, theoretical concept.
Fossils support evolution and abiogenesis.
I didn't say support. I said demonstrate. Hold on, Bob.
So the thing is that we cannot demonstrate.
That's right. You can only assert. So what?
We cannot. No. That's a false dichotomy. It's not either that
dichotomy. Do something other than assertion. Hold on. Don't tell me to let you speak. I'll let you speak when I prefer to.
It's a false dichotomy because there's
demonstrate it.
No, it's not either. It's not either demonstrating it or asserting it.
Okay, explain it without asserting it. Without asserting it, then how are you going to do that? How are you
Explain
going to make
evolution.
it a real reality without your assertion?
Okay,
I'm not
abiogenesis.
asking for explanations. I'm asking for demonstrations.
Okay, abiogenesis.
Clearly, you don't know the difference.
Okay, abiogenesis, yes or no?
No. We can go to evolution, period. You can give me whatever form of evolution you want. I want a demonstration of it. In reality, give me a citation to the experimentation that proved it to be a reality.
Okay, well, first of all, abiogenesis can't occur today because there's too many living organisms that would consume.
Yeah, well, how does that address what I said?
Because I'm saying that you can't.
I'm not talking about abiogenesis. Talking about evolution. Demonstrate any premise in evolution with experimentation. Go. Make it a reality for me without running your damn mouth. Give me a citation.
What do you mean experimentation? I just said it doesn't occur today.
You're not going to get a citation out of this guy.
Well, it means it's not.
Hold up. So is all evolution biogenesis?
Evolution came after abiogenesis, so after abiogenesis is no longer possible.
You guys can't agree on that.
Huh?
You Globers, you don't agree on that. Another guy says evolution doesn't require abiogenesis. When it comes to Globers, I mean, we all have
he's a Christian.
We all had a solid formation.
It doesn't have to be a
I don't care what his religion is. I'm trying to get past his sophistry, his assertions, and make it a reality.
You can't because of irreducible complexity. If you haven't heard, scientists have moved on to intelligent design.
Oh my God!
So what are you doing back there?
Listen, your God didn't walk you into this. You did. You fell on your own sword.
You need to come to the future, come to the present, to what scientists are doing today.
I know
in evolution, you can't do science with it. That's why it has
old ass theories are colloquial theories, not scientific theories, because they're not backed by experimentation. And like, so do you believe intelligence evolves along with man? Yes or no? We become more intelligent as we're better equipped to live in our environment. Yeah, you know, that's the pistol that's going to kill you, right? Why do we file archaic concepts when we now live in a more refined technological world and we can actually demonstrate truth and reality wherein we don't have to theorize them about no more, but we still file these Pied Pipers of the past who
trying to take us back.
Didn't even have a fucking microscope when they came up with their theory.
No.
Maybe. I mean, did Darwin have a microscope set? Did this guy even have a formal education, or was he just an ignorant moron?
That's not what Darwin
said
did.
a lizard looked like a human, so they must be related.
How are people
You're just retarded at this point.
I'm not retarded, dude, and you could.
You're a retardation.
You're the moron, bro.
Hold on, guys. Don't
There's
get
no
off
way you
trigger,
said
'cause I
that,
want to point out something. Your inability to fucking demonstrate your claims and make them a reality in no way is a qualifier for my slowed mental capacity, okay? It's a qualifier for yours. Once again, you're going to fall on your own fucking sword. All I got to do is let you talk and finish your sentence, and you prove you're ignorant and stupid all the way.
Well, I think he's religious. I think you're blinded by your passion for this thing that you're going after. Whatever it is you're going after, right? You're not going to get it. Like, are you fighting a war against God or against people who believe in
I'm still
God?
waiting for that citation for scientific experimentation on your theories to make them something more than sophistry. Remember?
Yeah, it's not a religion. I'm not religious.
Yeah, you were looking for the quick door out, but I'm not going to give it to you. I'm going to grind you in the ground with that sophistry shoe.
Okay, go ahead.
You live in a philosophical world. You couldn't demonstrate anything you're talking about. And because
That's
if you attack
those two things have no correlation.
you attack the person, not the premise. This is
Philosophy can speak about ontology, so it can speak about things in the real world. So those two things.
Philosophy can talk about ontology because ontology is a philosophical concept, is it not?
Yeah, ontology is just entity. Ontology is entity. So yeah.
Yeah, entity? No, it's where did we come from?
That's not what ontology is. Ontology is entity. It speaks about the entity of what things
What's
are.
the ontological question?
Bruh, are you talking about the ontological argument for God? That's different.
Okay, like you're the person. How can you, who is equipped with so much knowledge and equipment today, technology, not be smarter than that dumbass Darwin who had nothing, who works for people, who was
This
hired to go
idiot just called Darwin a dumbass, bruh.
Yeah, he is a dumbass.
Listen, he's another archaic
Just like
motherfucker
Einstein.
that didn't even have a formal education.
Another moron.
So how are you going to qualify that he wasn't a dumbass?
You can do so much more than these people. Why do you
How are
hold
you going to prove it? He married his cousin.
so-called didn't know anything? Why aren't you
He
blazing?
married his cousin, man. He could live in Alabama or Texas and be fine.
Why are you denying your senses when we have all this science to explain to us what's really going on? Why are we living like mystics who don't understand shit about their reality?
Why do you guys use your senses to like determine reality? Like, oh my
He's what you call a fig wasp.
Why do you rely on people for integrity that are obviously lower in intelligence than modern people?
I disagree with that. I've agreed with everything you said. Battle mod.
Explanations of where you live. I don't care if you agree. You have no qualifiers to build a case.
No, I'm saying I agree with everything you said except for that. I don't think they're the most technologically refined today. I think man is ignorant compared to, the man of old, the ancient man with the ancient wisdom. Like, we don't even know how they built the pyramid.
Show me the guy of old that has a laser.
Yeah, why?
Okay, so maybe we're more advanced electronically.
Show me the guy of
consider
old
that might be even worse.
Point communication.
Maybe they purposely didn't use electronics because it was harmful to us. They were carcinogenic and stuff like that. We don't know how they built the pyramids, for God's sake. We are not. You can't claim that we're more technologically advanced than all of man of history.
I'm going to tell you the same thing I tell every idiot that says that. Just do not assume because we don't build the pyramids that no engineer could design a process by which to build the same fucking pyramid.
I didn't say that. I said we don't know how they.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It doesn't. I can replicate.
Because that means that we didn't have their technology.
I could replicate them. So listen, just because we don't have their technology doesn't prove ours isn't better.
Yeah, but doesn't prove it is either. And if we are so much more intelligent, we should listen. If we are so much more intelligent, we should be able to reverse engineer at least their technology, and we can't even do that.
Listen, wrong, please, man. Listen, I'm an engineer by trade, in degree, so I'm telling you, we can replicate the fucking pyramids. It doesn't matter if we match their process.
It does matter. If you're claiming they're more intelligent, we should be able to reverse engineer it. We should be able to make it like backwards compatible, as it were.
I don't believe that you can replicate.
No, wow, how is it?
And I don't think you can adequately
replicate it.
How is
reverse engineering a qualifier for intelligence? This is what I gotta know.
Because you're saying you could replicate it, right? But you don't know how they did it. So if you're more intelligent, you should be able to replicate it the way that they did it.
Replicate it. I'm going to tell you that again.
Listen, we could agree to disagree on this.
Well, it's the same way. Well, you can disagree, but are you an engineer? Have you been tasked with replicating anything ever in your life?
Do you know how they built the pyramids?
Yes or no?
Do you know how they built the pyramids? Yes or no?
Speak on this. I don't need to.
No engineer knows how they did it. It doesn't matter if you're an engineer.
It doesn't matter.
Agreed.
And we have pretty good ideals of how they built it. Leverage. Leverage. You can move more weight with box and tackle than you can move with a crane. They had box and tackle pulleys, dude.
It's like you want to live in some kind of
mystical... They built it from rock, man. You just act like we don't know anything about their fucking process. And you're only displaying your ignorance.
we are not as technologically advanced as like as they were in the past.
Listen,
Absolutely.
This is your assertion that you haven't qualified.
The learned men of today, the leaders of knowledge today
you're not
are
one.
nowhere at the level of the leaders of knowledge, the learned men of the past.
You're not one.
Prove that.
Yeah,
man. All you have to do is rely on like the ancient texts. Look at see all of the knowledge that all of the ideas that we have for how the universe works came from those ancient men. We haven't improved upon them that much.
Is history 100%?
He's talking about
100% reliable.
I thought ancient men were apes and freaking soup that were swimming around helping.
No, miss me with that.
Hey, but
evolution's a lie.
How is this proving the globe? Can anyone prove the globe to me, please? I'm dying to hear.
No one can prove the globe. Come on,
please, I'm dying to hear someone prove it.
Good. I want these idiots to actually say stuff like this.
Don't hold your breath.
Because without the globe, you don't have anything to do all these things. Thank you. The globe. About that.
Hey, bro. Yeah, bro.
I mean, I just joined this call. I just really want to hear someone explain the globe. Like, come on.
That's what we want. This Sai.
Well, damn it. Yeah, wait your turn. We're all been waiting.
He's desperately trying to talk about anything but the globe. He's having a really hard time finding Earth
I
curvature.
want to know how the globe aligns with my senses every day.
It doesn't end off by thank you.
So Sai here reckons it can be proven with philosophy. Don't get excited. Calm down. I know, but go ahead, man. Sai, you still there?
The reality is which it is presented.
Hey, man.
Right?
I muted him because we don't discuss religion on this channel. Remember?
Oh, cool.
That's why I muted him. Yeah. Take it on religion.
I mean, just think about it. If you're just born on like a fucking hut in the middle of nowhere, you wouldn't just be like, "Hey, this is a water ball spaceship." Like, you have to be told that information.
Well, if we were in the middle of a hunt and you said some stupid shit like that to me, I'd probably knock you out for fucking up the hunt. Be like,
I'm just
dude,
saying, like,
if we're hunting, I can rationalize.
You're going to have your own idea of what you live on without someone telling you. You naturally would just come up with this idea that you're on a water ball spaceship, just naturally.
I rationalize that there's an elk right behind that hill.
I mean, how many centrics are
your
there?
arrow.
Here's the thing, though, buddy. If you're out there worried about hunting your fucking in the forest, you ain't got time to think about all that other bullshit because you got to survive.
You got to account for
Try using your fucking brain for
Why
once.
are we going to a different content dimension? I mean, this is like 24/7 flat Earth discussions, right? I think I asked you, can you prove the globe? I didn't ask, hey, can you tell me how to live in nature and shit? I'm just asking a simple question, like, why would any human actually come up with this idea in their head?
Oh my God!
Be told this, bro.
They would. No human
So,
has
Sai,
ever.
I guess the only globe is actually speaking at the moment. Sai,
Except
I want to know who that was directed towards.
I think he's trying to direct it to a glober, but
Size
Yeah.
there.
I meant the rant, not the question.
Well, he's muted. We gotta unmute him if you want him to answer.
I unmuted him, man.
Stein.
No, like I said, I just
Why
joined
would
the call.
human?
Listen, you
Go
guys
ahead.
talking about pyramids.
Bong, you gotta let people talk or they can't be heard.
I'm gonna shut up. Go ahead.
Am I supposed to shut up? Who's
no. Go ahead.
No, you're the guy we want to hear. And you need to take that creator and religious stuff to lobby, to Bible lobby.
Religion at all? I ain't saying nothing about that.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Seb.
Oh,
If you guys don't clear the religion out of the science stream, I will. It's that simple. We got multiple lobbies down there for religious people.
Right. Okay, so I mean, I got a basic question then. So, when you are younger and you're, growing up,
Before you continue your question, who is this directed to?
Just anybody,
everybody,
anyone here. I'm just trying to get to.
I'm with him. I just want him to be able to emphasize it. Can we let him finish?
Yeah. I'm just free talking. I really don't care. But like, I have a son, and I'm raising him, and I'm teaching him everything that he knows. It's very similar to all of us. I'm just saying, just naturally, if I didn't tell him about the globe, I don't think that he's just naturally going to be like, hey, we live on a water ball spaceship. I just don't think that's going to happen.
Good man.
So my question is, if you're just born in the middle of like a hut with like no one telling you this information, would you naturally come to this heliocentric model? Like how like is there a third model? There's only geocentric and
I
heliocentric.
got one for you.
How do you naturally just come up with that? Like how does that match up with your senses?
The answer to your question is absolutely not.
They're tending to
Yes,
fire in
so-
the hut. They look up at the ceiling of the hut and they say, "Oh my God, I live on a ball." Yeah.
You would probably come to the conclusion, as many ancient cultures did, that the sun went underneath the earth at night and came up on the other side of the earth, just because that's what you see and experience.
Yeah, but we have better explanations nowadays, like attenuation, atmospheric extinction of light. So it doesn't have to disappear. It gets blocked after a certain amount of atmosphere is in between you and it. The
Yeah, but if you're just living in a hut, you wouldn't come up with that attenuation. You would.
I know,
you would
but I want to
assume
get
that the earth
this out.
goes.
So the thing that implies this is the thinnest part of the atmosphere, this part, the top part, right? And that's where we see light first at dawn. First, it lights up the sky, and then as it gets closer, eventually it'll light up the ground. And then as it leaves, it doesn't light up the ground, but the sky is still lit. Dusk and dawn, same thing. So this actually applies a rate of attenuation. That's why it goes from the floor to the ceiling, from the ceiling to the floor.
Yeah, but his question was, if you're living in a hut,
wall.
nobody taught you anything, what would you assume? What would you?
But what's funny is you look
I
at
would
the
assume
sky.
it moves so far away I can't see it.
Yeah, so
No, you would assume it goes under the earth, like they all did.
But is you understand that what you looked at was at the sky instead of looking at the ground and measuring the ground?
Yeah, you would assume that the earth is flat and the sun goes under the earth, the flat earth.
Hey, I got another question. So like the tides, you know how it's like pulsing? Like what's happening in the center of flat Earth? Does anybody have a good theory to throw my way?
Nothing, because it's fake.
Well, actually, we know it's hydrology nowadays, and there's an entire theory wrapped around that. Hydrology, it's the hydraulic nature of underground water flow. And
but yes, if you want to actually predict it, just
heating
use
and
the globe
cooling.
model.
Well, no, that's not true. Heating and cooling, as one area cools off, water expands underground when it's hot. So as it warms up, the water that's underground is pushed out. And as it cools off, it contracts, so there's more room in the cavity in Earth for water to go. It could replace the tide. And here's the thing with the model, and don't interrupt me. With the globe model, it would imply a uniform tide all the way around Earth, but there's not. And it would imply a uniform tide on all water on Earth, all bodies. But we don't see uniform tides. Not like they say at poles. It'd be high tide on one side and low tide on the other. Period. But it's not. That's not what we observe. So your model doesn't predict what you say it does, man. No offense, but if you actually research high tide and low tide and the times they happen around the world, you'd know this. So you're just making this claim from a standpoint of ignorance. Like 90% of the Globers who come in here, they make assertions that they haven't even researched to see if it would ring true in reality. So your people perish for the lack of research or knowledge. And ignorance is their only claim to fame.
It is interesting that the tides follow the sun and the moon, and then also the difference in distance to the moon.
I just described how they don't.
They do. It's just that water
they do
sloshes
not.
around, and so they're 5 or 6 hours late.
They don't. It's got
The
nothing to
cycle.
do with water sloshing around. Your model doesn't predict water.
That's
sloshing.
hilarious. That's
It's-
really funny, Matthew.
We see convective currents in the ocean. Convective. Same as hydrology, they're affected by the temperature. Whether the sun's out warming the waters or whether it's gone and the waters are cooling.
So it just happens to follow a 29-day cycle, just like the moon, just sort of randomly?
No, it doesn't follow a 29-day cycle, and it's not uniform.
Okay.
This is why most oceanic researchers are now leading with hydrology. Just like I said, this is the mainstream explanation nowadays for oceanic movement, hydrology, the hydraulic nature of water on Earth. You know how many gallons of water are underground? When you heat up the ground, you can't deny water expands, pushing it out of the cavities under Earth. And when it cools off, the cavities have more room for water to go back into them.
And then we respond to the globe who asked a question. There is no center of the flat Earth. We don't know how far down it goes. We don't know what's below.
That's why I didn't touch it.
Well, I mean, I guess.
What about the North Pole?
What about it?
Isn't that the center, or is that like not the center?
To know that, we'd have to know the extent of land on Earth, wouldn't we?
We only know the surface.
Well, I mean, going away from
We'd have to know all the land that actually exists now.
I mean, the North Pole is equidistant.
It doesn't
from
change my
Antarctica,
statement.
So, I mean, it kind of would seem like the North
How does
Pole.
that address?
I mean, does anyone think that the celestial time clock and where the North Star Polaris is it true that the North Star is actually shifting? So, like, it may not be the true North Pole?
No.
We don't believe it.
We know it's not at the
It
very
never
center.
shifts outside of
moved in
given
2,000
course,
years.
not a jot or not a tittle. So was the North Star ever Thubian? Only in theory.
I mean, have you looked at the celestial time clock, how they have that other hidden land?
What?
Yeah.
Polaris has been observed to move in 2,000 years.
It goes off of like the zodiac signs, and basically like the North Star is supposed to go around that circle of the zodiac signs, causing the sun and moon to shift. Like with the North Pole, because they're saying the North Pole shifting every 4 miles.
And they're wrong.
Or something like that. But just saying, like, if that's the case, doesn't that align almost with the celestial time clock? If you looked into the celestial time clock, it goes off of the zodiac sign, as far as like the wheel, and it's basically shifting. So it's like the sun and moon is following the North Star as it's shifting. So eventually, all this land will be dark, and all the
Where's your evidence that's shifting?
I would have to show you some images of what I'm trying to explain, but like I said, fact. It's kind of like just talking off of the celestial time clock, as far as when it does shift to the other side, where the other what is it called? Because right now we're going to Aquarius, right? Like,
Are you talking about just the constellations, like the stars moving throughout the year?
I have to show
The sidereal cycle.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, I wouldn't say the North Star is shifting because of that. I mean, it's a little bit off center. It's not right at the celestial, center, the celestial North Pole. But I wouldn't say it's like shifting, because that sounds like what the Globers say, which is like over 1,000 years or something like that. It's going to be a different North celestial pole. A different star is going to be there. So just to, like, avoid confusion, I wouldn't say that just going through its sidereal cycle, just like every other star.
So, what would you say the proper motion of Polaris is, and why is there a proper motion listed if it never moves?
You see that picture I put in the? I hope I put it in the right one. The live stream voice text.
Yeah.
So apparently, there's other land on the other side of that wheel, and that's the celestial time clock.
So would you just assume it?
Yeah,
Or
because
nobody's ever seen it, right?
Wait, there's like another world on the other side of that clock?
No.
Yeah, like it's not exposed because like the center there, like the center where you see like all those like symbols, those zodiac signs and stuff apparently, like that circle from this video I watched. Okay, I'm not saying this is true, but apparently, like the North Star shifts in the middle of that circle, and then the sun and moon follows it, and it's gonna eventually emit the other side of that clock, and there's other land underneath it. And apparently, most of these buildings were already built before our time. Like the foundations way deep in the ground and shit. And there's like underground cities. So it's like, is there like a great reset?
No, I think you're just not getting, like, you're misunderstanding it.
So is that clock like a portal? Like, can you go through it, or how does that work?
I'm gonna show you the video. And
No, it's basically, so you have the lunar cycle, the solar cycle, and the sidereal cycle, right? That image that you posted shows the sidereal cycle superimposed on the solar cycle. So you have, like, you know, the constellation clock, if you will, on top of the, you know, the solar clock, the clock that we all use. And throughout the year, you're going to have different constellations in the sky, simply because you're going to be in different times in your sidereal cycle. They don't match up 100%. But it's always the same, like, constellations that you see throughout the year. They just slowly shift. Over, you know, thousands of years, we haven't seen any difference. We're still seeing the same constellations. There's no new constellations drifting in and old constellations drifting out, as you would expect if they were like suns, balls of gas that are going at their own respective speeds in their own respective directions and stuff like that.
No, yeah, I agree. It's the same constellation, but what I'm trying to say is, like, is it possible for that celestial time clock to actually be true? Because that center circle is not always on the right side of the whole full circle around it. It does shift around.
Of course.
I mean,
that's because different positions on Earth observe the different constellations at different times of the year, right?
Yeah,
that doesn't mean that there's more hidden land. You know, we could take out the stars completely and we'll still have the same land, and, you know, we could discover it and explore it and stuff like that. It's just what you see at a specific point on Earth when you look up at the sky, depending on when in the year it is in the sidereal cycle.
Yeah, I'm definitely not arguing the star constellation. I agree with all that. It's more so of, do you believe that there's other land on the other side, and eventually that the land that we're living on now will not have sun or moon for like a few thousand years until the cycle goes back to this side.
Well, when you say other side, what do you mean?
I can. So basically, now the sun and moon is revolving around the North Star.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm trying to say is the North Star is eventually going to shift to the other side of this clock. Like this whole circle that you're looking at is literally going to shift up. And then that's going to bring the sun and moon with it. The land is still going to stay where it's at, but it's eventually going to emit the other side of the clock with sun and moon for 3,600 years or whatever it is per each little cycle. If you see in the middle, they have like those little lines. Those are new great years, they call it.
So you think eventually the sun and the moon are going to, like, basically drift above and beyond, like, the Antarctic, like the shore of Antarctica, the ice wall, and go to, like, basically be on top of other land? Am I understanding you right?
I mean, essentially, yeah. I mean, I'm trying to find like a better example to. Here's another picture. Let's see. There you go.
I don't think it works like that, because the sun and the moon are in their own cycles, right? In their own circuits. I don't think they're pegged to the sidereal, like the circuit of the stars. So, first off, in the, like, you know, thousands and thousands of years of observing the stars, they haven't shifted. And in those same thousands of years, the sun and the moon's cycles or circuits haven't moved either. So I feel like there's too many, like, you know, premises that are just not realistic for this to actually happen eventually. And if I'm misunderstanding you, then please correct me.
Who's talking?
Me.
There you go. Here you go. Let's send you something. kind of tagged it at the certain spot. It's a better diagram of it.
The person on the plane has to. You have to be on the plane in order to get the GP. The person on the plane has to. You have to be on the plane in order to get the GP.
Welcome to Flat Earth. I am going to trim that out and make it the intro to my live show. You have to be on the plane, that would be the Flat Earth, in order to get the GP. So the sphere underneath's not useful for getting GPs then?
I never said that.
You said you got to be on the plane to get the GP. So not on the sphere bit, on the Flat Earth bit.
I just said I didn't agree with that.
Sorry, I don't care what you agreed with. You told me you had to be on the plane. You made it absolutely explicitly clear it's going to get trimmed back and played at nausea. You definitely need to be on the plane. It's the only way you can acquire a flat baseline to the GP of the star.
The person on the plane has to. You have to be on the plane in order to get the GP.
You're not going to get that from the sphere underneath, Virus.
Yeah, that's because you're wrong about that assumption.
I'm wrong. Maybe tell me how, given that you've just told me you've got to be on the plane to get the GP. Now you're saying I'm wrong. I'm summarising you verbatim.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. It's going to get trimmed out, I absolutely assure you. But I'm glad you've denied saying it, because I'll also trim out in lies. King did say that, you lying bastard pig.
Why are you cutting me?
You lying bastard. I hope you burn in hell.
If you can do it from the sphere, why do you have this plane on top
Because
of
that
it?
is your horizontal from that tangent point. That is your horizontal.
No, you made it clear earlier it was the GP of the star and not the tangent point. So you're lying and double speaking again about what you've stated this is. You made it explicitly clear that this wasn't the tangent point and was the GP representation below the star.
At that point.
Sorry, you just can lie and talk through me when I point out you're lying for a second time. No, not a tangent plane. You said this represented the GP of the star. And then when I pointed out that anybody on this plane could acquire a GP, but nobody on the sphere could, you made it clear, yeah, you'd have to be on the plane to acquire the GP.
Gave you my answer.
Yeah, I know, and it proved the flat Earth. I'll be trimming it out.
No, it didn't. You did.
So why did you put this plane on top of a sphere exactly?
You didn't hear me because I was.
Why did you put this plane on top of a sphere? Was Chocolate's question.
Because that's the tangent point. Every single tangent.
You don't have a tangent point. We debunked it with the Black Swan. You don't have a tangent point. Black Swan. Are you deaf? Get a pen. Write it down. Ruhif, if you're listening, you stupid spastic. Write it down. No tangent point, stupid spastic. Write down. My name is Virus. I am a spastic. I don't have a tangent point. You getting this down?
No, I'm not. Because.
Well, you should be.
If it was true, I would write it down.
Well, it is. Refracted. No straight lines. Certainly no straight lines to make into planes. The only thing that'll give you the GP to the star. The only thing capable of giving you the measurement of the GP of the star is this plane you've somehow slapped on top of a sphere and then said tangent. No tangent, dickhead. Black Swan. Is it no Atmo Day, dumb shit? Is it no Atmo Day, dumb shit? Dumb shit?
It has nothing.
Dumb shit? Is it no Atmo Day, you dumb shit? No Atmo Day, right, dumb shit? Right, dumb shit? It's no Atmo Day, right, for a tangent, dumb shit? No
How did we come back to...
Is it no Atmo Day, you dumb shit? Because you said tangent. That's why we're here again, round in circles, that's why.
Tangent, I said tangential plane.
Yeah, that would need a tangent. Is it no Atmo Day?
Words?
Is it no Atmo Day? Is it no Atmo Day for a tangent? Hello?
It has nothing.
Hello, you thick. Hello? Is it no? Are you deaf? Do you hear the question coming out? What did I just say, Virus? Did you hear what I just said?
I heard what you said.
Repeat back to me. Say it with me, you stupid. Is it no Atmo Day?
What does that have to do with the argument?
Well, it would mean that all lines are always bent in tangent, you stupid stick. That's what it's got to do with it. Comprende, mother...
The Black Swan and refraction has nothing to do.
The Black Swan refraction? Did you say refraction?
That has nothing to do.
Sorry, did you say refraction? The Black Swan refraction, did you say?
No, the black
It's only
swan and
100
refraction has
times.
nothing to do.
The black swan refraction?
I said
You didn't. So we've got a straight line to the horizon that's before the oil rigs. Not refraction, right? Straight line to the horizon that's before the oil rigs, right? Not refraction.
No, it's not.
No! Not a straight line to the horizon before the oil rigs. What do you mean, no? Straight line.
What do you mean?
No, we got straight lines, right? It's no Atmo Day. Yeah, straight lines, right? It's no Atmo Day.
We already covered this. Stop.
Oh, did we? So we should move on. Let's just summarise what we're moving on with. Have we got a straight line to a geometric tangent point, or is the horizon beyond the oil rigs? Which is it?
We don't need one.
We don't need your stuttering mother.
No, I repeated.
What don't we need? A straight line? You do.
Wait, what
For a
don't we
tangent.
need again?
What don't we need? Do you even know what you don't
need? A tangent to the geometric horizon.
So when you say you don't need a tangent to the geometric horizon, when you said this flat plane you've arbitrarily slapped on top of a useless sphere, why the f did you call that a tangent then? We're finally at the point you understand.
A tangent point.
So you don't have that, you stupid dick.
Says who?
Says you.
So we don't need it.
Sorry, what? We don't need to worry about the refracted black swan? Do we not need to worry about that? What, now that it absolutely fucks up this argument that you've got with celestial navigation? Shall we forget about the refracted black swan? We don't need to worry about that, right?
The black swan is fine.
So you don't. It's fine. The black swan rebuttal's refracted, no straight line, no tangent. Should we just forget about that?
This is not.
Is that awkward?
This ain't related.
Sorry, should I make the slapping sound of my testicles on your fucking head again? You seem to be chanting through the fact that if refraction, not a tangent. Do you understand me, you thick?
I don't know why you
don't. Well, then you. If refracted, not a straight line. Black swan, according to you and your claim of a sphere Earth, always refracted its standard.
The light bend.
All right, Helio, waiting on the stream. Started. All right, I guess we're kicking it off right now. Everyone who came, welcome. Tonight, we have an interview lined up with 10th Man. He's one of the panelists from FED Debates, Flat Earth Debates, and that's from Nathan Oakley 1980's channel. And I'm a part of that panel as well, and we have shows every day, every morning, pretty much from 9 Eastern and on, every day, Monday through Friday, so you can check him out there. So I'm real excited to be doing this interview style because it allows for us to have a discussion about information rather than debating having the information getting lost. So my goal is for as many people as possible to see genuine conversations between flat earthers, so it clears up some of the misconceptions about us and about the topic overall. So, okay, we'll get it started now, and I guess I'm going to ask you the first question. So for the people who are still brand new, let's start with the most basic question. What is a sextant and what is it used for?
Check. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're coming in clear, coming in hot.
Well, I'm glad to be here. Thanks for asking me to be on. Sextant is an angle measuring device, and it's used to measure angles. And they've used it for centuries for navigation. Started off with mariners, and they also have a bubble sextant that works on airplanes as well, because they needed to know where they were when they were 20, 30,000 feet in the sky when the aviation first got started. So that's it. It's a sextant measuring, angle measuring device, and sextant stands for sixth of a circle. We'll be showing some slides later, so I could go more into depth when we see the slides.
Awesome. All right. So what made you begin looking into the sextant and how it works? How'd that jump off?
It happened quite almost the same time the Black Swan came out in January 2020. when QE put the Black Swan modus tollens logical consistency argument together, I wanted to know what it was, so I had a call with him just so I could understand it. And once I understood what it was, in my mind, the sextant image came in my mind at the same time, same month, January 2020. And I said to QE, I said, I bet the sextant will take this logical consistency argument that you have put together with the Black Swan to a whole different place, because the sailors use that to sail. And once I understood the Black Swan and the horizon and all that, and then Q said, you're probably right, but do the research, don't come out with it right away. Let's get the Black Swan going first. And I said, yeah, that makes sense. So I just dove right into it, January 2020.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's been a couple of years. It's well, we've actually been speaking now for a few years, and I've heard you mention that you.
Well, hang on, let me
What's that?
finish. Just because I started research January 2020 doesn't mean I shared it right away. I waited a long time, and I started dripping it on Flat Earth Debate Show in the pre-show, because I had so much information, and it was so devastating for the ballers that I said, what's the best way to do this? Especially hearing the trouble everyone was having on the baller side with the Black Swan, how they weren't able to understand it or didn't want to understand it. I realized this. I realized when the sextant came in, it would be even more devastating. So I just dripped it a little bit, wanting to do research, and more people did. As of now, Rob Durham has done great research on it. He's got a video out using his CAD program. Adam Meekin's done research on it. Brian's Logic's done research on it. Flatzoid has done it. Mitchell from Australia interviewed me twice, and he's done his own sextant research. He did 8 months of research before he put his first video out. Refracted Curvature, who's on FED Debates, he's having a great time with it. He's showing how you can turn a kitchen into a sphere, which is pretty funny. and then, of course, QE has shared on his channel how you can't have an elevation angle with a curved adjacent. Eli, you've shared, and then Michael Kahn has shared, and I hope I didn't forget anyone else, but the whole idea was to get more eyeballs on it, and it's just working, perfect when it's spread out like that.
Yeah. So, do you have any direct experience? I know you had a boat in Cali and you'd go to Catalina. So, did you get any experience with the sextant, or?
No, I had all the technological wonders, chart plotters and radar. I think I had the Furuno system on my 30-footer, and but I remember going into the different shops in Newport Beach, and I remember seeing a sextant, and I've handled one. I never had a desire to buy one or dig deep into it, but it just, when I heard the Black Swan, it was like, it's time to check that tool out. And so now I currently own a German-made sextant called Freiberger, and then I also bought a bubble sextant on eBay and compiled a good resource of books on the subject.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, that leads into the next question. So, initially, how'd you approach your research? Like, did you buy any books, watch any videos? Like, how did it happen first?
Started watching videos. Started seeing articles on YouTube about books. Then went to Google and saw what were the main books. Started following channels, going to PDFs, downloaded a ton of PDFs from universities on the subject. Also went into archive books. I've got 500-600 books downloaded on sextant from the 1600s, from the 1600s to now, all on PDFs. And I've compiled my own books. You want me to give you some of the titles?
Well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Well, just before you get to that, just briefly go over like the first thing you saw as a red flag in your research. Like, what stood out first to you?
Angle measuring device. sextant is an angle measuring device. And an angle is two straight lines that meet and create a vertex. That can never work on a ball, a curved surface. That was the main thing right there.
Now, is that your flat Earth definition of an angle, or?
Well, all the books I bought, all the videos I watched, all the PDFs, all the EDU sites, they're all heliocentric baller sites. There's nothing that I wish there was some, but there wasn't any. So I had to go to their material and find all the paradoxes. You know, they show in pictures a globe, but in functioning of the sextant, it can never work on the globe. But they got them together, and that's how they fool people.
Interesting. Okay. So did you speak to any experts, or?
Oh yeah, I've called a navigation school. I've talked to a YouTube channel guy who does sextant videos. I've talked to, emailed, contacted people, but you know, it's not like I said, "Hey, I'm a flat earther. I'm going to expose you." That wasn't the way I contacted them. I just contacted and say, "Hey, I have a question. How does this work?" Okay, thanks. Validating what I read.
All right. So you said that you were hesitant to share the information. So when did you decide it was time to share it with Flat Earth Debate?
Actually, if I said that, I'm wrong. I wasn't hesitant. I was planning a strategy because it was so devastating, and I wanted to not be the only guy. So I started leaking it out in the pre-show on Nathan's channel. By the way, if you want to hear me talk about it 5 days a week, subscribe to Nathan Oakley 1980. That's where I'll debate the subject with the panel members who have also done their own study, which is great. But I said, okay, if I say this, what's their comeback? Oh, well, they'll say this. And if I say, and they say that, I'll say this. And so I started role-playing how it would go. And I said, okay, the best way to do this is to sprinkle it on little by little and set some traps. So they've already bid on a few traps. There's a few more traps and the big ones at the end, which I can't talk about right now.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So I can remember on the show for a while. Man, it must have been at least a year. I don't know. But for a long time in the pre-show, like, you shared diagrams and you just shared notes from official sources. You'd be like, listen, I'm quoting this. Go to this site, or look at what it says here in this book, right? So,
right.
What's the reason that you did it the way you did? Like, what were you hoping to see happen with this strategy?
The best witness is a hostile witness. I used their books, their definitions, showed their paradoxes. The books share a lot of truth, but they also go against what they say in the books as well. So there's a paradox. So you can't have an angle measuring device work off of a curved adjacent. You can't get an angle off a curved adjacent. So you have to dig deep to see what they're doing. And that was the key. Let's use their material, their teachers, their system, and let's break it apart. And it's totally come apart for them. Because they have to find angles now. They have to redefine what an angle is. Well, good luck with that.
Right, because the angle that you're measuring is the angular distance between what you're going to be sighting in the sky celestially and the ground. So it's the angular distance from the point in the sky to the ground below it. It's GP, right?
Well, you bring the sun or star or luminary. That's one of the 64 ones in the air almanac, and close to 200, if not over 200 in the nautical almanac, but most people use the 64 main stars. And what you do is you use the index arm and bring that down to the horizon. So it's the angle measurement horizon to where the altitude of that star or sun is. And there's your angle. So those are two straight lines that meet at the vertex, which is your eyeball.
All right, cool. So what claim, would you make that you can stand by with the sextant? If anyone asks, 10th man is making claims, what are you exactly claiming?
My only claim is been the same since the beginning. A sextant is an angle measuring device, instrument, and an angle is two straight lines that meet at a vertex, a point. And how can that ever work on a curved surface? It can't. That's my claim.
Good. So we're told that the sextant, or the manuals show that the sextant works on a globe. So what do you have to say to those people who say, well, of course the sextant works on a globe. Here's a picture right here.
Well, of course, I'm using their books. They're going to have the globe in their books. But you can't get an angle off of a curved surface. So you better find another instrument than the sextant, because it can never work from the surface of the globe. And what we're going to find out later with some pictures, I could tell you right now, they're getting it from a presupposed center where there's an equatorial plane. So they're even not measuring it off a curved surface. They're saying it's coming from the equatorial plane. They cut the Earth in half, and there's your plane. So they're even saying it comes from there. But the navigator, he's on the surface of this so-called sphere, and that's where the sextant is at. There's nobody at the center of the Earth with the sextant.
Right.
So guess what? Even they know they can't get an angle from the surface. That's why all the Nautical Almanac tables are from the center of the Earth. Well, what's at the center of the presupposed Earth? A plane.
Basically.
So see, there's no curved adjacent there, is there?
No, there isn't. Absolutely not. Funny enough. So now, with all of the research that you've done, you've said often that there's a mixture of truth and falsehood. What do you mean by that?
Well, like you just said, you'll see a picture of a circle, and then you'll see a tangent plane, and then you'll see all these lines and whatever, and then they'll say, this is how it's working. Well, since we know an angle can never be achieved from a curved adjacent, that's not how it's working.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't have a curved adjacent and still achieve an angle. That's impossible. So why would you have those two together in the book? Because of the deception factor. There's a deception factor there. Really, it's from the center, but no one's at the center with the sextant. But it's not even from the center. It's from the surface of the real Earth we live on, and then they transpose it to the center.
So, how many books have you bought on celestial navigation? And
it's an ever-growing list. I got 4 more I just ordered that are coming, because when you research one, you go to the bibliography and they say get this one, or you see something and you say, okay, I better get that. Okay, just what I have here on my table, Moving Heaven and Earth.
All right, lay it on us.
Here we go. Moving Heaven and Earth by John Henry, Navigation Afloat by Alton B. Moody, Natural Navigator, TM 1206, Celestial Air Navigation, Sacred Geometry of the Earth by Vidler and Young, Air Force Manual 64-5 on Survival, Introduction to Nautical Science by Chase, The Almagist, and going to this other part, we've got Navigation by Harold Jacoby, Low Ship Astro Navigation, Celestial Navigation for Yachtsmen, TM 1205 Air Navigation, Technical Manual, and what's the one underneath that? Practical Talks by an Astronomer, Line of Position Navigation, Sextant Handbook, 2nd edition, Bruce Bauer. Wright is the author, Most Probable Position. Primer of Navigation by Mixter. Astronomical Algorithms by Gene Meas. Surveying and Leveling Instruments. The History of Celestial Navigation. Show Me the Proof. Celestial Navigation by Adjutant. Air Almanac 206. Celestial Navigation by HO249 by Milligan. Tom Conliffe, he's got a YouTube channel, Celestial Navigation. I got his book. I've got 4 versions of Bowditch, American Practical Navigator. I've got 2019 version. I've got 1943, 1965, and 1995. see what they added. I've got the original one downloaded, 1802, on the computer. Hobbes, Marine Navigation 2, Celestial Electronic, The Nautical Sextant by W.J. Morris, and Easy Celestial Nautical Almanac, 2021. My prize possession, volume 51, volume 1 and 2, Air Navigation from the Air Force on the bubble sextant and all that. Celestial Navigation, second edition, right? Celestial Navigation using site reduction tables, number 249, another book on that. 14th edition of the Dutton's Navigation and Piloting, and one on the bottom I can't see because it's covered, and 4 on the way.
Man, so that's an extensive list, my man. You're talking about days and weeks of research and study, and it's basically based around the main principle that you have to have two straight lines for an angle. Basically, like this is what you're trying to corroborate, and all these books probably trying to figure out how it would work on a sphere.
Well, I'll tell you, it's been a very enjoyable process. I love research. I think that's something I love doing. And when I got my teeth into it, I said, I got them. I know exactly what they're doing, how they're tricking. I better go get the books in case they're not, one day you can't get them. This will be left to my grandkids as a resource, how the ball went down one day.
Beautiful. So in regards to trying to summarize it for the people out there that that they can't remember a ton of things, let alone what they had for breakfast. So how do you share your information on the sextant with others in a way that they can digest it?
Well, I've been doing it on FED Debates Monday through Friday, so anybody listening should subscribe to Nathan Oakley 1980 and come and hear the pre-show, which is where I lay out a lot of slides. And then when I have a present...
And you have a channel as well, right? I know you don't post much on there, but tell us a little about that.
Well, 10th Man Rising, 10, how's it listed?
Let me post these in there.
Yeah, just post that. I don't go to it too often because I'm so busy in research that I decided I would help Mitchell from Australia, as well as my 5-day a week with Nathan Oakley channel. Do everything there first. I'm also moving out of the state, and when I get some time, I will be loading my channel with everything, with all these books. So if you want to subscribe in advance and wait for that day to come, that's great too.
Okay. So let's see here. You've been talking a lot about the sextant traps. You alluded to it earlier in the interview. Now you didn't go too deep into it. What can you tell us about those traps?
Well, the big one so far has been dip correction. They fell for it. Mitchell was fantastic. He played the role great. I said, Mitchell, I need to set him up for the dip correction trap. Can you do this, and the other? He said, I'll be more than happy to do it. So he did, and the fishnet came in with 4, maybe 5 or 6 ballers. They all bid on it, and then we unleashed it on them. So I got that video on Mitchell from Australia's channel. It's the second one I did there. First one's on the sextant, I believe, and the second one was dip or not to dip. That is the correction. And I suggest everyone to go.
Brief rundown of it.
Yeah, I will, but I just think you need to do. Yeah, that's fine. I just need to say, go watch it at Mitchell's channel so you get the full thing. But basically, a sextant, when you're using it at sea, the only thing stable is the horizon. So you aim your sextant at the horizon, and you go through the methodology. When you're in an airplane, they have a bubble, and the bubble gives you a horizontal. So it gives you the horizontal plane you're looking for immediately. Okay? And there's a way to do it. They do it for like 2 minutes. It's done in intervals of, I think, 15 seconds, if I'm not far off. Average, because the pilot is trying to fly the plane in a straight line without too much bumpiness. And so they'll take an average of all those sightings in 2 minutes. I think there was 60 different times that they do a measurement from it. So then you got the landlocked. If you're landlocked like Lewis and Clark on their trail, they use a pan and they fill it with mercury or viscous fluid, and then you got to cover it so there's no agitation by the wind, and you're able to do a artificial horizon that way. The one on the airplane's artificial horizon with the bubble. The one on land, where there's no natural sea horizon, is going to be done with a pan filled with, say, something like mercury, and sides covered, top covered, and no agitation on the surface of that liquid. And then you have to half the angle on the artificial horizon on land because you're sighting the same star twice. So you can see those things are covered in the research I've done. But to dip or not to dip, that's the correction. Why do you do dip correction in the ocean when you got the real horizon and you don't have to do it these two other ways? I mean, all three work. Well, it's because you might be 10 feet above the surface of the water. So you got minus 10 feet to get to the surface of the water. So dip correction is nothing more than height of eye above the surface of the water. So you got to get your eyeballs on the water to make it geometric. So you get your 90 degree. To get your horizontal. Because if you're 10 feet above and you're aiming at the horizon, you're 10 feet above it and you're got a little angle there. So you got to bring that down so you get your horizontal baseline. Because it's not going to work with a curved adjacent either, right? So you want to make sure when you get your 90, it's a true 90.
Okay. Well said. So you've also said that you're saving the best for last. I'm still guessing at what that is, but what does it mean?
It's a whopper. I'm waiting for a few things to happen and someone to speak.
Okay. Fair enough. So, in your opinion, is it necessary to actually use a sextant to be able to speak about it? You know, because typically you have the ballers who say, oh, well, he's never even owned a sextant. He doesn't know what he's talking about. What do you say to that?
Well, I own a sextant. I don't think you have to use it to know how it works. You know how many videos I've downloaded and watched them do it in front of me every single step of the way? I'm just telling you what they say. So if I can't go to a YouTube channel by a professional navigator who's showing me every step of the way and tell you this is what they do, then that means every one of these, and these are all heliocentric, people who say this is how to do it. So if I can't use them as a resource, what can I use?
So why do you think that a lot of us on the panel and a lot of others are starting to state that the sextant is the number one flat Earth proof? What do you think that is?
Well, that's what I saw when I was doing it, and I said, what's the best way to present it? And that's why I did the drip method, and I wanted more eyes on it. I wanted others to come and say, I've done the same research Tenth did, and here's what I found. And we're there now. Rob Durham put it to a CAD program, and he tried to do it with a curved surface, and the computer wouldn't let him do it. He says, you need a straight line for that.
That's still very hilarious.
It's so devastating because it's telling you it's an angle measuring device, the tool itself, and you need two straight lines for that angle, and it meets a common point, which is a vertex. That could never happen on a globe. The sextant works, though. It's just not working on a globe.
So is that why NC Flat Earthers immediately respond with, don't say 90, don't say right angles. Triangulation has nothing to do with celestial navigation.
Well, that was a beauty there, because guess where it says 90? 90, that was another trap. I can't believe how quickly they fell into this one. It was you who told me.
The first day.
It was you.
Because that's what they do, right? They said, you know what? Let's not talk about the meat and potatoes. Let's pretend that that's not there. You know,
Eli,
we're cool.
Eli, you remember you were the one who told me that someone came and said, "Don't say 90."
Yeah,
And
that
I
was
said,
Brandon's show.
"Yeah, yeah." And
It was
I
very
said,
animated too.
I said, "Wow, that already happened." I thought that well, who would even do that? Okay, well, in all the books I have, guess what? You subtract minus whichever word you like your altitude from 90. Everything is subtracted from 90. And if you just go look on your phone and Google and say, what's a 90 degree? It's a right angle, perpendicular, two straight lines. Has that little box there. So guess what? 90 is what you got to subtract from. That's telling you the earth is flat.
All right, man. Beautiful. Well, those are all the questions that I have for you here. And that was a really, really nice chat. I'm enjoying it. Hopefully we can keep it going so we can get some of you guys in and ask questions. Kind of just message in the chat and I'll give you the role so that you can speak and ask your question. If you guys are there.
So you can actually use that sextant to measure the heights of trees. Exactly, because that's all it's used for, measuring angles.
No, because that's the sextant is used many ways. That's just one of the ways you can use it. When you're on a boat and you're near shore, you have charts, and the charts show you landmarks like a lighthouse or different things. And the navigator will aim at this lighthouse, but in the chart it tells him how high the cliff is and how tall the lighthouse is. So he's got information that he doesn't have at sea about a sun or a star. And in their books, they're not measuring the height of the star like a distance. It's an angular measurement of it, because in their books, the stars are light years away. They're not even trying to do that. So if we're going to stick to the official narrative, then the angular measurement is the angle above the horizon, and that co-altitude, when you minus from 90, is the remaining number that you times by 60 nautical miles to get your distance from the GP of that star to the observer. So it's a whole different usage there. You could turn it sideways and get the angle from a church building to a lighthouse as well. So horizontal angle as well versus a vertical angle, which is similar to a celestial angle with a star, except no one knows the height.
Awesome. Hey Radwin, how'd you come off mute? Did they change the perms or?
Oh, I didn't know I wasn't allowed. You were saying ask questions or something. I guess I wasn't paying attention. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm trying to figure out if I have to do something for everyone else to go to come off mute.
I unmuted myself.
Oh, okay. And no one else is responding in the interview voice text, so
we can show the pictures.
All right, cool. Yes, let me share my screen and we can go through a couple of slides.
It's more than a couple, but
yeah, because you guys got to kind of get a picture of what's going on. No pun intended. I'm surprised that there have been no puns so far.
There's still time, Eli, there's still time.
Wait, time out. Oh, sorry. I do have a question that came in from the live stream.
Okay.
Guys, try to put it into the, you know what? I'll take them from the live stream. It's no problem. So, SE Montreal asks, ask 10th Man how confined he feels. That if I place him in the middle of the ocean somewhere, he can find his way home.
Well, that's what they do, don't they? The stars above us have a specific place on Earth, and in the book they tell you where they are at those times. And when you watch a few videos, you're able to use the stars at night as well as the sun during the day and the moon to figure out where you are.
Right, because it's not just the sextant. Although I've heard some seasoned people say they could just use the sextant, but you want to have that almanac, right?
No, it's all sextant without an almanac doesn't make any sense. I mean, you could probably for latitude, but if you want longitude and you want Greenwich time, I mean, you're going to need a few things to make this thing work out. This is why I say go do your own homework, watch the videos. It's quite the process when you watch them. This is why my initial claim was, okay, do I need to go through all this stuff to prove this could only work on a plane? No. What proves it could only work on a plane is the fact that it's an angle measuring device, number one. And number two, what's an angle? An angle is two straight lines meeting at a common point called a vertex. And then what do you do with the information? You minus it from 90, a right angle. Okay, that's enough for me. It's over right there.
Okay. Paula, I think you have the role. I think you can speak now. And Dave, I also see you too. Give me 1 second for you. But Paula, you should be able to unmute. I'm hoping. Technical difficulties? 1 second.
I unmuted level up for you.
Okay.
that works.
Okay. Great.
Yeah, I didn't have a question. I'm just like, you were asking if anybody could unmute themselves, and I'm like, nope.
Oh, okay.
But sorry.
So,
thanks anyway.
So, Dave, you said you had a question?
Can I talk?
Yes, you can, sir. Welcome.
Okay. Good shows, good information. I appreciate everything. Sounds like you put a lot of effort into this. We appreciate your efforts, man.
Thank you.
My question may or may not be answered. I just was curious if any of the older material you run across, that any anecdotal evidence of sailors knowing they weren't on a globe when they were using this thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The Portuguese sailors, when they used the quadrant, they believed the Earth was flat, and it worked for them as they came around Africa, going to India.
Okay. Well, I mean, obviously, anybody that was proficient in using it, if they'd actually reasoned it out, they would have known they weren't on curvy water anyway, right? But I was just, it would be interesting to highlight some of those not ancient, but 1800s or whatever, some of the sailors, some of their statements about they know the globe was bullshit. If there's anything like that, that's all I was saying,
Yeah, it's there. I mean, I've seen them. Like I said, I could cite the Portuguese sailors who used the quadrant, and they believed the Earth was flat, and they were sailing on a flat Earth.
It's funny to me that this thing was right here all along, and people have been using it for hundreds of years as a globe killer. But I appreciate your efforts, man.
Yeah. Let me say something to that. Whether or not you take a sextant and use it, and right now, most everyone who's using it thinks the Earth is a ball. The criteria is, it doesn't matter what the Portuguese believed or did, or what today's navigators believe or do. The criteria is, what is the tool capable of? It's an angle measuring device. That's all it is. It's a big protractor. Okay, so now what's next? Define an angle. What's an angle? Two straight lines meeting a common point called a vertex. You don't have any straight lines on a ball. You don't have any straight lines on a sphere. Then they say minus it from 90. Well, you don't have a right angle on a sphere. but you do if you're going to use the sextant.
All right, so let's get into the slides. Now would seem like as good a time as any.
Or am I going to see it on your screen so I can keep up?
Yes, give me 1 second. So I just have to. What? I actually can't share my screen. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to share the slides in the chat. So you want to go through them in order, and I'll just share them as you go along?
Yeah, we know where we're starting and we know where we're ending, and I'll just kind of let you know. So the first one is, you tell me if it's already showing.
Let me just get to the interview voice text. Yep, okay.
Ready to
It's
go?
in there.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is obviously a sextant. It's showing line of sight to the horizon, shows different parts of it, the telescope, the eyepiece, and you can see on the top right, you bring the sun down with the index arm and you toggle it on the horizon, but barely touching that surface. You don't want to go below it. Go to the next slide. It's another view of a sextant. Is that what you see?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So here it says light from sun, a star, or moon comes through the index mirror, and then light from a horizon, and then see that black curved arrow? That's your angle. And see that curved bottom, the scale? That's the arc of the sextant, much like a protractor. And it's pretty obvious here. And then the micrometer allows you to do fine tuning on the degrees. So you got degrees, minutes, and tenths of second. Next slide. Here's a older picture of a person using it. And we won't stay much on this, but there's the arc. Those are the arc minutes. In case someone thinks it means the Earth is an arc. Wrong. Next slide shows a guy, and you see the 0 to 90, Eli?
Yep.
Okay, so what's above you directly is your zenith, and the horizon's at 0. So if you're holding a sextant, just like previously with that guy, you would bring one of those stars down to the horizon and measure the angle and minus it from 90. Can't have a 90 on a curved surface. Next slide.
Yep.
So this one is like a snow globe, but this is from a Navy site. It shows a Navy ship in the middle, and it's got a flat plane there. I mean, it's a disc, but it's still flat. And there's your angle, horizon and the star.
That picture right there is pretty telling.
Pretty much.
Right. Right.
Cheap.
It's as telling as it gets.
I mean, come on. It's a Navy picture. Look at it.
GP stands for geographical position, where the star is directly overhead. They need to put that line down. We'll show that in the future slide. Next slide. This is the Alt-Az system.
Yep.
Horizontal, obviously, Earth-based. And forget everything below. We're back to that Navy picture. If you forget everything below, there's your altitude and your direction from the azimuth starting from north. And see that angle? It's on the flat plane. You can't get it on a curved surface. Next slide. Back to the Navy site. Here's the ship. Here's sea level. Where's the star here? It's 5 degrees above the horizon. What's the angle? 85 degrees. I mean, if you can't see what's going on here, I don't know. But that's a right angle, and you figured out that your altitude was 5, so your co-altitude is 85. Now you just times 85 by 60, and that's how far you are from the GP of that star, which is the zenith position of the star. Next slide. Here we go again. Observer, star, the altitude. You need a flat plane. Same happening on the curvature part. This is happening from the origin. We'll be covering that in a minute. But again, an angle is two straight lines. That's what you got there. Next slide. Observer, this ain't showing that well, but observer, star, distance, and then the circle of equal altitude below with the same blue as the distance. That's a radius from the GP of the star to the observer. And the question is, are radius lines curved or straight? Answer is straight.
That picture there is an example of the trick they play. You have to go from the center of Earth. You have to create that angle. Then you have to move that angle to where you're standing and then use that as your triangle. That's the trick that they use that you can't have. That's just a trick. It's an optical illusion.
You got the next slide, Eli, the periscope film. Okay, screen capture here. So here's an airplane, say 30,000 feet in the air. Here's a ship on the surface. You see it's 60 degree, and then shows the GP. And then where's it coming from? It's emanating from the center. Well, who's at the center with the sextant? Nobody. So guess what's at the center? Equatorial plane, a flat surface. What's on the surface of the Earth? There's no plane. It's curvature. Sextant can't work from a surface of this globe depicted here. So it's working from the center, and this is where they have to say, well, we assume sunlight's coming in parallel so that this corresponding angle from the center could be the same for the ship as well as the airplane. You see the trick here. Sunlight doesn't come in parallel, it's divergent, number one. And number two, nobody's at the center with a sextant. It has to work on the surface, but it can't work on the surface because you have a curved adjacent. Next slide.
Right. Insane. Yep,
So,
gotcha.
all right, so this 30-degree angle times 60 is 1,800 nautical miles. Where's the baseline? See that dotted line at the center? That needs to be on the surface, but it's not. This is the trick. Next slide. So, how about if we just show you what we're talking about on land? There's a star represented by the maypole, and the GP of that star is in the middle of this circle of equal altitude. My, that looks like a right angle, doesn't it?
That sure does.
How can that happen on the surface? It can't. That's in those previous pictures. That's happening at the center because you have an equatorial plane there. But that's made up because we don't live on a globe, or else you'd have radius proof black swan, right? So the whole point here is they measure it flat on the surface, tell you they're getting it from the center. Next slide. Here's the bubble sextant. And this is what the bubble would do at 30,000 feet. It would give you the horizontal you need for your flat baseline. All you need is a flat baseline to get an angle. And guess what? If you have a flat baseline at 30,000 feet, guess what's below you parallel? A flat Earth. Next. So here's one from a site on a paper plate, just to make it simple for kids, I guess. Zenith position of the sailor on the boat is directly above him. Horizon's there. There's your 90. The altitude measurement from the star above the horizon is colored in red. And the co-altitude is yellow. And that's what you times 60 nautical miles. So, I mean, you can't get any more right angle than this.
How do you know which star you're picking?
They have them in the books. You know ahead of time. You plan for it early morning, and just as the sun's going down, so you can see them. And they have 4 or 5 or 6 they do one run and pick the best 3 to have a fix. During the day, they use the sun, also the moon. The Air Almanac has 64 prominent. The Nautical Almanac, 200 or so. Next slide. Coordinate systems.
Mm-hmm.
This is what's happening. This is what's happening. But that don't look like a globe.
Man, you guys following along, just looking at this, it's very obvious, almost like a 5-year-old tried to cover up spilled juice. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Okay,
it's
let's move.
insane.
Let's move on. Are you on the sextant where the micrometer drum in red?
Micrometer drum. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. And the vernier in blue, and the degrees in green. So there's the degrees, 29 degrees, right? 45, 46, 47 minutes, and 5/10 right there. So that's it. Degrees, minutes, and seconds. And then you go to the book and you find out everything else.
So so when you're using it, it's sturdy. You're dialing all that in, right? You're getting it roughly close, and then you're dialing it in.
Yeah, they say. I mean, there's a lot of practice that goes into it to where you're doing it properly through a lot of training of doing it wrong, and then they'll say once you get the hang of it, it's fairly quick. And then as soon as you say mark, you count the seconds first on the chronometer, then the minutes, and then you get the degree reading because the seconds are important. And so watch the videos. It's absolutely phenomenal how this tool works.
I've marked them already and already subscribed to you.
Okay, so here you have a celestial body somewhere over the Earth. That's its zenith position in red, directly over the Earth. So the GP would be directly there, the ground position. And the boat's here somewhere. Next slide.
Mm-hmm.
You get your sextant angle measurement, and obviously he's already done dip correction, so the red line is showing on the surface of the water. There's your angle. Next slide. How does that work on this? That teeter-totter, you see that? That can't work. By the way, this slide and the two before are from a navigation site on YouTube. I did not do this. This is really what they believe.
How does it not ring well with those people that look at these pictures?
So this isn't a flat earther didn't just stick that boat on a globe.
No, I played the video on Nathan's show just to prove I didn't do this slide. This is from an official navigation site.
Wow. Alrighty.
But see how this is? How crazy it looks, teeter-totter? But if you take that to the center, it's going to work. Because guess what's at the center? A plane, equatorial plane. But really, there is no center because we're not on the ball. So they got it from the surface, transposed it to the center. They even know it can't work. Next slide. You see the two Navy guys?
Mm-hmm.
So here he is using the sextant, and he's going to say mark, and this guy's going to take down the seconds, minutes, degrees, and everything. Next slide. You can see here the star is over the Earth somewhere. There's a Navy ship. Does that look like a 90?
Definitely does.
Can't have a 90 on the Earth's surface if the Earth's a sphere. Next slide. Does that look like a triangle?
1 second here. Okay.
You see that triangle, the right angle?
Mm-hmm.
So there's your angle measurement in that white. Next slide. You're somewhere on that circle. You don't know where you are, but if there was another boat with the same degrees and angle measurements, they'd be on that same circle as you. That's the first circle of equal altitude right there. That radius line.
I mean, this is very intuitive until they tell you to imagine you're on a globe. That's when it gets confusing. But minus that, it makes all the sense in the world.
Okay, let's go next slide. You see a protractor?
Mm-hmm.
See the origin? The origin is where the vertex is. You see that baseline to that protractor? Section is nothing more than a glorified protractor.
Yep.
What's an angle? What's an angle? Two straight lines meeting at a vertex. See that arc? It's the arc of the sextant, the scale. Not of the Earth. Next slide. Names of angles. Is that what you're on?
Yep.
Okay. Well, we know what an acute angle is anything less than 90 degrees. We know what a right angle is, it's 90 degrees. Obtuse angle is more than 90, but less than 180. What's a straight angle? 180. Reflex angle and a full rotation to make a circle. What do all the books say you minus your altitude degree from? 90.
90.
That's a right angle. The Earth is not a sphere. All their books. This is the other big. When I saw this, it was over.
From space.fm, what's that?
Where are you at? Are you on the next slide?
Yeah. What parts of an angle?
Measuring degrees.
Measuring degrees. Yep. Got it.
In red. In red. Yeah. Using a protractor. What's the base of the protractor? Is it curved?
Of course not.
It's over. Next slide. Back to altitude azimuth, Earth-based coordinate system. You see a curved bottom? I don't see a curved bottom.
Super straightforward.
Next slide. Azimuth angle, horizontal angle along the horizon. That's from north for your bearing. Altitude angle, vertical angle above the horizon. How can you have an elevation angle or altitude angle with a curved adjacent? You can't.
You really can't. You really can't.
All these slides are from their books. Chapter 6 from Harold Jacoby's book. This height of the sun or any star in the sky is called its altitude. And so the altitude is always an angle to be measured in degrees and minutes. The point directly overhead is the zenith. The angle between lines drawn to horizon and zenith is 90 degrees, or a right angle. What do we hear them saying? It's not a right angle. It's not a triangle. Is it 90? Well, if you twist my finger, maybe. All right, then that's the cover of the book. The next slide, Harold Jacoby, navigation. Let's go circle of equal altitude. Tell me when you're there.
Yes. With
Okay,
the blue
so
background or
yeah, yeah, yellow pole, yellow. Yeah, so this is depicting if you take a angle measurement, and it's 50 degrees, you could be anywhere on that circle, 50 degrees. That's a flat bottom right there. That's a 90. That's a triangle. Next slide. Stars are at infinite distance. Stars are at infinite distance according to them. So the angle from the center matches the angle from that top, as long as you put a tangent plane. Nonsense. No one's at the center on a flat plane taking a section measurement. They're on the surface on a flat plane taking the measurement. They just transpose it to the center here. What a joke. Next. This is the funniest thing ever. 3 sides.
Oh, I think we lost you there. Give us a mic check. You might have had to call people. I don't know. Give him a second. How's everybody else doing?
This is another destroyer here. Now that I understand it, I'm just gonna ramble that off.
Am I back?
Yes.
Oh, did you miss this, or should I talk about it again?
Yeah, we missed the ones with the blue the blue sphere. I guess that's supposed to be the prediction.
You got the 3 stars with the 3 circles on the blue sphere, right?
Yes.
Okay. See the red dot? That's the observer. He's got to fix. They're showing you 3 right triangles, and they're putting the 90-degree box symbol in each one, and they're saying this works on the curved adjacent. Paradox. Can't work. Next slide. You can see B and A in the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Why are they drawing that line on the top? And why is the horizon not bending? I thought we lived on the ball.
Right.
Next slide. See the sketch here of a guy looking through the center?
Yep.
Who's there? Who's there at the center of a presupposed sphere? Nobody. But
his
guess
horizon is from the equatorial plane. That's insane.
Nonsense. Okay, let's move on. Here's star 1. 1 circle of equal altitude. 90 degree, right angle, line of position. Next slide shows 2 more star sightings, just so you can get a fix. By measuring the angles to 3 known stars, and the observer knows his location. That's 3 radius from the center of each circle of equal altitude where the star's GP is to the observer, all being straight for thousands and thousands and thousands of miles of ocean. The globe is a lie. Next slide. Here's a astrolabe doing the same thing. Horizon, star, you see a curved surface?
Not in sight.
And if there was, the tool couldn't work. And if there was, the sextant couldn't work. Because sextant is an angle measuring device. Next slide. You see the depictions of the sun rising and setting?
Mm-hmm.
Start from the right. Early morning, the sun is rising in the horizon at a 0 angle. Mid-morning, the sun is getting higher at an acute angle. Noon, the sun is at the zenith directly overhead, right angle. Afternoon, the sun is setting lower, obtuse angle. Evening, the sun is ready to set at very obtuse angle, almost a straight angle. Where's the curve? Sextant can't work if there was. Next slide.
These slides are just giving emotional damage. Like it's
all from their sites. All from their sites. All from their sites. All from their books. Okay, here's the Navy side again. Here's a Navy battleship, it looks like, of some kind. Now you see sea level, right? See that where it says sea level? Hello? Did I skip out? You can still hear me?
Yep, we hear you.
Okay, all right. So here's sea level. Where's the navigator? Is he at sea level or is he on top of the ship somewhere?
He's right on top of the ship.
Oh, so he's got to do dip correction. What does it say dip correction is? Accounts for height above
the sea level.
Why doesn't it say sea curvature? See, this is where they got to make it geometric. It's got to be a right angle. Now, if he had a bubble sextant and that ship wasn't moving at all, he can get this horizontal at his eye line and still make it work. But because he's at sea, bubble sextants aren't used at sea. But bubble sextants don't need dip either, which is a clue. Because if he did have a bubble sextant and the sea was perfectly calm, that would mean the sea is parallel to the horizontal of the bubble, flat again. Next. You see the sun with the arrows going in all directions?
Yep.
Adam Meakin says photons leaving the sun go in all directions. Is he right? He is right. What did they say? Next slide. They say this.
There it is.
Yeah, they say the sun is coming parallel light. How is that possible? I thought the sun was a round object. How can it be sending parallel light? It's got to go in every direction. Oh, so far away that by the time it reaches us, it's parallel. Well, how come then every picture I see is divergent? That's the number one lie. It's not parallel. But they need it for their model to be parallel, because then they can make the Earth's surface curve. But guess what? We just showed you a sextant can't work on the Earth's surface that curves. So it's over. Next. Here's a picture of a divergent ray. I thought it was coming in parallel. Next slide. Here's a picture of a divergent ray. I thought it was parallel. Next slide.
We're a little behind. There we go. Yep. It's
divergent rays. Another one.
That's
should
a
be on
good
the
picture there.
more divergent rays. Stop at the one with the doggy cam. You got the doggy cam from the altitude balloon? You like?
I don't think he's there.
Well, he's got to be moving the slides.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I'll wait for him.
Okay.
The doggy cam.
Sorry, phone is freezing up a little bit.
So you're on the blue divergent rays. You need to go till you get to the doggy
cam. Yeah, the one from the altitude balloon. He's having freezing problems.
There it is.
Okay. Okay, so it's on screen?
Yep.
Okay, so see that hot spot? What do you think that hot spot is? Coming from the Earth or from the sun?
I think it's the angle between the sun and the hot spot is formed between the camera angle and that Earth reflecting right off of it, coming to you like a mirror up the top of the clouds.
So the sun is directly over. That's why you have a hot spot directly under. If you took that to the Earth's surface, that would be the GP, the ground position of that sun. Next slide. Tell me when you're there. Are you there? Solar zenith angle?
Didn't change yet.
Okay, tell me when it does. Thanks for your help, by the way.
Sure. I figured he was having problems when he started not responding. Okay, next slide.
We're there, solar zenith angle?
Yep.
Okay, so we just saw the doggy cam. Pretend this is the sun with the doggy cam. It's directly over that part of the Earth. And because we live on the flat Earth, there's your baseline, and your angle to it could be from anywhere from the outside of that circle, or if you're directly under it, you're right under it. Next slide.
Yep.
Okay, good. So let's take that sun now and say it's over there. Where are you? You're over here where the two lines meet, creating the vertex. So your elevation angle, the altitude angle is right there. The azimuth, that starts from the north, is your direction horizontally. And the zenith is the co-altitude. So if this was 50-degree angle, what's 50 minus 90? Anybody?
40 degrees.
What's 40 times 60? 2,400 miles.
Yep.
You're 2,400 miles from the GP of that star to your vertex. That's the co-altitude zenith complement angle. Next slide.
Yep.
A little bit more detail. Same thing. Elevation angle measured up from the horizon. Zenith angle measured from vertical. Azimuth angle measured from north.
Next slide.
Yeah, I know. I got to get to it. No, it's okay. My screen just did something. Okay, next slide. So you see the sun and the big blue ball and the height of eye. Is that the one?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So here's the center of the Earth where they say all the angle measurements originate from. But then they got a dotted line up here. And then they got a height of eye where the vertex is. And then they've got actual horizon, which is the dotted line, if height of eye is 0 minutes, 0 seconds. So if I get my eye on the water, I'm at 0, 0. And that's the dotted line. Okay, what's this angled down solid line called horizon? Well, that's their geometric horizon that doesn't exist. Thank you, Black Swan. So everything under the dotted line you could just excuse as a lie. Because you can't get an angle off a curved adjacent, and there's no one at the center of the Earth, like they say, where the angle originates from. It's got to be from the surface, and the surface has to be that equatorial plane, not where they say it is, but what the Earth is. Next slide. Are we going smoothly?
Yes, so far so good.
The Earth in the sky, is that the one you see?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so from where we stand, Earth appears what?
Motionless.
No, what's it read?
Oh. From where we stand, Earth appears flat and the sky appears like a dome above us. Wow.
From their own pages. What's going on here? The point where the dome of the sky meets the Earth is called the
horizon. Whoa.
Why don't you just confess it? Get over with
it. Confess your love for the flat Earth.
Here we go. Next slide. Next slide. Altitude azimuth. We can measure the location of objects in the sky using pairs of angles. Here's one way. Altitude is the angle above the horizon. Azimuth is the angle around the horizon, clockwise from north. North is 12 noon, east is 3, and so on. I don't know what to tell you. How can you have this and at the same time claim we live on a sphere?
Beats me.
Okay, next slide. Right angle. A turn of an angle is how many degrees? It rotates around the central point. What's the central point? Is the center of their ball. So I thought they were getting the angle from the surface. No, you can't because it's a curved adjacent. Well, you can't be getting it from the center because you're not there because the ball is presupposed. You have to prove. You can't even prove curvature, let alone say you're at the center of something. Next slide. See a vertex? Yeah. Okay, so ray 1, ray 2, vertex on an angle is the end point where two line segments or rays come together. Can you have a vertex with two straight lines and the bottom one be bulgy or curved?
No.
Ball game over. Next slide. The sphere, perfectly round, three-dimensional shape, like a ball. It has only one curved surface. So Sexton can't work on this. Sorry, no vertices on the curved surface.
Has it right there?
I have
Next
one more
slide.
quick question, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go on.
Is that I gather they claim that they have a horizontal plane from the center of their ball. Is that the only or their best response that you heard about this?
They haven't even brought that up. They're so afraid to go there because that's the only place you can have a equatorial plane is on the equator line, and you slice the Earth in half and make it flat. That's the only way it can work.
None of them had actually brought that up to you as an argument.
I can't wait because. Hang on, let me answer. I can't wait because then I'll say, "Welcome to flat Earth."
That's all I had. Go ahead, Vlad.
You got the next slide, Eli, tangent plane?
Tangent plane, yep.
Okay, x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis. Your angle upwards. You need that plane underneath. It doesn't work without it. That's why they always have one there. They either have a tangent plane or a tangent line, dotted line. They can't do it off a curved surface. End of story. Sexton can't work with a curved adjacent. It's an angle measuring device. It's over. Next slide. Tell me when you're there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you got a circle here. You got a diameter. If you say what's half of the diameter, it'd be a radius. What's a chord? Yeah, you can see where the chord is, and then you could see a point of tangency at one point only. Right?
Yep.
What's the problem here for them?
The tangent point, where the tangent meets the crest of their globe from that observer's perspective. The problem with that is the horizon isn't geometric.
It's refracted, right?
Right, if you're getting an angle reading from what you see, then it's over for them.
Listen, they say there's no straight lines because it's refracted, so you can't even have this. But what's worse?
When you figure that out.
See, this is where Black Swan kills him. Black Swan destroys the globe. Sexton proves it's flat. Now, if the star or sun is 3,000 miles away from you, from the GP to you, then it's somewhere where, how could it work on that curved surface? It would be a chord. You'd have to go right through the Earth. So if you were on this part at the chord at one side, and then you go all the way to the other side where it touches the circumference of the circle, all that arc of Earth, you have to go through it to get to the GP, plus your zenith angles will be diverging, and it wouldn't work. It's over for these people.
Yep.
Next slide. Angles in parallel lines. So you see the corresponding angles to the right. That's what they're trying to achieve by the angle from the center and the angle on the surface when they draw that line. But it couldn't work with a curved adjacent. But just so you know what they're trying to do.
Okay.
Next slide. Protractor.
Yep.
See
That's the one I had in grade school right there. Yep.
See that bottom image there? It looks like a snow globe with the 90.
Man.
You need a flat baseline. You can't get an angle. Sexton is an angle measuring device. How about this one? Celestial horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you are using a plane to get your angle from. It's called the celestial horizon. So I could forget everything below that celestial horizon because it's not a ball. It's that snow globe again. And now here they got sunlight coming in parallel so that the plane, the boat, all match up with the plane at the center of nothing because there is no ball. It's flat Earth put from the surface to the center, but you can't make it work from the surface if it's curved.
Right. That's insane.
Next slide.
I mean, yeah, I got it.
Well, again, it's just all over the place. You can't get an angle without a flat plane, and they have to cut the globe in half to do it.
That is hilarious. That little character in the middle.
Next slide. Here's two stars, Regal and Alphard, and the GP, and the navigator has to be either at the bottom near South America, or he's got to be at the top where it crosses, since he knows his previous day's ship log and he knows his dead reckoning position. He's got to fix with just 2 stars right there. But he's somewhere on that circle with a radius of the GP of each of those stars, thousands and thousands of miles of flat here.
And they have to be parallel. These are the circles of equal altitude that have to be parallel with one another.
Yep.
So the radii have to be parallel.
Exactly. Okay, we're on the last slide now. So what's the trick? The trick is you need a flat plane to have a sextant work. A sextant's angle measuring device. An angle is 2 straight lines meeting at the vertex. So where did they say it's coming from? Got to cut the globe in half. Sorry, we're doing it from the surface. That's where the boat is. That's where the navigator is. That's where the sextant is. It needs to be flat up there, but it's not on this depiction. It's curved, so it's not working. So where do all the measurements come from? From the Nautical Almanac, from the center, because there's a plane there. And so you measure 40-degree angle, not from the surface. Curved adjacent won't let you, so you did it from the center. And guess what? Minus that from 90 is 50. 50 times 60 nautical miles, or 3,000 nautical miles from the GP of that star to you. It's measured flat because the Earth is flat. They trick you with pictures and say it's coming from the center. It's not. It's coming from the surface because we live on a plane. I think that's the last slide.
Yeah, man. Beautiful, beautiful presentation of slides here. I mean, as you go through them, you can see it's just pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious what they're trying to depict, and they're trying to depict that it's a plane without telling you that it's a plane for some reason. But it's glaringly obvious. So thank you for that, Tenth, and thank you for coming over to 24/7, man, and having this conversation with my peoples over here. I've been wanting them to get more information for a long time, because once everybody understands this and they see what's going on here, I mean, it's over. It's only a matter of time.
Thank you for having me, Eli.
So why don't you go ahead and tell them where they can see you or see us once again before we round up.
10th Man Rising is my YouTube channel. I'll be posting stuff there from all my research in the coming, I'll say, years, but not right away because I'm busy 5 days a week at Flat Earth Debates with Nathan Oakley. So join that channel. You'll hear me 5 days a week. I'm constantly putting newer slides, constantly making the argument stronger with my fellow panel members who have done their own research. It's just like an open source now, because when everyone gets to see the source material, everyone could share, and there's different viewpoints that Brian's Logic brings to it. Adam Meakin, Rob Durham, Mitchell from Australia, Flatzoid, Refracted Curvature. I think he's onto something big, because he's taken how they trick people and he's going to show his kitchen is spherical. I mean, it's the funniest thing. You can see how they trick it once you see refracted curvature make his kitchen spherical, because that's what they're doing. Of course, Eli, you do stuff all the time. QE's channel takes this on head on, destroys them. Michael Kahn's got a few things going as well. KHAN, his YouTube channel. And but if they want to see lively debates, when the ballers do come on, we take them on, and they just get obliterated by the sextant argument. Just get killed.
All right. All right. Well, once again, we want to thank you for coming on, and thank you for everybody coming in tonight and checking out this live stream. Thank you very much, Helio, for providing the live stream. Much appreciated, man. And I guess we'll see you in the next one. Until then, peace.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Hey, could someone drop a link for the 10th Man channel? If you hear me.
Oh, hey Sonny, were you actually talking?
Yeah.
Trying to get the.
I was trying to find is he on YouTube, the 10th Man? I can't seem to find him. I thought you guys might have a
Oh,
link.
is he going to come in for precious metals?
Oh, is he?
I don't know. No, probably not. But I wish he
That
would.
That would be cool.
Yeah, he's a cool guy. He's been here a couple times, and he came in for that show the other day. But yeah, I don't think he frequents here much.
But he has his own channel. I can't find his channel. That's what I'm looking for.
Oh, let me see if I can find it.
I don't know if it's the 10th Man. Is it on YouTube or not? I don't know. I'm trying to find him because I wanted to see all the slides he was talking about.
I think he had it. That was a weird name. I now can't remember. Oh, I see Ron Levelson in the check-in. Seen him in a while. Ron and Neo in the check-in room. Oh shit, those two guys are a handful.
Happy.
And arguing with Syzygy in the YouTube chat. Shout out to Syzygy. We're never going to see eye to eye, so you might as well give up on me. I'll give up on you. I mean, you're going to be a Glober for life. There's no way around it.
That's really pretty sad. I mean, they don't have a curved adjacent. Where are they going to go now?
Yeah, while we were listening to that last chat, I was in the YouTube chat just going back and forth with Syzygy, and it's just we're never going to see eye to eye on any points, except maybe corruption of government. But we weren't talking about that. We're talking about shape of Earth, and I'm like, no, Earth never doesn't have a shape. What Earth? What globe Earth? What shape of Earth? Nobody's looking for a shape. The only person that where did you come up with this idea that Earth had a shape anyway?
Exactly. What's up with these shape earthers? I mean, they don't care what shape. They just want it to be a shape of some kind. Okay, it's like if you told them, "Oh, we found out it was a triangle spinning in space," they'd be all right with that.
And they'll be like, "Well, you guys think the Earth is flat?" It was like, "Well, flat's not a shape, right?"
I know.
So, I mean, have you ever? Show me
try to
where
drag.
flat is described as a shape. Okay.
I
Next.
know they try to drag like us into their paradigm. So
Exactly.
funny, man.
That's okay. I like the term flat Earth because it triggers people into the conversation. But
Hmm.
yeah, when it comes to that, it's just like, all right, well, you guys say the Earth is flat. Well, flat's not a shape. Boom, it's over right there.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, Earth is Earth. I always say Earth is Earth. Always has been. Always will be. There's no determined shape of Earth. Earth is a realm. This is where we live. This is the only place that ever
Hmm.
existed. If you can find somewhere other than Earth to live on, and you can imagine all kinds of shit. I mean, you can imagine
Exactly. Like we do it all the time, you know.
yeah, in the spiritual realm, which, to be honest, I mean, it's obviously a creation in my mind and in my spirit, but it's not. I've always been a creationist. There was never a point in my life where I questioned whether or not I exist here because I was created and there's a purpose. Or I don't even, what the purpose is. I'll probably never find out. But I've always known that I was born into this world as a part of the creation.
I don't know if I got to the creation part early on, but I always believed there was a higher power that was watching over me because I would like get through these scrapes, and I'm like, whoa, shit! How did I don't know how I survived that one, and I would look up and say thank you, like.
Well, it's like I was raised in the Catholic Church, and a lot of some Catholics are very spiritual, but nah. I mean, it just kind of depends on where you're at or whatever. But anyway, I mean, but I was active in the church when I was growing up, but it wasn't. Well, let me put it like this: I was 20 years in Catholic Church and 20 years Protestant. And I guess it depends on how you function. It's much different. You know what I mean? I mean, well, if you've never been Catholic, I guess you probably wouldn't know.
Yeah, I was actually, my mother was Catholic, and so I was raised Catholic until they got divorced when I was about 7.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was Catholic until I graduated high school, and then I started going
Yeah.
to church. But it wasn't. There were spiritual aspects, but you didn't learn a lot about the Bible.
Right.
It was
Because they,
more ritualistic
yeah,
than learning the scriptures and stuff.
yeah, they don't really teach about the Bible, do they? And not in
Well,
Catholicism.
some do. It depends on which church you go to and how that priest or pastor or whatever, how much they
Right, right.
focus on it. I mean, they could you could have a priest that's really focuses on doctrine and stuff like that. So I didn't even really know much about the doctrine of the Catholic Church until after I left the Catholic Church, and then
Yeah.
I started studying Catholicism, and I was like, wow, I didn't know that when I did this, it meant that. I was like, why didn't they teach me that? But anyway, that's another discussion. But anyway,
Yeah.
but I've always, I just remember from a young boy, I knew. I don't know if it was from the church or whatever. I knew that I didn't happen on accident. And then as I grew older, and when they started teaching this evolution stuff in high school, I was like, no, man, that's not how God did it. But it doesn't have to be God. It was just like their evolution idea was totally dumb. And what's really funny is my biology teacher that started teaching me that went to my church. And I went to him and I said, hey, that's not how God made the earth. He's like, well, you have to learn it anyway. All right, I'll learn it, but I ain't gonna believe it. I mean, the evolution nonsense makes no sense anyway. So they say that people that are creationists, which we don't all agree on every aspect because we all grew up different ways, right? But all these evolutionists are like, yeah, the science makes sense, and Big Bang, 4.5 billion years, 13.5. That's science, bro. You don't understand. The reason you don't believe it is because you don't understand it. Huh? I do understand it. I just don't buy it. I think you don't have any evidence for it, so I'm just going to go with what was in my heart from the very beginning. So, and they're going to find out eventually that they were wrong about it. And I'm not talking about fire and brimstone. I'm just talking about just doesn't make sense at all. Especially, and I was already that way long before flat Earth, and so a lot of people will say, "Hey, well, the reason that you're religious is because of flat Earth." Nope, and it wasn't even. I'm not even. I've never been necessarily religious. I've studied a lot of scriptures and studied a lot into different types of religions and stuff. It's not about religion; it's about creation. And if you want to study natural science and you talk about Bong, I think was talking about last night the code, the DNA code and everything. You think this shit could happen on accident? The code of life here on Earth? It's just it was just an accident. It just came from a big bang. Okay, well, if you want to believe that, go ahead. And you're in a religion that you believe that shit came from nothing. It's kind of retarded, but you can believe that if you want to. You don't have any physical evidence for it, but believe it all day. At least the creationists have, stories and histories from their books, in the past, going back at least a couple thousand years. All these evolutionists have is their stories that are only a couple hundred years old. So, what you got? What you got now? And actually, as far as their so quote unquote science goes, they're way less than a couple hundred years. They have theories from a couple hundred years ago, and their claimed science that only lasts less than 100 years. And they're actually with the DNA, with the genome, they're actually backwards engineering, saying, "Oh well, we're gonna check the genome, and this is how." Well, now we can prove we don't even need to go, dig down and have fossils and stuff to. We can just study this shit in the laboratory, and we can tell you how the Big Bang made everything. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. Sorry, I'm on a rant. If nobody's going to talk, I'm going to play another video. Well, we have 1 hour till the precious metals. So what can I play that will last about
the oceans, there's actually a great proof.
This one's not an hour, but it's pretty funny. About 12 minutes. I'll play this one, Sonny. I got your message.
What you playing? Sorry, I had to
It's,
dip up. I had to dip
yeah.
out for a second.
It's
Sorry.
David Weiss and that Killer Priest thing. It's like 11 minutes, 23 seconds. I think it's with that dude just making. I don't know. We'll see. You say you have one to play?
No, I was just reading an email from you or a DM. I don't have a snowball. I have a new mic now, whole new setup now. My snowball mic broke.
How the fuck did you break it?
Someone dropped it and it falls right on the connection that goes in the back where the wire goes in, so it just broke. It broke that connector right off of the board on the inside. So I tried to fix it for a while, no luck. So I ended up waiting. Then I bought an interface and a new mic as like a package. Really pretty good deal.
This shit ain't playing? What the hell? Let me try something more.
And it's strange sometimes the mic.
The bot. It's just like you hit M play and then it. So when you hit M
Oh, you
stop,
got the bot? It's not starting?
Yeah, I just hit M stop. That's supposed to stop everything and clear the queue. So let me try it again.
Should work now.
T-O-P. I mean, P-L-A-Y. See if this will work this time.
The oceans, there's actually a great
There we go.
proof of a flat Earth in the oceans. There's something called the abyssal plains. And if you look under the greatest parts right in between the continents, there's something called the abyssal plains, and it's the longest, flattest surface that they've ever measured is under the ocean. So it's not always lumpy and full of craters and stuff.
I think it's 70% of the ocean is abyssal plain, and it's flat for as far as you can go. You can have two submarines on the bottom of the ocean. They send out sonar, which goes in a straight line, hits something, and bounces back, and they can see each other 100 miles away. There should be a mountain over a mile tall in between them. But you'd have to believe that sonar goes over the mountain, hits the other submarine, and then comes back. That doesn't happen. That's provable nonsense. So the fact that a submarine on the bottom of the ocean can see another submarine 100 miles away proves that there is no curvature down there. Also, a boat on the surface can see another boat, can target it with a laser over 100 miles away. There should be a hump of water over a mile high in between them, but there's not.
What makes you think all of the curvature that you see on this planet, as far as mountains and valleys and uneven terrain and things of that nature, what makes you think that you're going to be able to see curvature in the Earth? I want to say something real fast. I want to touch on this subject I was talking about, as far as when I said earlier that, what I'm saying about Beverly Hills and why you can't oversee the Sepulveda Pass. Now I'm going to show you something else. Now, earlier you said that the ocean itself is what you guys, the flat earthers, use to determine whether, the Earth have a curvature or not. Yet you also said earlier, you also said earlier that water always what?
Finds its level.
It always finds
Large
its level.
bodies of water at rest find its level.
Find its level.
At rest.
At rest.
Remember the at rest part.
Okay. Now, what you're not taking in consideration is the surface of the ocean. You're looking at the wrong thing. No, listen.
No, that's all we're taking.
Let me finish what I'm saying. You're looking at something that's always going to level itself off, as opposed to looking at what's actually the surface of the Earth itself, because that's what we're speaking on. We're not speaking on whether the Earth is this or that or whatever. We're speaking on the Earth itself. So if you're trying to use these telescopes to determine certain things over a body of water and talking about, well, there's no curve in the water is going to always level itself out. But you don't know if the surface of the Earth, that's where the water is actually on top of, it's curved or not, do you?
See, first of all, doesn't water take the shape of a container?
Exactly. And
What
second of
doesn't
all,
take the shape of the bottom of a container? It
all
levels
water needs
itself
a
out.
container.
It levels itself out, but it fills up the container and then it finds level. So
Y'all talking about the surface of water and it's always level, but that's not the Earth itself. We talking about the Earth. We're not talking about the surface of water.
Okay.
The earth is curvy.
The water would not
Come on,
be
man.
able to be level if it was on a curve. What do you not understand?
So when you're looking across that extensive plain of water where there should be miles of curvature, and you can see the land at the other side of the other side of the ocean, which is at the same level that you're at, and now we're talking an expanse on the ball, on the earth on your ball. How come the land on the other side of the ocean is at the same level that we're at? It should be miles below me, but it's not. It's so simple. It's so simple. I don't know how people cannot see it, other than they've been programmed since they've been a child, and their inner child is like, "Don't take my ball away! Don't take my ball away, please!" Okay?
Those balls.
Earlier, I said that when you look over the regular terrain, you can't tell it's a curve because there's too many mountains, hills, and valleys. Correct? So you guys said yes. So we have to use. Let me finish. You said we have to use the ocean because the ocean itself would show and prove your theory that there is no curvature. Correct? Okay, so then I said that. I said,
on the land, you
let me
should be
finish.
able to see
Can I finish,
curvature.
Lord? I just sit here and listen to you for 20 minutes. Can I just give 3 minutes?
Go ahead.
Thank you, God. So when you guys were showing that you was using the ocean because the ocean was showing proof to you guys that the earth does not have no curvature on it because constantly, as far as you can see, you guys use what you call atmospheric density. So therefore, the image is always straight and you can always see forward because of the simple fact that the water's going to always level itself out. And that being that we both said that the water's going to always level itself out, no matter how far you look, there will never be no curvature because you're looking at the wrong thing. You're looking at the surface of the ocean as opposed to the bottom of the ocean. Let me finish. Okay, so the bottom of the ocean is where the actual curvature is because the bottom of the ocean is the actual land. You're looking at something that's going to always level itself out being water as opposed to what we're actually supposed to be looking at, which is the actual. Let me finish what I'm saying. Can I finish? Thank you.
Yeah.
And this is how we know this to be true. If your theory that you say that we're using the surface of the water as a point to show that the earth isn't curved, well, how can you use the surface of the water if the surface of the water is going to always level itself out? You're looking at the wrong thing. What you're supposed to be looking at is the surface of the earth, because the surface of the earth, which is the bottom of the ocean, is the actual.
You know what the bottom of the ocean looks like? You show and prove, because all we can do is see with the level of the surface, like the God said, the surface.
Come on, man. Let me have this.
Let me
have this.
know what the bottom
First of
looks
all,
like.
I've been out to sea before. I'm out here in California. I've been out to sea before.
You've been at the bottom of the
I've been
ocean.
out to sea before. And one
Across
thing,
the
let me
whole
finish.
earth.
Let me continue on your bill. I've been out to sea before, and I know for a fact that if I jump out the ship, right, I'm going to drown. Why? Because the ocean is deep. And being that the ocean is deep and it holds all kinds of wildlife and animals and whales and sharks that I've seen before, I know for a fact that looking over the surface of the ocean does not show you the surface of the ocean. I know for a fact that looking over the surface of the ocean does not show you the surface of the ocean.
All right, are you done?
Wait,
let me everybody,
you don't know
mute.
how
Everybody
nonsensical
mute.
you sound.
Everyone mute.
I'm sure.
Listen, no offense, dude, but that is the dumbest shit I have ever heard, ever.
Like, seriously.
Anywhere.
Like,
that is
seriously.
so freaking dumb.
Wow.
They tell us that the 70% of the Earth's surface is water. So you believe that the water goes flat for 70%, and then all of a sudden the Earth bends underneath? We
Yeah, at
can
the
sit
bottom.
here
There's no
and
such thing
I
as
could
all of a sudden
I
the
could
earth
look at
bends
land.
underneath. The earth
I
don't all
could
of a
look
sudden
at
bend
land
nowhere.
100. I could look
You're
at
right.
land
It don't
100.
bend nowhere.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can dig a hole with all sorts of shapes on the bottom, fill it with water. It's flat because that's it. You can't have flat water, land, and then expect that land to finish the curve of the ball. That's ridiculous. The Earth has to curve. A round ball has to curve. The surface of the water has to curve at an even rate all the way around. Okay.
Now, build on what you just said. Now, what you just said is, I'll give you an example. Let me ask you a question. On an apple, right? On the skin of an apple, right?
Here we go.
Does the skin of the apple have moisture inside of it?
Moist?
Have moisture inside of it?
Said moist.
What are you talking about? What does that have to do with
Let me
anything?
finish what I'm
He's trying
saying.
to outdo his last
Let me
thing.
finish what I'm saying.
Is it the skin of the apple that has the moisture, or is it the skin coming in contact with the moist meat of the apple? Which one is it? Do you know for sure?
Yes, I do.
Or you just trying to be
no,
fake
I'm
smart
not trying
right
to be
now?
fake smart. I'm being real with you. The skin of the apple has moisture in it, correct? So let me finish what I'm saying. So being that the skin of the apple has moisture in it, does that moisture that's on the skin of the apple fall off the surface of the apple?
It's not on the surface. It's inside the fibers. It's not on the surface. See, that's technology. I don't like bullshit like this. Stop coming with fucking retarded ass arguments.
How's
It's
that
retarded.
How's that retarded?
Wet the fucking apple with water and see if the water sticks to the outside. Is the skin have water in it? Does it have moisture? Come on, man. Stop with these stupid ass arguments, man. Because it's disingenuous. I don't like shit like this.
How's it disingenuous?
Come on,
I
go
just
ahead.
asked you a simple question. Does the skin of the apple have moisture in it?
You're not that stupid.
You can't be this stupid. You can't be.
Come on, man. You guys sound stupid as hell. I'm not gonna lie to you. Anytime you go sit here and tell me that you're looking at the surface of water instead of the actual surface of the earth itself, you sound dumb as hell because you already know that water always levels itself out. So I don't even know why you would use that as an argument. That's retarded.
This is why I had
Actually,
to kick
I
people
did
out last
participate.
time. Because I can't talk to people like this. Like when you're just saying retarded shit like this, I gotta go. Yo, priest, I love you, God.
But when you live on a ball, there's a vacuum over it. The molecules stay magnetically pulled to the Earth's surface because the Earth is magnetic.
Can you show me that in a lab?
I can.
Oh, you can. You can show me how water will stick to an apple inside a vacuum chamber?
Correct.
You know the water
I
boils
paid
in a
good money to
vacuum?
see that.
Okay. How much
You
would you
know
pay?
water boils in a vacuum?
Not enough to fund your
Bitcoin.
experiment. I know that.
You know that water boils in a vacuum.
Man, that's some heavy cog disc right there, ain't it? Holy shit.
Yeah, that is absolutely crazy. Think about that. The dude's trying to say, he's saying out of two sides of his mouth at the same time, you can't use water as an indication because it always levels out. So what's the water doing? Sticking up over the ball earth in a flat line?
I know they were trying to explain to him that water fills the basin and on the surface is level, and he's like, no, you have to look at the bottom. That's the earth.
Holy shit.
What the fuck?
What a bunch of morons.
Holy shit, bro. That's fucked up.
People are so stupid. Where do these people get this idea?
Well, it's cog disc. I mean, it's cog disc combined with what's the other? What's the hell? I can't forget. Dunning Kruger. They're just like, it's like, hey, I know everything that the general public knows. I'm just, I mean, all the flat earthers are dumb. So whatever I say, I could just say whatever, and I'm smarter than a flat earther.
So it's like basically he's trying to say, oh, water does not. Wait a minute, let me see.
No,
it's so idiotic.
I think, you can't even rationalize anything that he said, to be honest. That was weird. Have you ever heard? I've heard people come in here, and I've actually heard that a couple of times from people. They're just like, well, you're looking on the surface, but you should be looking at the bottom of the ocean. It's like, no, you don't understand what we're saying about water. The water fills the basin and it's level on the surface. It doesn't matter about if you have a swimming pool just like if you have a swimming pool and it slopes down, when you look at the top of the swimming pool, it's flat, right? It could be 8 feet, 12 feet deep on one end and 3 feet deep on the other end. On the surface, it's flat.
Exactly. Doesn't take on the freaking, water doesn't take on the shape of the outside of any container or any shape at all.
I think during that discussion, maybe they should have said, all right, so, here's what they say. They have supposed pictures of Earth from space. There's curving water there. They don't show the bottom of the ocean. They show the top of the ocean, and they show it curving. Is that the water you're talking about? I mean, which is level? I mean, which water are you talking about?
It's like, look at you're arguing for a globe. Look at your globe. Are you saying there's not curving water there? Are arguing curved water. So what are you saying?
Yeah.
Outrageous. Like, well, how
He
can
was
water
trying
be
to get out of.
curving?
He was trying to get out of the real argument, and that's why he was just making shit up at that point.
No, I don't think he's trying to get out of it. I think he's really that dumb.
Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I don't like to put that on anyone, but it sounded like he was that dumb. But whatever. Yeah, that was when Karen B and Dave Weiss were on Killer Priest podcast. But that wasn't Killer Priest saying that. It was this Mancopera the Great. I think that was that dude. And the apple skin.
That made no sense at all. I mean, like,
I know, that's what I was
nothing.
saying. I think he was just pulling shit out of his ass, man. He was just making shit up. It's like that when you want the Earth to be a ball so bad that you'll just make shit up on the spot. It's like, bro, you're not paying attention to what we're saying. Anyway, 40 minutes till Precious Metals show. Anybody got another suggestion for play another David Weiss one? Let's see if I can find another one. He has short clips on his channel. Oh, here's a 22-minute one. Him on Fox Radio. 22 minutes. Legendary David Weiss.
Now, David Weiss, I know who he is, but isn't he part of what group is he affiliated with? Isn't he affiliated with some flat Earth group?
Not that I know of, but I mean, I followed David Weiss before Flat Earth even, you know.
Okay, you might remember this. Remember when they were doing
matter of
that?
fact, when he started talking about Flat Earth, I stopped listening to him.
The laser gyro. Remember the laser gyro catastrophe years ago?
Yeah.
It was that group.
No, well, I mean, I think David Weiss is doing his own thing. Whatever, he does a lot of interviews. I mean, you can, give or take what you just listen to what he says and take it.
Yeah, David Weiss is just Ditra, deep in the rabbit hole.
Yeah, deep inside the rabbit hole. That's what David Weiss's channel is. DITRH, deep inside the rabbit hole.
Yeah, he's always been on that Ditra.
Yeah, and he had that that deep inside the rabbit hole thing before he even started talking about Flat Earth. Why is this shit not playing? Oh, there it goes.
Trey Radel, your host of The Drive here. It is Freestyle Friday, and you know on Fridays we entertain anything and everything, always your calls. Tonight, Flat Earth Dave. Let me give you a little background.
FE Core,
so,
that's what it is.
We were doing a show, and this is
they're located right down the street from me, about
may return to streaming
5 to 8 minutes away.
But we're streaming.
Really? What state?
Yep.
We had a caller.
Indiana. They're North Liberty, Indiana.
Oh, cool.
Try and wanted to sell the concept that the Earth is flat.
The bot seems kind of low volume. I'm gonna
It was
turn it up.
It was fascinating and more. And this guy, Flat Earth Dave, and his team, found it on YouTube, contacted us, and we've been going back and forth, and here we are. We've got Flat Earth Dave on with us. Dave, how are you, man?
Doing well, Trey. Thanks for having me. And this idea of a flat Earth has been trained into us to immediately dismiss it. That's what I did when I first heard about it. I banned people from our social media for life for even suggesting that I look in it. But then I tried to disprove it, and that's how you end up where I am.
All right, okay. So like hearing flat Earth, it's even like a joke, right? Like, hey, oh, he also must believe that the Earth is flat. And this concept was, well, before I start getting into what scientists have claimed, because I will entertain anything. It is Friday. We're having fun. I want to have a good convo here. Convince us that the world is flat.
I'm going to, and here's the thing. We've been trained into thinking that the flat Earth is a disk floating in space. You Google flat Earth, it's going to lead you right to the Flat Earth Society, which is a government-run disinformation site that has a bunch of nonsense on it. It says that we believe that the Earth is rising at 9.8 meters per second, and that's how gravity happens. No flat earther believes that. Only globe believers believe, flat Earth believers believe that. All right, so what is the flat Earth if it's not a disk in space? The way I look at it is we live in a giant pond. What's a pond? A pond is a body of water that settles, finds its level, and then the edge of the pond is where the land is higher than the rest of the pond, and that creates the pond. A lake is the same thing, bigger. The world's oceans need a container, and that container is the land that's beyond the ends of our ocean, and that land is Antarctica. Antarctica isn't a continent at the bottom of a ball. You know, they say Antarctica is the highest land on Earth, this continent at the bottom of the ball that no one's really allowed to explore. It's the land that surrounds us. It's the container for our water. Large bodies of water at rest need a container. So we live on this level plane. We can see too far. One quick thing, and I'll throw it back to you. If the Earth is 24,901 miles around at the equator, like they tell us it is, there is a curvature formula that dictates if a 6-foot-tall person is standing at the edge of calm water, the physical horizon that he sees can be no farther than 3 miles away. No farther. Weather conditions, fog, make it close. It can't be any farther. Physical horizon 3 miles away, and we all know that we can see far, far beyond 3 miles.
All right, so let me start like an idiot here, like I'm 4 years old. What happens on a flat Earth if I just keep flying straight?
Yeah, so here's the if you keep flying straight, every straight line ends up being south, and we can show you this in a diagram. It's hard to wrap your mind around, but once you see it, every straight line will lead you to Antarctica. Okay, depending on where you're going. If you go north, as soon as you pass the North Pole, you're going south. If you go east and west are circles on a globe and on a flat Earth. They point towards the magnetic north. So get a compass, get a magnet, put it on a table, and try to push it east. And keeping that needle pointed towards the magnetic center. East is a circle. West is a circle in the other direction. South is any direction away from the center. This doesn't prove the Earth is a globe or flat because it works on both. People don't realize that east and west are circles, period. Okay? Once you understand that, if you keep going straight, you're going to hit Antarctica. And the question is, what's beyond the shoreline of Antarctica? We don't know because of the Antarctic Treaty that has made it off limits to everybody since 1959, and you can't even question the treaty until the year 2041.
Flat Earth Dave on with us. You can go to flatearthdave.com. So, all right, I am still just trying to listen. I am an idiot with apparently math, just in general, and now just trying to understand how all lines, any direction you go, you end up south. That's the theory, and you go to Antarctica, which is off limits. So
let me explain. So draw a circle, a big circle on a piece of paper. That circle is the shoreline of our ocean. Everything outside of that circle is Antarctica. Antarctica is likely bigger than all of the oceans and all of the continents combined. We don't know how far it goes. At the center of that circle, you put a magnet there. That's our magnetic North Pole. Now you put a compass down anywhere on that and move it in a straight line. Eventually, it's going to hit that circle, and that is south of the North Pole. East and west are circles. Try it. You can't push a compass in a direction. So east and west are circles. Go ahead.
So, all right. Well, one thing that you got at was that with the treaty regarding Antarctica, we can't go there. It reminds me actually of the movie Oblivion, if anyone's ever seen that, with Tom Cruise, where he is off limits to go certain places. Why? Because he's told. That's what he cannot do, where he cannot go.
Right.
And so with this, you go into, we begin to segue into the conspiracy theory aspects of this, of why the government would do this, why the media would, why NASA, why satellites would take pictures and send back pictures of the Earth, which is clearly round. And dude, look, let me comment
on
real
that
quick.
if you don't mind.
You're very passionate about this. You're on point. I have no idea how much you believe in this, if you think it's all just a giant conspiracy. But I gotta ask, like, how does everybody take part in this giant conspiracy?
They're not. They're not. People like yourself, you don't believe it, and you refuse to look at it. I'm not singling you out. You're just like everybody else.
That's why I have you on.
Well, and so you're more open-minded than most. Most people won't even look at it. Most people just, the teachers, the professors, they're the ones that memorize and regurgitate the stuff that they read in the Rockefeller-funded textbooks. All right? So it's about withholding information. Withholding information is the essence of tyranny. Control of the flow of information is the tool of a dictatorship. It's about controlling our minds, about not letting us know who we are, where we are, what we are, the power of our mind.
To
They don't
what
want us
end?
to know that. To what end?
To what end?
The end of, to total control. They want to control us because if
But
you
how would
understand
thinking
that
the Earth is round versus flat exert some kind of control?
Because if you understood that maybe there's 100 or 1,000 more continents that are free outside of our known world, then maybe you won't stay here if there's tyrannical times. If you look into our history, there's all sorts of stories about people leaving our realm. Did you know? So people say, well, we've known for 2,000 years Aristophanes. Aristophanes and his sticks and shadows never happened. And even if it did, it worked.
Okay. Listen,
But hang on. The point I was trying to make is in the 1920s, they were still teaching flat Earth in American public schools.
So when we see all of these pictures from various sources that are, I mean, we're talking from different countries, different time frames, different people, from thousands of pictures, millions, I don't know, from different satellites that have been in the air, from again, different countries, cultures, people not connected at all. Or is what you're saying is that they're all connected?
Well, they are all connected. But here's the thing. Here's the funny thing. Globe believers will swear that there's pictures of Earth. NASA admits they have none. NASA admits they have no photos of Earth. They're all made with strips of data. The guy that made the blue marble that was on everyone's iPhone said he made it in Photoshop. He was given strips of data, and he painted it in Photoshop to make it look like people would.
Can I just say, let me jump in here. I'm a ham radio operator. One of the things I do is I receive geosynchronous and polar orbit weather satellite data live into my ham shack. It doesn't go through the internet, doesn't go through the government. It comes straight down into my shack. And it does come down. I understand what you're saying. It does come in swaths of data. That is correct. All digital data is sent that way. Yeah. That's the way it's sent. So what you're saying is the conspiracy is done at the satellite, because what's being sent from the satellite is being manipulated to look like a globe.
Untrue. That's not what I'm saying. So first thing is, I forget the name of the university. They have a satellite that the university owns, and the students, when they want to access it, they have to send the information to NASA. 2 weeks later, NASA sends them back the data from the satellite. They never have direct interaction with
I
the
have
satellite.
direct access to satellites. They come right into my shack.
Let me explain what's possibly going on. NASA controls all of the helium on Earth. They are the largest consumer of helium on Earth. Any big helium company is owned by NASA. NASA launches tens of thousands of satelloons, okay? Satellites hanging from balloons that they admit in videos that you can find on YouTube, NASA videos, saying that these balloons can stay up there for years, and they can control exactly where they go by electrostatically raising them and lowering them.
Okay. So, but these are a lot of people involved in this giant. Giant conspiracy. Let me ask you: are other planets, Mars, Saturn, are they round?
Yeah. So again, on a radio show, Trey, this is very, very difficult. But when you look up, like right now, tonight, this time, this month, whatever, Jupiter is in the sky. It's very bright. Okay. Now, if you think about it, if you were on Jupiter looking at the sun is tiny because it's much, much farther away from the sun than Earth is. So you have to believe that light is coming from the sun, lighting up this dusty, this atmospheric, non-reflective surface, and that's shining back to Earth brighter than any star in the sky. The inverse square law of light proves that is impossible. So the lights that we see in the sky, we don't see the things that NASA shows us. NASA shows us cartoons of these things. Just Google the latest Pluto, and there's literally a cartoon character of Pluto on it, and this is from NASA.
What, dude?
Pluto
What?
the dog.
Okay, man. I'm going to keep going here, but
there's space telescopes all over the world looking at this stuff. I mean,
there's not.
Yeah,
there's not. You believe that the Hubble telescope's there, but we had an interview with the guy that runs Hubble, the guy that's in charge of Hubble, and he admitted that he's never seen a direct feed from Hubble, but he has seen feeds from Sophia. Sophia is a 747 that flies at high altitude, that has a hatch, that has a satellite in it, that has not a satellite, a telescope in it, and that's where the images from Hubble are coming from. They're coming from Sophia. Look it up.
All right, man. This is you got answers for everything. Just hold up 1 second.
No worries.
So in all of this, again, I see what you're saying with control and all of that. I'd love to pick your brain, by the way, on COVID lockdowns and masks. Just hold up though a second. Do you believe in God? Do you think that we are in a simulation?
So let me tell you, that's a very good question. And before I discovered the Earth was flat, I believed in the heliocentric model. Nothing exploded; it created everything. Gravity turned us into balls. The gases turned into gassy balls, left a vacuum in between. That's a problem. And then lightning struck, created an amoeba, and it had a monkey, and then a monkey had a human. I believed all of that nonsense. But then when I understood that we're not from a Big Bang, that this place is intelligently designed, well, there is a creator. I'll just put the word creator out there because I'm not religious. I'm not tied to anything. There is a creator. So I understand that there is a creator, that we are at the center of creation, and scientism, that's out there. They say, I forget the guy, the big scientist guy, he says, we can't afford, everything that we see says that we are at the center of the universe, but we can't afford to have that go out. We can't let that be, even though everything that we see, we can't allow that to go out to mainstream for people, because then they'll understand that there's a creator. So yes, I do believe in a creator.
I'd be remiss as we wrap up here if I didn't ask about, again, in your assertion of government-controlled governments, citing Rockefeller and more, what are your thoughts on what's happening around the world, or more in particular here in the United States, with lockdowns, mandatory curfews, and more, and what we've seen over the last couple of years?
So this is a lot to take in, but the answer is there's nothing new over the sun. Every 100 years, this happens again and again. 1920, they had Spanish flu. Everybody was getting inoculated. Everybody was wearing masks, and everybody died. 1820, cholera. 1720, Black Plague, or whatever it was. Every 100 years, this happens again and again. Would I take a vaccine? Will I tell other people not to take a vaccine? No. It's up to you. But if you do the research, there's nothing. There's no situation that you could ever get me to take that vaccine. Okay? So that's my opinion. I could be crazy because I think the Earth is flat, but I'm offering 3 Bitcoins for 1 proof of the globe. 3 Bitcoins for 1 proof of the globe. That's it. FlatEarthDave.com.
Go to FlatEarthDave.com. All right.
I got to tell you, I have studied science my whole life. I'm one of these science nerd kind of guys. I actually can measure the curvature of the Earth with a laser that I own. I actually can point that laser on a tripod at something that is 2 miles away, and I can actually measure the drift and how low it is on the other end. I actually do radio propagation tests where I use straight line communications, and I can exactly measure where the horizon comes up in between. Between us.
Why is it that I can see things that should be a mile below the curvature? Why is it that I can see things?
I've never seen that. The only time I can see further than 3 or 4 miles is if I go up higher. I can go up on top of a mountain and I can see 50 miles. So it all just,
It's because of the angular resolution limits of your eyes. Things get smaller, they disappear for several reasons, and I can demonstrate all of that on a video with using video. So I invite you to come on my show via Zoom, and I'll teach you.
You two, I'm gonna have to break.
I'm gonna talk about this on my TechNet tonight because I got to tell you, this is great. I just don't understand how I can be looking at the stars, and my friend in Europe can be looking at a different set of stars, and my friend in South America is looking at a different. And you're telling me it's because it's a movie?
No, real quickly. No, I'm not saying that at all. You said that. I never even suggested that.
Well, the only way that it would explain the differences in the positions in the skies of the same star systems would be that we're located at 3 different places on a round thing.
If you allow me 30 seconds,
Go for it, man. Yeah, all good. It's Friday, baby. Go.
So we're in a room, 10-foot high ceilings, and it's got a recessed lights in it, and we're standing together and we're looking up at the lights. Those are the stars in the sky. Now expand that room to the size of a city, 10 miles wide, whatever. I send you 5 miles away. I'm not even going to be able to see you because you're going to merge into the horizon. And when we both look up, we're looking up at completely different lights. You can't see the lights above me. I can't see the lights above you. Game over. South is just the outer side, the outer part of the circle. North is the center part of the circle. That's how it works. Add atmosphere in there, whatever. There's observatories in the south as far as 30 degrees south that have seen Polaris. That's impossible on a ball. Impossible.
Wow. How does our atmosphere maintain on top of a disk like that?
How does our atmosphere, well, we're not a disk in space. How does our atmosphere maintain on a ball with a Tor 17 vacuum, right? And don't say gravity holds it down, because I could use a straw and suck water and air up and away from gravity, from ground level where it's stronger. And we're next to a vacuum. Physics tells you that you can't have high pressure next to low pressure or low pressure without a physical barrier. So we are the basement of the universe. We are contained in some sort of a system. But anything above 73 miles or beyond the shoreline of Antarctica, we only can speculate, because we don't have access to that.
If it's all the case, we're in a simulation. That's it. That's the
my
answer.
show. Let's do a video interview.
We are. We're in Fortnite.
I don't think so. I don't think that at all. That's you guys.
All right. Flat Earth Dave, man, you got some fire. I really appreciate your time tonight. That does it for us for this our interview with Flat Earth Dave. You can go to flatearthdave.com. And go check out more. A huge thank you to Flat Earth Dave. And that was fun. When we come back, or bizarre, when we come back, or sad, or when we come, or weird, or I thought you were going to reach to the phone and punch him, Ian.
I don't know.
When we come back, we're going to have a little bit of fun to wrap up this show. Little hat tip to Abbott and Costello. Who's on first? Who's unvaccinated? When we come back, this is The Drive. I'm Trent Radel.
You all love the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. The best tool to show your friends and strangers how the Flat Earth actually works. But are you ready for a Flat Earth app game changer? A new feature has been added. But first, a reminder of some of the existing features. Video of the day. World time. See what time it is all around the flat Earth. A true Earth compass that shows true navigation across and around the flat Earth plane. Weather. Tap for detailed local weather.
The rest just commercials?
Know what phase and where the moon is at all times. Watch the sun travel between the tropics for the seasons. Select an amazing background. Add a countdown to your next big date. Video playlists in different languages. See the real trade winds circling the flat Earth. Top 21 frequently asked questions with quick pop-up video answers. Access to the best photos and GIFs at your fingertips. Flat Earth.
Can you tell by their voices that they were just abiding him? Like they had laughing right at the edge of their voice, you know what I mean? But they had no problem considering we're living in a simulation, though, and that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather believe a simulation. Because, I mean, they're probably gamers. They probably spend, like, half their week just sitting playing some video games, which is a platform game, which is, hey, a planar platform game. They're on a platform.
And that other guy totally measured the curvature of the Earth with his laser. He said it.
Yeah, I think that was like Dave's been doing a lot of like interviews lately. I mean, he has another channel where he's just posting his interviews. He's doing like two or three a week now, and he's posting them up on this other channel. I think it's called Dave Interviews 2 or something. Anyway,
Yeah, but it was one of the interviewers, right? He said, "With my laser, I measured the curvature, and that was it."
Yeah. Measure shit. Well, I mean, even with with the FE core laser test, I mean, they had to use what $50,000 laser, the collimated beam, so
Even
to minimize the scattering, over a certain distance.
and even then, wasn't it referred to as a toy? Even then,
Yeah, I mean, well, from what they did is I think it was like ISA. They had the laser in one position. One position of the lake, they hit a target from 5 miles away, and then they panned it to the left, hit a target from 10 or 12. I can't remember if it was 10 or 12. Or Earth's kilometers. Either way, but they hit the target. But when they went to the longest target, 41 kilometers, uh, even with the collimation of the laser, it was still like 3 meters wide. But they had observers on the other side of the lake, 41 kilometers away, that could see the point of the laser. Whereas, if that lake was curving from one side to the other, they'd be looking that laser was so powerful, it'd be shooting up in the sky. They'd be on the other side of the lake looking at this fucking laser shooting up in the sky. But what happened is they saw the point of the laser. They saw the point of the beam.
the origin, yes.
Yeah, they saw the origin point from shore to shore. If that lake was curving at 41 kilometers, they would have had to look up to see the beam shooting up in the sky. So a lot of people say, well, they can make all kinds of fucking excuses they want to, but that's actually what would have been happening if the Earth was curving across that lake.
When I was referring to it being a toy, I meant the ring laser gyro they allegedly used in the past.
Oh no,
not the one you're talking about.
Not the
one
laser.
you're talking about.
You're talking about the ring laser gyro that they were talking about.
Yeah.
On
not the laser
behind
you're
the
talking.
curve?
Yeah, not the one you're talking about.
Well, I think it was a fiber optic gyro that they used on the behind the curve thing, but it still doesn't matter. That's not a cheap thing either. I mean, it's like a $20,000.
Yeah, but they were still referring to it as a toy, though. You know what I mean?
No.
Like not.
No.
You know.
No, it's not like that. And as a matter of fact, Bob's been on here talking about that a few times. So I mean, they can say whatever they want. And Bob, there's no reason for even Bob to. I don't know how many times people say, well, thanks, Bob, 15 degrees per hour, from that stupid behind the curve thing. But Bob has went on several platforms. He's been here several times, explaining, what happened with behind the curve, explaining, he actually had his hands on that gyroscope and did certain tests from multiple elevations, and he explains it completely. I'm pretty sure I have a video when he was in here when he explained it one time, and he's not scared of that argument, but everybody's like, "Thanks, Bob," because they're talking about this stupid Netflix thing where they totally missed. He didn't even look at the information before, when they put that Netflix stuff out. He hadn't even really seen any of the data or anything like that before they put that movie out.
Yeah, they had a real hard learning curve, a tough learning curve. They've made a few mistakes that they regret.
Hey, Sonny, man, what are you doing? The volume on the bot. Oh, man. Oh, that was before. Never mind. So we got 13 minutes until the precious metals. Where everybody at? There's only 9 people here.
Really? I was glued to these audios you were playing.
Well, I'm just
Hope it
saying,
didn't chase.
we have precious metals coming up in 12 minutes. And the people that are supposed to be hosting the show, I guess Sonny's going to have to do it. Captain of the ship. I'm sure they'll show up. Usually the host is Nathan and is it Redford? Yeah, it's Redford Bear, right? I'm sure she'll jump in here shortly. All right, off topic. Have you guys seen on Amazon a TV show, The Legend of Vox Machina? You know, if you're a geek, it's a really good show.
What is it again?
It's called The Legend of Vox Machina. It's animated. It's kind of like, I wouldn't call it Japanimation or whatever, but it's an animated story, kind of like Dungeons and Dragons, but not all the way.
No, I've never seen that.
It just came out like a couple months ago, but it's a really good show.
I'm one of those people, not to sound disrespectful, but I say, nah, I don't watch cartoons.
Dude,
I know a lot of people.
I like a lot of dramas and stuff, but this one, but also like, if it's a good show. I mean, it's adult. It's an adult themed cartoon thing. It's not like a cartoon. It is.
Oh, I understand.
It's blood and gore and freaking curse words and shit. It's crazy. But
like, I dig Star Wars. I mean, just because it's Star Wars, but I just can't get into the animated Star Wars cartoon. I'll refer to them as cartoons.
Anyway, this one's it's silly as hell, but it's funny too, and it's also just like blood and gore and vampires and freaking craziness. But it's funny, magic and dragons and all kinds of shit. It's a good show if you like that kind of stuff.
I've been out of the flat earth stuff for a couple of years now, but back when I was here in Discord, I'd see QE jump in on most of the groups, and I don't see him around anymore, other than when he's doing his shows. Does he still jump in every once in a while?
Yeah, he's been here like 3 or 4 times this week. You just got to be here when he's here. Yeah, he comes in at least 2 or 3 times a week in here. It's usually like in the evenings, weekday evenings. Sometimes on the weekends, but usually like I've seen him probably like between 8 and 10 o'clock p.m.
Gotcha.
Central Time in the evenings. He'll jump in. But yeah, he still comes around. Yeah, I think he was here yesterday. It wasn't yesterday. It was the day before. It was Thursday night. He came in because yesterday was ladies' night, and he never joins at ladies' night. Well, because nobody can talk at ladies' night if you're a guy. So it was Thursday night. He was in. He joins all the time, and I think he listens more than he actually comes in and talks, like a lot of us do. We just kind of listen. It's my alarm to record the Precious Metals show. Wonder if anybody's going to show up.
What's the precious metals takeover about?
What's just the gold and silver members can. There's a couple of hosts that usually host it, and the moderators have to step back. We can't, open our microphones and interrupt, and unless there's some major issue or whatever. And so it just gives the opportunity for the silvers and golds members to go ahead and check in people, and talk to newbies and all that kind of shit without the moderators interrupting them, so they can cut their teeth. We do that on Saturdays from noon to 2 p.m. or however long they can go a little bit longer. It's always fun. It's kind of like another ladies' night. We start at 4 Central Time and go till whenever.
Hey, is Precious Metal starting in 4 minutes, or am I an hour early?
It's supposed to be starting in 4 minutes, but I don't see anybody in here.
Yeah,
So I was saying, Sonny, you're gonna have to host it. You just have to get.
I got to go out. Well, I'm going to go out and get coffee with my friend, but I'll be back in like 10 minutes. So
Yeah,
hold it down until I come back if they don't show up. I'd be happy to if no one else does.
Well, there ain't nobody in here to talk to except for me, and I can't talk because I'm a moderator.
Yeah, you can.
No, well, I'm gonna go smoke. You go get coffee. I'm gonna go smoke, and I'll come back, and I think somebody's gonna jump in.
Yeah, it'll be what it is. So I'll be back.
All right.
Hey, I guess nobody's talking, so I'll just take this floor and announce that Precious Metals Takeover is starting. And obviously, that means for the next 2 hours, we just ask the moderators and admins, please mute your mics because the Silvers and Golds are going to be taking it over. A big thank you to everyone that is here and joined us. It's great to see you all. And do you want to say hi to us, DCO?
Hey, how are you guys doing? Great to be here.
Hey, man.
Hope you guys are having a good day. We got some questions for you, so hope you're ready.
Right, I'm interested to see what your answer is for the question, but we could maybe even post it in the live stream voice text, and then people got a little bit of time to think about it. So I'm going to post that right now, actually. All right, if anyone wants to answer it, feel free to unmute, but I'm going to ask DCO straight off the bat. What is your, if you could recommend one book or a video to spread knowledge, which book or video would you choose and why?
Quite honestly, I haven't even had a chance to think about this one too much, but in my opinion, I can't think of just one specific one. I'll have to think about it a little bit, but in general, I think that if you're trying to learn something specific, there are so many videos out there that are just regular people that are teaching you just real skills that you can use every day. So I would say for me, it's design stuff, like really useful stuff that I can find for designing. But I got to think about one specific video that would be super useful. And actually, thinking about it right now would be, there's a guy that does like survival skills, and he's outside building using like bricks, using sticks, using like mud, and using like fire to like create like the bricks and all that stuff. It's kind of crazy to see what you're able to create just with basic knowledge and nature. So I guess I would share that.
It's a great topic. Survival is an important thing, and a lot of people. It's interesting when you think about it in history. Actually, a lot of people knew these basic skills, right? But with today's world and how everything is on demand, a lot easier. Most of these skills, where they were mainstream common, and now very few people do know them. And I'm interested to post. I'm going to post this picture actually right now because it's a guy posted this in a server, and it's very related to what you were just saying. He was creating. Let me just post a picture real quick in the live stream voice text. If you want to find it, right? Okay, so this is tree. If it's looking to load, right? This tree with vines, and he used the vines off the tree to wrap around on his fence post, and he's been building like his own fence all the way around his property. So yeah, it's a cool skill to have. I'm not sure if I could do that without watching videos or learning that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's a good video, definitely. Good topic, and yeah, a good one to recommend if you could only use one to spread knowledge. So yeah, survival skills definitely something that interests me as well. From my background, I was interested in all kinds of. I did public services initially at college because I was wanting to be a field medic in the military, and then I swapped to IT afterwards. But I've always had fun for outdoor stuff, biology, medicine. Anything to do with stuff, and I also do hikes every now and again. So yeah, very good answer. Great.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see how really wholesome that idea of survival outdoors is, because you're creating a shelter, but to create a shelter, then you have to create a fire, and then you have to create some exhaust for the fire. So you're interjecting a lot of different skills in one place, even though you're just out there in nature trying to survive. So I think that's the cool thing to learn. But if anyone else wants to jump on and answer the question, or if I can ask you, Nathan, what would be the video or book that you would pick?
Okay, so a lot of topics interest me, but the number one topic currently that is pretty new, I only learned of it last summer, is the whole Tartaria stuff. So the one video I would recommend would be the Lost History of Flat Earth. If nobody here has seen that, it's about 6 hours long. You can spread it up, for a couple of days. So you ain't gonna watch it all in one sitting, of course. But I was pretty hooked. I watched it all in a day, and it's 6 hours, a lot of content, brand new topic. So that's one that I'd recommend to spread knowledge. Have you seen that one?
No, I have not. I definitely want to check that out because I'm very into that topic. I just honestly I just mostly watch John Levi and do some independent research just by I guess observing independent structures myself. But yes, I'm definitely into that.
Yeah, I'll try and find the link and actually post it in the live stream. So if anybody wants to, oh, I think I've already found it. Hopefully this is the one because I had it saved. Oh, Helio's posted it. Thank you, Helio. Yeah, you guys should definitely watch that if you haven't already. Of course, it's 6 hours, so don't feel like you got to sit it and do it in one sitting. But you can get hooked. I mean, the guy's narration is really good. He's got all the points, and it's just a whole shake-up because when you start looking into like the buildings and all the design work that they put into the stuff, and they did it without power tools, and it's not necessarily flat Earth related, but it's a great topic to bring up to Globers as well because it gets in questioning how much of history can they trust, right? And how much do we really know about our history as a people? So yeah, great
Yep.
video. That's the one I would recommend.
That's awesome. Thanks for sharing. I'll definitely take a look into that. And just seeing how easy it is for them to tear down buildings or even build fake facades in front of buildings to hide the old history. And so it's a bit of a mix up of what you're able to see. But if you have a good eye, you're able to spot these things without an issue. And so when I went to South America and Colombia, I remember being on a train and seeing this beautiful church from far away. And as I got closer, I was so mind blown. I couldn't believe that this was in this plaza. Okay. And in this plaza, they had an art exhibit by this guy named Botero, which is this Colombian artist. And the plaza is called the Botero Plaza. So they put all the emphasis and all of your energy and focus on this artist guy that creates overweight people in paintings rather than you going to that plaza and looking at the amazing architecture that is literally right in front of you. And to me, it blew my mind so much more than anything else that I saw that I couldn't believe that people kind of just walked by it and looked at it as a regular church. So blows my mind.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you see this. I mean, I've been in churches before as a kid and things, and you just kind of like go through it. You don't think much of it, but it's definitely something that you should think about. I mean, look at the picture Amish just posted. That's one of my favorite pictures that's floating around. There's also this picture, which is from the same place. Just look at the pillars and stuff like that. It's incredible, right? And obviously, they're going to tell you people made that without power tools. It's just you watch the video. That's all I'll basically say because he does a better job at going through the complexity of the designs and what it kind of leads into as well. But this whole topic, I mean, I'm new to it. Like I said, it was summer last year. That was when I first heard of the whole mud flood tutorial and all that things. And yeah, it's just the video I'd currently recommend right now because it's got so much knowledge and so much to learn. And I think we take way too much for granted in life, right? That's the reason why we got into the whole mess with the globe anyway. We just believed someone else had it figured out. We just believed what we were taught, trusted the narrative, the history, whatever. And yeah, people should definitely watch that video if you haven't already. Anybody else wants to answer the question, feel free. I did post it. If you don't know what it is, it's just a little higher up. I can post it again if you need.
Or we can call on you. Maybe Sunny?
You start from the bottom. I usually start from the top down, but that's interesting. Are you there, Sunny?
He's probably away. It's all
Right, you
good.
should
If
probably
anyone
start
else-
from the top. I think Amish is here because he keeps posting pictures, so I'm sure he's got stuff to say. Are you there, Amish?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I think, gosh, it's a hard toss up between self sufficiency and Tartaria. I mean, one's going to benefit you more in the immediate now, and the other might benefit you academically as you think about things conceptually moving forward. So I guess it kind of depends on your time preference.
Yeah, that's probably true. I mean, both topics were great. I'm interested in both. Survival's always been interested, but this one, the whole Tartaria thing, because it's new, I think I've got more excitement towards it, more driving me to look into it, you know. So I was kind of been here for many, many years, and I've looked into that stuff. I do watch a few videos, you know, there's some crazy ones on YouTube, but yeah, I feel like they're both great topics. So which one did you choose? Was it survival, or is it going to be the Tartaria stuff? Just for you personally. I know you can't really speak for everybody, but what video would you recommend above those two?
I think Tartaria. I think Tartaria inspires imagination and the desire to go out and see for yourself what's out there. I've been out through my town. To dox myself a bit, I live in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. It's like the Amish capital of the world. And I think my town was mud flooded. I've got a lot of pictures I took. Yeah, that's me.
I wouldn't have expected that. I lived out there for a year. Sorry, I'll be quiet. But welcome.
Sorry, bro. I have to say it's precious metals if you didn't know this. So we can't really have you talking. I'm sorry, man. Sorry, you can continue, Amish, if you want.
Okay. So yeah, I actually work in a mud flooded facility. I think I'm going to post pictures here, if you don't mind, on a live stream.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's just an example of things anybody can do. I think almost any town might have these kind of things going on. So, I work in a really big old facility that built bottle caps and cork caps, and it's not that anymore. It's now high rise. It's like high scale offices and apartments, but you can kind of see here. Windows that are now at the ground floor. You can see bricks all the way down to the pavement. You can kind of see makeshift doors that may have been put in after the fact. So it's just kind of curious. I mean, if you didn't know about Tartaria, you might not know to look for this. Although you may have wondered about those windows at the base floor of all these old buildings anyway. For me, Tartaria kind of provided some insider answers to that, which is for me important because it's also biblical, in the cycles of resets and especially in the context of the flood and such. So.
Yeah, he mentions that briefly in his video as well, you know, how a child might ask, why is this window so low to the ground? And, you know, it is a question that you should definitely pose, because if you're going to be creating architectural buildings like the ones you see from the past, I mean, they're nothing like the concrete buildings that are just squared and, you know, boring generic designs we see today. The ones back then, we can't even create it anymore. You know, good luck finding someone or any contractor that's going to be able to chisel those massive pillars, you know. And don't forget they did this with no power tools either. I think that's the most ridiculous part, is even with today's modern tech, we can't replicate it. You know, that's definitely the biggest one for realizing that the narrative's definitely got a lot that you can't trust because it just doesn't make any sense.
It's true. My house was built by Amish people, and it's great workmanship, but it's still nothing like what we see that's been mud flooded and buried. I mean, by the way, Amish schools still teach flat Earth today. Just thought I'd throw that out there. They're all flat Earthers, and that's how they recognize each other. When they go on the Rumspringa, which is when they turn 16, they have a chance to go out in the world and see if they want to like leave the Amish community and become part of the profane world, which is us. A lot of ex-Amish identify themselves by asking questions like, "Hey, man, do you think the Earth is flat?" And you're like, "Yeah." How long have you known? Since I was taught it in Amish school when I was like 5 years old, and it's just kind of weird. So I think we have a lot of allies. They're just not on the internet.
Cool. I didn't know that the Amish get taught in schools about flat Earth. I have heard about flat Earth being taught in schools in some places still today, and obviously in the very, very early 1900s. You know, you've got the newspaper articles as well, like I'm trying to remember the heading, something like "Globe Earth gets thrown in prison for suggesting Earth is round," or something like that along those lines in the heading. But yeah, again, that's what a lot of people need to realize. The globe itself, it's very new. You know, it's not something that's been in the forefront of many people's minds. It's just like most of the people that did live and knew Earth was flat back in the day, they've all died, and now you've got all the generations that were taught the globes, you haven't really got many people. Well, I don't think you got any people alive that used to know and were taught in school Earth's flat. And obviously, with today, it's just nothing but the globe. People's just like, well, it's always been that way. Similar to passports. People think we've always needed passports. We actually didn't. It was a wartime measure. So many things you think we've always had that we didn't always have, and it used to be very different, and it was not as long ago as you think.
And you would think people could see through some of this stuff because of the evidence that is in front of our eyes. It's not like we don't have evidence there. In my opinion, a good evidence of how crazy this architecture is how massively over-engineered they are, in the sense that there are buildings that their walls are 8 feet thick. And that, on thinking today to build a house or build a structure that's 8-foot thick wall, unless you're doing like something insane, you would not find that in a past building. Like, people should look at that evidence and be like, why would they build something that's so overly engineered back then when supposedly they couldn't do that? So to me, that some of those things are just so blatantly obvious, but that's because we're looking into this. If you don't care, then you kind of don't see why.
That's absolutely true. I mean, again, these people had no power tools, nothing like that we have today. They were just trying to survive all that stuff, and yet they put all this effort into creating these monumental structures and all these intricate designs that offer no benefit other than incredible hardships, workmanship, incredible amounts of time that you must put into it, right? It doesn't make any sense why you would do that. You see the old Wild West style tin box saloons and stuff. That's a lot more what you would expect to see from a primitive people without power tools, etc. Why you would expect to see things like that, getting posted in the live stream. It's definitely something worth considering.
Yeah, even buildings that they have a hard time taking down. It's like, why do you have a hard time taking down this building if you put it up, supposedly? Doesn't make sense. So those are really cool pictures that you guys are sharing there on the live stream text.
Yeah, we got a couple of new people join as well. So if anyone else doesn't know the question, I'm just going to repeat it again for the floor, and feel free to unmute and ask away, answer. So if you could recommend one book or video to spread knowledge, which book or video would you choose and why? So feel free to answer if anyone wants to, or we can just, keep going down the list. I guess I'll start with Napalm. Oh, you just unmuted. See, that's synchronicity there, bro.
We're thinking alike, my friend.
Yes, beautiful.
I don't have a good definitive answer on this because it's so hard to limit to just one, either book or video, to be honest with you. And that's, I think, part of the problem I have sometimes with trying to discuss things with people that don't have a well-read or studied knowledge on something, is it's very hard to convey one type of understanding to somebody, because it seems like there needs to be 4, 5, 6, 10 other understandings that you need to have before you can understand. It's kind of like a building process. So to me, I would really struggle to give just one publication or one video to spread knowledge, to be honest with you, unless you're referring to specifically Flat Earth, but I know we try to avoid that. So.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you trying to be creative with the answer. If it's difficult for you to say, one particular book or one particular video, you can always just say one topic that you think is the most important to spread knowledge with. So, obviously for me, I chose a 6-hour-long Flat Earth Lost History video because of the whole Tartaria references and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's a good. It's a well put together compilation that gentleman did. So yeah, that's pretty good. I like that one because it's like it's touching upon so many other topics that would lead you down a path of really having to investigate a lot of other things. So it's a good starting point or touch point. I would agree with that. As for me, one thing that I found very beneficial or led me down a path of knowledge was me looking in and starting to study various theories of economics and finance, and that led me down a specific path, or at least I chose a specific path to start to investigate, which led me a lot more towards truth. But yeah, even with that, I feel like giving people a good basis on even classical philosophy and stuff like that would be good as well. I don't know. There's just so many things. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Yeah, there are a lot of, this is a great thing with Flat Earth. Once you learn Flat Earth, it leads into a million other things, and then you start just gaining more knowledge and more knowledge as it goes on, and then it becomes more difficult to articulate that in a way that you know how to present it to an individual. So yeah, I can see why you're kind of struggling. But there are so many great topics. I think they're all valid. It doesn't matter what you want to bring up. Whether it's like you said, the money, the economy, and then Tartaria, the Flat Earth itself, of course, being the biggest, at least in my view. It can't get much bigger than the Earth, can it? But yeah, there's many topics to learn, and I think they're all valid.
I think also that it could be specific to you. So in my case, I like learning about construction stuff because I'm into design stuff. So I don't do as much construction. So I like being up to date with what people do in construction by following either people on YouTube and stuff like that, and just watching them go through the process of remodeling and doing all that stuff. So in my opinion, if you find someone that does a great job at what they do and they share it with you for free on YouTube, then it's a good idea to just follow that, so you can kind of learn passively, in the same way that sometimes I learn in this server about subjects that maybe I wouldn't know about, but just passively by listening to conversations, you learn a lot, and it's better than, in my opinion, sometimes rewatching TV shows or listening to music over and over again, because you're getting new information, and sometimes that can be beneficial. It could spark something new. So
yeah, there's so much to take in. Again, I still think the Flat Earth's the biggest, and then it'll just slowly trickle into all those other topics that you come across. There's so much to learn in such little time. I think that's the only regret that I have about life, that you ain't got time to figure it out. And even if you did, some things are just inherently unknowable as well, which can be a little upsetting, but you got to deal with it. So,
is it open to the floor?
Yeah, it's open to the floor. Who was that? I didn't catch who it was.
My name's Oblivion, but they renamed me Obliviswan.
Oh, is that for the Black Swan?
Yeah, 2 years ago.
That's an awesome name, actually, Obliviswan.
Yes, I like it. I don't think I've heard you before. So, are you new, or have you been here a while?
No, well, I haven't been here for 2 years.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Came back.
So, is it what was it that made you step away for 2 years from the Flat Earth scene?
The China virus mostly, and life.
All right. So,
well,
how long have you? Sorry, go ahead. I was just going to ask, how long you were a Flat Earth, or how long have you been looking into Flat Earth?
Gosh, it was probably about 2 or more years, and I was listening on YouTube. God, it was probably even longer than that. But anyway, then all of a sudden I came across one of Nathan Oakley's videos, and then just binge listened and listened to everything, QE and all of them, and then came across the Discord.
Awesome, bro. So much to learn. Is it is there any particular questions you have about Flat Earth, maybe that you would like to ask anyone here for the Silvers and Golds?
Oh, the reason I asked if it was open to the floor is because I had a recommendation, is a video by QE called the Creator versus Atheism. It's the most profound video I've ever come across. I watch it or listen to it about 2 or 3 times a year, every year.
What's it called?
I'd post Quantum Eraser, the Creator versus Atheism. I'd post it in the chat, but I don't have permissions.
No, it's okay. I think I've actually seen that video. Is it the one where he talks about the sandcastle on the beach as you walk down it and that stuff? Right, yeah, that one's great. I'll just say you gotta be like, don't watch it while you're tired, because you're gonna miss it. You gotta pay attention, right? Is that what you would
Yes.
agree with? Yeah.
Oh,
It's
sure.
pretty in depth. Yeah, great video to choose to share knowledge. I agree, because again, I think the whole creative topic or creation topic as a whole, for Earth, it's subjective, right? The antecedent to a creation is a creator or creators plural. It doesn't matter. I don't make a claim to what, who are you, who are, I don't make a claim to what, who made this place, but I can know objectively for a fact that something did, something intelligent, right? You see that divine order everywhere. You see intelligent design in everything. It's just like the sandcastle example. You weren't there to witness someone build the sandcastle, but you can know for an objective fact that somebody made it. It's intelligently designed, right? So yeah, watch that video. Anyone that's interested in that stuff. Thanks for sharing, man. Really appreciate it.
No problem.
Hey, I'd like to add on to what Napalm said earlier about all the various different fields or topics required to understand things, and I just want to say that I think it's philosophy, which is how you make these things cohesive together. Because philosophy is like the art of arts and the science of sciences. That's how, like, you can talk to anybody if you have some understanding of philosophy, because it's underlying, it's studying the nature of things. And so I brought this up because I have a video that goes into traditional philosophy before the sort of like Enlightenment era revolution, so to speak. And it's by this guy named Jay Dyer, and he does a video on traditional metaphysics. No, not metaphysics like the stuff you find in Barnes and Noble, but just studying like natures of things and presumptions that go into the kind of like Enlightenment area materialism. And so I'll link it later in the live stream text. But yeah, I think philosophy is really important because the modern education system, they teach people things in vacuums. Like biology, for example, they teach people how to become a biologist, but they don't teach them anything really about philosophy. And philosophy is how you make connections between various other departments and fields. So I think if anybody here is like overwhelmed by where to start or how to understand all these topics, start with the history of philosophy, which is how I started. And then it leads you down the path of philosophy, which bleeds into questioning the nature of your reality, like flat Earth. What exactly is truth? How do we justify things, right? Logic. Because if you don't have that foundation, you're not going to be able to really present a good argument. I mean, maybe you could, but it's really the foundation you need in order to talk about it to people, to understand it, to make connections between all different kinds of subjects. Biology, math, logic. All these things are actually connected in some way. And so, yeah, the modern education system, they don't teach you this. They just teach you one specific thing. Maybe you'll dabble in like math or, like physics, but there's no real, they don't tell you what exactly truth is. In fact, they'll say, truth is all relative, or there is no such thing as truth. And so, yeah, that's my recommendation is look into Traditional Philosophy by Jay Dyer. I'll link it in the live stream text.
Say it was nice listening to someone who actually understands very, very well what philosophy actually is. Great discussion for sure. And for anyone that isn't really well versed in what philosophy is and all that stuff, I mean, he described it really well. But I just want to add It is translated from Greek as love of wisdom. So it's definitely something that you should look into if you want to build up you as a character, you know, how to have a coherent, rational conversation and discussion, and just it helps you in a lot of ways when you have a nice overview of it. So yeah, that's a good video or book to suggest, you know, like the question required. So thank you for answering.
And it's true that they compartmentalize the information so you can't connect it. And so you kind of take one track in one direction. And so there's all these different paths, and people choose one path when in reality, we should take a trip down every path a little bit to get a whole understanding of it rather than going so deep in one direction. But that's just my take. So.
Yeah, I got one. Can I say one?
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Yeah, go for it, John.
Cool. Thanks. Well, for me, that's a really good question because, you know, there's so many broad subjects in this truth movement right now. But for me, I thought about it, and I think first the foundation, what's foundational is ourselves. So I would recommend working on oneself in this way. I would recommend one thing. And, you know, because like I said, I wanted to say so many things, but I was like, no, first, what's helped me the most is learning to meditate in yoga. So because that right there, you're learning to balance the left and right hemispheres of your brain, because we're all out of balance. We don't have a wave what's the wave, not coherency, but congregation. When it comes to brain waves, we don't have good wave congregation. Most people their left and right brains are out of balance. Meditation helps you with that. So, and it helps you with a lot of other things. So I would recommend this book called The Complete Illustrated Book of Yoga by Vishnu Devananda. He was one of the first big yogis that brought yoga to the West, and he got a lot of you know, a lot of other yogis back in the East about that book because he gave away so much of the really inner knowledge of the yoga stuff. But to the West, he was the first person to present it. Other big yogis came afterwards, like you know, the Beals got with the Maharaji, and the different yogis have come, but he was like one of the most unsung and biggest influences that brought that knowledge to the West in history. So anyway, The Complete Illustrated Book of Yoga by Vishnu Devananda. I'll put it in the thing, and just to get an overview of what really yoga is for a lot of people, because a lot of people have a lot of misconceptions, you know. And that book is like on a really high level too, you know, of what he's teaching. He the way his mind, he's got a really high level mind, so it's really great. That's all.
All right, thank you. I haven't heard too much about the whole meditation yoga stuff. I didn't pay too much attention to it, but it's definitely a topic that I should probably look into, especially because I care a lot about you know, my mental well-being and also just consciousness as a whole, and you know, constantly improving myself. So yeah, if you post that in the live stream, I'll bookmark it and give it a look at some point.
Yeah, I'll post it. Just so you know, it's considered a science. It's not a religion because it's based on trial and error over thousands of years. So it's a science of yoga. Yeah, I'll post it, and thank you for letting me share that.
Yeah, no problem, man. I have heard some people, well, there's one person in particular who is always going on about meditation that I know of, and he says it's really useful and it's good for the mind and all that things, and, you know, maybe I should set some time apart to bother doing it, but I don't know, I just distance myself from a lot of the whole mind exercises and stuff recently. What's up?
It's hard.
Sorry.
It's hard to find the best on it because everything's so distilled at this point. But yeah, that's why I want to post this so we can get to the core, so people can see what it really is about without all the, you know, like the way when people first come to flat Earth and they're like, they don't even know what the arguments are really. There's just a bunch of strawman arguments that they're, you know, that's not even what we really are. So it's the same thing with this. But all right, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Maybe you should say refined technique or refined method or a method instead of science, you know. I don't know. Might be a more accurate term.
Yeah, I just think meditation as a whole, it's not much that I know about because I've only heard people give me their anecdotal experiences and opinions on it. I haven't actually studied anything in depth towards that topic, but yeah, that book sounds like it'd be useful. So I will bookmark it and give it a look. And of course, anyone else that's interested here, feel free to do the same. Lots of good videos being shared in the Livestream voice text since this precious metal started, which is great. And of course, it's open to the floor, so don't feel like you have to wait to be called on. You can just unmute and go, I want to answer the question, and we'd love to hear it. But we do have Ben, the man here, who I pinged earlier. I'm not sure if he's here. Are you here, Ben? Because I see you got the VC verified. So, we always like to welcome and speak to the new people.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening though.
Cool, man. That's no problem. If you have any questions, feel free to unmute. It doesn't have to just be about the air fever because it's kind of precious metal, so we can kind of keep it, in the realm of things like the question we have posed for today is if you could recommend one book or video to spread knowledge, which book or video would you choose and why? So if you do have something along those lines that you want to bring up, feel free.
I did want to respond
Okay.
a little bit to what who was it that asked it?
Who asked what? Sorry.
I think John was about the meditation, right? He was answering about the meditation. And
right.
For me, meditation, I have in the past tried it a bit and practiced it a little bit. I have definitely not done it since then. But for me, it is, like when you go work out and you work out your muscles and your muscles get bigger. So you're basically working on your strength. Meditation, in my opinion, is working on your concentration and your ability to stay focused on one specific subject. So if you can get yourself to meditate, focus on your breathing, and keep yourself from having random thoughts come into your brain, then you can really strengthen your focus. And that is what it is. It's kind of your exercise for your focus. And that's just what it is for me. So I guess answering on that, it is a good thing to try. And it does have a lot of stigma. So for me is what positive aspects can I learn from it? And for me is concentration and exercising that.
Yeah, that's most of the experiences people share with me. It helps you focus your mind and all that stuff. I've never really bothered to do it. And the main reason is just that I don't feel like I'm really strong in the mind anymore. So I don't know. I'll give the book a read and make up my mind from there, I guess. No pun intended with that.
That book is even so rare. It's weird that it's so rare because, like, the autobiography of a yogi by Yogananda is way more popular, but this one is like way better, and it's like suppressed almost. I mean, actually having trouble finding any good links to post online, but at least post an image of it. You can definitely find it on Amazon or whatever. You'll find it. I just wanted to find something free real fast that you can check out. But there is like a little preview. Anyway, yeah, I highly recommend it. And like he's right, it teaches. What it does is it makes your mind. It's weird. It's like you can access that truth vibe quicker, and it also you think clearer, you think faster. It helps you with a lot of different things. I've gained a lot from it. It's just, I haven't been a perfect yogi because like I still smoke weed and stuff, I'm not supposed to do that, but I did get rid of a lot of my old habits because of that. And the more I meditate, the less I want to even, it really puts your mind in a good place if you're doing it right, if you learn the right way to do it. But you have to have a master teach you. It's not the whole concept of just learning it real quick from somebody is BS. It doesn't work that way. You really have to put some time in to really learn the real truth about it, because you can learn how to. What you're learning, most people are doing are concentrating. They're not actually meditating. Learning how to concentrate is what you first do. Later on, you get to the higher levels where you're actually meditating, and you're downloading a certain vibration, a certain type of energy. You're downloading it into your system that you can get that energy, but this is like a concentrated form of it. It's difficult to get that energy, but that's the highest form of energy, and you'll get it through meditation if you learn how to. Because what it is you might have something you chant, and that chant has been chanted for thousands of years by thousands of yogis who have been practicing. That it's already concrete, like it's very positive energy, and it's concrete over thousands of years of repeating it over and over. So that vibration, you're like downloading it. It's already been established, in other words, and you're just getting it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, again, I haven't looked into it in any depth. I've only had the personal anecdotal experiences shared with me, and everyone that has given me their opinion on it, they always have a positive one. I haven't heard a negative one yet, so maybe I'll try it out. I definitely will give it a look, though, but whether I go to try it out, that's another question entirely. But Resolve wants to speak about a book he's been posting on the live stream, because I did pick up on that. So whenever you're ready, Resolve, feel free to tell us what your book, How I Found Freedom in an Unfree World, is.
Yeah, this book was impactful for me when I was much younger. I haven't refreshed on it in quite a while, but it talks about um, why you are not free and how you can be free. Um, like I said, it's been a while since I've cracked open this book, but yeah, it did. Um, it did have impact. It was a good self-help book. I'll just go through the contents. It has sections: identity traps, intellectual and emotional traps, morality trap, unselfishness trap, group trap, government traps, despair trap, rights trap, utopia trap, the burning issue trap, previous investment traps, box trap, certainty trap, how you can be free, part 2, how you can be free, freedom from government, freedom from social restrictions, freedom from bad relationships, freedom from marriage problems, jealousy problems, family problems, business problems, insecurity, exploitation, the treadmill, freedom from pretense.
It sounds like the perfect handbook for personal development. It's got everything you could possibly fit in there for building on your own character and your own, personal liberty, like it says. So, yeah, I'll bookmark that one as well and give it a look, because I do enjoy reading books.
Yeah, it doesn't go too in depth into each of the subjects that I just listed, but scratches the surface. And yeah, I heard it was banned too at one point. I don't know if that's true, but before it was kind of hard to pick up a copy. Like it seemed like they were pretty expensive, but they're still around apparently.
Yeah, anything to do with personal development does interest me. I feel like it's something that I'm just working towards all the time, and I appreciate that. So thanks for sharing, Resolve.
Thanks.
So I just wanted to share something real quick, kind of along those lines, regarding liberty and kind of its definition. I feel like the classical or the pre-Enlightenment definition of liberty was basically learning how to govern oneself, one's body, one's actions, in the form of self-governance, and how to better interact with society by governing yourself. And I feel like at some point, either Hobbes or Locke kind of switched the idea of liberty or freedom from self-governance and how to govern one's own actions into more of a do what thou wilt kind of idea of freedom and liberty. And I feel like that has been pretty detrimental to society, as it's been kind of conveyed, at least it seems like, through modern times, that freedom and liberty basically means you have the freedom and liberty to do whatever you want, do what thou wilt, nothing matters kind of thing, I feel like a more classical definition or a classical idea of liberty is how to govern oneself and one's actions and how that applies to the greater society as a whole. I just wanted to.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, to me, it sounded like you were actually describing anarchy, if you know what that is, because it's basically self-governance by definition. It's you being in a free state from governmental bodies and authorities and just controlling your own actions. That's basically what anarchy is. So, yeah, it's got a lot to do with liberty, and I think you basically defined anarchy there. So, good job, because I'm an anarchist myself, and it looks like Andrew is as well, just based off his profile picture, if he's there.
Oh, is my anarchism showing? I'm sorry.
No, I like it, man. I'm an anarchist as well. Are you, Andrew?
Okay. Yep.
Nice, man.
Oh, that's anarcho-communism, which is retarded, but it just looks good with the red. But again, anarcho-communism is stupid. There's no such thing as that. Really, all that matters is just anarchy. Like, if you get that concept, it's
of course
and natural law. Natural law
for.
is the point of it. That's pretty much it.
Hey, Morvis as well. Great. Yeah, a lot of the good people know how to be anarchists. I think it's the best place to be an anarchist. If people don't know what that is, it's just been defined. But feel free to do your own research and make your own mind up. But I feel like it's the best state to be in, state of anarchy, and just be an anarchist. It's actually really useful and helpful as you developing as an individual, which is what I'm all about. So thanks for sharing, Napalm, and Andrew as well.
Yeah, just to touch upon what Andrew was saying, I feel like the modern iterations of anarchism, or at least the term that gets bandied about when it comes to anarchism, does come from the left or the anarcho-communists, within relatively recent times. But yeah, in my opinion, it stems from really the classical definition of liberty and controlling oneself and ruling one's own actions. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I know Marvis can't speak, but I'll just read out what he wrote. He says, anarchy doesn't mean chaos like Depression. It's true. You'll always read a headline in the news or something like, it's total anarchy on the streets or something like that, right? But it's got nothing to do with that. Anarchy is not about violence. It's about self-governance. That's literally the definition. So, yeah, thanks for sharing again, guys. Great stuff.
Yeah, or that anarchy, by definition, as you said, is A, and narcos. A is negation, narcos means leader. So anarchos, anarchy means without a leader, no leader. That's it. It doesn't mean no rules. It means no ruler. You don't need a ruler to know what is right to do and what people should do. So again, as you just said, but now I just wanted to put it more in context, because by definition of terms, anarchy, anarchos means no ruler. That's it. That's all it means. Not just randomness on streets as everybody portrays it in the news, as you said.
Yeah, it's nice talking to a fellow anarchist, because I haven't had a discussion about it with any anarchists or people that support anarchy in general. So it's nice to know that you, Napalm, and you, Andrew, are up for it, and Morvis as well. Great stuff.
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hey, can you repeat the question for me? I have been listening.
Yeah, of course, Sonny. Question is, if you could recommend one book or video to spread knowledge, which book or video would you choose and why?
Book or video? Okay. Boy, that's kind of a tough question, because I like devour information at a rapid pace. When I look at my, at just one day's feed of me looking through information and watching videos, it's like it takes me a few minutes to go through what I've just looked at in one day. But let me see for a sec. Let me see anything that stands out. Yeah, and you might be shocked by this. Book that I'm recommending, but I think everybody needs to suspend disbelief like we had to do to get to where we are today. And I'm going to recommend everybody read the book of Alcoholics Anonymous. I don't care if you drink or if you've never drank or if you're maybe possibly an alcoholic or whatever, but The reason I recommend that is for the philosophical and religious, well, not religious, but spiritual content in that book. The spiritual content. So, were you also talking about anarchy just a minute ago, right?
Yeah, right. That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, so this is really appropriate and current for me because I just had this conversation with my friend who doesn't see things the same way, doesn't have my experience with as far as what I consider freedom and how that is different from her ideas. And it's probably shocking to hear somebody say, I don't stand down for any man. I don't stand under any man. I don't stand under any man's authority. I'm not afraid of any man. I'm not afraid of any. I'm not afraid of people, places, and things any longer. So I have earned the right to govern myself. If I can govern myself as a thinking being and be able to direct my actions in an appropriate way within the guidelines of natural law, whether they be moral or physical, if I can confine myself into those rules of the natural world, and like somebody mentioned before, these rules we have written in our heart, where did that come from? So we all have this. We know. I know how to go to a corner of a street and look right and left, make sure there's no cars coming. If there's no cars coming, I don't need a light to direct me to tell me when it's okay to cross a street. I've been crossing streets since I was a little kid. I've only got hit once. Just kidding. It's true. But anyway, yeah, I know how to cross the street. So I agree with this. I have full right to my own dominion. No one, like my home is my castle. I will fight to the death to uphold my right to freedom and others. Here's how I stand on this. I took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, right? So that doesn't mean, oh, okay, I agree with the Constitution, like the corporation. No, not at all. Like, I agree with the principles of liberty and freedom and the right to pursue happiness. Like, my right to live my life as I see appropriate. Like, are there consequences of being free? Yes. But where is freedom? Freedom is in our mind. And that kind of leads me to what you're talking about, meditation. So if inside of myself I have a battle with myself, which a lot of us do, which is seldomly talked about, we need to overcome these struggles we're having within ourselves. This battle is not an external one. As a matter of fact, no situation or experience any of us are having right now has very little to do with the external at all. It has to do with the internal. Our internal experience is where everything exists. Yes, there's a physical world. Yes, we know we measured it's flat, the surface. Like all these things are empirically, yes, there are objective truths in the physical world, right? On Earth. But we also have an internal world, like an internal life, an internal world that a lot of us don't have contact with and actually have a tortuous relationship with themselves. They haven't sat inside themselves and tried to sit on the side of a still bank along the stream of their thoughts. Streaming downstream, they think that they're still in the stream with their thoughts. They think the thoughts are them. And interestingly enough, in the ego, where those thoughts are swimming around, it thinks it's you too. It's always trying to convince you that the ego, that your thought process is who you are, or your knowledge is who you are. It's not true. I'm here to tell you, and I'm gonna prove it to you. When you go to bed tonight and you're laying down and you close your eyes and it's still and quiet, Close your eyes and you hear nothing. You sense nothing but your breathing and your chest moving up and down and your heart beating and your blood running through your veins and whatever nerve impulses you're feeling on the exterior of your body. You're inside there. You can go with your eyes closed into that dark place. You can observe your thinking. So I ask you this, if you can observe your thinking or watch your own thinking, who's doing the watching?
Yeah, well, that's interesting. Yes.
Who's doing the watching? If you can watch your own thoughts, are the thoughts watching themselves? If you think you're your thoughts, or you think you are in the thoughts, that you're watching yourself as a thought? No.
It's quite funny that you're saying this, Sunny, because we were talking about meditation, and this is quite frankly the master class of beginning into meditation.
I've been meditating for years. Like I grew up as a stoner teenager, like in Southern California, in the mid 70s, when they thought they were the center of the universe. And I suppose, like, we know that they are the satanic one, but in LA there, but I digress. But the yoga book, I think that somebody mentioned one of the very earliest ones is the one that I had. And I used to do yoga and martial arts as a kid. Was I a stoner? Yes, but so what? Spicoli can go to yoga classes too and take martial arts, right? Got it? Ridgemont High? That's my era, sorry. Probably somebody don't get the reference. Anyway.
Don't worry, I get it.
So if I don't work on this internal dialogue myself, we've talked about that.
Laughing out loud.
Yeah. What'd you say?
Laughing out loud. Sorry.
There you go. So if I don't work on this relationship with myself, inside myself, like if you're like me, I didn't like myself very well. Not as a matter of fact, that's a really mild way of saying it. I hated myself and I didn't know why. I had to look deep inside. What's going on with me? Why am I acting this way? And it led me to this place where I could stop being a victim and take responsibility for my own life and do what I need to do to take care of myself, first of all, because doesn't it all start at home? So if I don't know myself inside myself, within my own body, who am I? I'm just a meat sack. No, that's not true. So I've lived for most of my life in more of a spiritual realm than I think most people have. I'm not trying to say anything about, take whatever you want from that. I'm just talking to you like as any other human being, like I would if you're whatever, sitting here across the table from me and we're having a discussion. So I had to learn and find out who I was. So I took many different avenues to do that. I looked at Sigmund Freud. I looked at Carl Jung. Now Carl Jung is one I looked at because the structure of it, and then you include with that Myers-Briggs. And through my meditation and doing an actual workbook of separating out I'm an INFP, so I'm a freaking very unusual person, not only mostly to myself. So, I don't know. So couple that with this knowledge I discovered 5 years ago with the Earth and having many series of personal difficulties and disasters, catastrophes, on all levels, biopsychosocial, all of that. So it wasn't out of my own virtue that I discovered meditation. It was because out of destitution, I had to find a way that I could survive. Otherwise, I wasn't going to make it. So for me, it was life or death. To everybody, it's probably not maybe that extreme. That's okay with me. I don't mind. I'm just glad I'm still here. But meditation is super important for me because what I got in the results is I found out what I needed to do, what I liked. I had to look and figure out, what do I like? What makes me feel good about myself? How can I be my own cheerleader? How can I cheer myself up when I feel shitty? Why do I feel shitty in the first place? I have to have this dialogue with myself, constantly counter my own thinking. I have to do battle with my thinking because there's a freaking psychotic clown in there somewhere in all of us. And if you deny that, you're going to project that out to the rest of the world. Well, if you make peace with this clown and say, look, you know, I don't agree with your standpoint. You're not going to control me today. You're going to sit in this little clown room that I designed for you because I can't get rid of you because you're a part of me. So you're going to sit in here and I'm not listening to you. Do whatever you want in your little padded room. So the clown is not in control today. That's my saying for today. And I'm just going to leave it with that. Don't let the clown rule your day today. Thanks.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating, Sonny. I'm probably gonna have to play it back.
Really interesting.
Yeah, I'll play that back, listen to it again. I mean, you went on for a while there with a lot of different interesting points brought up. Appreciate that. Thank you very
I like
much
the
for
whole
sharing, Sonny.
Jungian philosophy stuff that was going on, the whole
Um,
clown and stuff. I
I'm
like there are two sides of you.
I'm full of it, and that's all, that's not only trivia. That's funny.
Dude, great piff, son. Piff, bro.
I'm just speaking from the heart.
That's what makes it real, man. Thank you.
Thanks to all of you because, you know, I mean, I had all these things going on inside of me for a long time, just like all of us, but I didn't know how to express them in a concise and understandable way that's digestible for people listening until I came here and learned how to use the words that I already had available. So I started using them, and it's been just awesome because it's like the most important part of my day is to listen to people communicating and communicate myself and have my voice be heard, you know, and yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But anyway, thanks for letting me share, y'all.
Of course, Sonny, it's great. Always nice to have you here. Thanks for always being here for the precious metals as well. It's very, very nice to talk to you, and thank you for your amazing stories and sharing all that information. I mean, you did speak for a long time, and I definitely need to play it back and listen to it again. Thank you very much. And if anyone else wants to answer, feel free. If you don't know the question, just let me know and I'll repeat it for you. Maybe John Jumbo, since you were talking earlier about it. Do you want to answer today's question?
No, I'm really just here to listen.
All right, that's fine. I appreciate you being here. It's always nice to see the people in Precious Metals showing up all the time. It's great. Especially the new people as well. And there is a new Anthony F here, but he's not got any roles. But if you are here, Anthony, and you want to speak, just head up to the VC check-in and someone will follow you up there. Rookie, do you want to answer today's question? If you're there.
I got family with me right now. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Don't worry about it. I guess I can move on to Twad if he is there. Hey, Twad. I'm not getting any audio through. Are you there?
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, that's coming through a little better. So do you know today's question, or do you need me to repeat it for you?
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Okay, so the question is if you could recommend one book or video to spread knowledge, which book or video would you choose and why?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is the Bible.
Right, someone else said that as well, but I think it was Level Up, but she didn't. She wrote it in the text, so yeah, good choice, I guess. I mean, I don't believe it, but I still think there's good stuff in it, without a doubt. So yeah, continue anyway, if you were still finishing.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. Yeah, that would be so good. But another one is a book would be Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do. Just because it gives you it gives your brain a kick. to be able to absorb knowledge in a way that is unbiased. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I was following for the most part, but it is kind of difficult because there's a lot of static that comes through when you do speak.
Yeah, sorry about that. My mic is not.
Yeah, it was better yesterday, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's the live stream because there's a lot of people in here, and sometimes the bandwidth gets shared across many people. But yeah, if that was basically it, I would agree that the Bible is definitely a good book for. It helps you develop as a person. You know, like it's got good morals and stuff in it that I would definitely agree most humans should follow. But you know, whether or not you want to believe in the whole book itself, that's another topic entirely, and probably not for the live stream. But at least you know you could recommend one book. You would choose one book that encompasses many books. That's a smart answer to use.
Yeah, so you didn't hear the next part?
I didn't catch that. Were you trying to say something, Twad?
It's okay. I'll just pass on to someone else. My mic's not the greatest.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, man. It was so much better yesterday when we were in the VC check-in. It's just it can be hard to hear sometimes, especially now. It's pretty difficult to follow what you're saying. Yeah, I will just move on to somebody else. Was you trying to speak there, Felix?
Yes. Give me 1 second. Hold up. I had a question.
Yeah, no problem, man. That's cool. I remember I checked you in a few months ago. It's nice to see you back here.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, I'm sorry, I had to get myself settled. But I had an answer to your question. I was watching the Flat Earth Reality YouTube, so I recommend that be my best video to recommend for knowledge. Because he was talking about like the black sun and like the Polaris and the way like the angles go from the black sun to the moon. It's kind of like the Freemason logo. Hold up, kind of short winded here, but yeah, that's one of the videos I recommended. I don't know if y'all check it out, and I wish like people could speak on that a little more about the black sun and like the Nazi sign, and I think that's why the creation started. So I need to get a sip of water. But yeah, I'm a cut it right there, so y'all can continue.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I think I know what video you're referring to there. It's the guy and he draws on the whiteboard, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I've seen that video as well. Very interesting for sure. I don't think there's as many videos on that topic or, topics in general that go into the speculation category in most cases, but you can find some golden nuggets here and there. And yeah, they're worth watching. The more information you have, the better of an informed decision you can make. So thanks for sharing that.
Oh, thank you.
I did see Anthony F. You don't have any roles, so if you'd want to go to the VC check-in, we can check you in.
Yeah, I did mention that to him briefly. I'm not sure if he's here though. But Car is here with 2 R's. I don't think I've seen you before, and you have the silver, so if you want to say hi, feel free.
Hello. Just enjoying the
Hi.
conversation.
Are you there? How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm good.
Nice. How long have you been in this server? Because I don't think I've seen you around before.
Probably 3 years.
Are you a regular in the live stream? Because sometimes I scroll down and I do see the same profile pictures here, but I don't think I have seen you. Or maybe it's just because your name is unique or weird or spelled.
Carson OG.
Yeah, I'm not much of a live stream guy. I don't come in here too often, but yeah, I don't recognize you, so I always call out to the people I don't recognize because I want to say hello. So nice to say hello to you. And do you want to answer today's question for us, Car?
No, not right now.
No, it's fine. Don't feel like you're forced to answer. It's just a nice way to include you in the conversation. But yeah, that's fine. You don't have to. Don't feel bad about it.
Yeah, I don't usually say too much, but I just like to listen mostly.
That's fine, man. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for showing up.
Hey, Nathan, I think KJ wants to add to the answer. So, KJ, what would be a book or a video that you'd like to share for us for some knowledge, that you'd like to share with us?
Sorry, was that my cue? I kind of missed that.
Yeah, that was your cue. But it's all good. If you'd like to
Okay.
answer, go for it. Yeah.
I would say for a video, Jesus Christ Never Existed by Eric Dubay. It's filled with a lot of interesting information about the constellations and everything about kind of like zeitgeist, I guess that's the term. I know a lot of people have issues with Eric Dubay, but I feel like he has a lot of helpful information, even with Flat Earth. So that would be my video.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing. Yeah. I like Eric Dubay. He does have some good information. I don't think I've seen that one specifically. And if I have, I definitely got to watch it again. So thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, sure.
I think I saw Box Ops. Are you there? Or maybe not. He's not there.
He's not in the call. He's in the just the text chat.
Oh, I see.
He said he said he'd pop in here and there. So if he does, we'll try and catch him before he has to go again. But he's always doing the pings for us. Appreciate that a lot. Did Flat Earth Dude answer the question for today? If you're there.
Good morning. How we doing?
Good afternoon over here, but good morning to you. And I'm doing okay.
Good. Love the show, man.
Hey, thank you. I love you guys showing up.
It's always different. I love these questions. Always get me thinking. I mean, if I was going to say, hey, man, if you don't understand flat Earth, I think you need to start there. So I was just going to spread some knowledge. That lost history of flat Earth is absolutely incredible. Whether you like the guy or we don't know anything about the guy or where he came from or how he put this together, I did read that he put that entire video series together for his wife. She wasn't getting it. So he put a big effort in it. It's actually 3 parts now. I don't know. I think you've probably seen all. He had the lost history of flat Earth, and then there was another 5-hour series called What on Earth Happened? And now he's got the lost history of flat Earth part 2, and I believe he has 4 new videos of that series as well. And it's, you're looking at 12, maybe 15 hours of stuff at this point. And I would recommend that because he covers everything in there, from Tartaria, flat Earth, to cosmology, astrophysics, light propagation. I mean, he does a lot of stuff in there, man, that can get you thinking. So definitely something for a newbie to watch. It would probably blow their head off. They would be like, what? But, when we watched it, we had already had a pretty good grasp of flat Earth and, the fiat currency and, 9/11, all this other stuff too. So, but for somebody that has no idea of conspiracies or really never looked into them, man, the lost history would probably just blow their head off. I would think. I would hope. I don't know.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, when I got asked this question by DCO at the start, I said that exact same video series, The Lost History, which is 6 hours, right? I'm not aware of the other ones, so I'm actually excited to look for those and get those watched as well, because you're absolutely right. It's just packed full of information. It would blow their heads off. I agree. It's just way. It's like I can't even begin to kind of describe the impact it has.
Blew my head off, and I had a pretty good grasp of Tartaria and flat Earth, and and science and NASA and all that. It's like, and I still watched it and shook my head and went, "Oh my goodness!" That clock in Prague. The clock.
Yeah, I know which one you mean. Yeah.
He explained that, and I was like, I just got up, walked out of the room, and I was just like, kind of pacing and going, "Oh my goodness, it's unbelievable!" I had no idea.
Absolutely. I think those videos are really great. And there were some people here as well that weren't familiar with them. So I'll just repeat it again. Lost History of the Flat Earth. It's on YouTube. It's like 6 hours long, but it should just be one video. It might be a playlist, but feel free to check it out.
There's one that's like a little over 5 hours, and then you'll find that What on Earth Happened, same guy. And then he's still going. So good on him, man. It's really well done. It's probably the best flat Earth video I've ever seen. All right, next. Thank you guys again.
Thank you for your answer. I really appreciate that. I'm gonna move on. Yeah, I'll move on to the Mad Hatter because he responded to me in text. If you're there, it's nice to see you, Mad Philosopher. Why did I call you Mad Hatter? That's just my bad. Sorry, man.
People do it all the time.
Right. Yeah, I can imagine. Well, I don't have to imagine. I just did it. What am I talking about? Sorry again. So you know the question for today. Do you want to answer it for us?
I will once I get a more appropriate answer. I'm still trying to find which one I would choose. There are several videos which I've got in mind. As to which particular one would be the most effective, I'm not sure. I'm gonna sift through them a little bit, and I'll get back to you.
Yeah, of course. Take your time. Never feel forced or pressured to hurry up and answer the question. And the longer you take, the better the answer will probably be. So that's great. I'll catch you pretty soon. Just open your mic and tell me when you're ready to answer, and I'll get back to you on it.
Sure thing.
What's the question?
Hey, Bushel. The question is, if you could recommend one book or video to spread knowledge, which book or video would you choose and why?
One book or video to spread knowledge?
Yeah, which one do you think is like the best to spread knowledge?
About what? About flat Earth?
It can be about anything. I mean, somebody said survival, right? So learning how to build makeshift shelters, that kind of stuff. Just any topic generally to spread knowledge. So it can be any knowledge that interests you.
Well, the Bible first and foremost, but yeah, that'd be my instant answer. But in terms of like more specific things, I don't know. Like, the Bible touches on everything, so that's yeah.
Yeah, you're not the first to say that. It was, I think, Level Up first, and then Twad said that as well. I think it's cheating because the Bible's actually a lot of books all in one book, right? So you're it's a smart answer to give because you're getting multiple. Yeah, you're bypassing the question, so whatever, it's fine. I'll let it through. But yeah, I mean, I'm in favor of most of what the Bible pushes. Be nice to people, all that stuff. It's simple. Why people can't do it, and you see it a lot in this server in the lobby with all the Globe Refer trolls. It just blows me away. The psychology behind why they behave the way that they do towards other people. I'll never get it, but yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So,
pretty weird question. I mean, like compared to previous questions I've heard on the show, like that's a pretty
well, we had actually, I think, like we had 4 written down. This one was read first, and we decided to go with it. But we have another 3. I'm not sure if we'll post them in the silver text and then other people can choose, or if we should just keep doing the whole spontaneous kind of on the live stream. Just reveal it then. I'm pretty good with both ways, so I don't mind what Redford decides. We'll just go from there.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I haven't gone through all my old videos in a while. There are entire channels that have been deleted off of YouTube that I have a lot of really good videos from. Wow, this sucks.
Yeah, I remember the last time that I asked a question in Precious Metals. It got a lot of people sharing videos and stuff, and some of the videos were deleted as well when they went to look for them. So yeah, it's pretty sad, but that's what happens when you're on certain platforms.
One of the best videos that I've ever come across is when it comes to just general knowledge, not necessarily flat Earth knowledge, but just general knowledge. It was this video. I've got it downloaded. I just need to find a different platform to upload it to. It's this video called "The Origin of the Juice." Now, they type out juice because the original name for it is the origin of the Jews, and it goes through a whole bunch of uh, like really great cultural references for like or for terms of buildings or streets or just general areas, and it shows how a lot of just about everything that we know today has Vedic or Indian origins from Vedic cultures. And this video is amazing. I want to find another platform to upload it to so I can share it with you guys. But it's magnificent. The origin of life seems to originate roughly around India or that area at least.
Yeah, if you could share that video, that'd be great. Other platforms maybe to check would be like LBRY, Odyssey, the BitChute. But I think Rofkin as well. Maybe just give those a quick browse, see if it's on there somewhere.
Yeah, it's blocked in all countries. It's universally blocked everywhere. So I have to find somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'll try to remember the name anyway. I'll write it down actually. Origin of the Juice, right?
Yeah. I'll send you the title of the original video just in case it might be uploaded somewhere else and I haven't found it.
Right. I'll definitely look around for it.
In India, tying that in back to kind of the Tartaria conversation we had earlier, India has some of the most amazing designs and structures in architecture too, with all like super beautifully engraved images. And there's even a temple that they found out that there's a pillar or a column that is not touching the ground. It's actually like some kind of crazy engineering that they did back then on this temple, where there's a column that's supported from the ceiling and is levitating off of the ground. So it blows my mind what I see in some of the buildings in India.
Yeah, I think most of those places have some incredible architecture, especially when you look at the domed, kind of building designs, because those ones, like a lot of them are like solid gold or silver as well, because they're both really good conductors. I think silver is slightly higher than gold, but there's a lot that goes into with Tartaria in general. The designs have a lot to do with, people speculate had a lot to do with electricity, magnetism, water, and just different effects like the organs in there, all the churches that you see, sound frequencies manipulating the patterns in the water, that kind of stuff. It's really, really worth watching that video. If everybody here could definitely check it out, that'd be great, because Tartaria is a topic that I feel like you just never stop learning about. Same with Flat Earth, really. They kind of go hand in hand. But yeah, Lost History of the Flat Earth, great video series. Definitely watch it if anyone here hasn't already.
Yeah, and when you see in India some of those designs, it just blows my mind how advanced they look, even more than other places. So it looks like India had to have been like there. I don't know if it was like India back then. Well, whoever was there had some amazing knowledge, and I'm sure they were there for a really long time. So if anyone else wants to jump in and answer the question, let us know on the text or go ahead and unmute.
Yeah, I see Chris VP has joined, so if he's there, he could answer because he's a new guy. Oh, we got a person with no roles, or Yo Sora Ria. If you want to head up to the VC check and someone can give you the role, and then you'll be able to speak with us. And I think there was one other person, but Polaris, but he has the VC role already. Are you there, Polaris?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to say hello because I don't recognize you, and I always like to welcome the new people that pop in during Precious Metals. Welcome to the server. How did you find the server?
My friend sent it to me last night. The app.
Okay, so have you been looking into Flat Earth for a while, or is this like a relatively new topic for you?
Just like maybe going on like 6 years or better. So like I think it's awesome that y'all are all getting together because when I first found this out, I literally just tried to debunk it with like 5 minutes, and then that turned to a month, and then that turned to a year. Well, really, I was just already debunked or figured out that it was flat, and then just started digging deeper and deeper and deeper. But I felt like the more I researched, the more outcast I got, the more alone I got, the more I felt like I couldn't talk to anybody about it. So I think it's awesome you guys come together and, try to plant those seeds.
Yeah, we like having you here. Thank you for man, and you've come to the right place. This server, I thought I knew a lot, and then I joined the server in like summer last year, and I realized I didn't know all that much. You learn a lot in a very short amount of time here. So hope to see you again in the live stream, and just if you got any questions about Flat Earth or anything in particular, feel free to ask. Most people here are willing to answer.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Good to be here.
Yeah, no problem. I don't think there's anyone else new that popped in other than the user. But
so what's the precious metals about? It's a flat Earth topic also, or is it talking about?
Well, right.
Precious
So
metals?
precious metals just refers to the ranks, right? Because there's silvers and golds in the server, and it's an event that is hosted so that the silvers and golds are the only ones that can speak during the live stream for like 2 hours, and all the mods and admins have to mute. Because it helps those that aren't typically on the live stream too often to have the floor and take away the conversation. We can kind of go off the flat Earth topic and talk about some other stuff, which we kind of are doing now with meditation, Tartaria. There's been a lot of things that's been brought up, and we have a themed question that goes along with it, which we've got for today. If you do want to answer today's question, that would be interesting.
What's today's question?
Right. So it's if you could recommend one book or video to spread knowledge, which book or video and why? And it doesn't have to be like a flat Earth video. It could just be anything that interests you. So, if you like survival, camping, hiking, anything like that, any video that interests you and you want to spread knowledge. So go right ahead.
So I think, the first real like YouTuber that turned me on to all this was, I guess like in my research, I found him, Eric Dubé. I'm sure you heard of him. And he's got like, I think a 200 proofs Earth's not a spinning ball and a 400 proofs Earth's not a spinning ball video, which I actually tried to find on YouTube and I couldn't find it. And so YouTube's got, they're a little crazy about stuff like that. So I did go to Google though. And I found a link to his video on the internet. So I would probably recommend that one. That's what really got me like, it's got a lot of information in it, It's kind of what really convinced me, I guess.
Absolutely. I've seen that video. I think there's a HD version as well, which people recommend over the original. I haven't watched the HD one. I watched the original. But yeah, the 200 proof one's great. Eric, obviously, he's been in the Flat Earth scene for a long time. He was the one that told me a lot about Flat Earth. The one that introduced me to it was Rob Skiber. Have you heard of Rob Skiber before?
I have
Right, so he did mostly biblical kind of seminars and stuff like that, I guess. And he started talking about the flat Earth topic, and I was a biblically focused person by then, so it got me into. Well, he introduced me to the topic of flat Earth, right? And then from there, I headed on into Eric DeBay, and there's a lot of videos there that I learned a lot from. Eric's done so much content over the years, and they're nice and short as well, because most people don't have a long attention span. So if you just give them like 5-minute videos describing, Foucault's pendulum, for instance, is like a 5-minute video that describes it. Really useful stuff to link for the newcomers, because a lot of them they struggle with long videos or things that they have to do their own research on. So yeah, I'd recommend Eric DeBay for sharing knowledge as well, especially some of his older videos.
Yeah, true. I think the first real oh my God moment for me was water's properties. It takes the shape of its container and it lays flat. And I was just thinking, and I was like, that's so true. And I know that, and I'm like, so if the Earth's a ball, where's the ball? If all the water's flat and we're mostly water, how the fuck are we a ball? So sometimes when I'm trying to introduce people to it, I tell them that. And then I also bring up the fact that, we have Polaris, the North Star, but where's the South Star? There's no South Star. And so that's what kind of gets people into it, I feel like. Because at first I was really particular about, who I would talk to about it, because I just got tired of being ridiculed by people that didn't do any research or didn't really care. It got annoying.
Yeah, absolutely. What you mentioned there with the water as well, seeking its level, I think that's the most fascinating part. Somebody mentioned, I think it was Grim earlier in the lobby, maybe yesterday. He said, whenever you pop a Coca-Cola can or any soda can, you've got two things. One, entropy, which debunks space, and you've got the second, which is obviously the liquid inside seeking its level. So it's just unique in its way. It's got two proofs. Every time you pop a soda can, you're proving the globe is false in two different ways. And it's funny how that works. It's so simple. It's been in front of your face all your life, and you've just been in not so much denial of it, just unaware, blissfully unaware. About it. Someone else has it already figured out. You just believe and just go about your life. At least when you're a child and that kind of stuff. And then maybe when you grow up a little bit and you start to hit teenage years, maybe you can start thinking for yourself and figuring it out. But I was fortunate enough to figure it out at 16. But most other people, they go through their college and then they go into their education, and it just gets harder. I think the more life goes on, it gets harder to wake up. It's definitely faster and much easier if you're young when this topic's introduced.
Yeah,
but
true.
Yeah, thanks.
And I've always been open-minded. And one thing that really annoys me is that when you walk into a school classroom or all of the classrooms, they all have a globe in it, and there's just trying to push it, and you got NASA and all what they did. But I also like to refer to NASA's website because they got pictures of the globe from space, apparently. But, if you look at the different years, you'll see one, and you'll look at North America and it's however much big it is. And then you look at the next picture from the next year, a couple years later, and it's North America's taking up that whole hemisphere. And it's just come on, you guys. And then when you take the circumference of the Earth, which we got, you can get that from the NASA website. And there's architects that have built bridges with that circumference mathematics, building that bridge with that curvature, and it literally curves over the ocean, and I tell people that and they still won't wake up, and I'm like, ugh, just hoping that the seed, sprouts one day.
Yeah, I just want to touch real brief on the classroom globe thing, because maybe it's a good response or rebuttal if anyone brings it up. Just mention how if you flip the globe upside down, you look under the stand, it says not for educational purposes, and it's pretty ironic that they would put that on there, but it's always worth pointing out. And yeah,
and then,
right.
And then you got how people navigate the ocean, and you got the United Nations logo and all that. That's what they use when they're navigating the ocean. And then I think Greenland's in its actual size on when the people are floating around on their ships, I think they use like a map like that. Or don't they?
I think one of the maps that they would use is the I forget the name of it. I wish they would call the map names simple stuff, but yeah, I can't remember it. Sorry.
I can't remember either. I think what the map you're referring to is like the flat Earth map, though, right?
I guess so. Yeah, it's kind of hard without knowing the name.
Is it the
I want to.
Azimuth?
Yeah, it's like a name of somebody, whoever came up with the map.
But
wait,
yeah.
you know what? I might have found him. I'm gonna look it up real quick.
I definitely agree with you guys in this that I hate that they have the globe in the classroom, and that bothers me a lot. But one of the other things that I think is a bigger deal is Google Earth, because I've had a child pull up Google Earth and be like, "Oh, like it just seems like a natural thing," especially because you can zoom in to the streets. And that for me has been the one that people have the biggest cognitive dissonance with is for me it's as simple as Google Earth, right? It's like the maps that we use. Um, I hate that one because I want to get into it, but at the same time, it's such a long discussion about that something just leave it alone.
No, I mean, I'm glad you brought it up because I can actually share something on that. Maybe some people heard of it, maybe some haven't. Look in the live stream voice text because I just posted a picture. So, Earth lead developer was sacked because he was saying that the software wasn't using a globe and it's actually flat Earth based. But yeah, you can look into that. It's just a quick starter image, and then you can work your way out from there. And Google Earth in general, I mean, I personally made this GIF. I'll try to find it. It is on a meme command, but I don't know what it is. Let me just look for it real quick. Right, yeah, I found it, right? So obviously this is just you floating out in the space on Google Earth, right? That's what the Earth looks like on Google Earth. Well, this GIF shows that if you spin it like a full 180 degrees and then another full 180 degrees, you don't end up back where you started, which makes no sense whatsoever because if you have a football in your hand and you draw an X on it, and then you spin it 180, it's on the other side. One more 180 and you've completed a full revolution, I can't speak. Sorry. You completed a full. Yeah, you complete a full circle, don't you, with a football? When you spin it twice, 180, 180, it's back. The X is facing you. Well, on the Google Earth, right, it doesn't work like that. You can 180 it twice, and you're not back where you started. You have to spin it like another quarter of a degree. Yeah, it's under the meme command. CJ added it, but I don't remember it. So maybe someone can look for me. But yeah, that's pretty interesting when you look into Google Earth like that, because it's like, well, why is it doing that? It makes no sense whatsoever. It's just not possible. You can't demonstrate a ball being more than 360 degrees on the turns, right? You would end up back where you started all the time. So why it doesn't work on Google Earth? Yeah, people should ask questions.
And technically, you could use it as a proof of flat Earth because when you zoom in and you go to the coast, to a different coast, you always get an elevation of 0, but then they'll say that's from the center. So you can use it both ways, but I just find that I guess for someone that just has no knowledge and doesn't even want to hear this conversation, then they're just gonna default to whatever. But it's really great to have this because I can put that in my pocket now and know what to research and what to bring up to someone. You know.
Also, when I remember when Google Earth was relatively new, you would zoom out and everything's flat, and then all of a sudden, at one point, it would snap to a globe, and there was no variable transition. It just went from flat to globe instantly in one frame. It just they've updated it since then, but
yeah, that sounds interesting. I haven't seen any videos of people showing that before, but yeah, it's probably just them leaving the transition code out, and yeah, the instant transition is just pretty much because they didn't add it. So, but yeah,
someone else wanted to jump on. If I don't know who.
I don't think anybody was, but yeah, I mean, I just want to talk a little bit more about that whole Google Earth thing because, I mean, I've asked a lot of Globers it, and nobody's ever been able to give me an explanation for why the Google Earth is like 400 and something plus degrees. That's how much you have to keep spinning it, right? It blows me away how how it's possible, right? It's just not in reality. If you do it again with the football or any kind of ball, it's just never gonna happen. So
I used to think back in the day, when it first came out, you get all excited, like, oh, how cool, you can see maps and you can kind of see it from far away. And then you think, oh man, in just a few years, they're going to have like live feed. At some point, they're going to have a live feed where we can just watch it live, right? And to this day, we still just have still images and they're barely updated every once in a while. So we don't even have like very live stuff. And that is another indication. It's the stuff that the progression that we haven't got to. If this were real, we would have higher quality. We would have more of live interaction. You might even have some video at some point. So that's just my point.
There's a plane called Sophia. I think it's like the Google plane. It's the one that actually takes all those pictures. And then also, if you look at Antarctica, it's kind of like a little star cluster, starburst. Like it's obviously all tapered down to it. And then also, there's 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. And there was this Captain Cook, and he sailed the equator, and he also sailed the coast of Antarctica. And he was like, he said that the Antarctic coast was twice as long as the equator.
yeah, I think I've heard that as well. It's definitely worth pointing out. I think it's like 30,000. Sorry, I should probably try to remember it before I speak. Let me quickly check. Oh, it was 60,000 miles. Yeah, he did. So it was. Let me read it if you want. So he traveled more than 60,000 miles, circumnavigating the southern oceans along the Earth-sized perimeter, and 60,000 miles on a globe should be like only 12,000 miles, right? So that's pretty incredible. But obviously, it makes a lot of sense if you're on a flat Earth and you're just going in a circle. Why it's going to be 60,000 miles, right? Because you're not actually going around the continent that is depicted as on the globe being 12,000 miles in circumference.
And then another thing is that when you navigate if you consider the North Pole, Mount Meru, or the Magnetic Mountain, or whatever it is, since they prevent us from going there, even have tsunami buoys that can sense fish jumping out of the water. So good luck even trying to sail your way there. But dang, I just lost my train of thought.
That's fine. It'll probably come back to you.
When you circumnavigate, north is in the center, right under Polaris. So when you're going east and west, you're going in a circle because north is fixated right there. So if you were to actually go in a straight line, your compass would have to spin for you to do that on the Earth, on the flat Earth.
And with north being fixed in a fixed position, anywhere opposite of north is just automatically south. It's not that south is any one direction. It's just opposite of north.
True that. Yep.
Yeah, a lot of globe earthers, they like to say, just go in a straight line and you'll end up back where you are, right? Great idea on paper, fantastic idea on paper. Go do it in reality, you can't, right? How do you determine you're going in a straight line? You can't. And people tend to think east and west are straight lines, but they're not even on a globe, right? No straight lines exist on a globe. It's just, poor globe earthers, they don't understand how basic geometry works.
And there was this one time this lady was pregnant and she was on a plane, and they had to make an emergency stop, and they dropped her in like Anchorage or something. And if you map this out on the globe, it made absolute no sense. It made more sense for them to continue on their destination and drop her off at that airport that she was originally supposed to go to. But if you mapped it out on a flat Earth map, Anchorage was right in the pathway. Like they were already heading towards there, and it was just literally a straight line. And so that was always
I remember
cool
that story.
too. Yep.
Yeah, they should have stopped in like Hawaii on the way there. If they were going to stop at all, they should have diverted to Hawaii, or otherwise they should have just kept going.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of accounts like that. There's not just one. I've seen videos posted of it. The only reason I don't bring them up much is because I can't even verify that flight happened in that way. Like, how do you verify they did what they did and they flew the way that they were flying and all that stuff? I don't think it's a good proof to say, oh, they did this trip instead of that trip, and therefore Earth's flat because of it. It's just, I mean, like, sure, it's useful, but I don't think it really proves anything.
Well, you can map out. There's like a plane tracker site, and you can see all the. I think what's interesting is they'll have flights in the southern hemisphere, and it's like just one random flight, and I swear that it's just on the website. Like, I don't think that plane exists. I just think it's there for us, for us, or for the globe heads.
Or what if it is? What if it is a real flight, but it's like a government flight that's like mapping out the area or something, and they just put it on there to show us, yeah, there's a plane in the southern hemisphere, and if you wanted to look for it, that there's actual proof that there is something there, just maybe not commercial or something like that. Maybe they just
I think it shows it
they're
as
showing
a
it in front of
commercial
us,
flight.
but not really showing us.
Yeah, I just think overall it's kind of difficult to verify, the plane flights in general. So I just don't personally use them as a proof, and I don't feel like it's necessary either. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting nonetheless.
Have you guys heard of Operation High Jump?
Yeah, we've heard of pretty much them all. I think the name suppose alone.
Dominic, Fishbowl. Yeah, we've heard them all.
Yeah, that's the biggest clue, right? You don't even need the operations details, just the names alone. It tells you what it's about. And, it even spells the sentence, of course, when you write it out. So,
yeah, was it like God's Fishbowl?
no, it's got multiple translations, but the one I always go with is Fishbowl of the Lord. That's what it's supposed to mean. Now, whether or not, you believe in Creator or not, it doesn't matter. The point is that that's what it translates to. And the other one, of course, being High Jump, right? It's telling you it's the ice wall that they've got to get over, which I think was do with Little America for some other research base. I don't remember too well off the top of my head. But yeah, they did a lot of that stuff. I mean, it wasn't just Dominic either with the high altitude nukes. It was a different. They used two very close together. It was Dominic and another. I can't remember the.
This is a little off subject, but I guess like a year ago, I stumbled upon vortex mathematics. You guys ever heard of that or know what that is?
Yes, I love that. I was actually looking. I look into that. So yes.
Yeah, that's what Nikola Tesla was talking about with the 3, 6, and the 9. I thought, oh, that's super interesting. If you don't know about that, maybe just take some time upon yourself and research it. But that's some awesome stuff. I wish they would teach stuff.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah, anyway, I think the last thing you said was you wish they would teach it. We have a member here. Hold on, let me turn this fan off.
Yeah, Fibonacci sequences and everything, man.
Yeah, we have a member here. I forget his name, but he has his own server called 11.7. And he's got tons of information. He's gone really deep into it so far that I couldn't keep up with what this dude was talking about. But he used to be in here all the time. Let me see if I can find the invite, and I'll drop it in the live stream.
And it's so simple to even describe it to people or explain it or to teach it that it should be a very simple lesson that could be incorporated into any math school, right? It's so simple, and you can see the patterns right in front of you, the 3, 6, and the 9.
Pine cones, pineapples, animals, people, everything. Literally every aspect of existence has some sort of remnant Fibonacci sequence.
One thing I recently learned, I haven't tried it, I should, but they said if you rotate a tree and count the branches, the rotations in the branches equal 1.618. which is the
Probably.
golden ring.
Yeah, the overall proportions, yes, but sometimes when you get down to the specifics, they vary, and that. But even in that variation, there is a pattern. So, and it changes for all plants and stuff. So, I just posted there on the live stream the vortex math and how simple it is just by adding the number to the one before and putting the 9 numbers around in a circle.
Yeah, and every creation is nuanced, right? So of course everything's not going to be like black and white identical like clones or whatever. Everything's got some sort of nuanced existence about it.
Okay, I'm just gonna take a mini break in the conversation here to give Box Ops the floor so he can answer today's question because he's just popped in. So whenever you're ready, Box Ops.
Awesome, thanks, and great job so far. So,
thank you, man.
If you just repeat the question real quick.
Of course. So the question is, if you could recommend one book or video to spread knowledge, which book or video and why?
Right. So, this has to do with water, and this ties in so many of the things that we've been talking about throughout the course of the precious metals takeover. And that would be like frequencies affecting the structure of water and the memory of water, right? So this ties into someone brought up like Tartaria earlier today. I don't know the full context, but a lot of these buildings have underneath them they have water like aquifers and stuff, and then on top of that they have these patterns for like resonance and frequency, and that part is speculation. But what we do know, I posted 2 videos in the live stream, voice text. This guy, I think he's Japanese. His name's Masaru Emoto. He's done lots of experiments on water and